Unifying the world, martial souls, starting streams, passionate, time travel no entry for Tang San. Supporters, no entry for saintly individuals. Abusing Tang San, abusing Tang Hao, abusing the master. Qian Yu travels to the Douluo Continent and arrives at Holy Spirit Village. At the start, he awakens his angel martial soul, which Tang Hao believes to be a member of the Spirit Hall. Thus, Tang Hao begins to pursue Qian Yu. Qian Yu narrowly escapes death, and when he returns, he will make Tang Hao pay a painful price. Years later, Qian Yu reigns over the Spirit Hall and unifies the continent. Then, he points his sword at the heavens. False gods in the sky, who dares to descend and fight? Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Angel Martial Soul. Tang San, you are so despicable for launching a sneak attack. In the Douluo Continent, in the southwest of the Tiando Empire, in the Fasnuo province. On a small hill in Holy Soul Village, two children were fighting. One of them, a 5 or 6-year-old boy, had healthy, wheat-colored skin. His short black hair looked neat, and although his clothes were simple, they were clean. The other child, also around 5 or 6 years old, had fair skin exposed from his clothing. His handsome face bore a hint of innocence and indifference, but his eyes were filled with unyielding determination. The boy with dark skin was the protagonist of the Douluo Continent, Tang San. The other child was called Qian Yu, who, like Tang San, was also a transmigrator. However, unlike Tang San, Qian Yu had crossed over from the 21st century and had taken over the body of a 6-year-old child. However, the 6-year-old child he possessed did not have any of his previous memories. Qian Yu only knew that he was picked up by the village chief, Old Jack, and brought to this village. Now he was competing with Tang San, and he was originally supposed to win. But Tang San suddenly took a stone from his pocket and launched a sneak attack on Qian Yu. On the small hill, Qian Yu glared angrily at Tang San and said, "Despicable." Tang San, however, remained unconcerned, looking at Qian Yu with an adult tone and saying, "Xiao Yu, there was no rule against using stones before the match. Regardless of the process, the result is that I won. Is that so? I haven't admitted defeat yet." Qian Yu snorted coldly. As he spoke, Qian Yu suddenly exerted force, and a burst of power erupted from his dantian. Although Qian Yu did not know where this power came from, he had possessed it ever since he crossed over. In an instant, Qian Yu knocked Tang San to the ground, his fist hovering just above Tang San's face. If that punch were to land, it would likely break Tang San's nose. "Brother Yu," Tang San hurriedly called out. Just as Tang San had called Dai Mubai Big Brother Dai when he was not as strong, he now called a Mubai after surpassing him. In the end, Qian Yu chose to hold back. Tang San looked at Qian Yu in shock, and then said, "Brother Yu, I lost." Only then did Qian Yu release Tang San. Tang San stood up and looked at Qian Yu, saying, "Brother Yu, but next time I will win." At that moment, Old Jack rushed over from the village entrance. "Kids, the soul masters from the Spirit Hall have arrived. I will take you to participate in the awakening ceremony," Old Jack shouted. Upon hearing Old Jack's voice, Qian Yu felt a surge of excitement. He was finally going to participate in the martial soul awakening ceremony. He had been in this world for over a year and had yet to awaken his golden finger. He did not believe that as a transmigrator, he would not have a golden finger. Perhaps this martial soul awakening ceremony was his chance to change his fate. After all, he did not want to stay in Holy Soul Village and farm for a lifetime. He felt that the power within him, which could defeat the Tang San who practiced the Xiantian skill, might be due to his martial soul. He might awaken a very strong martial soul. Thinking of this, Qian Yu felt a sense of anticipation. Under Old Jack's guidance, Qian Yu followed him to the Spirit Hall in the center of the village. Of course, this so-called Spirit Hall was just a larger wooden house. Including Tang San and Qian Yu, a total of 9 children arrived. The 9 children lined up, with Qian Yu at the very end and Tang San right in front of him. A young man in his 20s stood before them, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, looking quite handsome. He wore a white outfit and a black cloak draped over his back, with a soul character the size of a fist in the center of his chest. This should be Su Yuntao, Qian Yu thought to himself as he looked at the young man from the Spirit Hall. Then, he introduced himself. The young man said, "My name is Su Yuntao, and I come from Notting City." Qian Yu had long known the plot, so he was not interested. He just waited at the end of the line for the martial soul awakening ceremony to begin. Finally, the first child went up. Soon, the results of the test were out. Weapon martial soul, scythe, no soul power. Cannot become a soul master. Next. And so, one by one, the children began to awaken. However, they all ended with no soul power, indicating that they could not become soul masters in this lifetime. It was finally the turn of the seventh child, the last one before Tang San. A girl appeared with a light blue grass in her hand. Blue silver grass, waste martial soul, no soul power. Still cannot become a soul master. Then, it was finally Tang San's turn. Tang San had a confident look on his face as he turned to glance at Qian Yu. His eyes revealed a steadfast determination, as if he were declaring war on Qian Yu. After all, he had just lost to Qian Yu, and he wanted to surpass him in the martial soul awakening. Tang San stepped onto the stage. Without needing Su Yuntao to say anything, he already stood in the center of 6 black stones. As Su Yuntao infused his soul power into the 6 stones, a light golden glow lit up once again. Tang San instinctively raised his right hand and saw blue light. A blue silver grass appeared in Tang San's hand. Blue silver grass, exactly the same as the one that girl had. The standard for a waste martial soul. Su Yuntao said helplessly, another waste martial soul. Next. At this moment, Tang San's eyes showed a look of surprise, as if he couldn't believe it. Tang San looked at Qian Yu, panic appearing in his eyes. A waste martial soul? Does that mean he would also lose to Qian Yu in the martial soul awakening? He felt extremely unwilling and hurriedly pretended to be a good child, saying, "Uncle, you haven't tested my soul power yet?" Su Yuntao replied without turning his head, "No need to test. I've never seen anyone with blue silver grass who possesses soul power." "Let me try, Uncle," Tang San insisted. "All right." Su Yuntao, unable to refuse Tang San, handed the blue crystal ball to him. Suddenly, the blue crystal ball in his hand lit up, and dazzling blue light spread from a single point. In the blink of an eye, the crystal ball sparkled like a brilliant gem. A faint blue halo radiated outward, indescribably charming. Su Yuntao looked at the crystal ball in shock and exclaimed, "It's actually innate full soul power." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Tang San quickly asked, "Uncle, what is innate full soul power?" Innate full soul power refers to the highest soul power that can be achieved at the moment of martial soul awakening, Su Yuntao explained. Highest soul power? Tang San looked at Su Yuntao, his heart instantly filled with joy. Then, he looked at Qian Yu, as if he were proclaiming his achievement. However, Qian Yu remained calm and unperturbed, like a still lake. He had already known about this kind of thing, so it was nothing to be surprised about. Unfortunately, your martial soul is blue silver grass, which is a waste martial soul and cannot be cultivated. Su Yuntao shook his head. However, Tang San did not feel discouraged, for he still had another hammer martial soul that had also awakened. This fact was known only to him. Next, Su Yuntao looked at the last child, Qian Yu. At this moment, Qian Yu stepped forward just as Tang San was stepping down. Tang San looked at Qian Yu and said, "I believe in you. You will definitely awaken a martial soul. Go for it." After speaking, Tang San wore a cold smile. If any ordinary child heard this, it would seem like encouragement. However, Qian Yu, being a transmigrator, could naturally tell that it was sarcasm. Qian Yu ignored Tang San and walked straight to the stage. He arrived at the center of the 6 black stones. It was time to awaken. At that moment, a terrifying pressure swept out from Qian Yu's body. Golden light suddenly shone forth, filling the entire hall. Qian Yu's body shone like a sun, extremely dazzling. In that instant, everyone present was stunned. Su Yuntao exclaimed in shock, "How? Is this possible?" Tang San's face turned pale as he looked at the scene before him in disbelief. In a light curtain, behind Qian Yu, 6 wings extended out. An angel. Chapter 2. Angel Martial Soul, Shocking the Continent. Suddenly, the intense golden light burst through the small wooden house. With a loud bang, the wooden house exploded under the golden light. Qian Yu's body floated outside, endless golden light spreading and illuminating the surroundings. At this moment, the villagers of the entire village rushed out of their homes, staring blankly at the dazzling golden light in the sky. In the golden light, a figure unfurled 6 golden wings. The feathers on those wings emitted a faint golden glow, dreamily beautiful, while its body was enveloped in golden light. Standing on tiptoe in the air, with eyes tightly closed, The 6 wings behind him trembled slightly, and waves of strange golden light surged out from his body. Heavens! What is this? Is this an angel? An angel! At this moment, the villagers in the village came out one by one, astonished at the scene before them. Su Yuntao swallowed hard, looking at Qian Yu in utter shock. An angel! It's actually an angel. Su Yuntao was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, because having an angel as a martial soul meant one thing. Everyone on the continent knew that the inherited martial soul of the spirit hall was the angel martial soul. The Grand Priest Qian Daolu and the former Pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Shunji, both had angel martial souls. So could this child before him be? Thinking of this, Su Yuntao's body trembled. This was just a small village, yet an angel martial soul had appeared. This meant he was in big trouble. Tang San looked at Qian Yu in front of him, extremely shocked. Although he didn't know what Qian Yu's angel martial soul signified, he could see that the radiance released by Qian Yu was 10,000 times that of his own martial soul awakening. Looking at the beautiful angel martial soul, it was needless to say that it was far superior to his blue silver grass and hammer martial souls. This meant that even above martial soul awakening, he was not a match for Qian Yu. Thinking of this, Tang San immediately felt a strong sense of defeat. At the same time, in the spirit hall, within a golden grand hall, the hall was enormous, at least several dozen meters wide, resplendent and magnificent, resembling a royal palace. In the center of the hall, a man slowly opened his eyes. The man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, handsome, with a faint smile on his face. His calm and serene aura gave off a very comfortable feeling. He was tall, but not muscular, dressed in a simple gray robe, with long black hair neatly arranged behind his head. Despite his plain attire, just standing there gave off a sense of reverence. Suddenly, the man seemed to sense something. The angel martial soul on his body automatically released. Qian Oliu's 6 wings unfurled, radiating golden light, pure and holy. Golden feathers fell like rain. Golden light burst forth from various parts of Qian Douliu's body, dazzling like the sun, mixed with a hint of scorching heat. Qian Daolu exclaimed, "This is the power of bloodline. What kind of bloodline power could cause me to automatically release my angel martial soul?" At this moment, Qian Daoliu's gaze was automatically drawn to that direction. The southwest. Could it be someone has awakened a purer angel martial soul than mine? But besides my son and my granddaughter, there shouldn't be any other angel martial souls. What's going on? Qian Daolu was incredibly shocked, muttering to himself. He then looked towards the southwest, his golden eyes filled with confusion. It seems I can only go take a look. In the Stardow Forest, within an extremely concealed and ancient grand hall. The hall was massive but shrouded in darkness, making it impossible to see anything. Suddenly, crystals within the hall lit up, illuminating the entire space. Inside the hall, several large pillars were present, each carved with dragon patterns. In the center of the hall, a light blue crystal sealed a girl. A beautiful girl. This girl was completely naked. Yes, she was bare, her long silver hair enveloping her, obscuring her view. The crystal-like silver hair cascaded down, and she floated silently within the crystal, her eyes tightly closed. Inside the crystal, the girl lay peacefully as if in a deep slumber. Suddenly, the girl in the crystal seemed to sense something. In an instant, she opened her eyes. The moment her eyes opened, a brilliant blue light erupted from the crystal. Instantly, the void around her began to coalesce into countless ice shards. The hall shook violently. Outside the hall, an immense black dragon guarded it, its massive wings blocking out the sun. Its eyes glimmered with an eerie red light. It let out a low growl, vigilant of its surroundings. Meanwhile, inside the hall, the girl had already stood up, clothes appearing out of thin air on her body. The girl floated in midair, looking down at the crystal. Her figure was extraordinarily graceful. Her exquisitely beautiful features exuded elegance, freshness, and nobility, like a goddess, evoking involuntary admiration. The black dragon looked at the girl in surprise, murmuring, "My lord, have you sensed something?" In Holy Soul Village, a scruffy man was numbly hammering metal. He wore a tattered robe with no patches, revealing his bronze-colored skin underneath. His once handsome features were now covered in a layer of waxy yellow, appearing sleepy and dazed. His hair was disheveled like a bird's nest, and his beard looked like it hadn't been groomed in days. Yes, this man was Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Tang Hao's eyes were dull and yellow as he swung the hammer. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. He continued to hammer the glowing iron block numbly. But at that moment, a golden light burst forth in Holy Soul Village. Tang Hao's hazy eyes instantly sparkled with golden light. This is... Tang Hao raised his head, looking in the direction of the golden light. Not far away, in the spirit hall of his village. It couldn't be wrong. This is the angel martial soul. Tang Hao was incredibly shocked, murmuring, "How could an angel martial soul appear in this small village? Who is it? Could it be the spirit hall?" At this moment, Tang Hao's eyes were filled with hatred. Memories surged back to Tang Hao's mind, pain etched on his face. With a loud bang, the massive blacksmith shop was instantly smashed in half by him. Tang Hao's eyes were also filled with a desire for slaughter. No matter who it is, angels are related to the spirit hall, and the people of the spirit hall deserve to die. A hoarse voice emerged from Tang Hao's throat. Chapter 3. The beginning. Tang Hao wants to kill me. At this moment, in Holy Soul Village, the golden light on Qian Yu gradually receded, and his body returned to normal. The angel wings on his back also slowly retracted. At this moment, Qian Yu returned to normal, standing in place. At this moment, the faces of everyone in the village showed expressions of shock. The villagers all stared blankly at Qian Yu, their faces filled with awe. "Is this a miracle?" someone asked. "So beautiful. This child, could he be a deity descending to the mortal realm?" The villagers began to discuss among themselves, each showing an expression of admiration towards Qian Yu. Some villagers even knelt down, sincerely bowing to Qian Yu. At this time, a villager said, "Great deity, are you here to save us?" Many villagers nodded. It must be so. Otherwise, how could a miracle occur? "God, please bless us." At this moment, Su Yuntao slowly came to his senses and said, "He is not a god." Old Jack looked at Su Yuntao in shock and asked, "Great Soul Master, what's going on?" Su Yuntao forced himself to stay calm and slowly spoke. "Although he is not a god, his identity is likely extremely noble. This golden light is released from his martial soul. His martial soul is an angel." Angel. As soon as these words were spoken, Old Jack was instantly shocked and stepped back, nearly losing his balance. Could it be the angel from the statue in Nodding City? Old Jack was incredibly shocked. Having lived for so many years, he naturally knew what this angel represented. Now, all over the world, there are angel statues, because angels represent the spirit hall, representing the highest authority in the world. And now, this child's martial soul is actually an angel. What does this mean? Could it be this child is a child of the spirit hall? Thinking of this, Old Jack involuntarily took a few steps back. He trembled, unable to believe this was true. If it is true, what will he face? At this moment, Old Jack looked at Su Yuntao and said, Great Soul Master, what should we do?" Why did he awaken an angel martial soul? Su Yuntao was also trembling, murmuring, "Most martial souls are inherited. Only a few martial souls will mutate." And now, his awakening of the angel martial soul largely indicates his relationship with the spirit hall is extraordinary. Old Jack hurriedly said, "Great Soul Master, you must make a decision for me. I also found this child in the suburbs." Su Yuntao calmed down a bit and then said, "Village Chief, don't worry too much. We in the Spirit Hall are reasonable people. I will report this matter immediately. If this child really has something to do with the main hall will not only not blame you, but may even reward you." "Really?" Old Jack hurriedly asked. "Of course it's true. Look at the order in this world. Isn't it all maintained by the Spirit Hall?" Su Yuntao continued. Good. Old Jack repeatedly said 3 good words, then looked at Qian Yu with great respect. Then Su Yuntao said, "This matter is significant. I must take this child back to our Nodding City Spirit Hall branch and report immediately." Old Jack hurriedly said, "Everything will follow the arrangements of the Great Soul Master." At this moment, Su Yuntao looked at Qian Yu and asked, "Child, are you willing to come back with me to our Nodding City Spirit Hall branch?" Qian Yu looked at Su Yuntao. He didn't expect that the martial soul he awakened was actually an angel. Qian Yu was quite familiar with Douluo Continent. Martial souls are generally inherited. and awakening an angel martial soul means he has some connection with the Spirit Hall. However, Qian Yu remembered that there was no such character in the original work of the Spirit Hall. Could it be that he is the illegitimate child of Qian Xuanji, or the illegitimate child of Qian Douluo? He had no memories before the age of 6. He merely occupied this body, but he only had memories of his modern life. Therefore, he couldn't understand these questions. No matter what, he had no interest in staying here to play house with Tang San. If his martial soul were exposed, the Spirit Hall would surely find him no matter where he went. Moreover, if he stayed here and Tang Hao found out, it would likely be detrimental to him. I am willing, Qian Yu said immediately. All right, let us set off for the Spirit Hall branch, Su Yuntao said immediately. At this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended from the village entrance. A violent aura instantly spread, and the entire space seemed to tremble. Feeling this terrifying aura, Su Yuntao's pupils shrank sharply, and he turned to look in the direction from which the aura came. Moments later, Su Yuntao's expression became extremely serious. A scruffy man, holding a hammer, was walking toward them step by step. The man was very unkempt, with disheveled hair, tattered clothes, and straw sandals on his feet. His body was terrifyingly muscular, resembling a coiling dragon, giving off an extremely fearful feeling. Around the man, the air continuously distorted, boiling like water, surging madly. This man is definitely a super expert. Qian Yu also looked at the man and instantly recognized his identity. Tang Hao. Tang Hao walked step by step, then said, "You don't need to leave. You can't leave." At this moment, Su Yuntao took a deep breath and clasped his fists, saying, "Great Soul Master Su Yuntao of the Nodding City Spirit Hall greets you, Senior. May I ask why you're stopping us?" "Because he deserves to die." Tang Hao coldly looked at Qian Yu and said. At this moment, Qian Yu looked at Tang Hao. Tang Hao's eyes were filled with endless hatred, as if he wanted to crush him. Qian Yu looked at Tang Hao and asked, "Uncle, I am Qian Yu. Not long ago, I helped you forge iron, remember? Don't you recognize me?" Hee. Qian Yu, the people of the Qian family, I should have thought of that. Tang Hao glared at Qian Yu fiercely and then pointed at him, saying, "Even if you're just a child, you are a remnant of the Qian family. I don't know why you came here, but I know the people of the Qian family all deserve to die." At this moment, Su Yuntao hurriedly said, "Senior, do you know what martial soul he awakened? He has awakened the angel martial soul. The angel martial soul. Senior should know what it signifies, right?" "I naturally know. Tang Hao's not Gon Li. It is precisely because he awakened the angel martial soul that I want to kill him. If you kill him, the Spirit Hall will not let you go," Su Yuntao hurriedly said. Su Yuntao knew he was no match for Tang Hao, but at this moment, he could not back down. He wanted to use the name of the Spirit Hall to pressure Tang Hao. "Spirit Hall, Tang Hao Su Den Li Zhao," and a violent aura spread out, a terrifying shockwave instantly sweeping out. "I said the Spirit Hall, the people of the Qian family, all deserve to die." Chapter 4. Hao Qian Douluo, or perhaps we should just call him Cowardly Douluo. At this moment, old Jack stepped forward, hands on his hips, looking at Tang Hao, and said, "Tang Hao, what are you doing? You drunken fool, have you gone mad? Usually, it's fine to ignore Xiao San. But today you actually want to kill Qian Yu? Qian Yu is a child I picked up, and he still calls you uncle. You actually want to kill him? Are you even human? Do you have any conscience left?" Old Jack stood in front of Tang Hao, pointing his cane at him in admonition. "Get lost, or I'll kill you too." Tang Hao's gaze was icy as he shouted, "Tang Hao, do you really think you are some big shot? You are just the blacksmith of our village. You want to kill me? Come on, kill me." Old Jack was not afraid of Tang Hao at all. After all, he did not know that Tang Hao was the famous Hao Qian. Tang Hao ignored Old Jack and simply took a step forward. A terrifying wave of energy instantly spread out. Boom! A loud noise echoed. Old Jack was immediately sent flying. "Village Chief!" Everyone shouted immediately. Old Jack looked at Tang Hao in shock. He could not believe that this blacksmith was so powerful. Tang San was also in shock. He never expected that his father was so strong and was actually a hidden powerhouse. At this moment, Su Yuntao looked at Tang Hao approaching and quickly said, "Wuhuan possessed. Battle Wolf." Instantly, the Battle Wolf spirit possessed Su Yuntao. A faint blue light first emitted from the center of his forehead, rising upward and entering his hair. Su Yuntao's hair appeared on his exposed hands. and at the same time, his body seemed to swell much larger. He was filled with a muscular feeling. Su Yuntao looked like a wild wolf. He wanted to block Tang Hao. Qian Yu looked at Tang Hao coming closer, and he knew trouble was brewing. This was a title Douluo. How could he, a newly awakened spirit, fight against him? Was he going to get killed right at the start? There was only one way out now. That was the 36 stratagems. Run. Cowardly Douluo. Run. You are no match for him. Qian Yu shouted immediately. Cowardly Douluo? Are you calling me? Su Yuntao looked around and saw no one else, then hurriedly followed Qian Yu to escape. At this moment, Tang Hao sneered and said, Humph. Want to escape? Old Jack, who had fallen, quickly said, Tang Hao, are you really going to kill Qian Yu? No matter what grievances you have, he is just a child. Yes, we are all from the same village. Why must we kill each other? Tang Hao, let him go. At this moment, the villagers also urged. Tang Hao's gaze remained extremely cold, and he said coldly, I said, everyone from the Qian family deserves to die. If anyone dares to say another word, I will kill them. After saying that, Tang Hao immediately chased after them. Tang San observed the whole situation with a cold eye and did not intervene. So this is how strong my dad is, Tang San said coldly. Then, the corners of his mouth slightly raised in a place where others could not see. Su Yuntao turned into a battle wolf, allowing Qian Yu to ride on his neck, crazily weaving through the forest. Qian Yu looked at Su Yuntao and said, Uncle, thank you. Su Yuntao replied, Do you think I want to stir up this trouble? But I am from the Spirit Hall, and you have an angel spirit. If I don't protect you well, I'll be done for too. Su Yuntao said, feeling a headache. Although he said that, Su Yuntao could completely protect himself and leave here. So, Qian Yu couldn't help but feel a bit moved. He did not expect that this cowardly Douluo, who was mocked by others, had some sense of loyalty. Cowardly Douluo, it seems I misunderstood you in the past. Qian Yu said, What does cowardly Douluo mean? I'm not blind. Su Yuntao immediately asked. Haha, it's nothing, just run. If I can't survive this time, I will definitely repay your kindness. Qian Yu said on Su Yuntao's back. At this moment, Su Yuntao immediately asked, Do you know who that man is? Why does he want to kill you? Qian Yu immediately replied, His name is Tang Hao, and he is the famous Qian on the continent. Qian Douluo? At this moment, Su Yuntao was extremely shocked. Qian Yu could feel his body trembling. This was understandable. After all, he was a revered Qian. Who wouldn't he be afraid upon hearing his name? You've heard the story of Qian, right? His wife was a soul beast, hunted by the Spirit Hall, and later, his wife sacrificed herself for him. So, when he saw I had an angel spirit, he thought I was from the Spirit Hall, and that is why he wants to kill me. Qian Yu explained on Su Yuntao's back. What Qian Douluo? I see him as cowardly Douluo, afraid of the Spirit Hall hunting him, hiding here for so many years, and not daring to take revenge on the Spirit Hall. Yet he wants to kill a child and even beats up the elderly. Are you even human? Su Yuntao said quickly. Hearing Su Yuntao's evaluation, Qian Yu smiled. You're right, this Qian Douluo is just cowardly Douluo. Qian Yu laughed heartily. If we can't escape later, and Tang Hao wants to kill me, you just run for your life. Although Qian Yu was afraid of death, he didn't want innocent people to die because of him. Don't worry, I won't die. CC is still waiting for me. Su Yuntao smiled. When Qian Yu and the others ran into the forest, they saw that Tang Hao, for some unknown reason, had already arrived in front of them. He blocked their way, looking calmly at the two, as if waiting for their fate. You can't escape. Tang Hao coldly looked at them and said. At this moment, Su Yuntao stopped. He looked at Tang Hao and said, Qian Douluo, no, cowardly Douluo, what kind of skill is it to bully us two weaklings here? If you have the ability, go take revenge on the Spirit Hall. Hiding in this small village like a turtle, not even letting a child go, and beating up the elderly. Are you even human? Tang Hao looked at Su Yuntao with some anger on his face. At this moment, Qian Yu jumped down from Su Yuntao's back and said to Su Yuntao, You go first, his target is not you. Then, he looked at Tang Hao, his eyes showing no fear. No matter what, you want to kill me? Qian Yu asked Tang Hao. Tang Hao looked at Qian Yu and said, I know you are innocent. But Ain, Xiao San, are they not innocent? All of this is caused by your Spirit Hall. So everyone from the Spirit Hall deserves to die. Qian Yu continued to look at Tang Hao and asked, If I say I have nothing to do with the Spirit Hall, would you believe me? Your spirit is a six-winged angel. Why should I believe you? Tang Hao coldly looked at Qian Yu. At this moment, Qian Yu suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! I may have thought Hao Douluo was a character before, but now it seems. Cowardly Douluo is right. You are just a turtle, cowardly Douluo. You are not worthy of the name Hao Ian. Chapter 5. If I do not die, you will pay 1,000-fold price. As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Hao's face instantly turned furious. What did you say? Tang Hao looked at Qian Yu coldly. I have never claimed to be the Hao Ian Douluo. How do you know? Tang Hao continued to gaze at Qian Yu. It seems you came to approach us with a purpose. Sure enough, there isn't a good person in the Spirit Hall. That's why I say, everyone from the Spirit Hall should die. A hammer suddenly appeared in Tang Hao's hand. His gaze was icy as he looked at Qian Yu. Qian Yu then laughed and said, It seems that whatever I say now is useless. You will definitely kill me? That's right. I also want the people from Spirit Hall to taste the flavor of loss. Tang Hao responded as he looked at Qian Yu. At this moment, Qian Yu was rapidly thinking in his mind. He did not want to die just like that. He had just arrived in this Douluo Continent and had not even begun to enjoy this world properly. He did not want to die. Qian Yu's mind was racing, looking for any way to survive. At the same time, he was also betting. He was a transmigrator. In theory, this identity should not lead to him dying right after crossing over. But now it was indeed a hellishly difficult beginning. A hellishly difficult beginning should have provided him with a divine-level gift package, right? However, neither the divine gift package nor the system had appeared. Qian Yu looked at Tang Hao and asked, You could have killed me in the village. Why did you let us escape here? Tang Hao looked at Qian Yu with some surprise. Your mind shouldn't only be that of a 6-year-old. You're right. I let you escape here because Tang San is still young. I shouldn't let him see such a bloody scene. Tang Hao continued. Qian Yu then coldly sneered. Humph, your child is 6 years old and shouldn't see such a bloody scene. Does that mean I, at 6 years old, deserve to be killed by you? Cowardly Douluo, you really have double standards. Kid, stop trying to out-talk me. No matter what, you're going to die. Tang Hao continued. Just then, Tang Hao took a step forward and charged at Qian Yu. Battle Wolf, possess. At this moment, Su Yuntao rushed up next to Qian Yu. Kid, I'll hold him off. You hurry and escape. Su Yuntao shouted, transforming into a gigantic werewolf and instantly charging in front of Qian Yu. What are you doing? Qian Yu exclaimed in shock. Why haven't you left yet? Su Yuntao immediately dashed out, coming before Tang Hao. Kid, hurry and escape. Don't waste my good intentions. I am from the Spirit Hall. When we joined the Spirit Hall, we already swore that we would give everything for the Spirit Hall. If I abandon a child and escape, I would have nightmares even while sleeping at night. Besides, I fear I won't even be able to escape now. As he spoke, Su Yuntao instantly hugged Tang Hao's leg tightly. Run. Don't let my efforts be in vain. Qian Yu looked at Su Yuntao, deeply moved. He never expected that despite only meeting Su Yuntao for the first time, he would be willing to risk everything for him. At this moment, a sense of powerlessness surged in Qian Yu's heart. A feeling of despair appeared. He shouted loudly, Tang Hao, spare him. I am here. Tang Hao go li lauget. He is right. From the moment he knew you were an angel spirit, he was already a dead man. I never intended to spare anyone. If I let him go, wouldn't that expose my whereabouts? Exposing my whereabouts would bring countless troubles. Little San is still young. He needs a quiet environment to grow. Tang Hao said coldly. As these words came out, despair filled Qian Yu's heart even more. In the face of Tang Hao's absolute power, he could do nothing. Hao Qian, don't underestimate us from the Spirit Hall. Don't underestimate our faith. Su Yuntao shouted, fiercely holding on to Tang Hao's leg. Blind, Qian Yu looked at Su Yuntao, feeling immensely moved. Go, Su Yuntao shouted. To not let Su Yuntao down, Qian Yu instantly ran away desperately. Tang Hao coldly glanced at the direction Qian Yu was fleeing and did not pursue. With a swish, he swung the hammer in his hand, directly smashing Su Yuntao. With a loud bang, the werewolf Su Yuntao was dead beyond recovery. Tang Hao then kicked Su Yuntao's corpse away and looked in the direction Qian Yu had disappeared, muttering, Faith? Your faith can only bring you disaster. Tang Hao instantly chased after the direction Qian Yu had fled. Qian Yu ran madly, running as fast as he could. Soon, he arrived at a huge cliff. He had nowhere to escape. At this moment, Tang Hao had also caught up behind him. Escape? Where can you run now? Qian Yu looked at Tang Hao coldly and said, Aren't you from the Haotian sect, who loves to talk about righteousness and morality? Is this your righteousness and morality? You want to kill me? Why do you have to indiscriminately kill the innocent? I said, spare him. He will definitely report what he saw today to the spirit hall. Then how will little San grow? I don't want to drag little San around everywhere. What about the people from Holy Soul Village? They saw it too. Do you want to kill them as well? Qian Yu continued to ask. They are just ordinary villagers. I can casually fabricate a reason when I go back, saying I spared you, and this matter will naturally be resolved, Tang Hao replied. What if they don't believe it? Qian Yu asked. Naturally. I have to ensure the safety of little San and myself, Tang Hao said flatly. Qian Yu looked at Tang Hao. He understood now. He understood everything. In the original work, the author merely portrayed Tang Hao as a positive character. Look at the things he has done. In the original work, Tang Hao is just a white-eyed wolf, a coward, selfish and self-serving, without any sense of responsibility. Many times he only considers himself and his wife, lacking responsibility and the demeanor of a great man, only knowing how to escape. Tang Hao was born into the benefits brought by the Haotian sect, enjoying the best resources provided by the sect, and even had 2 soul bones close to 100,000 years old. All he needed to do was defend the Haotian sect in times of crisis. However, he abandoned the sect. He did not set an example. He only had love in his mind. After being targeted by the spirit hall and releasing his statement, knowing that the sect would bear great pressure, he still resolutely abandoned the sect and his wife to hide in the mountains. His old father searched for him but could not find him, eventually dying from anger. Moreover, when the spirit hall besieged him, the blue-silver grass would not have died. But he did not dare to stand up to protect his wife and children, which led to Ain sacrificing herself. Later, when the spirit hall discovered the siege, he injured Pope Qian Sunji without regard for the consequences. This directly resulted in the sect, which was already weak, becoming a mortal enemy of the spirit hall. Because of his personal grievances, a war was ignited. After doing all this, he had time to take care of his son, taking him to Holy Soul Village. Even so, he did not even hire a soul master to notify the sect. In the end, the sect and the 4 major affiliated families were ambushed by the spirit hall without preparation, suffering heavy losses. He clearly said it was to survive for his son, yet he did not raise him, letting a 3-year-old child take care of him. Now, to take revenge for personal grievances, he wants to kill a 6-year-old child. And he claims all of this is for his son Tang San? Such a scum? I don't understand why so many people admire him in the original work. Qian Yu looked at Tang Hao and said angrily, Tang Hao, if I don't die, I will definitely make you pay 100 times. No, 1,000, 10,000 times the price. After saying this, Qian Yu leaped forward and jumped off the cliff behind him. Chapter 6. Qian Yu's Fall, Kill to Silence. After Qian Yu jumped down, he immediately unleashed his angel martial soul. Since his martial soul was an angel, he could naturally fly. Perhaps he could escape this way. 6 wings suddenly spread out from behind Qian Yu, and he instantly flew away from the cliff. However, with the angelic wings, Qian Yu successfully took flight. At this moment, a cold expression appeared on Tang Hao's face as he watched where Qian Yu was falling, coldly saying, to escape? Haotian true body, Tang Hao Sao Det Lao Li. And in an instant, the Haotian hammer in his hand grew tremendously, a terrifying pressure enveloping the area. Tang Hao Zhao. Immediately, the overwhelming pressure surged forth. In the sky, that massive hammer, accompanied by a howling wind, came crashing down. Although Qian Yu was flying in the air, he saw that enormous hammer blocking out the sun, rapidly descending toward him. His pupils widened in terror. Boom! The gigantic hammer struck down, instantly collapsing the cliff, turning the entire area pitch black. Smoke and dust filling the air. As Qian Yu's pupils constricted, he saw the enormous Haotian hammer right before him. This was Tang Hao's ultimate move. The Haotian true body was the true form of the Haotian hammer. Even an ordinary title Douluo would find it hard to withstand this blow. Moreover, Qian Yu was just a soul master who had just awakened his martial soul. Without even a soul ring, he couldn't withstand this attack. The massive hammer came crashing down on Qian Yu. looking at the incredibly huge hammer and the terrifying power that pierced his face and nerves. Qian Yu thought, how could this happen? Am I going to die? I just crossed over. Am I going to die right at the start? Qian Yu closed his eyes. At this moment, under the strike of a tidal Douluo, he had no power to resist. But just then, the wings behind Qian Yu suddenly spread out. The wings covered and wrapped around him. A golden light enveloped Qian Yu. Boom! A loud noise erupted. The massive Haotian hammer struck down on Qian Yu. However, the golden wings perfectly defended him. Suddenly, numerous golden seals appeared outside those wings. The seals gathered around Qian Yu, as if protecting him. Boom! The tremendous impact caused Qian Yu to spit out blood and fly backward. He coughed up a mouthful of blood as that immense force struck him hard. At that moment, Qian Yu had only one thought in his mind. Tang Hao. I will never rest until I avenge this. This debt must be repaid 1,000-fold. Qian Yu then lost consciousness as the gigantic Haotian hammer struck him heavily, sending him plummeting into the abyss below. Tang Hao stood at the edge of the cliff, his gaze calm. With a blow from me and a fall from such a height, even with the angel martial soul, he won't survive. To be safe, he decided to go down and check. Tang Hao made his way down the small path to the foot of the cliff. Upon reaching the bottom, he saw feathers scattered all over the ground. Those were the feathers of Qian Yu's angel martial soul, and they were strewn everywhere. Nearby, there was a small river, and on the stones of the river, there were traces of blood. However, Qian Yu's body was nowhere to be found. Seeing the boulder by the river, Tang Hao could deduce that Qian Yu had fallen and crashed onto it. It seemed that his body had been washed away by the river. Tang Hao assessed the surroundings, and with no signs of Qian Yu's survival, he thought, what am I worried about? He's just a child. After taking my Haotian true body strike and falling from such a height, how could he possibly survive? Tang Hao muttered to himself, then took one last look before leaving the area. Tang Hao returned to Holy Soul Village. Tang San was waiting for him. When Tang Hao returned, a villager looked at him and asked, Tang Hao, did you kill them? Tang Hao coldly replied, no, I just scared them off, made them leave. That's good. Where's Xiao San? Tang Hao then asked the villagers. The villagers shook their heads. We don't know. Immediately, a hint of doubt appeared in Tang Hao's eyes. Suddenly, he noticed that one person among the villagers was also missing. He quickly asked, what about old Jack? Old Jack went home to rest. A villager quickly replied. Tang Hao didn't believe it at all. He sat down and held the child, asking, tell uncle, where did Xiao San and Grandpa Jack go? The child quickly shook his head, refusing to say anything. Instantly, Tang Hao grabbed his neck. The child immediately cried out in pain. Tang Hao coldly said, speak, where did old Jack and Xiao San go? The child weakly replied, Grandpa Jack is going to the spirit hall in Notting City, and Brother San. He chased after him. What? Tang Hao's gaze turned icy as he looked at the villagers. He was very clear that if this matter were exposed, the spirit hall would likely pursue him endlessly. He would be fine. At worst, he could hide for the rest of his life, and the spirit hall wouldn't find him. But what about Xiao San? Would Xiao San have to wander with him too? This matter must not be exposed, Tang Hao said coldly, and a murderous intent rose in his heart. Then, the Haotian hammer appeared in Tang Hao's hand. Tang Hao, what are you going to do? A villager shouted at Tang Hao. Tang Hao's eyes were cold as he did not answer, wielding the Haotian hammer and charging out. Various screams echoed throughout the village. One by one, the villagers were brutally killed by Tang Hao. Don't, they cried. Tang Hao, why? Why are you killing us? No. The screams pierced the sky, and Tang Hao rampaged like a demon god, slaughtering wildly. On the other side, old Jack was frantically fleeing toward Notting City. At this moment, a frail child in blue appeared in front of him. Xiao San, your father has gone mad. Quickly come with me to Notting City. We need to ask the soul masters there to stop your father. Old Jack said to Tang San immediately. However, Tang San remained unmoved. It should be noted that in his previous life, Tang San was an assassin. Although he wasn't entirely clear about what was happening, he could roughly guess the situation. Even though he was only 6 years old, his mental maturity was beyond his age. Seeing his father's state and recalling his father's actions over the years, Tang San could guess that the spirit hall was his enemy. Therefore, he had to stop old Jack from reporting this matter. Xiao San, hurry up. What are you doing? At this moment, a hint of purple appeared in Tang San's eyes as he murmured to old Jack. The Tang Sac's Xintian treasure record states, confirm that the opponent is an enemy. As long as they have a path to death, do not show mercy, or it will only add to your troubles. Tang San, what are you talking about? Suddenly, a dart flew from Tang San's hand, instantly leaving a bloody mark on old Jack's neck. Suddenly, old Jack fell to the ground. The new book, Douluo, Rebirth of the Great Villain, Revenge on Tang San also follows the route of tormenting Tang San. If you like it, you can go take a look. Chapter 7, Resurrection, the appearance of the second martial soul. When Tang San returned, he saw that Holy Soul Village was engulfed in flames. Amidst the firelight, Tang Hao stood at the village entrance, watching everything burn before him. At that moment, upon seeing Tang San, Tang Hao rushed to embrace him. Little San. Tang San looked at his father and immediately said, Grandpa Jack ran too fast, tripped on the way, and fell down the hillside. He died. Are you sure he is dead? Tang Hao asked Tang San. Tang San nodded and said, I'm sure, but father, after this you must tell me everything. Tell me why you're so strong and why you are hiding in this small village. Why was I born without a mother? Why do you hate the angel martial soul and the spirit hall so much? Tang San looked at Tang Hao, questioning him. Tang Hao looked at Tang San and then asked, You've already guessed. Haven to you? Little San, I've guessed some things. Tang San replied. Tang Hao nodded and continued. Little San, let us move to another village in the future, and I will tell you everything. Okay. Tang San nodded. The raging fire spread, and the entire village was engulfed in flames. That night, everyone in Holy Soul Village perished in the fire. In a vast forest, by the bank of a great river, a small, broken body was washed ashore. The body was severely damaged, with the angelic wings on its back broken, many feathers lost, and a large hole appeared in the chest area. It was covered in wounds, bloodied, and even bones were exposed. The owner of this broken body was Qian Yu. For anyone else, such a broken body would likely be beyond saving. However, at that moment, small green lights suddenly appeared on the broken body. The green light continuously emerged from Qian Yu's body, especially around the wounds. Suddenly, it was as if sprouting. Green leaves began to grow from Qian Yu's wounds. Those leaves gradually grew larger, eventually turning into a small tree that emitted a gentle green light, flourishing with leaves, slowly enveloping Qian Yu's body. Qian Yu's body was gradually wrapped in this green glow, and to everyone's surprise, his wounds began to heal slowly. Ultimately, the green glow transformed into a small flower that landed on Qian Yu's face. Qian Yu's skin began to grow back, and soon his skin was completely restored, even fairer than before. Moreover, Qian Yu's aura became stronger and stronger. Time passed, and Qian Yu's body was gradually healed by the green small tree. After healing, the green tree began to wither, eventually transforming into a seed that again sank into Qian Yu's dantian. After an unknown amount of time, Qian Yu's consciousness gradually awakened. Who am I? Where am I? His consciousness slowly came to. I remember, my name is Qian Yu. I crossed over to Douluo Continent, and then I was killed by Tang Hao. Am I in hell? Or was my crossing just a dream? No, that was a dream. That pain, I will never forget for the rest of my life. Tang Hao, for today's grudge, I will make you pay back 1,000-fold. Qian Yu screamed with all his might, and in an instant, his consciousness became clear, and he opened his eyes. However, what met his gaze was a pair of large purple eyes. It was a girl. Qian Yu immediately realized. Her eyes were large, with pupils like two clear purple crystals. Even from a distance, Qian Yu seemed to see his reflection in her pupils. Long eyelashes naturally curled upwards. Her exquisite and flawless face radiated a sense of ethereal beauty. Silver hair shone under the sunlight, reflecting naturally. Her fair and delicate face had a hint of blush, as if she had just woken up. A pair of purple eyes fixedly stared at Qian Yu, revealing care and concern. You're awake? Qian Yu opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his throat. Cough, cough. He began to cough violently, spitting out several clots of blood. Fear appeared on his face, for he remembered that he should have been dead. But now he was still alive. Did this girl save him? Great, you're finally awake. the little girl exclaimed joyfully. Qian Yu forced himself to sit up. He looked at the silver-haired girl and asked, "You saved me?" "Not really. I just passed by here, saw you lying here, and was very worried about you. So I waited for you to wake up," the little girl said immediately. Qian Yu then felt his body and discovered that all his wounds had disappeared. What's going on? Wasn't I dead? How come all my injuries are healed? How could this happen? Qian Yu felt very confused. At that moment, Qian Yu suddenly realized that he seemed to have another martial soul. He sensed the power of that martial soul and released it. Immediately, a seed sprouted on Qian Yu's right hand, growing into a vine-like plant. What kind of martial soul is this? Qian Yu was somewhat surprised. At this moment, the silver-haired girl beside him clapped her hands in amazement and said, "How amazing! Big Brother's hand can grow plants." Qian Yu looked at the vine on his right hand and murmured, "A vine martial soul. Could it be the sky blue vine?" However, Qian Yu vaguely felt that his survival seemed to be related to this martial soul. He then retracted the vine, and it transformed back into a seed. What's going on? Is it a seed martial soul? Qian Yu then released his martial soul again, and at that moment, his martial soul transformed into a small tree. A small tree grew on Qian Yu's right hand. "Big brother, you're so amazing. You can perform magic tricks." The little girl praised again. Qian Yu was also astonished. What was going on with his martial soul? At that moment, Qian Yu thought of blue silver grass, and instantly, the seed transformed into a blue silver grass. How could this happen? Qian Yu thought of another plant martial soul, 9-heart begonia. Instantly, the seed grew and transformed into a pure, white 9-heart begonia. At this moment, Qian Yu was even more shocked. Now, Qian Yu thought of an iron sword, but it only transformed into a wooden sword, not an iron sword. It seems I can only transform into wooden things, and cannot change their elemental properties. Qian Yu murmured, "Big Brother is so impressive. He can transform into so many things." The silver-haired girl immediately clapped her hands. At this moment, Qian Yu looked at the little girl and then asked, "By the way, I haven't asked you yet. What's your name?" The little girl looked at Qian Yu and smiled. "My name is Naer." Naer. Upon hearing this name, Qian Yu was shocked and looked at the girl's hair color. Could it be Nar? At this moment, Qian Yu thought of a possibility. Could it be that the girl in front of him is the legendary Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna? Gu Yuna was not a character that appeared in Douluo, but this character had always existed on the Douluo Continent. Back in the day, the dragon god was split in half by the Azura god with a single sword. One half remained in the divine realm, becoming the Golden Dragon King. The other half remained on the Douluo Continent to heal and became the Silver Dragon King. And this Gu Yuna is the legendary Silver Dragon King. Qian Yu remembered that when the Silver Dragon King awoke, the human emotional avatar that separated from her was Naer. Could it be that this Naer is the emotional identity of the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna? However, Qian Yu recalled that Gu Yuna was supposed to awaken during Do San, and now it was still the time of Do, which was a gap of over 20,000 years. How could the Silver Dragon King awaken? Could it be that Gu Yuna awakened early? Qian Yu looked at Naer, seeing her silver-white hair shimmering with points of light in the sunlight, beautiful and captivating, making one unable to help but be enchanted. Her pair of purple eyes looked at Qian Yu innocently, as if she were the most pure and kind-hearted person in the world. "Big Brother." Naer blinked her beautiful big eyes and said softly. Qian Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He looked at Naer and smiled. "Naer, where are you going?" At this moment, Gu Yuna looked at Qian Yu with her pure and adorable eyes and said slowly, I don't know where I'm going. I don't have a home, and I don't know who I am. I only remember that my name is Naer." Naer looked at Qian Yu and said slowly. Qian Yu looked at Naer and understood in his heart that what Naer said was true. She had lost her memory. And speaking of it, Naer's experience was quite similar to his own. Like Naer, Qian Yu had also lost his memory before the age of 6, and like Naer, he had no family in this world. Both were lonely individuals. Unexpectedly, two people with similar fates had met. Qian Yu looked at Naer and said, "Would you like to follow me? I don't have a home either, and if we are together, we can look out for each other." Naer looked at Qian Yu and asked, "Does Big Brother not have a home either?" Qian Yu nodded and said, "I originally had a village and some fellow villagers, but now I have nothing." Naer looked at Qian Yu and then nodded, "I want to follow Big Brother. Are you not afraid that I will deceive you?" Qian Yu smiled and asked Naer. She immediately replied, I won't. I can feel that big brother is not lying and is not deceiving Nar. Qian Yu extended his hand and said, "My name is Qian Yu." Nar looked at Qian Yu and asked, "Can I call you Brother Qian Yu?" "Of course." Qian Yu smiled. At that moment, Nar's stomach growled. Nar looked at Qian Yu with a slightly flushed face. "Are you hungry?" Qian Yu smiled and asked. Just as he was smiling, his own stomach also growled. Big brother is also hungry." Nar immediately replied. Qian Yu swept away the previous gloom and temporarily hid all his hatred behind him. He looked at Nar and said, "Let's go find something to eat." By the riverside, Qian Yu soon spotted a fish in the river, and with a thought, his seed martial soul activated instantly. He saw the seed grow into a long, sharp vine that swiftly pierced towards the fish. Pshh. In an instant, the fish was pierced and blood gushed out. Qian Yu retracted the vine and saw a fish fall into his hands. At this moment, Nar clapped her hands and said, "Brother Qian Yu is amazing. Brother Qian Yu, there's a rabbit over there." Nar suddenly pointed at a rabbit in the bushes and shouted. Qian Yu immediately saw a pink-white little rabbit in the bushes and released his seed martial soul again. Instantly, the sharp vine flew out once more. Phew! With a soft sound, the rabbit was immediately pierced and met its end. "Wow!" Nar exclaimed excitedly. Qian Yu looked at Nar and smiled slightly, then took out a dagger to start processing the game. Having lived 2 lives, he naturally knew how to cook fish and rabbit. Soon, he had cleaned the fish and rabbit. Then, they started a fire by the riverside and began to barbecue. Nar sat beside Qian Yu, quietly watching him, her clear and transparent eyes filled with softness, sweetness, and joy. After a while, Qian Yu handed Nar a piece of fish meat and smiled, "Try it." Nar didn't hesitate and opened her mouth to eat. As she took a bite, a rich aroma melted in her mouth. In an instant, Nar's eyes sparkled, and she exclaimed loudly, "Delicious. This is the best food I've ever eaten." Guyana was the silver dragon king, and dragons were carnivorous, so she naturally loved to eat meat. "Ha! I'm glad you like it. Eat more if you like." Qian Yu laughed. Nar nodded eagerly. She immediately started devouring the fish. "Be careful of the fish bones," Qian Yu reminded her. However, at that moment, Nar had already swallowed the whole fish and then spat out a few fish bones. Because she's a dragon, does she not fear fish bones? Qian Yu thought to himself. Soon, they finished the roasted fish. Although there were no seasonings, both of them were very hungry, so it tasted especially delicious. Then, the roasted rabbit was also ready. Nar looked at the roasted rabbit, drooling, and said, "The rabbit is so cute. It must be delicious." Of course, Qian Yu tore off a rabbit leg and handed it to Nar. Nar took the rabbit leg and started gnawing on it directly. Her speed was even faster than Qian Yu's, as if she couldn't stop at all. Seeing this, Qian Yu could only shake his head helplessly. Soon, he tore off another rabbit leg and handed it to Nar. However, at this moment, Nar looked up at Qian Yu and said, "Brother Qian Yu, I want to eat more." As she spoke, she licked her lips, her eyes filled with anticipation. Qian Yu smiled and tore off another rabbit leg, handing it to Nar. Just like that, Nar kept eating the rabbit that Qian Yu handed over. Gradually, Nar ate faster and faster. After a moment, Qian Yu tore off another rabbit leg and handed it to Nar. This time, Nar did not immediately take it. Instead, she looked at Qian Yu. Qian Yu smiled slightly and said, "Let me help you tear it off first so you don't choke." "Thank you, Brother Qian Yu." Nar exclaimed happily, then took the rabbit that Qian Yu handed over. "It's so delicious, Brother Qian Yu. Thank you. This is the best food I've ever eaten." Nar said joyfully. Qian Yu looked at Nar and smiled gently. At this moment, many soul beasts were attracted by the rich aroma and gradually approached. Chapter 9. The King of the Forest. Nar Pressure. Unbeknownst to them, Qian Yu and Nar had already been surrounded by those soul beasts. At this moment, Nar was still eating, completely unaware of her surroundings. Qian Yu frowned slightly. Those soul beasts were all 100 and 1,000-year-old soul beasts. The soul beasts stared at Qian Yu and Nar, their eyes filled with an insatiable hunger as if they had not eaten for days. Qian Yu glanced at the soul beasts. There were more than 50 of them. Their eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty glint. Roar! A massive soul beast let out a furious roar and charged towards Qian Yu first. The other soul beasts followed suit. And in the blink of an eye, They were right in front of Qian Yu, just a few meters away. Nair, be careful. Qian Yu immediately shielded Nair. Then, in his right hand, the seed spirit soul suddenly grew. The seed spirit soul transformed into sharp vines, stabbing towards those soul beasts. 200-year-old wild wolves were instantly pierced by Qian Yu's vines. However, the soul beasts continued to rush forward one by one. Qian Yu released the seed spirit soul again. At this moment, countless vines suddenly appeared out of thin air on Qian Yu's right hand, sweeping out like sharp swords in all directions. One by one, soul beasts were pierced by Qian Yu's sharp vines, and in an instant, at least a dozen soul beasts died. Yet, the remaining soul beasts continued to surge towards Qian Yu and Nair, seemingly determined to target them. Meanwhile, in the distance, the massive soul beast lunged straight at Qian Yu. Instantly, the bull-like soul beast slammed into Qian Yu's abdomen. Qian Yu was immediately sent flying. The soul beasts rushed forward, eager to devour Qian Yu and Nair. At this moment, just as Qian Yu was about to use his second spirit soul, the angel spirit, Nair, shouted urgently, "Don't." Immediately, Nair's voice spread out like waves of terrifying energy. In an instant, the soul beasts that were about to charge at Qian Yu and Nair became blank, standing frozen in place as they forgot to attack. At this moment, it seemed as though those soul beasts felt an overwhelming pressure of terror. One by one, the soul beasts trembled uncontrollably, and several timid ones were so frightened that they lay flat on the ground, shivering. Countless soul beasts, at that moment, seemed to sense the aura of a king, and then they crawled and knelt down. A strong soul pressure suddenly spread out. Hiss! The low-level soul beasts around them all lay flat on the ground, trembling. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. Qian Yu looked at this scene in astonishment, feeling even more convinced. Nair was indeed the absolute king of the forest, a manifestation of the silver dragon king Guyuna. Otherwise, how could these soul beasts be so afraid of her? Brother Qian Yu, are you okay? Nair rushed to Qian Yu's side, helping him up with a worried expression. Qian Yu smiled gently and said, "I'm fine, don't worry." At this moment, the pressure finally subsided, and the soul beasts hurriedly fled. As Qian Yu stood up, Nair turned to look around and exclaimed, "Oh, where did those soul beasts go?" Qian Yu looked at Nair and smiled. "Haven't they already been scared away by you? It seems Nair doesn't even know her own identity." Qian Yu chuckled and said, "They ran away. All right, it's not safe to stay here for long. Let us leave." Qian Yu said. Nair nodded, took Qian Yu's hand, and followed him forward. Holy Soul Village. A golden-haired man arrived here. However, the current Holy Soul Village was already a wasteland. The man wore a golden robe, and his golden hair fluttered in the wind. His face wore an expression of indifference and arrogance. The area was a ruin, filled with debris, having just experienced a devastating fire. The bloodline aura seems to come from this village. But this village has been burned to ruins. What a coincidence. The golden-haired man murmured. The golden-haired man was none other than Qian Douluo. When Qian Douluo sensed the bloodline aura, he flew towards its direction. However, upon arriving here, he found only ruins. Then, Qian Douluo examined the area, but found no other useful auras, so he went to another village. He asked someone, and a villager from a nearby village told Qian Douluo that they also did not know what had happened. They only knew that Holy Soul Village had caught fire, and everyone in the village had perished. Not a single one survived. Upon hearing this news, Qian Douluo was somewhat surprised. How could this be? He then continued searching in another direction. Just then, he suddenly sensed some bloody aura in the mountains. Under a tree, he discovered a corpse. The corpse was that of Su Yuntao. Qian Douluo looked at Su Yuntao's body, but it was so mangled that it was unrecognizable. It seems this was not just a simple fire. The moment the bloodline appeared, such a tragedy occurred here. It seems something is being hidden, no matter what. The owner of that bloodline power must not be dead, Qian Douluo murmured. Saying this, he flew out again. Qian Yu continued to walk forward with Nair. They crossed a forest, and, at that moment, the ground suddenly shook. Qian Yu was startled and quickly took Nair to hide. At this time, the two of them parted the grass and saw ahead of them. Two soul beasts were fighting to the death. One was a huge dark brown python, and the other was a gigantic eagle. The dark brown python had flame-shaped patterns on its body, looking extraordinarily eerie. Surprisingly, the dark brown python also had a pair of fleshy wings behind it and moved very quickly, disappearing in a flash. However, the giant eagle was even more ferocious. With its massive wings blocking out the sun, every flap sent countless stones flying, and some large trees even collapsed. The destructive power caused by the battle between these two soul beasts was terrifying. What a terrifying battle. Let us take a detour, Qian Yu said, pulling Nar, preparing to leave. Although with Nar, Qian Yu didn't have to worry too much about being attacked by soul beasts. Who could say if Nar could always repel those soul beasts? At this moment, Nar held Qian Yu's hand and suddenly said, "Brother Qian Yu, I'm so sleepy." As she spoke, her eyelids drooped as if they were in a fight, slowly closing, and then she fell into Qian Yu's embrace. "Nar, wake up." Qian Yu held Nar's delicate body, urgently calling out. However, no matter how long Qian Yu called, Nar remained tightly closed-eyed, showing no response. Qian Yu looked at Nar anxiously, and finally, gritting his teeth, he picked up Nar. He prepared to leave quietly. But just then, the giant eagle suddenly unleashed a terrifying pressure, slamming its wings down onto the giant snake. The giant snake was instantly struck hard, falling towards Qian Yu's direction. Boom! With a loud crash, the massive python collapsed right in front of Qian Yu. Chapter 10. Absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring and external soul bone. Qian Yu was instantly shocked, carrying Nar on his back and running away. Although Qian Yu was a traveler with 2 strong martial souls, he was not even considered a soul master at the moment. These 2 soul beasts were clearly more ferocious than 1,000-year soul beasts, and even reached the level of 10,000 years. Such soul beasts could easily crush Qian Yu. If he didn't run, would he be eaten here? At that moment, the enormous eagle flapped its wings, and in an instant, an endless gale swept out. The entire sky was filled with violent winds. Qian Yu felt dizzy, his steps unsteady, almost falling to the ground. The gale was truly terrifying. However, the giant eagle seemed not to target him at all. It paid no attention to him and instantly swooped down to grab the gigantic python in front of Qian Yu, seizing it in an instant. Seeing this scene, Qian Yu let out a sigh of relief. The eagle lifted the giant python and suddenly smashed it down from the sky. Boom! Accompanied by a loud crashing sound, the ground trembled. Hiss! At the same time, the giant python let out a pained cry. Qian Yu looked closely and saw that the massive python was slammed hard against the ground by the eagle. The python's tail was torn off by the eagle. The giant python struggled frantically, its massive wings flapping. However, all of this was in vain because it was severely injured and was no match for the eagle. In the end, the eagle tore off the giant python's enormous tail and flew away with it. At this moment, only a dying giant python lay in front of Qian Yu and the others. Qian Yu looked at the giant python before him and couldn't help but swallow hard. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would dare believe that such a huge python could have its tail severed in just a few minutes? Qian Yu observed the giant python, which still had a breath left but was nearing death. At that moment, Qian Yu's seed martial soul seemed to become excited. His right hand, as if out of control, instantly condensed into a huge vine. The sharp vine suddenly stabbed down towards the dying giant python. The vine instantly entered the giant python's mind. In an instant, the giant python was killed by Qian Yu. Qian Yu was somewhat surprised. Why was his seed martial soul uncontrollable? It actually hunted soul beasts by itself. Soon, the giant python was dead, and a black soul ring slowly began to condense. Qian Yu was extremely shocked. This python was actually a 10,000-year soul beast. At that moment, he suddenly thought of the purpose of this seed martial soul and looked at his right hand, saying, "You can't be wanting to absorb this 10,000-year soul ring, right?" At that moment, he saw a leaf from the vine on his hand nodding in front of him. The first soul ring is 10,000 years. Won't it explode me? Qian Yu had seen the settings in his previous life. He knew that the absorption limit for the first soul ring was under 432 years. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring for the first soul ring? Who could withstand that? However, the seed martial soul did not care. Qian Yu's body functions were directly mobilized. The 10,000-year soul ring floated towards Qian Yu. The soul ring came before Qian Yu and began to continuously merge into his body. At this moment, Qian Yu felt an immense pain throughout his body, as if being bitten by thousands of ants, excruciatingly painful. So painful, Qian Yu shouted. Then he saw his skin starting to crack. The bones throughout his body began to crackle. Snap, crackle. At the same time, the tendons all over his body began to rupture. Damn, do you really want to burst me? At this rate, I'll die. Just then, the seed martial soul sprouted again, forming a small tree. The cracked areas of Qian Yu's body, where blood was oozing out, began to sprout. One by one, saplings grew out from Qian Yu's wounds. At this moment, how should Qian Yu be described? He looked like a tree man. However, strangely, the little trees began to emit a shimmering green light, and that green light continuously healed Qian Yu's body. Gradually, Qian Yu's complexion became rosy, and the originally cracked skin began to repair itself. Not only that, but Qian Yu's bones and flesh were constantly growing, ultimately merging perfectly with him. In no time, Qian Yu returned to his original state. His skin, flesh, and bones were now crystal clear, as if even his cells had become purer. At this moment, Qian Yu seemed to understand why he was able to survive after being heavily injured by Tang Hao. He examined his seed martial soul. This martial soul could grow into various plants. Moreover, it had an incredible function, healing. It seemed that when he was on the verge of death, it was this seed martial soul that healed his injuries, bringing him back to life. But what an incredible martial soul this was. This seed martial soul could also transform into vines for attack, which was 100 times stronger than the specialized healing Jiuxin Haidang. The angel martial soul and this unknown seed martial soul were both incredibly extraordinary existences. So, where did his bloodline come from? Twin martial souls indicated that he had innate full soul power, allowing Qian Yu to absorb soul rings now. The angel martial soul was inherited from the Spirit Hall. But what about this seed martial soul? Healing and life-related? Was he a descendant of the goddess of life? Then what was his identity? The descendant of the Qian family, combined with the offspring of the goddess of life? In the original work, Qian Yu had never heard of anyone in the Qian family other than Qian Douluo and Qian Sundi. He had also never heard of any descendants of the goddess of life in the Douluo Continent. Qian Yu felt a headache. Why had his memories before the age of 6 disappeared? Unable to understand, Qian Yu decided to stop thinking about it. He focused on absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring. With the healing of the life tree, Qian Yu no longer needed to worry about his body being unable to withstand the 10,000-year soul ring. Perhaps in the future, he would no longer need to abide by the soul ring limits, and absorbing higher-level soul rings would be even better. Although the absorption process was still very painful, Qian Yu could endure any kind of pain. As long as he wouldn't die, what difference did it make if it hurt a little? Qian Yu wanted to become stronger, to be several times stronger than Tang Hao. After all, he still needed to seek revenge on Tang Hao. Qian Yu gritted his teeth and absorbed the 10,000-year soul ring. Instantly, he felt his whole body filled with explosive power. However, at that moment, Qian Yu felt some pain in his hand, and then he saw the palm of his hand suddenly tear open. A bone spur instantly grew out from the palm of Qian Yu's hand. The bone spur was extremely sharp and pointed, with a color identical to that of the giant python, radiating a dazzling light in the sunlight. Qian Yu was somewhat shocked and thought for a moment. A term gradually surfaced in his mind: external soul bone. Chapter 11. Cold-blooded killing. Qian Yu was extremely surprised. He never expected that by picking up a random item, he would find this rare external soul bone among millions. At this moment, Qian Yu extended his hand. The seed spirit suddenly sprouted, gathering into massive vines. At the sharp tip of these vines, the external soul bone instantly attached itself. The vines surged towards a giant rock. Boom! With a loud crash, the massive rock, which was over 10 meters in diameter, shattered in an instant. This scene completely stunned Qian Yu. Originally, even after his seed spirit had become sharp, it would have been impossible to break this giant rock. However, with the external soul bone, everything changed. This external soul bone could attach to the surface of the spirit, acting like an arrowhead that wrapped around the fragile plant tip. This way, even the delicate plant became incredibly sharp and lethal. Now, Qian Yu's seed spirit had strong offensive capabilities, even against opponents with formidable defenses. At this moment, A massive black soul ring emerged around Qian Yu. The first soul ring was black, and he had successfully absorbed it, which was an enormous surprise for him. Qian Yu retracted his spirit and external soul bone, and he looked even more robust than before. Looking into the distance, Qian Yu murmured, "Tang Hao, I'm getting stronger. I will definitely become more powerful and kill you myself." As he spoke, a look of hatred flashed in his eyes. Qian Yu approached Nar, who was still sleeping. He picked her up, and at that moment, Nar turned over and suddenly grabbed Qian Yu's hand. In her sleep, she began to suck on Qian Yu's fingers. Qian Yu was stunned. Could it be that she is the legendary lewd Silver Dragon King? But she's still so small. At this time, Qian Yu's seed spirit sprouted again, forming a small sapling in his hand. The sapling began to emit a brilliant green light, continuously flowing into Nar's body. Only then did Qian Yu realize that the little girl was replenishing her soul power. It seemed she had woken up too early, and her body's functions were not yet perfectly operational, so she needed to restore her soul power. Qian Yu never expected that his seed spirit could have such uses. It could replenish soul power, heal injuries, and even be used for attacks. This was 100 times stronger than Tang San's blue-silver emperor. Tang San's blue-silver grass was powerful only because it was the blue-silver emperor. How strong would his seed spirit be? Qian Yu didn't ponder too much. He quietly waited for Nar to absorb the soul power from the sapling. Soon after, Nar slowly opened her eyes. She looked at Qian Yu and immediately smiled. "Brother Qian Yu, I'm sorry, I accidentally fell asleep." Qian Yu looked at the adorable Nar and affectionately patted her head, although his heart was filled with hatred. In front of this lovely Nar, he would not be consumed by it. Thus, Qian Yu took Nar by the hand, and they walked in a single direction. They didn't know how long they walked, but they finally arrived at a small town. The town was bustling with people and looked quite luxurious, exuding an air of antiquity and elegance. Shops lined both sides of the streets, and the entire town was filled with the sounds of vendors calling out. Qian Yu led Nar into the town, not knowing where they were. Nar was a bit shy and hid behind Qian Yu as they entered. By now, both of them had been walking in the forest for a long time, covered in dirt and ragged clothes. If anyone saw Qian Yu and Nar, they would surely think they were beggars. The two strolled along the street, with Nar clutching Qian Yu's clothing, appearing very obedient. They arrived in front of a bun shop. At this moment, Nar stopped, swallowing her saliva. Qian Yu approached the shop and said, "Boss, can I exchange this for a bun?" Saying this, Qian Yu took out a giant python's tooth from his pocket. After killing the giant python, he had pulled out 2 of its teeth. He had no money, so he could only barter. The shop owner looked at the exquisite tooth in Qian Yu's hand, then at the ragged Qian Yu and Nar, feeling pity for them. He nodded and said, "All right." He handed a bun to Qian Yu and Nar. Qian Yu and Nar sat down against a wall, and Qian Yu handed the bun to Nar, saying, "Eat it while it's hot." "And you, brother Qian Yu?" Nar asked, looking at him. "I'm not hungry. You eat quickly." Qian Yu replied, gently with a smile. At this moment, Nar broke the bun in half and handed one half to Qian Yu. Seeing her gesture, Qian Yu smiled warmly and took the bun. At that moment, he truly felt warmth. After crossing into this world and knowing no one, he had just started to get familiar with the villagers in Holy Soul Village when he was forced to jump off a cliff by Tang Hao. Now, being with Nar gave him a feeling of home. The two sat by the wall, eating their buns. Meanwhile, several gazes from the street fell upon Qian Yu and Nar. Those 2 kids could probably sell for a lot of money. A man leered at Qian Yu and Nar, whispering. His voice wasn't loud, but it was heard by a few people nearby. "Looks like I'm going to make a fortune today." One man licked his lips and grinned wickedly. Soon after, 3 men walked towards Qian Yu and Nar. Suddenly, without warning, one man dashed out, grabbed Nar, and immediately fled. Qian Yu reacted quickly and was about to strike, but it was already too late. The man holding Nar was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had already run several meters away. Qian Yu's expression instantly darkened. The other 2 men targeted Qian Yu and lunged at him. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. If it had been before, Qian Yu might have hesitated and thought before acting. But now, Qian Yu was no longer the same. After experiencing the pursuit by Tang Hao, he had become more composed. With a cold gaze, Qian Yu quickly assessed the positions of the 3 men. He extended his right hand, and in an instant, 4 vines shot out. The 3 vines pierced through the hearts of the 3 men with pinpoint accuracy. Everything happened within a second. The 3 men didn't even have time to scream before they were dead. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of 3 bodies hitting the ground echoed as the 3 men fell lifelessly. 1 vine gently coiled around Nar, pulling her back. In the past, Qian Yu might have had some reservations about killing, but now he didn't care about that. Ever since he returned from the brink of death, Qian Yu had made up his mind. Anyone who provoked him would pay the price. He had killed. Immediately, someone in the alley saw Qian Yu strike and shouted. Many people rushed over to watch, witnessing a child instantly kill 3 human traffickers. At that moment, a blond man in a tavern across the street also saw this scene. The angelic bloodline, I've finally found you. The man smiled slightly, then stood up and walked out of the tavern. Chapter 12. My grandson has the potential to become a god. At this moment, many guards came in response, surrounding the area. This is a city of the kingdom, so killing indiscriminately here is against the law. Therefore, with 3 people killed here, the guards naturally had to come to investigate. Qian Yu looked at the guards and quickly shielded Nar behind him, then said, I killed them. Let me go. Whoever dares to stop me will die. The strongest among the guard were only soul masters at around level 10, so Qian Yu was completely confident that he could kill them with a single strike. At this moment, a sudden flash of golden light appeared in the crowd, and a terrifying pressure spread out. With a loud bang, everyone present was blown away. Everyone was blinded by the golden light, one by one falling to the ground. When the golden light dissipated, Qian Yu and Nar had vanished from the spot along with it. Outside the city, a blond man flew out with Qian Yu and Nar. He placed both on the ground and stood in front of them. The man wore a golden robe, and his long golden hair flowed in the wind. His eyes were a pale blue, shimmering with an eerie light, as if he could see through everything. He exuded a sharp aura, like a sword radiating its edge. There was an imperial aura vaguely emanating from his body. From Qian Yu's judgment, this man was definitely someone with immense power. The man looked at Qian Yu and said, Kid, you were hard to find. I searched several cities along the way before I found you. Upon hearing this, Qian Yu was shocked and asked, Why are you looking for me? You possess an angel spirit, which is the bloodline of my Qian family. Naturally, I had to come find you. The man smiled gently, looking at Qian Yu with concern. Qian family? At this moment, Qian Yu was startled. Could it be that this man is Qian Douluo, the strongest of the spirit hall? Qian Douluo is so young. Previously, Qian Yu thought Qian Douluo was an old man. But then again, in the world of Douluo Continent, someone as powerful as Qian Douluo could definitely maintain their youth. Then, the man looked at Qian Yu and asked, But where do you come from? My Qian family has only one daughter in direct descent. Could it be that you are the illegitimate son of Sunji? Hearing this, Qian Yu became even more certain that this man was Qian Douluo. He looked at Qian Douluo and said, I lost all my memories before the age of 6, and I don't know who my parents are. Oh, Qian Douluo looked at Qian Yu with some surprise. After thinking for a moment, he said, No matter what, come back with me to the Spear Hall. Even if you are Sun Ji's illegitimate son, you are still my Qian family's blood. At this moment, Qian Yu looked at Qian Douluo and asked, What about Nar? Then, Qian Douluo's gaze fell on Nar. At that moment, Qian Douluo was shocked. He looked at the little girl and found that he could not see through her. How could this be? Qian Douluo looked at Qian Yu and asked, Who is she? I am Nair. Nar hid behind Qian Yu and answered obediently. Nair. Qian Douluo looked at Qian Yu. Then a terrifying pressure instantly surged towards Qian Yu and Nar. He wanted to test Nar's true identity. At that moment, Qian Yu immediately stood in front of Nar, and then Qian Yu's martial soul was instantly released. Countless vines surged out from Qian Yu's right hand, attacking Qian Douluo. However, even with the external spirit bone attached, the vines had no effect on Qian Douluo. Vines? Could it be the sky blue vine martial soul? A twin martial soul? Qian Douluo looked at Qian Yu with some surprise. Immediately, he became even more fond of Qian Yu. He didn't expect it to be a twin martial soul, along with an external spirit bone. My Qian family can have another genius. Ha ha! Qian Douluo laughed and continued to increase the pressure. At this moment, Qian Yu's soul rings also appeared. A black soul ring appeared around Qian Yu. This is a 10,000-year soul ring? The first soul ring is a 10,000-year one? How is that possible? Qian Douluo was extremely shocked and could hardly believe it. No wonder you could kill those guards with a single strike. I didn't expect your first soul ring to be 10,000 years. You really are a genius, Qian Douluo said happily. Although Qian Douluo was shocked, he had seen many things. In this vast world, anything can happen. This 10,000-year soul ring perfectly proves Qian Yu's extraordinary talent. At this moment, Qian Douluo became even more interested in Qian Yu. He wanted to see what else Qian Yu possessed. Then, Qian Douluo once again increased the pressure. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed as the ground beneath Qian Yu's feet shattered. Qian Yu immediately let out a roar. In an instant, a golden light erupted from Qian Yu's body, and the terrifying pressure instantly neutralized Qian Douluo's pressure. Golden wings unfolded from Qian Yu's back. The golden wings spread open like an angel. They were dazzling and magnificent, like a piece of art. Suddenly, a terrifying bloodline power radiated from Qian Yu's body. Qian Douluo looked at Qian Yu in shock. The moment Qian Yu released his angel martial soul, he felt an impulse to kneel in submission. The powerful bloodline force from Qian Yu suppressed his own bloodline power. A hint of fear even appeared in Qian Douluo's astonished gaze. How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful bloodline suppression? This means that his bloodline is purer than mine. At this moment, Qian Douluo was astonished to find that the wings behind Qian Yu were not pure golden like his. The roots of Qian Yu's wings were actually emanating a trace of black mist. Moreover, the root area of the wings had also turned black. What is going on? Has it mutated? However, it could be confirmed that his bloodline is indeed from my Qian family. But a twin martial soul, a bloodline close to the ancestors, and a mutated angel martial soul. Who exactly is he? Could he really be Sun Ji's illegitimate son? Countless questions emerged in Qian Douluo's mind. However, one thing was certain. No matter who this child is, he possesses a purer angel bloodline than himself. Therefore, he is a member of the Qian family. With such extraordinary talents, he is the future of the Qian family and the future of the Spirit Hall. Thinking of this, Qian Douluo began to laugh heartily. Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. From today on, you are my grandson, Qian Douluo. My grandson's talent is rare in the world, unmatched under heaven, destined to become a god. Chapter 13. Hatred. At this moment, Qian Douluo also withdrew his pressure. Qian Douluo laughed heartily. Huh, kid, you're not bad. From today onwards, I am your grandfather. Qian Yu looked at Qian Douluo, knowing very well that seeking revenge by going to the Spirit Hall was definitely the best choice. The Spirit Hall is the richest in both resources and strong fighters in this world. Therefore, go to the Spirit Hall was Qian Yu's final choice. I want to go to the Spirit Hall with Nar. Qian Yu said to Nar. Okay. Qian Douluo agreed with a smile on his face. You must ensure that no one can harm Nar. Qian Yu continued. Okay. Qian Douluo agreed again. Although he couldn't see through the little girl, what did it matter? As long as Qian Yu could return with him, what condition could he not agree to? Then, Qian Yu looked at Qian Douluo and said, I want to go back to Holy Soul Village. What do you want to do there? Holy Soul Village has long become a ruin. Qian Douluo looked at Qian Yu and said, What? Qian Yu was taken aback. I once went to Holy Soul Village to find you, but unfortunately, Holy Soul Village has been burned to the ground. What on earth happened? Qian Douluo asked Qian Yu. It was Tang Hao, Qian Yu replied. Tang Hao? Qian Douluo was shocked, then looked at Qian Yu and asked, Are you talking about that Tang Hao from the Haotian school? Qian Yu answered, That's right. I heard him claim to be the Haotian Da, a title Da. During the spirit awakening ceremony in Holy Soul Village, I awakened the angel spirit, and then he started hunting me down. I escaped all the way and eventually fell off a cliff to survive. Qian Yu continued. So was that kid Tang Hao? I didn't expect him to have been hiding in Holy Soul Village all these years. Qian Douluo's gaze turned icy, and his aura became sharp. Damn Tang Hao. He killed my son back then, and now he wants to kill my grandson. Does he really think the Spirit Hall is easy to bully? Qian Douluo said coldly. Qian Yu looked at Qian Douluo and said, I didn't expect that he not only wanted to hunt me down, but he also wouldn't spare the Holy Soul Village where he lived for so many years. It seems that the fire in Holy Soul Village was not a simple accident. It was likely that Tang Hao killed people to silence them to avoid being pursued by us from the Spirit Hall. Qian Douluo continued to analyze. I want to go back to Holy Soul Village and take a look. Qian Yu continued. Holy Soul Village had his childhood playmates, including Grandpa Jack, who picked him up and raised him for a long time, and uncles and aunts who always took care of him. In the original story, although Tang Hao was a coward, he was always a positive character. However, Qian Yu did not expect Tang Hao to be so ruthless as to do such things. The village where he lived for several years, where he knew people who had once helped Tang Hao. Even though Tang Hao was an outsider, Grandpa Jack accepted him and let him stay in Holy Soul Village, taking good care of Tang San. How would he bear to kill them? All right, I'll take you there. Immediately, Douluo took Qian Yu and Naher to Holy Soul Village. At this moment, they saw that Holy Soul Village was in ruins, with remnants of walls everywhere, filled with a sense of deathly silence. In the village, there were dried corpses scattered everywhere. Corpses appeared before everyone, everywhere. The entire area seemed to have become a hell of slaughter. The wooden houses had also been reduced to ashes. Qian Yu stood there, dazed for a long time. Douluo was also silent. At this moment, Qian Yu saw the corpse of an aunt who had once cooked for him. He also saw the bodies of his childhood friends, who were just 5 or 6 years old, now turned to ashes in that great fire. There was even a newborn baby in a swaddle. Everything had turned to ashes. How much hatred could one have to do this? Qian Yu's gaze was somber as he looked at the tragic scenes before him. He quietly watched everything, not saying a word. Qian Yu did not cry. His face was extremely grim. Tang Hao, Tang Hao, Tang Hao. Qian Yu's heart was constantly screaming. Hatred was spreading, suffocating him. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: to kill for revenge, to tear Tang Hao's body apart. Douluo stood beside Qian Yu. He didn't know what to say, just watching the scenes unfold, feeling waves of sorrow deep inside. This place had once given him joy, but now it had turned into scorched earth. In the future, I will definitely take revenge, and I will tear you to pieces, Qian Yu said coldly. Endless hatred was revealed in his eyes. At this moment, a warm little hand held Qian Yu's hand. Qian Yu was startled and saw that Naher had come to his side. Brother Qian Yu. Naher whispered softly. Qian Yu instantly hugged Naher tightly. After a long time, Qian Yu released Naher, and his mood recovered a bit. Just then, Douluo suddenly spoke. Don't worry, I will help you take revenge. At this moment, Qian Yu shook his head and said, No, I will take revenge myself. I want to personally kill Tang Hao and behead him to honor everyone from Holy Soul Village. Douluo looked at Qian Yu and said, Do you really want to take revenge yourself? Yes, Qian Yu said firmly. But Tang Hao is a titled Douluo. So what? Qian Yu said angrily. You are indeed my grandson, Douluo. Although Xuanji's death is also related to him, I really want to kill him. But if you are truly Xuanji's child, it should be your responsibility to take revenge. Douluo looked at Qian Yu and spoke. Douluo still regarded Qian Yu as the illegitimate son of Xuanji. Otherwise, Qian Yu's existence would not make sense. It was Tang Hao who injured Xuanji, causing Qian Xunyi to die. Therefore, Tang Hao bore not only the grudge of killing these villagers, but also the grudge of Xuanji. If Qian Yu was indeed Xuanji's son, then it was right for the son to take revenge for his father. All right, I promise you. I will use all the resources of the Spirit Hall to make you the strongest titled Douluo on the continent. Whether it is Xuanji's grudge or the grudge of Holy Soul Village, it will all be avenged by you. Douluo continued. Qian Yu nodded firmly, looking at the tragic scene before him. Qian Yu stood up, looking resolutely at the ruins, and said, Rest in peace. Your grievances, I will remember. I will definitely help you take revenge. Afterwards, Douluo took Qian Yu to find the corpse of Su Yuntao. Qian Yu buried Su Yuntao's body. The world mocks you as the blind Douluo, but unexpectedly, you died here. Don't worry, I will help you take revenge. After Qian Yu finished speaking, he took Naher and followed Douluo, leaving Holy Soul Village. Chapter 14. Seed Martial Soul, All Things in Nature. In the Spirit Hall, in a courtyard, Qian Yu was exercising with his upper body bare. His muscles were well-defined and powerful. Although he was just a 6-year-old child, he appeared very strong. He was drenched in sweat. His face flushed, but he did not stop, continuing the same exercise until he had exhausted all the energy he could use. With a thud, he fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Yet his eyes remained sharp. Even while resting, he did not forget to train and meditate. His goal was Tang Hao. Tang Hao was no ordinary opponent. Among the fighters, he ranked quite high in combat strength. Therefore, Qian Yu had to put in 10,000 times the effort to defeat Tang Hao as soon as possible. Brother Qian Yu, take a break. Beside him, little Nar had already brought hot water and a towel. She walked over and gently helped Qian Yu wipe his hair, her eyes filled with concern. Since Qian Yu arrived at the spirit hall, Nar had been completely devoted to him, caring for him in every way. Qian Yu did not refuse her kindness and took the towel she offered. The warm, jade-like touch spread through his heart, bringing comfort. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, he stood up and said, "Nar, you can go do something else. I'll rest later." Nar shook her head and said, "How can I bear to leave if Brother Qian Yu doesn't take a break? You work so hard every day. I'll accompany you in practice." Qian Yu smiled and patted Nar's little head, saying, "All right." Then, he resumed his training. At that moment, Qian Douluo entered the courtyard. "Xiao Yu, you're still training." Qian Douluo looked at Qian Yu and spoke. Qian Yu looked at Qian Douluo and called out, "Grandpa." Qian Douluo smiled and nodded, looking at Qian Yu kindly. "Are you getting used to living here?" Qian Yu nodded. "I'm used to it. I arranged for several servants to take care of you here. Why did you send them all away?" Qian Douluo then asked. Qian Yu looked at Qian Douluo and replied, "I like it quiet, and I can take care of myself." Qian Douluo looked at Qian Yu and couldn't help but praise him, nodding approvingly. "Grandpa, did you call me for something?" Qian Yu suddenly asked. Hearing this, Qian Douluo nodded slightly. "Indeed, there is something I want to discuss with you." "Please go ahead, Grandpa," Qian Yu replied earnestly. "Starting tomorrow, I will personally teach you, and I will also enroll you in the Spirit Hall Academy system for study. I know you want to become stronger and seek revenge, but haste makes waste. Everything must come slowly." After hearing Qian Douluo's words, Qian Yu's expression became serious, and he nodded solemnly. "By the way, let me see your other martial soul," Qian Douluo continued. Immediately, Qian Yu released his seed martial soul. In an instant, the seed sprouted and grew into a vine. On the vine, there was also an external spirit bone, exhibiting overwhelming lethality. "I heard you say that your plant martial soul can also be used for healing?" Qian Douluo asked Qian Yu. Qian Yu nodded, and then his seed martial soul changed again, transforming into a small green sapling. This sapling had broad leaves, abundant branches, and vibrant vitality, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, making one feel very comfortable. How could there be such a miraculous martial soul? At first, I thought your martial soul was a sky blue vine, but it seems that it is clearly not. Qian Douluo continued. "Grandpa, have you ever seen this type of martial soul?" Qian Yu asked Qian Douluo. Qian Douluo shook his head. "Never seen it. In the past 2 days, I entered the Spirit Hall's library and found no records about this type of martial soul. Does your martial soul change into any plant?" Qian Douluo continued to ask. Qian Yu nodded and then concentrated. In an instant, Qian Yu's martial soul transformed again, this time into an orchid. Qian Douluo's eyes sparkled with golden light. He then said, "All things in nature, ever-changing. This is the first time I've seen such a martial soul." This made Qian Douluo even more suspicious of Qian Yu's identity. If such a martial soul did not exist in the world, then the place where this martial soul exists must be. Qian Douluo then looked up at the sky. He looked at Qian Yu and continued, "Since your martial soul is of the plant type, just cultivate it as a plant type. What is the name of your first soul skill?" Qian Yu shook his head. "I haven't thought of a name yet." Then Qian Douluo said, "Your martial soul is ever-changing. Why not call your first soul skill All Things in Nature?" All Things in Nature? Qian Yu remembered that Tang San had a skill called All Things in Nature in his blue-silver domain. However, that All Things in Nature was just a name, and its ability was to absorb others' soul power and life force for his own use. The name sounded nice, but it had nothing to do with all things in nature. Unlike Qian Yu's martial soul, which could transform into any plant and possess the effects of that plant, such a soul skill called All Things in Nature would be completely appropriate. Qian Yu nodded. "All right, let's call it All Things in Nature." Qian Douluo said, "For your second soul ring, you can absorb some seed-expanding soul rings. In that case, perhaps you can let your seeds parasitize in other places." Qian Yu's seed martial soul indeed resembled Tang San's blue silver grass in its early stages. However, His seed martial soul was much stronger than the blue silver grass. Nevertheless, the early development route could follow that of Tang San's blue silver grass martial soul. Qian Yu looked at Qian Douluo, who was indeed one of the strongest individuals on the continent and a major offering of the Spirit Hall. His understanding of martial souls was also very profound. Qian Yu nodded. Then, Qian Yu looked at Qian Douluo and asked, "Grandpa, what about my angel martial soul?" Qian Douluo replied, "Your angel martial soul can be used, but for now, don't add any soul rings. Although you have this seed martial soul to assist you, allowing you to absorb higher-level soul rings, it will be better to wait until your strength increases before adding them. Even if all the soul rings are from 10,000 years, it is not impossible." Qian Yu had previously shared his experience of absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring with Qian Douluo. Although Qian Douluo was surprised, it made sense because Qian Yu had that miraculous seed martial soul. Qian Yu nodded. "Grandpa, does that mean my soul ring absorption can all start from 10,000 years?" Qian Douluo nodded. "If it were someone else, I would naturally oppose it because no one can withstand a 10,000-year second soul ring. But you are different. As long as you can bear it, you should absorb higher-age soul rings. After all, the higher the soul ring's age, the stronger your power will be." Chapter 15. The God of Angels. After hearing this, Qian Yu nodded slightly. Qian Yu felt that he possessed terrifying healing abilities, even absorbing soul beasts of tens of thousands of years. He could endure it. Then, Qian Yu looked at Qian Douluo and asked, "Grandpa, can you tell if my first soul ring is tens of thousands of years old?" Qian Douluo looked at Qian Yu's first black soul ring and replied, "You are very lucky. It should be around 15,000 years." "Yes," Qian Yu said with a joyful expression, because his first soul ring was indeed 15,000 years. A first soul ring over 10,000 years old has probably never appeared in this era. Qian Yu then asked Qian Douluo, "By the way, Grandpa, where did our Qian family and the Spirit Hall come from?" Qian Yu was still unclear about his own origins. His seed spirit was too mysterious. He wanted to see if he could find some clues from the history of the Qian family and the Spirit Hall. Qian Douluo looked at Qian Yu and said seriously, "Do you want to know?" Qian Yu nodded and said, "I do." Then Qian Douluo began to speak. "Actually, our Qian family and the Spirit Hall have two stages of development. Our Qian family's history is older than that of the Spirit Hall." "Older?" Qian Douluo sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard and slowly began to tell the story. Once upon a time, a long, long time ago, the Douluo Continent was not as peaceful as it is now. The continent was filled with evil and many evil soul masters. Our Qian family's ancestors sealed countless darkness and evil to protect the continent, using the angel's sacred sword to suppress those dark forces. In the end, he ascended to the divine realm and became the God of Angels. He was the first generation God of Angels, but that was a very long time ago. He is our Qian family's ancestor, but at that time, there was no Spirit Hall. After hearing this, Qian Yu was somewhat surprised. This history was not recorded in the original work. Then, Qian Yu asked again, "So how did the Spirit Hall come about?" Qian Douluo smiled kindly and said, "That dates back to the second generation God of Angels. About 10,000 years ago, our Qian family had another unparalleled genius. She was the top genius on the continent. A stunningly talented 99th level super Douluo. She was a descendant of the first generation God of Angels. During that time, the beings in the ocean and on the continent were living in countless wars and suffering. The God of Angels had a deep friendship with the sea god at that time. They had known each other for 100 years, and their relationship was both teacher and friend. They fought side by side for a long time, saving countless beings from suffering. However, later on, due to differences in ideals and pursuits, their friendship completely broke down. The 99th level God of Angels wanted to further gain power and chose to draw out the divine artifact. The angel's sacred sword, left by the first generation God of Angels, but was stopped by the sea god. This ended in failure. When the angel's sacred sword was drawn by the God of Angels, it caused countless darkness and evil sealed under this artifact to escape, bringing endless darkness back to the world. The 99th level God of Angels took a gamble, wielding this divine artifact, the angel's sacred sword, to slay all the evils and allow humanity on the continent to escape the darkness once again and regain new life. Because of this, she gained the faith of thousands, and through this difficult method, ultimately broke through to the 100th level, achieving the status of the second-generation god of angels. In the end, she ascended to the divine realm and established the Spirit Hall, overseeing the order of soul masters in the world. Therefore, it is from 10,000 years ago that our world has been peaceful until today, although there are indeed still some conflicts and small wars. Under the balance of our Spirit Hall, the current continent remains peaceful. After hearing this, Qian Yu was also very shocked. He did not expect that the god of angels and the sea god had such a story. It seems that the sea god is not a good person after all. They were both teacher and friend, having fought side by side before. With such a good relationship, the second-generation god of angels wanted to draw her own divine artifact, the angel's sacred sword, yet the sea god intervened. After all, she was drawing her own divine artifact, and he claimed to be just. If he truly was just, why not use his sea god's trident to suppress the darkness before she drew the angel's sacred sword? Instead, he intervened while she was drawing the angel's sacred sword, preventing her from advancing to godhood. In the end, it was still the god of angels who risked everything to slay those evils. What Qian Yu wanted to ask was, why was the self-proclaimed just sea god absent when it came to slaying evil? He just happened to appear when the god of angels was drawing her sword. If he had not intervened at that moment, wouldn't it have been easier for the second-generation god of angels to succeed and slay those darkness and evils afterward? Although it was just a brief narration, Qian Yu could see that the sea god was merely a hypocritical, false gentleman. He proclaimed justice, but was extremely hypocritical. No wonder he wanted to pass on his divinity to Tang San. He was just like Tang San. What's wrong, Xiao Yu? Douluo asked as he looked at Qian Yu. That sea god is really hypocritical, Qian Yu complained. Ha ha. Douluo burst into laughter and then looked at Qian Yu and said, "You're right. I also think that sea god is very hypocritical." At this moment, Douluo comforted him. All right, don't think too much about it. Those are matters of the gods. However, your talent is unparalleled across the entire Douluo Continent. The first-generation god of angels is too distant. I'm not too clear. But your talent can rival that of our second-generation god of angels ancestor. So, if you work hard in the future, perhaps you could also become a god of angels. Douluo looked at Qian Yu and said with a smile. Qian Yu looked at Douluo and did not speak. If he became a god of angels, what would happen to Qian? There could only be one deity, and one divine position could not belong to two people. Then, Qian Yu coldly said, I don't have such great ambitions. Right now, my only goal is to take revenge on Tang Hao. Speaking of Tang Hao, Qian Yu's heart was filled with hatred. Douluo nodded and said, Don't worry. Starting tomorrow, I will personally train you. Revenge on Tang Hao is just a matter of time. By the way, Xiao Yu, there is one more thing I need to tell you. Douluo looked at Qian Yu and said, Grandpa, go ahead. Qian Yu replied. Douluo then said, Actually, you have an older sister named Qian, but she is not currently in the Spirit Hall. This was something Douluo did not need to say. Qian Yu already knew. However, Qian Yu could not reveal his identity as a time traveler. So he asked, Sister, where is she now? Douluo said, She is undercover in the Tiando Empire. You must not tell anyone about this. Otherwise, your sister will be in great danger. Qian Yu immediately nodded and said, Don't worry, Grandpa. Chapter 16, Hell. Immediately, Douluo looked at Qian Yu and said, By the way, what kind of martial soul does that little friend of yours have? I will arrange for you to go to school together. Qian Yu looked at Naer, who was sitting beside him, her eyes fixed on him. Qian Yu then said, Naer hasn't awakened yet. Soon after, Douluo handed Qian Yu 2 admission cards and said, Tomorrow you will go to Awaken first, then report by yourselves. After you finish school, come find me, and I will guide your training. Okay. Qian Yu nodded in agreement. At this moment, Douluo continued to look at Qian Yu and said, Little Yu, there's one more thing you need to remember. Qian Yu immediately replied, Grandpa, you say? Douluo looked at Qian Yu seriously and said, I haven't told anyone about you being brought back by me, and no one in the Spirit Hall knows either. Therefore, I cannot take you to school, and I cannot give you any help at the Spirit Hall Academy. Everything has to rely on you alone, understand? I understand. Qian Yu nodded, knowing that Douluo didn't want anyone to know about their relationship. This way, the school wouldn't treat him differently. Douluo nodded at Qian Yu and said, All right, get to bed early. Wake up early tomorrow to prepare for school. Qian Yu nodded, and Douluo then walked outside. After returning to his room, Qian Yu found Naer standing at the door, seemingly waiting for him. Naer, why are you here? Aren't you coming in? Qian Yu asked in confusion. Naer shook her head and said in a sweet voice, Qian Yu Gij, I want to wait for you to sleep together, but I still need to practice for a while. Qian Yu frowned. It's okay. Nader will accompany you. Qian Yu slightly nodded and then began to meditate and practice. As Qian Yu started to meditate, he felt soul power continuously entering his body. He closed his eyes, focused all his mental energy, and his consciousness immersed into his spiritual sea. The spiritual sea was vast like the universe's starry sky. Qian Yu floated quietly within it. Soon, Qian Yu slowly opened his eyes. The originally pitch-black spiritual ocean, like a cosmic abyss, suddenly lit up. Countless rays of light shot into Qian Yu's body. He instantly felt a comfortable warmth sweeping through his limbs and bones. This warmth melted every inch of his flesh and every bone. He felt a tingling sensation all over his body, warm and cozy. Boom! Qian Yu's soul trembled slightly, and in the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide. His eyes had changed. In his pupils, dazzling golden light flickered. At that moment, the scenery before Qian Yu changed instantly. He found himself in a strange space, completely dark. Qian Yu involuntarily walked towards the center of this space. This space was enormous. Qian Yu walked slowly within it. However, no matter how far he walked, the space was filled with endless darkness. The darkness surrounded him, and he couldn't see a glimmer of light. Qian Yu was extremely astonished and exclaimed, Where is this place? Why am I here? This space had nothing but infinite darkness. Qian Yu tentatively walked deeper into the darkness, but he still couldn't reach the end of it. Qian Yu stopped, cautiously looking around. However, the endless darkness gave him a chilling feeling. Suddenly, cries of agony echoed through the space. The sound was terrifying, like it was from hell, a chilling and mournful voice. Soon after, Qian Yu saw a horrifying scene. Groups of skeletons surged in from all directions. As if they had no life and tirelessly chased after Qian Yu, their mouths opening and closing continuously, trying to devour him. Qian Yu was instantly startled and woke up. At this moment, he was covered in sweat, having finally returned to the real world. At this moment, he saw Naer by his side, carefully looking after him. She was even using a towel to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Qian Yu Gij, what happened? Naer asked, looking at him. Qian Yu then spoke. I had a dream. What dream? Naer inquired. Qian Yu steadied his mind and replied, In the dream, it was a very terrifying place, all dark, with no light at all. How should I put it? It was like hell. Hell. Naer looked at Qian Yu, somewhat puzzled. Qian Yu smiled and said, In any case, it was a very scary place. At this moment, Naer walked over and hugged Qian Yu tightly. Qian Yu looked at Naer and said, Naer, you. Naer smiled and said, Qian Yu Gij, actually Naer also has nightmares. I often dream that I am cut in half. So when I have nightmares, I really hope someone can hold me tightly. That way, I won't be so scared. Since Qian Yu Gij had a nightmare, I thought of this method. Naer. Qian Yu looked at Naer, his eyes full of emotion, and then hugged her tightly. Hearing Nader's words, Qian Yu smiled and patted her head, saying, Thank you, Naer. Qian Yu looked at Naer and said, From now on, Naer will sleep with me. I will hold you tightly, and you won't have nightmares anymore. Naer nodded eagerly. Soon, the two embraced each other and then fell asleep together. The night passed just like that. The next day, Qian Yu took Naer to the awakening hall of the Spirit Hall. It was a very large hall, soaring into the clouds. Hundreds of meters high and thousands of meters wide. Two guards from the Spirit Hall stood at the entrance of the awakening hall. Qian Yu brought Naer to the entrance and said, Uncle, we are here to awaken our martial souls. The guards at the entrance looked at Qian Yu and Naer and asked, Little friends, are you here by yourselves? Where are your adults? Qian Yu quickly replied, They had something to do and couldn't come. The guard nodded and said, Go in. This is the Spirit City. Although the security is strict, the people here do not have any wariness. In Spirit City, everyone is treated equally. There are no robbers nor thieves, because those people can't even enter Spirit City. Moreover, everyone in Spirit City can eat and wear warm clothes. Who would do such things? Additionally, Spirit City is under the Emperor's feet, and no one dares to do anything. Therefore, Spirit City is a place where doors are left unlocked at night. Since Qian Yu and Na came here to awaken their martial souls, the guards naturally had no wariness and wouldn't question their identities. Upon entering the Grand Hall, they saw a beautiful older sister, dressed boldly and revealingly, walking towards them step by step, and asked Qian Yu and Na, "Little friends, what are you here for?" Chapter 17. Na's Martial Soul, the Silver Dragon Spear. Two massive mountains towered before Qian Yu, with a deep, mysterious valley that seemed bottomless, evoking endless imagination. Qian Yu looked at the two mountains, or rather at the big sister, and then asked, "Sister, are we here for the martial soul awakening?" "Sister? Oh, what a sweet mouth. Come on, I'll take you to awaken." The big sister then led Qian Yu and Na to the center of the great hall. She took out a crystal ball and said, "Who wants to awaken their martial soul?" "I do." Na raised her chubby little hand. "Okay." The girl placed her hand on the crystal ball. In an instant, a blue light radiated, illuminating the entire hall. Then, the big sister looked at Na and said, "Little girl, place your hand on this crystal ball." Na nodded and gently placed her hand on the crystal ball. The big sister smiled and said, "Then think about releasing your soul power, and you should be able to awaken your martial soul." Na nodded, and suddenly, the blue crystal ball emitted a fierce light, instantly shining brightly, like the sun, illuminating the hall. At the same time, a white light began to glow around Na's body. Na's aura began to change. A dazzling, multicolored star suddenly appeared above Na's head and began to grow larger. As the star above Na grew, her momentum also soared. Suddenly, Na opened her eyes wide, her gaze shining with dazzling brilliance. Seeing this, the big sister's eyes revealed a look of surprise. "Oh my, what kind of martial soul is this? It can release such powerful energy." At that moment, a silver-long spear appeared before Na. Qian Yu looked at the silver spear and thought it should be the sacred artifact of the Silver Dragon King, the Silver Dragon Spear. Qian Yu remembered that this Silver Dragon Spear shouldn't be Na's martial soul. Na's martial soul should be her true form, the Silver Dragon King. However, the appearance of this Silver Dragon Spear indicated something important. In the world of Douluo Continent, even sacred artifacts and items seem to be able to become martial souls. Na's figure suddenly floated in the air, and a silver mark appeared on her forehead. Bang, bang, bang. A silver radiance emanated from Na. The Silver Dragon Spear then flew around her, circling her. At that moment, the big sister was filled with astonishment. What kind of martial soul is this? Could it be a silver spear? The big sister was incredibly shocked, and her exclamations echoed throughout the hall. The other elders in the hall also came out, looking at Na and her awakened martial soul with amazement. "Oh my, this little girl is actually a full innate soul power. How could her awakened martial soul be so terrifying?" Everyone looked at the spinning silver dragon spear in the air and gasped in surprise. The elders began to exclaim one after another, looking at Na in shock. "Oh my, this is a genius. This little girl is definitely a natural soul master." That's right. This kind of martial soul is simply unheard of and unseen, probably rare even in 1,000 years. The elders marveled. At this moment, the silver light gradually dissipated, and Na returned to normal. The big sister looked at Na excitedly and asked, "Little girl, what is your name?" Na answered honestly, "My name is Na. Na, you are a real genius. By the way, Na, have you entered the Martial Soul Hall Academy? If not, the elders of the Awakening Hall can help you get introduced," the big sister said enthusiastically. At this time, Qian Yu took out 2 student IDs and said, "Sister, we have already received permission to enter the Martial Soul Hall for study." The big sister took Qian Yu's student ID. On the student ID, it read, "Qian Yu, Martial Soul, Healing Divine Tree, Level 12 Soul Master. Now Martial Soul, Blanc, Soul Power, Blanc." The blank spaces needed to be filled in by the Awakening Hall and stamped. Since Qian Yu's martial soul was certified by Qian Douluo, it had already been verified. Moreover, the Healing Divine Tree was also the name given by Qian Douluo, Qian Yu's grandfather. However, Qian Yu's martial soul was far more than just healing. Additionally, Qian Douluo had not revealed Qian Yu's angelic martial soul. Little friend, I didn't expect you to be a soul master at such a young age. The big sister said to Qian Yu. Qian Yu smiled and replied, I'm just lucky. Your martial soul is called Healing Divine Tree. You should be a support soul master, right? The big sister asked Qian Yu. Qian Yu nodded. In fact, he had only used this Healing Divine Tree to heal Nader and himself. He had actually killed many soul beasts and even people using this martial soul. The big sister looked at Qian Yu and Nader and said, follow me. I'll help you get certified. Soon, Nader's martial soul was certified and a martial soul hall stamp was placed on it. The student ID now read, Nader, martial soul, silver dragon spear, full innate soul power. Having received the student IDs meant that Qian Yu and Nader could report to school. Then, Qian Yu said, thank you, sister. The big sister smiled slightly and said, good luck, perform well in school. Although the elders were surprised, they had no doubts. It was just the awakening of the silver dragon spear. They did not know about the silver dragon king in this world and were unfamiliar with the silver dragon spear. So naturally, there would not be too much of a stir. In their eyes, Nader was just a talented genius. Inside the academy, there are many buildings, each towering into the clouds. Most importantly, the wide streets stretched for dozens of miles, with various shops lining the sides. This academy was like a city. Although Qian Yu had never seen the Nodding Academy he was supposed to attend, this Martial Soul Hall Primary Soul Master Academy was definitely as large as their dozens of Holy Soul villages. Truly, the Martial Soul Hall Academy was impressive. At this moment, Qian Yu brought Nader to the entrance of the academy, where a guard stopped them. Qian Yu calmly glanced at the guard and took out his student ID, saying, we are here to report. Chapter 18, Begin Training. At this moment, the guard looked at Qian Yu and asked, didn't your family send you here? Qian Yu nodded and replied, they are very busy. The guard then said, please take out your martial soul proof. Qian Yu immediately handed over 2 student IDs to the guard. Upon seeing the IDs, the guard was surprised that they even had student IDs. This indicated that their family had already made arrangements with the school. The guard nodded and said, all right, you can go in. Qian Yu took Nader and walked into the Martial Soul Hall's Junior Soul Master Academy, where buildings were lined up in a row. A tall hall stood majestically on the land of this martial soul city. Qian Yu and Nader arrived at the academic office. After seeing the student IDs that Qian Yu had obtained, the teachers in the academic office immediately assigned classes to Qian Yu and Nader. Both of them were placed in the key class. At this moment, a female teacher came to the front of Qian Yu and Nader. The teacher in the academic office smiled and said, this is your class teacher, Ms. Zhou Ling. Qian Yu and Nader both nodded. Zhou Ling looked at the student IDs of Qian Yu and Nader and then nodded, saying, one is a Healing Divine Tree, an Auxiliary System Soul Master, and the other has a martial soul of a silver spear, a strong attack system soul master. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Ling looked at the 2 of them and said, since that's the case, from today on, you are the new students of class 1 of the Martial Soul Hall. You 2 follow me. Zhou Ling led Qian Yu and Nader to class 1. Since the school year had already started for a while, Qian Yu and Nader could only enter as transfer students. Upon entering the classroom, they found that it was already filled with children. Class 1 was an elite class, so the children here were almost all the most talented in Martial Soul City. As soon as Qian Yu and Nader entered the classroom, countless gazes fell upon them. Zhou Ling then said, these 2 are the new transfer students. You should get along well. After finishing, Zhou Ling left the room. Not long after she left, a boy walked directly up to Qian Yu and Nader. The boy was tall and sturdy, looking very robust. He looked at Qian Yu and Nader and said, this little sister is really pretty. From today on, you will be my maid, sitting next to me. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Nader's hand. But Qian Yu quickly pulled Nader closer to him. In an instant, Nader avoided the boy's grasp. At that moment, the boy immediately became furious, looking at Qian Yu and shouting, what are you doing? Are you seeking death? Do you know who I am? Hearing this, the crowd frowned. Then another boy stepped forward, looking at Qian Yu and saying, kid, you'd better not mess with Tai Ge. He is the boss of our class. That's right, in our class, everything is decided by Tai Ge. Kid, are you looking for death by provoking him? In the center of the classroom, Wang Tai's face was extremely dark as he coldly stared at Qian Yu and asked, how do you want to die? He was the boss of Class 1 and the leader of this year's new students. Among this group of newcomers, he was a powerful presence. Usually, everyone respectfully called him Tai Ge, and now, someone actually dared to resist him? Wang Tai was extremely furious. Qian Yu looked at Wang Tai coldly and said, "I came here to study and don't want to fight with you. Kid, what are you pretending for?" Wang Tai looked at Qian Yu coldly and said, "New student, it seems I have the obligation to teach you a lesson." Wang Tai was furious, and then a huge fist came flying towards Qian Yu. Qian Yu lightly slid his right foot back half a step, and the next moment, he crossed his arms and pushed forward violently. Bang! Wang Tai was instantly sent flying 3 to 4 meters away. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. This guy is so fierce. Before Wang Tai could get back up, Qian Yu suddenly leaped forward and appeared right in front of Wang Tai. The next moment, he directly lifted Wang Tai and slammed him down onto the ground. With a loud bang, the entire class was shocked. At that moment, everyone looked at Qian Yu in terror, their eyes filled with disbelief. This guy, so ruthless, so violent, to send someone flying with a single punch? Wang Tai lay on the ground, wailing in pain. At this time, he felt as if all the bones in his body were shattered, causing him to tremble all over. "You all don't just stand there." Wang Tai shouted. And soon, his subordinates rushed towards Qian Yu. "Hee, since you brought this upon yourselves, don't blame me." As he spoke, Qian Yu attacked again. Rumbling, another loud noise erupted. And soon, Wang Tai's subordinates were also sent flying. The classroom was in chaos as desks and chairs were all sent flying. Those little brothers fell to the ground, dazed. "Dare to provoke us again, and you'll die." A cold light flashed in Qian Yu's eyes. At that moment, everyone was stunned by his gaze. They were all frightened into a daze, because they clearly saw the killing intent in Qian Yu's eyes. Hiss! At this moment, everyone gasped, filled with fear. This feeling terrified them. Qian Yu's gaze swept over each of them. "Get lost! Get lost!" Upon hearing Qian Yu's reprimand, everyone quickly huddled together. Wang Tai immediately said, "Qian Yu, from today on, you are the boss of our class." The interruption quickly passed, and on the first day of school, Qian Yu learned some knowledge about the martial soul hall and Douluo Continent. Then, Qian Yu returned to his small courtyard. At this time, Qian Daolu was smiling at Qian Yu. "Little Yu, starting today, grandfather will personally train you, so get ready." Qian Yu nodded. Qian Daolu began physical training for Qian Yu. He took Qian Yu to a mountain where there was a huge waterfall. At this moment, Qian Daolu said to Qian Yu, "Little Yu, let's start training now." Qian Yu nodded. Then, Qian Daolu instructed Qian Yu to stand under the waterfall and endure its impact. Rumbling, the torrents of water poured down like a 1,000-foot waterfall, soaking Qian Yu's clothes. The massive impact hit Qian Yu, and he was instantly pushed into the water by the waterfall. However, Qian Yu did not give up and continued to return to the waterfall to endure the impact. Yet, he was still swept away by the waterfall. Again and again, Qian Yu was pushed down and climbed back up, persistently enduring the challenge. With your current state, do you really think you could defeat Tang Hao? Why not leave everything to me? I'll help you take revenge for all your grudges. Qian Daolu looked at Qian Yu calmly. Upon hearing this, a cold expression appeared on Qian Yu's face. He walked step by step to the base of the waterfall, where the massive torrent crashed against him. Feeling the water flow, Qian Yu gritted his teeth and persevered, coldly saying, "I will definitely succeed. I must defeat Tang Hao." Chapter 19. The Dark Six-Winged Angel. Thus, Qian Yu began his life at the academy. Every day he attended classes at school, and after class, he would return to his small courtyard. Qian Dao Lu would always be waiting for him in the courtyard. Qian Dao Lu took Qian Yu to the waterfall to continue his training. By the next day, Qian Yu could barely endure the impact for 10 minutes, and by the third day, he could last 15 minutes. During the day, Qian Yu attended classes at the Martial Soul Academy, and at night, he would go to the back mountain to train. Then, late at night, when Qian Yu returned, there would always be a lovely silver-haired little girl waiting for him at the door. Upon seeing Qian Yu return, the silver-haired girl immediately ran over and hugged him, saying, "Brother Qian Yu." Every time Qian Yu saw this silver-haired girl, he felt a sense of healing in his heart. "Naer," Qian Yu called out. The silver-haired little girl was named Naer. She was very pretty, with a delicate little face adorned with a sweet smile. Brother Qian Yu, it's time to eat. Qian Yu replied, then took Nader's little hand and went to the dining room. On the dining table, several exquisite dishes were laid out. Upon seeing this, Nader happily picked up her bowl and chopsticks and began to eat. Brother Qian Yu, you should eat more. Qian Yu nodded, looking at the innocent Nader in front of him. Qian Yu let out a faint sigh. Qian Yu shook his head and picked up his own bowl and chopsticks. Although he had experienced so much, it was hard for him to refuse this pure and kind girl. After dinner, Qian Yu started cleaning up the dishes. However, Nader stopped him, saying, Brother Qian Yu, you go rest first. I'll handle this. Hearing this, Qian Yu didn't argue and walked out of the kitchen. Time passed day by day. Qian Yu was now able to withstand the impact from the waterfall for 2 hours. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Finally finished? On this day, Qian Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air, a hint of excitement appearing at the corner of his mouth. His hard training during this period had finally paid off. Now, he could endure the impact under the waterfall for 5 hours. Thus, Qian Lu prepared the second stage of training for Qian Yu, which was to train his agility and speed. The method of training speed was simple. Qian Lu would attack, and Qian Yu would dodge. Qian Lu continuously attacked Qian Yu, using his soul power to conjure several golden small swords, quickly shooting them towards Qian Yu. The attack power of the golden small swords wasn't strong, but being hit would definitely hurt a lot. Clang, clang, clang. Qian Yu kept dodging and knocking down the incoming golden small swords. However, at that moment, hundreds of golden small swords suddenly appeared in front of Qian Yu. Qian Yu's expression changed. He wanted to dodge, but there was no time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the hundreds of golden small swords pierced into Qian Yu's body. In that moment, Qian Yu felt a sharp pain surge through him. Qian Yu screamed in agony as his body slammed hard against the wall beside him. It hurts, Qian Yu shouted. Qian Lu smiled and asked, so are you going to give up? Qian Yu's gaze turned cold as he looked at Qian Lu and said, the word give up has never existed in my dictionary. Saying this, Qian Yu stood up again and resumed his training. Qian Lu continued to attack Qian Yu with the small swords, while Qian Yu kept dodging, enduring the hits. Time and again he was hit, time and again he stood up, time and again he was injured. However, Qian Yu possessed a seed martial soul, so even if he was injured, he could recover quickly. Thus, day after day of training, Qian Yu gradually adapted to Qian Lu's terrifying attacks. Qian Yu began to be able to dodge Qian Lu's attacks more and more. Although it was still very difficult, it had become much easier than before. Qian Yu's soul power also reached level 20. The level 12 on Qian Yu's student ID was naturally filled in by Qian Lu to mislead others. Qian Yu awakened the angel martial soul, and combined with the first soul ring being absorbed for 10,000 years, his soul power had already overflowed. However, he had not added any soul rings, so his soul power could not grow. Qian Lu looked at Qian Yu and said, Xiao Yu, I'm ready to take you to hunt for your second soul ring. Okay, Qian Yu replied. Then Qian Lu looked at Qian Yu and continued, Nader is born with full soul power, so she can also add a soul ring, right? Qian Yu felt a bit terrified because he knew that Nader's original self was the Silver Dragon King. The Silver Dragon King was a soul beast and did not need to add a soul ring. If they took Nader to hunt for a soul ring, wouldn't that expose her? It seemed he could only adapt to the situation at that time. Soon, Qian Yu nodded in agreement. Qian Lu smiled and said, all right, prepare for tomorrow. We will go to the Stardow Forest. That night was the hardest time for Qian Yu. Every night, he would have that strange dream. Tonight was no exception. Qian Yu once again found himself in that bottomless hell in the terrifying darkness. Here, Qian Yu could still hear the endless roar, a terrifying sound echoing. It was as if he were in hell, terrifying to the extreme, making one tremble. Qian Yu slowly closed his eyes, and the scene in his mind appeared again. Qian Yu opened his eyes. At this moment, in front of him stood a giant skeleton 8 meters tall, with 4 golden swords inserted into its back. Wisps of golden mist rose from the swords. Everything seemed to match the scene in Qian Yu's mind. The skeleton let out a terrifying roar and walked towards Qian Yu. Qian Yu looked at the approaching skeleton, his expression heavy. The pressure emanating from a skeleton was simply too strong, making Qian Yu feel afraid and breathless. Boom! The skeleton swung its massive bony claw, striking out. At that moment, 6 wings suddenly spread from Qian Yu's back, and the 6-winged angel martial soul instantly manifested. Upon seeing Qian Yu's martial soul, the giant skeleton appeared to be confronted with endless terror. Its massive bony claw actually halted, and its figure froze in place. Qian Yu looked at the skeleton, not daring to move recklessly. The skeleton trembled as it looked at Qian Yu's martial soul. It was afraid. The huge skeleton looked at Qian Yu with immense fear, and its body gradually began to crack. Boom! With a loud bang, its body instantly turned into endless ashes, dissipating into this world. This guy seems to be afraid of the 6-winged angel martial soul. Qian Yu muttered. The enormous skeleton indeed feared the 6-winged angel martial soul. It was a tremor from deep within the soul, a fear stemming from its bloodline. However, what Qian Yu did not notice was that the base of his 6-winged angel martial soul had become even darker, and the area of darkness was increasing. Chapter 20. Hunting Soul Beasts. Stardew Forest. Qian Douluo, accompanied by Qian Yu and Nar, arrived in the largest forest of Douluo Continent. As soon as they entered the forest, they saw the dense trees standing before them. Towering trees filled Qian Yu's field of vision. This forest was filled with a mysterious aura. Qian Douluo pointed to the forest ahead and said, "In this forest, various ferocious beasts live, and they are powerful and dangerous. However, the outskirts of Stardew Forest are mostly low-level soul beasts. To train your strength, practical combat is also very important, so in the outskirts, unless you encounter a life-threatening crisis, I will not intervene." Qian Douluo looked at Qian Yu with a kind smile. That kindness was more like a hidden cunning. Qian Yu nodded, indicating he understood. "All right, you can train slowly on your own. Remember, no matter what, you must survive." After saying that, Qian Douluo followed behind Qian Yu. Qian Yu walked alone with Nar in the Stardew Forest. Inside Stardew Forest, here, towering trees everywhere blocked the sky, making one feel a sense of dread. Qian Yu had experience walking in forests. After he was injured, he had met Nar while wandering in a forest. However, Qian Yu did not know where that place was. But this Stardew Forest seemed even more terrifying than that place. As Qian Yu walked, he suddenly felt a chill, a fear of the unknown. He quickly hid behind an ancient tree. Behind this ancient tree, Qian Yu saw 2 exceptionally fierce leopards. These leopards were entirely dark green, agile in form, and when they ran, they were like phantoms. Are these the leopards of the forest? Truly terrifying. Qian Yu gasped, and then he concealed himself again behind the ancient tree. He clearly remembered the sound of the leopard's tails whipping. He absolutely did not want to be struck by one of these leopards. Furthermore, what terrified Qian Yu even more was the speed of these leopards. The soul beasts here were too powerful. A wolf howl echoed, and a giant wolf came rushing from a distance. The giant wolf was about 3 meters long, covered in green scales, radiating a sharp aura. That was the Qinlin wolf. Seeing the giant wolf, Qian Yu was shocked. He knew how formidable this Qinlin wolf was. It was said that this type of wolf was incredibly powerful, especially with its sharp fangs and teeth, which could be deadly. Accompanying the Qinlin wolf were several giant pythons, their tongues flicking in and out. The Qinlin wolf was weaving through the forest under the protection of these giant pythons. Suddenly, the Qinlin wolf raised its head, exhaling 2 puffs of hot air, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red light. Soon after, the Qinlin wolf turned and sped off in another direction. Qian Yu did not leave. He hid in the shadows, observing the Qinlin wolf. He kept Nar behind him, waiting for the Qinlin wolf to leave. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of air being cut rang out. That was the sound of the Qinlin wolf leaping. It rolled in midair and landed steadily in another place, right where Qian Yu was. After landing, the Qinlin wolf stared intently at Qian Yu, its eyes gleaming coldly. Damn! Qian Yu cursed angrily and immediately retreated. However, Qian Yu's reaction was ultimately half a beat slow, and the Qinlin wolf had already pounced. Its sharp claws fiercely reached for Qian Yu's neck. Qian Yu's expression darkened. He stomped his right foot and leaped into the air. The Qinlin wolf missed its strike and chased after him again. Whoosh! The claws came rushing again. Qian Yu immediately unleashed his seed martial soul, and in an instant countless sharp vines, accompanied by sharp external soul bones, shot out. In an instant, those countless sharp vines pierced through one Qinglin wolf. Qian Yu's attack was lethal, and the Qinglin wolf fell dead. A purple soul ring appeared before Qian Yu's eyes. However, Qian Yu was not interested in this purple soul ring, since his body could withstand it. He aimed to kill a soul beast with a soul ring over 10,000 years. Although Qian Yu could not defeat 10,000-year soul beasts at this moment, with Qian Douluo around, he just needed to wait for the final strike. Qian Yu walked over and cut a large piece of meat from the Qinglin wolf. "Oh, Qian Yu, what are you doing?" Qian Douluo, following behind, asked in confusion. Qian Yu replied, "We don't know how long we will be in this forest before we find suitable soul beasts, so I'm preparing some meat to roast later." "Yay, that's great." Nar loves eating meat. Nar was very happy. After all, she was the Silver Dragon King. In this world, which dragon does not eat meat, especially a dragon king? Soon after, Qian Yu pulled Nar and continued walking forward. Inside Stardow Forest, there were countless giant trees towering over 100 meters, ancient trees, and even steep cliffs. At this moment, powerful existences were fighting in these places. In short, the forest was filled with a strong atmosphere of slaughter and frenzy. This was a world where the weak were prey to the strong. Here, it was also a world where the strong were respected. Roar. Just then, a tiger's roar rang out. A tiger, entirely golden with emerald green eyes, exuding a sharp aura, appeared before Qian Yu and Nar. This tiger was enormous, standing 3 meters tall and 1 meter wide, covered in thick fur. Its eyes sparkled with a cold gaze. Roar. The tiger bared its teeth and claws, howling at the sky. It seemed to regard Qian Yu and Nar as food, roaring as it charged toward them. This tiger probably had several thousand years of cultivation, extremely terrifying. Qian Yu did not retreat at all. He raised his right hand, and a giant tree grew from it. The massive tree smashed down toward the tiger, while Qian Yu swiftly retreated. Boom! The giant tree directly knocked the tiger away. Roar! The struck tiger howled in pain, but did not stop charging, lunging toward Qian Yu and Nar. Huh! Just a mere beast dares to provoke me, simply seeking death. Qian Yu snorted angrily, and then countless fine vines floated around his body. Those vines transformed into sharp swords, piercing fiercely toward the tiger. Poochie! Instantly, those vines pierced through the tiger. Blood splattered, and the tiger screamed, struggling on the ground. Another purple soul ring appeared. Qian Yu was about to go over to cut the tiger's meat, but at that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly surged toward Qian Yu. A massive vine tentacle shot out before Qian Yu, sweeping away the tiger's meat and dragging it away. Qian Yu was greatly shocked. He realized that it was a vine. This meant that the opponent, like him, could very likely be a plant-type soul beast, or even a plant-type soul master. No matter what it was, he could not allow anyone to snatch his prey. Immediately, Qian Yu's eyes turned cold, and he pursued. Nar immediately followed Qian Yu, and Qian Douluo trailed behind him. Chapter 21. 50,000-year soul beast, demon reed tree. Qian Yu chased after it and saw that the vine-like tentacle was dragging the prey he had just hunted into the forest. The tentacle moved quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, Qian Yu followed it in, although his prey was not important. This vine-like thing must be very suitable for his martial soul. When Qian Yu caught up, he was astonished. Before him stood an immensely large old tree, towering in front of him. At the top of the tree, small, fluffy flowers bloomed like dandelions, looking beautiful. Around that place, dandelions of various sizes floated in the air, their seeds dancing in the sky. Countless vines covered the massive old tree. At the foot of the tree, there were piles of bones and scattered corpses, both animal and human. Among the branches of the tree, there were also numerous desiccated corpses. Some of those corpses were soul beasts, others were humans, all shriveled and stuck to the tree. Qian Yu was shocked as he watched the giant tree. He noticed one of its vines piercing through the tiger he had just hunted. The vine seemed to absorb the tiger's essence, continuously taking in its nutrients. In an instant, the freshly dead tiger was drained by the giant tree and turned into a dried corpse. Qian Yu stared at the tree in astonishment. At that moment, he heard a voice from behind him. The voice shouted, "Xiao Yu, be careful. This is the 50,000-year demon reed tree." As soon as Qian Douluo's words fell, Numerous vines from the demon reed tree shot towards Qian Yu. Seeing this, Qian Yu furrowed his brows, then swiftly dodged the incoming vines. Once he stabilized, he looked down and saw many vines appearing around him, continuously wrapping towards him. Clearly, Qian Yu's reaction was half a beat slow, and he was entangled by the vines. Damn it! Qian Yu cursed, and immediately, countless vines sprouted from his right hand. A gigantic black soul ring gradually attached itself to Qian Yu. First soul skill, all things in nature, Qian Yu shouted. The vines on Qian Yu transformed, changing into long blades bound to the vines. Qian Yu controlled his vines and slashed at the demon reed tree's vines. One by one, the vines were cut off by Qian Yu, who landed back on the ground. He reached out, and a vine fell into his hand. The external soul bone detached, transforming into a spine blade, which he gripped tightly. Thanks to Qian Yu's all things in nature, his external soul bone could also change freely. The external soul bone could attach to Qian Yu's vines to increase their attack power, or it could be used as a weapon on its own. Holding the bone knife, Qian Yu charged towards the massive demon reed tree. He immediately recognized that this demon reed tree was the soul beast he needed for his second soul ring. As Qian Yu rushed forward, the vines of the demon reed tree kept shooting towards him. However, many vines unexpectedly appeared beside him, blocking the incoming ones. Taking advantage of this, Qian Yu continued his assault. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a bone knife in hand, Qian Yu swung wildly, cutting down any vine that approached him. While the knife grew increasingly bright, the vines moved incredibly fast, continuously stabbing at Qian Yu. If it weren't for the training he had undergone with Qian Dao Lu to enhance his speed and agility, he would have likely been pierced by the vines by now. Nevertheless, even so, this was the 50,000-year demon reed tree, and Qian Yu still suffered injuries. His body was covered in wounds, but it did not affect his pace. Just as Qian Yu approached the demon reed tree, he suddenly saw countless dandelion seeds flying towards him from above the tree. Qian Yu had not noticed these seeds. His attention was entirely focused on the terrifying vines. Just as the dandelion seeds were about to reach him, a sudden change occurred. In Qian Yu's eyes, the dandelion seeds suddenly exploded, spreading endless fire. Boom, boom, boom. The seeds around Qian Yu exploded, and he was instantly engulfed in flames. Xiao Yu. At that moment, Qian Dao Lu was shocked and flew up to rescue Qian Yu. Nar also shouted in worry, "Be careful, brother Qian Yu." When the flames dissipated, Qian Yu was seen with 6 wings spread open around him. The wings enveloped his body, withstanding the force of the explosion. Otherwise, he would have been turned to mush. Qian Dao Lu looked at Qian Yu, who was surrounded by 6 massive wings. The wings wrapped around Qian Yu like a cloak. At this moment, Qian Yu's face was extremely pale, sweat beading on his forehead, and he was gasping for breath. Most of his wings were still golden, but at the roots, they were increasingly turning black. The darkness seemed to be infectious, spreading larger. Qian Dao Lu was somewhat concerned. He looked at Qian Yu's angelic martial soul and could confirm that Qian Yu's bloodline was undoubtedly from the angel lineage. However, the fact that the wings on Qian Yu's back were turning black was not recorded in any of their family's historical texts. This could only be explained as a mutation. However, Qian Dao Lu did not dwell on it. For now, the most important thing was to kill this soul beast. He looked at Qian Yu and asked Xiao Yu, "Can you still fight?" Qian Yu nodded. Qian Dao Lu then said, "If I kill this soul beast, its soul ring will be difficult for you to absorb if it has no affinity, so I will injure it, and you seize the opportunity to deliver the final blow." Qian Yu gripped his bone knife and nodded. "Okay." Then Qian Dao Lu looked at the 50,000-year demon reed tree and coldly said, "You bold beast, dare to harm my grandson? Let you become my grandson's soul ring." Saying this, he lightly pointed at the 50,000-year demon reed tree, and, in an instant, an incredibly intense golden light erupted. The golden light transformed into a laser, piercing towards the demon reed tree. Boom! A loud crash sounded as the demon reed tree was instantly penetrated. A huge hole appeared in the trunk of the tree, and it let out a mournful wail. Qian Yu was greatly shocked by this scene. This was Qian Dao Lu's power, as expected of a limit Douluo with just a light strike. He had instantly incapacitated the 50,000-year demon reed tree. "Xiao Yu, act now." Douluo immediately reminded him. At that moment, Qian Yu's right hand shot out a vine that instantly wrapped around the demon reed tree. The vine retracted like Spider-Man's web, pulling Qian Yu to the front of the tree. Gripping the bone knife with one hand, Qian Yu struck fiercely at the demon reed tree. A violent light erupted as Qian Yu roared, "Die for me!" With a resounding crash, the demon reed tree was split in half by Qian Yu. Crack! The demon reed tree collapsed. Chapter 22. Absorbing the soul ring. The pressure of the dragon's roar. The magic tree was completely dead, and at this moment, a black soul ring appeared in front of Qian Yu. This was a 50,000-year soul beast, and the black soul ring emitted a pitch-black glow. However, Qian Yu was also covered in wounds, his entire body stained with blood. Brother Qian Yu. Naotar was clearly very worried and hurried to Qian Yu's side. Brother Qian Yu, are you okay? Naotar asked anxiously. Qian Yu nodded slightly and said, Don't worry, Naotar. I'm fine. Immediately, Qian Yu's seed martial soul transformed into a healing divine tree, which radiated beams of light, beginning to heal the wounds on Qian Yu's body. It should be noted that this was a 50,000-year soul ring, and Qian Yu needed to adjust his condition to absorb it. Douluo looked at Qian Yu and smiled. Are you sure you want to absorb this 50,000-year soul ring? Although you have that healing divine tree, absorbing a 50,000-year soul ring as your second soul ring might be a bit too strenuous, right? Qian Yu's gaze was very firm as he looked at the soul ring in front of him and said seriously, That's right, I want to absorb it. Tang Hao is not an ordinary person. If I don't absorb a more powerful soul ring, how can I become stronger and surpass Tang Hao? Qian Yu said firmly. All right then, since your determination is so strong, I won't stop you. You can absorb it, and I'll protect you. Douluo said to Qian Yu. Qian Yu nodded and then began to sit cross-legged in front of the soul ring. He gently touched the soul ring with his hand, and he felt the soul ring slowly drilling into his body. A painful scream suddenly erupted from Qian Yu's body, and that pain seemed to tear apart his soul. Qian Yu instantly felt a tearing agony as the energy of the soul ring continuously destroyed his body. A strand of that energy, if it were in an ordinary person's body, would instantly explode. Qian Yu gritted his teeth and endured the pain brought by the soul ring. He endured the pain in his body and slowly closed his eyes. Qian Yu also released his seed martial soul. In an instant, the seed martial soul grew into a gigantic healing divine tree. The healing divine tree emitted a shimmering green light, and strands of emerald green light radiated from its branches and leaves, entering Qian Yu's body. The emerald green light fused into the energy within Qian Yu's body, and that energy was instantly nourished, becoming full and abundant. Gradually, the energy combined with the emerald green light, forming two completely different powers. The emerald green light was the healing light of the wood element. That healing light instantly transformed into a small dragon that swam around Qian Yu's dantian a few times before settling on top of it. At this moment, the terrifying power of the soul ring began to continuously ravage and destroy Qian Yu's body. Meanwhile, the emerald green light continuously repaired Qian Yu's body, ensuring his safety. However, Qian Yu still had to endure immense pain. Large beads of sweat appeared on Qian Yu's forehead. He struggled to withstand the painful tearing, and he could even hear the sound of his bones breaking. However, Qian Yu did not scream out. The terrifying black energy of the 50,000-year soul ring began to continuously tear apart Qian Yu's body. Qian Yu's bones and tendons began to crack inch by inch. Moreover, because that terrifying black energy had already permeated every corner of Qian Yu's body, he felt a stabbing pain with every breath he took. That pain nearly caused Qian Yu to faint. Nevertheless, Qian Yu continued to bite his lip and persist. With each tearing of Qian Yu's body, the healing divine tree beside him would begin to continuously heal his body. Tearing, healing, tearing, healing. This cycle repeated, and Qian Yu's body kept recovering. However, the black energy within the soul ring continued to erode Qian Yu. Gradually, Qian Yu's consciousness seemed to become a bit blurred, as if he were about to fall asleep. Brother Qian Yu, Brother Qian Yu. Naotar looked at Qian Yu anxiously. She was afraid that this was an illusion, terrified that Qian Yu would die at any moment. Douluo frowned and said, Little girl, don't panic. Observe closely. He should be close to breaking through. Hearing Qian Daoliu's words, Na immediately began to carefully watch Qian Yu. At this moment, the green light surrounding Qian Yu became increasingly dense. Seeing this, Qian Daolu wore a satisfied smile. They all understood that as long as Qian Yu persevered, he would be able to absorb the 50,000-year soul ring. In the Douluo forest, in a pitch-black great hall, a beautiful girl sat on the main seat. Her eyes were tightly closed, silver hair draped over her shoulders, and her fair skin resembled mutton-fat jade, glistening as if it could drip with water. Her exquisite face carried an endless majesty, as if she were an emperor of a generation. A massive black dragon looked at the girl on the main seat. At this moment, it was lying down, respectfully kneeling before her. The black dragon then said to the beautiful girl, "The master is about to awaken, but she has split off a human emotional avatar, causing her to fall back into slumber. I wonder how much longer the master will sleep." Suddenly, the black dragon seemed to sense a trace of aura. This aura is... Could it be the master's human emotional avatar? If we can bring back the master's human emotional avatar, perhaps the master will awaken early, the black dragon murmured, looking in a direction of the Douluo forest. At this moment, a terrifying aura enveloped Qian Yu. The energy of the black soul ring gradually became violent, continuously crashing against Qian Yu's physical body. Qian Yu gritted his teeth and controlled the healing power of the seed, martial soul. Then, Qian Yu opened his blood-red eyes, looking at his own body. The black energy was crazily attacking his body, causing the vitality of his physical body to continuously drain away. Feeling the diminishing vitality, Qian Yu's eyes gradually narrowed. He knew that without the healing divine tree, if his body held out for a little longer, it would be completely destroyed. However, the emerald green light from the healing divine tree continued to supply healing light, helping Qian Yu repair his injuries. Just then, not far away, a loud roar suddenly echoed. A terrifying pressure instantly spread. That roar seemed to shake the entire Douluo forest. The terrifying pressure spread, and all the soul beasts in the Douluo forest were subdued, kneeling down. Even Qian Daolu felt a surge of heart palpitations from that pressure. Frowning, Qian Daolu murmured, "Could it be the dragon's roar?" Chapter 23. Qian Daolu versus Emperor Tian. Qian Daolu's gaze turned towards the direction of the dragon's roar. Then he looked at Na and said, "Little girl, keep an eye on Qian Yu. I'm going to check what's going on." Na nodded immediately, her eyes fixed on Qian Yu. Qian Daolu then flew towards the direction of the dragon's roar. Not long after, Qian Daolu finally found the owner of the roar, a massive black dragon. The black dragon spiraled in the void, its body covered in scales. The enormous black dragon circled in the sky, its gigantic wings blocking out the sun, and its massive body appeared even more ferocious. A terrifying aura spread throughout the heavens and the earth, causing the world to tremble. The black dragon emanated a powerful wave of energy. At this moment, it looked down at all the soul beasts below, its eyes filled with anger and sorrow. Roar! Suddenly, the black dragon let out a tremendous roar towards the ground, the sound echoing throughout the Douluo forest. The sound spread across the land, shaking the souls of all who heard it. The soul beasts below felt the pressure and all knelt down in reverence. Qian Daolu looked at the black dragon in shock. Having lived for so many years, how could he not recognize this black dragon? He had heard the legends before, which spoke of an incredibly large black dragon in the Douluo forest, the ruler of the forest. It seemed that the legend was true. The black dragon exuded such terrifying pressure that Qian Daolu could feel it from a distance. This soul beast strength was not weaker than his own. Qian Daolu had lived on this Douluo Continent for many years. Aside from Tang Chun and Poseidon from back in the day, he hadn't felt such strong pressure in a long time. If he were to fight this black dragon, it would undoubtedly be the toughest opponent he had ever faced. Even Qian Daolu had no confidence in defeating the black dragon. At this moment, Qian Daolu was surprised to discover that the black dragon was heading towards the direction of Qian Yu. What does it want? Qian Daolu wondered. He was extremely shocked and began to doubt Qian Yu's identity. Why was it looking for Qian Yu? Could it be related to Qian Yu's strange seed martial soul? Or was there another reason? Qian Daolu instinctively made a judgment. Then he looked at the giant dragon and said, Little Yu is currently absorbing a soul ring. I can't let this dragon disturb him. With that, Qian Daolu flew towards the black dragon. In an instant, he arrived in front of the black dragon. Human. The black dragon looked at Qian Daolu and let out a roaring voice. The sound was like rolling thunder, causing the entire Star Dove forest to shake, and towering trees collapsed one after another. Who are you? What do you want? Qian Daolu asked fearlessly as he looked at the black dragon. Although the black dragon was powerful, Qian Daolu did not show any signs of weakness. Human, you carry the aura of that child. Hand over that child, and I will spare your life. Emperor Tian said coldly as he looked at Qian Daolu. What Emperor Tian wanted was naturally Nar, the human emotional avatar of Guyuna. However, Qian Daolu had no doubt about Nar's identity. So, in his heart, that child could only be his grandson Qian Yu. Sure enough, you came for little Yu, Qian Daolu said to Emperor Tian. Why are you looking for him? Emperor Tian snorted coldly. We don't need to know. If you don't hand him over, I will kill you first and then go after her. Qian Daolu scoffed. He is my grandson now. If you want to find him, you must first get past me, Qian Daolu declared loudly. As he spoke, a terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the area. A golden light burst forth as 6 golden wings unfurled behind Qian Daolu. His body was adorned with soul rings that gradually appeared. Black, 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 red. 8 black and 1 red. 9 soul rings floated above Qian Daolu, making him appear extraordinarily noble. At the same time, it brought great intimidation to Emperor Tian. You are very strong, Emperor Tian said, his pupils narrowing as he looked at the 9 soul rings on Qian Daolu. You are also very strong. You are the strongest soul beast I have ever seen. Qian Daolu's golden aura surged as he spoke calmly. With that, Qian Daolu's figure flashed, and he lunged towards Emperor Tian. Roar! The black dragon let out a long howl, its enormous claws swiping towards Qian Daolu. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted in the air. The two collided, and the surrounding space shattered in an instant. Staggering. Upon impact, the black dragon was actually pushed back several hundred meters. Emperor Tian looked at this human in shock. He did not expect this human to be so powerful. Qian Daolu also retreated in an instant, stopping after being pushed back 500 meters. At this moment, a serious expression appeared on his face. The strength of this black dragon was too formidable. At this time, Qian Yu continued absorbing the 50,000-year soul ring, a painful expression gradually appearing on his face. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his hands gripped the ground tightly, as if enduring immense pain. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he let out low groans. Qian Yu was shaking continuously. His body seemed unable to contain the overwhelming energy within him. Bang! A loud bang suddenly echoed a second later. Crack! Cracks appeared on Qian Yu's body, and in the next moment, those cracks rapidly spread. Within just a few breaths, his entire body was covered in cracks, densely packed. Thud! Ultimately, Qian Yu's body fell to the ground. At this moment, he was drenched in blood, with many wounds on his skin, and even his internal organs could be seen clearly. Just then, the small green tree emitted divine light once more. The divine light continuously healed, transforming into endless green light that surged into Qian Yu's body. Qian Yu sat on the ground, gasping heavily, his body exuding a strong medicinal fragrance, with streams of green liquid seeping out from within. The 50,000-year soul ring, containing terrifying energy, continuously merged into Qian Yu's body. This made the power within him grow increasingly terrifying. At this moment, his physique also improved. Buzz! Qian Yu's aura slowly rose, and in less than a stick of incense, he radiated a dazzling green light. He finally succeeded in absorbing it. At this moment, Qian Yu's aura kept rising, reaching level 21 and finally stopping at level 22. Qian Yu had absorbed the 50,000-year soul ring and successfully broke through to level 22. At this time, the small tree continuously released green light, and the cracked skin on Qian Yu's body gradually healed. Huff! After everything settled down, Qian Yu exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. This time, his strength had advanced further. Level 22 cultivation significantly enhanced his combat power. He didn't know what soul skills he had awakened. Just as Qian Yu was about to check his soul skills, Na suddenly ran to Qian Yu's side and hugged him. Qian Yu smiled and looked at Na, saying, All right, big brother Qian Yu is fine. At that moment, a loud dragon roar echoed through the sky, instantly roaring out. Qian Yu had just made a breakthrough with all his strength and did not hear it first, but now he heard the dragon's roar, a sound that resounded across the heavens, terrifying to the extreme. Qian Yu was shocked. Just then, Qian Yu noticed that Nair was standing still in place, completely motionless. Qian Yu looked at Nair and hurriedly asked, Nair, what's wrong? Nair stared ahead, dazed, and said, I've heard this sound before. It's like a memory trying to escape from my mind. Chapter 24, The Ultimate Showdown. At this moment, Qian Yu had completed his breakthrough. He saw Nair suddenly clutching her head, a look of pain on her face. Seeing this, Qian Yu quickly supported Nair. She still appeared to be struggling. Nair's eyes finally returned to normal. She stared intently at Qian Yu and slowly said, I remember now. I think I have heard this voice before. Qian Yu immediately asked Nair, what do you remember? Nair replied, those memories are very vague. I vaguely remember that I once lived in this forest. Moreover, it seems that I can obtain a soul ring without hunting soul beasts. As Nair said this, she gently pointed with her hand, and a yellow soul ring attached itself to her body. Seeing this, Qian Yu looked at Nair, wondering if she remembered that she was the Silver Dragon King. He quickly asked, by the way, Nair, do you remember anything else? Nair shook her head and said, I only vaguely remember that I have many abilities, and I recall some methods of using those abilities. However, I don't remember anything about my identity. Nair continued. Hearing Nana's voice, Qian Yu nodded. Since Nair's memory had only partially returned, perhaps when her memory was complete, she would know who she really was. At this moment, Nair looked at Qian Yu and asked worriedly, Brother Qian Yu, you all have to kill soul beasts first to absorb soul rings. But I can directly have a soul ring. Is that strange? Nair looked at Qian Yu, her eyes filled with concern. Qian Yu smiled at Nair and said, how could that be? Everyone has their own characteristics. Perhaps this is yours. Qian Yu didn't dare to tell Nair too much, since she was awakening her memories. It was better to let her do it herself. Qian Yu continued to look at Nair and said, but don't tell anyone else about this characteristic, except me. Why? Nair est Qian Yu. Qian Yu looked at Nair and replied, because there are many bad people in this world. If they find out your secret, they might hurt you. Oh, Nair nodded. Does Brother Qian Yu have secrets too? Nair continued to ask. Qian Yu smiled and said, of course. When you grow up, I will tell you my secret. Qian Yu smiled. I don't want to know Brother Qian Yu's secret. Nair immediately said. Why? Qian Yu was puzzled. Nair looked at Qian Yu and then said, because Brother Qian Yu said that everyone should have secrets, so I believe you won't lie to me. What you want to tell me must be something you can say. The secrets you want to hide, I also don't want to know. Qian Yu looked at Nair, surprised that this little girl was so understanding. He patted Nair's head and smiled, okay. Boom! A loud noise erupted, shaking the ground beneath them. In front of them, the battle between the strongest person on the continent and the strongest soul beast had not yet ended. Their fight made the entire Do forest tremble. Qian Yu looked at Nair and said, let's go take a look. Nair nodded, and then Qian Yu led her toward the direction of the battle. At this moment, in the sky, a golden angel wielding a golden sword was fighting against a black dragon. The golden angel radiated intense golden light, illuminating the ground. The black dragon let out a roar, its massive wings stirring up a fierce wind that caused the towering ancient trees around to sway. Its gigantic claws slashed through the air, leaving dark trails. The golden angel, surrounded by boundless holy light, resisted the dragon's attacks. The dragon roared in anger again, its massive mouth opening to unleash terrifying dragon flames. The scorching heat seemed to burn the sky. Seeing the dragon flames approaching, the angel's eyes flashed with coldness. With a sweep of its sword, a white blade of light shot out to meet the dragon flames. Sizzle. As the blade passed, the intensely hot dragon flames were split in two. The golden angel, unfazed by the dragon's fury, waved its sword again, unleashing a series of unmatched sword lights. The terrifying dragon roared, and immediately, a stream of dragon breath shot toward the golden angel in the sky. The golden angel also slashed down with its sword, a dazzling white sword energy cutting through the air and crashing down on the dragon breath. Puff! The might of that sword was irresistible, and the dragon's breath was instantly shattered. Seeing this, the dragon became even angrier and charged at the golden angel. The golden angel's eyes flashed with indifference, and with a swing of its sword, it struck at the dragon again. Bang! The golden sword collided with the dragon, creating a deafening explosion. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave spread out, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, the golden angel's figure floated gracefully, almost like a ghost, appearing on the dragon's back. Angel's judgment, the golden angel shouted, and with a fierce slash of the holy sword, a bright white sword light instantly struck the dragon. However, in front of the dragon, countless crimson magic arrays appeared, forming a barrier to block the terrifying sword light. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the heavens and earth seemed to split apart, and the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves echoed. The entire ground trembled. The sky appeared as if it was being torn in half. The soul beasts below felt the pressure and trembled, prostrating themselves on the ground. Qian Yu looked at the soul beast below and said, "You are strong. What is your name?" The dragon coldly replied, "My name is Emperor Tian. Human, you are also very strong. Indeed, you are a formidable opponent." Qian Yu nodded and said, "My name is Qian Yu. You are the strongest soul beast I have ever seen. It has been a long time since I had such an exhilarating battle. To be honest, I almost don't want to kill you, but for my master, I will definitely kill you." The dragon roared at Qian Yu. Qian Yu showed no fear and coldly said to Emperor Tian, "I said, Xiao Yu is my grandson. He is the future of our spirit hall. So no matter who comes, I will protect him. Is that so? Then we can only fight." Emperor Tian said, preparing to charge again. Just then, a voice echoed in Emperor Tian's mind. "Emperor Tian, come back. It's not the right time yet." Chapter 25, Soul Skill, Demon Seed Parasitism. Tian heard the transmitted message and understood clearly in his heart that it was from the master. Could it be that the master has awakened? Immediately, Tian looked at Qian Yu and said, "Human, you are strong, but I will let you go this time. We will fight again in the future." After saying this, Tian turned and left. Qian Yu watched Tian's departing figure but did not chase after him. He knew that Tian was very strong and his purpose was to protect Qian Yu. As long as Qian Yu was no longer in danger, he had no reason to continue fighting. At this moment, Qian Yu and Nader arrived at the scene. Qian Yu looked up at the golden angel, Qian Yu, and immediately asked Grandpa what happened. At this time, the golden angel descended from the sky, the wings on his back gradually dissipating, and the soul rings on his body were also retracted. Qian Yu returned to his usual appearance. He then looked at Qian Yu on the ground and smiled. "Little Yu, did you absorb that soul ring?" Qian Yu nodded and said, "I did, Grandpa. But what exactly happened just now?" Qian Yu smiled slightly and said, "It's nothing. I just encountered a rather tricky soul beast, and I drove it away." A tricky soul beast? Upon hearing this, Qian Yu was somewhat shocked. A soul beast that even Qian Yu found tricky. Qian Yu counted on his fingers and could only come up with two. One was the Sea King, the deep-sea demon whale king on Sea God Island. However, that deep-sea demon whale king would definitely not come to land. Then, the other one was simple. It was the true ruler of the Stardow Forest, the black dragon Tian. Moreover, combined with the dragon roar that Qian Yu had vaguely heard, it was enough to indicate that the soul beast was indeed Tian. Qian Yu knew that Tian was a servant of the Silver Dragon King. Was Tian here for naught? No wonder Nader had awakened a part of her memory. At this moment, Qian Yu looked at Qian Yu and smiled. "Little Yu, well done. What is your second soul skill?" Qian Yu was pulled back from his thoughts and immediately said, "I haven't checked yet. Let me try it quickly." Qian Yu immediately urged. Qian Yu nodded and then released his seed martial soul. At this moment, two black soul rings appeared on Qian Yu's body. Qian Yu focused his gaze and instantly released his second soul skill. The second soul ring on Qian Yu's body lit up in an instant. In Qian Yu's right hand, countless seeds flew out. Just as Qian Yu had anticipated, Qian Yu's seed martial soul differentiated into countless seeds, which flew out. The seeds began to parasitize in various places, and in an instant, they started to grow. In front of Qian Yu, countless vines, small trees, and grass sprouted. In an instant, a small forest was formed right in front of Qian Yu. Moreover, those seeds could still transform into different types of plants. And even the parasitic seeds retained the characteristics and abilities of Qian Yu's seed martial soul. Seeing this scene, Douluo was somewhat surprised. He looked at Qian Yu and said, "Just as I expected, your second martial soul allows you to differentiate your seed martial soul and then parasitize it onto other objects. However, even after parasitizing, it can still exert the characteristics of your seed martial soul. This means that after parasitizing, your seed martial soul can grow into any plant. This way, you have many development directions, such as growing poisonous thorns to deal with others or growing tough vines to restrain them. If it's a team battle, you can also create a vast healing forest to help injured teammates." The more he spoke, the more excited Douluo became. Qian Yu nodded slightly and then looked at Douluo, saying, "Perhaps my seeds can transform into seeds like the demon lotus tree." As he spoke, Qian Yu immediately experimented. With a thought, countless demon lotus tree seeds flew out from his hand. In an instant, those seeds flew into the air and suddenly exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions resonated as bursts of firelight appeared in the space. Qian Yu exclaimed, "It can really do that." Douluo nodded and said, "Indeed. Your martial soul has a lot of potential for development. Observe more in the future. Perhaps you could develop many more functions." Qian Yu nodded, realizing that his martial soul had many aspects to explore. Besides this, he could also use this parasitism to create cages, and it could even be much stronger than Tang San's blue-silver cage. With Qian Yu's external soul bone, his seed martial soul would have even more possibilities. "Little Yu, what is the name of this soul skill?" Douluo asked. Qian Yu thought for a moment and said, "I plan to call it Demon Seed Parasitism." Demon Seed Parasitism. Not bad. It sounds very intimidating. Not a good name. Douluo praised. Qian Yu nodded slightly. Douluo looked at Qian Yu with great satisfaction. For Douluo, Qian Yu was his hope, the hope of their spirit hall. It should be noted that although Douluo did not manage Spirit Hall's affairs, Spirit Hall had previously always belonged to their Qian family. However, now it was firmly under Bibi Dong's control as the Pope. Although Bibi Dong was also a daughter-in-law of the Qian family, she never bore the Qian surname. Originally, he planned to support Qian Rinxue to replace Bibi Dong's position. But now that Qian Yu had appeared, he had another option. If Qian Yu was well cultivated, he might surpass many members of the Qian family. After all, Qian Yu's talent was even comparable to that of the first and second generations. Douluo looked at Qian Yu and said, "By the way, Nar hasn't added her soul ring yet. Let's help Nar find a soul beast next." At this moment, Qian Yu immediately said, "Grandpa, there's no need. Just now, when Nar was protecting me, a soul beast tried to take the opportunity to attack me, but Nar killed it. Nar also absorbed its soul ring. Nar nodded, then released a yellow soul ring." Douluo looked at Nar's yellow soul ring, and a glimmer of satisfaction shone in his eyes. "Little girl, you are quite lucky." Douluo did not doubt much. Although he had previously questioned Nar, with Nar's strength, hunting a 100-year soul beast was very easy. Moreover, he had focused most of his attention on Qian Yu, so he naturally wouldn't suspect Nar too much. At this moment, Douluo smiled at Qian Yu and said, "All right, since that's the case, let's go home." Qian Yu nodded slightly, following Nar and Douluo as they prepared to return. On the way, Douluo looked at Qian Yu and said, "Little Yu, you are really remarkable, but for now, I hope you don't reveal your strength, at least until the Spirit Hall Soul Master Competition." Spirit Hall Soul Master Competition? Qian Yu looked at Douluo in surprise and asked, "Yes, it's a grand competition held for all the young disciples of our Spirit Hall. However, the next competition is very special because the next competition will select the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of our Spirit Hall based on the rankings." Douluo continued. Qian Yu was extremely shocked, selecting the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of Spirit Hall. In the original work, Hulaina was the Holy Daughter of Spirit Hall, perhaps because she performed excellently in this Soul Master competition, which is why she was chosen by Bibi Dong to become the Holy Daughter. Realizing this, Qian Yu immediately understood and looked at Qian Daolu, saying, "Grandpa, do you hope that I will amaze everyone at the next competition and become the Holy Son of Spirit Hall?" Qian Daolu looked at Qian Yu and smiled. "Little Yu, you are indeed very smart." Chapter 26 Yen. Back at the Spirit Hall, Qian Yu continued his training. Qian Daolu once again took Qian Yu to the back mountain, where the training was the same as before. Qian Daolu attacked while Qian Yu dodged or defended. Qian Daolu continuously attacked Qian Yu, who kept dodging. At this moment, Qian Yu could clearly feel the pressure coming from Qian Daolu. However, Qian Daolu did not use lethal force. So every move he made was not fatal, but aimed at honing Qian Yu's skills. Under Qian Daolu's pressure, Qian Yu's training speed increased significantly. Every day, Qian Yu spent his time in such training, and when he returned home, Nar would be waiting for him. At night, Nar would cuddle with Qian Yu as they slept. Every day, Nar was almost always by Qian Yu's side, making him feel what warmth truly meant. Moreover, most importantly, Nar was very well behaved, never provoking him or causing him any trouble. Qian Yu also enjoyed these days. When Qian Yu arrived at the academy, his days were very peaceful. He never displayed his strength in front of outsiders, nor did he show his martial spirit. When there were class competitions, Qian Yu only used physical skills to defeat his opponents. In class, Qian Yu successfully became the leader. No one dared to provoke him, nor did anyone dare to provoke Nar. On a hot summer day, with the sun shining brightly, Qian Yu and Nar had just finished their physical education class. "Brother Qian Yu, I'm so thirsty," Nar complained. Then, Qian Yu noticed a place where a line was forming to buy ice cream. Qian Yu asked, "Nar, do you want to eat ice cream?" Qian Yu knew that Nar had no resistance to such sweets, so he said, "Then I'll go line up to buy ice cream for you." "Okay," Nar immediately agreed. "Then you wait for me in the shade over there." Qian Yu said, "All right, I'm going." Nar hopped off to the side. Qian Yu watched Nar walk away, a faint smile appearing on his face. He then quickly walked towards the line. The line for ice cream was quite long, and Qian Yu stood at the back, not cutting in line. After about half an hour of waiting, it was finally Qian Yu's turn. At this moment, Qian Yu looked at the owner and said, "Boss, I want 2 pieces of ice cream." The owner immediately replied, "Sorry, there's only 1 piece of ice cream left." Qian Yu nodded, "Then just give me 1. Just then, a voice sounded next to Qian Yu. "Boss, I want that last piece of ice cream." A rough voice came, followed by a young man walking over. He entered the ice cream shop and said to Qian Yu and the owner, "Hey, that ice cream is mine." Qian Yu furrowed his brows. He looked up at the young man and saw that he had red hair, a handsome face, and sharp features, but he had a somewhat rogue demeanor. He was dressed in red, with a flame embroidered on his chest. He was tall and sturdy, standing there like a small mountain, exuding great pressure. Qian Yu looked at this man and thought to himself, if nothing went wrong, this should be Yin, Shiwei, and Holiana, known as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Their strength was naturally formidable. However, in the original story, in such a large Spirit Hall, no one could match Tang San in the end. It was truly a bit sad. Qian Yu looked at the red-haired man and calmly said, "Sorry, I waited a long time for this ice cream, and the boss is also planning to sell it to me." At this moment, the red-haired man was furious and said to Qian Yu, "Kid, why are you being so troublesome? I'll buy this ice cream from you for double the price. How about that?" Qian Yu shook his head and did not agree. The red-haired man looked at Qian Yu and said, "Then 5 times the price, you could buy 5 ice creams with that." Qian Yu replied, "I don't want your money. I just want my ice cream." This statement completely enraged the red-haired man. He looked at Qian Yu and shouted angrily, "Kid, don't you know how to appreciate kindness? This ice cream is for Nar. If you don't eat it today, can't you just buy it tomorrow?" Qian Yu shook his head, "No." At this moment, the red-haired man was utterly furious. He directly yelled at Qian Yu, "Damn it, you little brat. Are you looking for trouble?" Saying this, the red-haired man threw a punch at Qian Yu. This punch was terrifying. The air seemed to crack with its force. The surrounding students heard the commotion and turned their heads to watch. When everyone saw the appearance of the red-haired man, they showed expressions of wariness. This red-haired man was Yan. Qian Yu looked at Yan's punch. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Seeking death, Qian Yu thought to himself, He then extended his right hand and grabbed Yan's right arm directly. Qian Yu pulled Yan's right arm sharply. Then, Qian Yu's body shifted slightly, and in an instant, Yan flew forward and fell flat on his face. At this moment, the onlookers gathered around Qian Yu and Yan. Shock filled the eyes of those people. Oh my god, that's... Yan? Yan actually got the short end of the stick? Who is this kid daring to challenge Yan? Does he want to die? I heard that the last time a lower grade student provoked Yan, he was beaten half to death. Isn't that right? Yan's martial spirit is the Flame Lord, and his temper is as fiery as his martial spirit. This kid has provoked Yan. This is going to be a show. The surrounding students whispered among themselves. At this time, Yan got up from the ground, his face covered in bruises. At this moment, Yan was even angrier. He wanted to beat up this kid, but instead, he was played by this kid. How could he endure this humiliation? Kid, you dare to play me. Yan got up from the ground, angrily staring at Qian Yu. Qian Yu looked at Yan, his gaze icy. You were the one who provoked me first. Yan's face was filled with anger as he pointed at Qian Yu. You little brat. Since you're looking for death, don't blame me for being rude. After saying this, Yan's whole body ignited with scorching flames. Endless flames erupted, making him appear as if a fire god had descended. Clearly, Yan had released his martial spirit. Qian Yu looked at Yan and calmly said, Are you sure you want to make a move? Fighting privately in school is against the rules. Yan, engulfed in flames, looked at Qian Yu and said, So what? Even if it's against the rules, it won't stop me from beating you up. At worst, I'll just write a couple of extra reflections. Qian Yu shook his head. He looked at Yan, knowing that if Yan attacked him, he certainly wouldn't let him off easily. Stop. At this moment, a pleasant voice came from outside the crowd. Chapter 27, Bibi Dong's Gaze. Everyone turned towards the sound, and a small path opened up in the crowd. A man and a woman walked in from the crowd. The woman had long black hair, fair skin, and an exquisite, flawless face that was stunningly beautiful. Her pair of watery eyes shimmered with a light blue hue, resembling a deep pool, captivating those who gazed into them. She wore a black fitted outfit that accentuated her perfect curves. Her waist was slender, easily grasped by a hand, and her long, straight legs were exposed to the air, making one's blood rush. This woman was none other than Hulaina, as mentioned by Yan. Next to her stood a tall man with long hair, sword-like brows, and starry eyes. He had a prominent nose and thin, sensual lips, giving off a sense of determination and strength, instilling a feeling of security. This man should be Qian Yu, one of the core disciples of the Spirit Hall. When Yan saw Hulaina, he immediately smiled and said, Laina, you're here. Hulaina looked at Yan and calmly said, Yan, you're becoming more and more useless, actually bullying a younger student. At this moment, Yan flatteringly smiled and said, Laina, wasn't Tia to buy you ice cream? There is only one ice cream left, and I've offered 5 times the price, yet this kid still won't sell it. Qian Yu coldly looked at Yan and said, I don't care about your money. This ice cream was bought by me standing in line, so I won't sell it to anyone. Seeing Qian Yu's determined expression, Hulaina immediately said, Yan, you're really something. If he doesn't want to sell, why do you want to beat him up? Can't you see he is just a child? Apologize to him quickly. Hulaina reprimanded sharply. Laina, look clearly. I'm the one who got hurt, okay? Yan pointed at his forehead, where he had a big bump from the earlier incident. No matter what, you were in the wrong first. Hulaina continued. Apologizing to a kid would be too embarrassing for me. I won't do it. Yan insisted. Qian Yu looked at them and said, No need to be hypocritical. I don't need anyone's apology. After saying that, Qian Yu took the ice cream and left. Wait, who are you calling hypocritical? At this moment, Hulaina's voice suddenly came. Qian Yu calmly replied, What? Are you going to attack me too? After saying that, he walked away, leaving Hulaina and Yan standing there. Being reprimanded by Qian Yu left Hulaina feeling somewhat displeased. Yan was even angrier, saying, This kid is too arrogant. He deserves a beating. All right, he is just a little child. Don't bother with him, Qian Yu said calmly from the side. Hulaina looked at Qian Yu. Although she didn't want to pursue it anymore, she had already remembered Qian Yu's figure. A few days later, Qian Yu continued to live a peaceful life at the Spirit Hall Academy. One day, as he was walking down the road, someone suddenly shouted, The Pope is here to inspect the academy. Instantly, All the students were extremely excited, rushing to see the Pope. Qian Yu's heart skipped a beat. This Pope should be Bibi Dong. Qian Yu was very curious about Bibi Dong, so he took to go watch. The guards separated the teachers and students, creating a wide path. In the center of the path, a woman walked over step by step. She was wearing a dazzling golden gown that fit her perfectly from head to toe, adorned with over 100 red, blue, and gold gemstones. The 9-curved purple gold crown atop her head sparkled brilliantly, and she held a staff about 2 meters long, embedded with countless gems. With her fair skin and nearly perfect features, she looked utterly unique. Especially the noble and sacred aura radiating from her made one feel an urge to worship her. From a distance, Qian Yu looked at Pope Bibi Dong and murmured, "So this is Pope Bibi Dong? She seems even more beautiful than described in the original work." As Qian Yu gazed at Bibi Dong, he noticed the pressure emanating from her. 2 titled Douluos followed her, exuding a powerful aura. Qian Yu clearly understood the relationship between Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong. Currently, the Spirit Hall was under the control of Pope Bibi Dong, while Qian Daolu had already abdicated and was no longer involved in worldly matters. So even if Qian Daolu was stronger than Bibi Dong, he wouldn't interfere with the affairs of the Spirit Hall. Thus, Qian Yu understood the reason behind Qian Daolu wanting him to become the Holy Son. Qian Daolu wanted him to become the Holy Son and then seize the power of the Spirit Hall from Bibi Dong. After all, in Qian Daolu's mind, the power of the Spirit Hall should belong to the Qian family. At that moment, Soul Masters began to kneel before Bibi Dong. Long live the Pope! The crowd, Soul Masters, and others all knelt before Bibi Dong. Qian Yu and were far enough away that they did not need to kneel. Bibi Dong raised her hand and said, "Get up." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Everyone responded in unison before standing up. Bibi Dong's gaze was calm, but just then, she slightly raised her eyes as if sensing something and looked over towards Qian Yu. Qian Yu was startled. He saw Bibi Dong's gaze suddenly meet his. Did she discover something? Qian Yu was astonished. Chapter 28. 2.5 years. Bibi Dong's gaze instantly turned to Qian Yu. After a second of eye contact, Qian Yu quickly shifted his gaze back. Subsequently, Bibi Dong looked at Qian Yu a couple more times. For some reason, there was something very strange about Qian Yu that gave her an odd feeling. Bibi Dong turned her gaze back and continued walking forward. After this small interlude, Qian Yu didn't pay much attention to it. During the following time, Qian Yu underwent a hellish training regimen every day, constantly exercising. He ran several kilometers daily, followed by push-ups. Sit-ups. He persisted with various workouts every day. Then, he endured the impact under the waterfall. Finally, he faced the whipping from Qian Daolu, who continuously fed Qian Yu attacks to train his reaction time and speed. Days passed. Under Qian Daolu's training, Qian Yu's strength gradually improved. Thus, 2.5 years passed. Qian Yu had grown a head taller, and his physique had become extremely robust. His strength had seen a qualitative leap in improvement. Qian Yu's soul power had also reached level 30. Qian Daolu once again took Qian Yu to the Stardow Forest, where he helped Qian Yu hunt a 70,000-year-old shadow ghost leopard. The shadow ghost leopard was extremely ferocious, incredibly fast, and skilled in concealment. Moreover, it was exceptionally fierce. Even with Qian Daolu's help, Qian Yu sustained heavy injuries before successfully hunting it. However, with his terrifying healing divine tree martial soul, he quickly recovered. Qian Yu struggled to absorb the 70,000-year-old soul ring from the shadow ghost leopard, and unexpectedly obtained a piece of left leg bone. After absorbing the soul ring, he gained the soul skill Shadow Lunge. When Qian Yu unleashed the demon seed, it would evolve into a shadow demon seed, and the plants that grew from it would possess shadow powers, becoming sharper and more resilient. After acquiring his third soul skill, Qian Yu discovered that the vines he grew were harder than ordinary swords. Even fine iron swords could be easily pierced. This was an enormous enhancement for Qian Yu's martial soul. Qian Yu also obtained a soul bone skill, Shadow Stealth. After activating the soul bone skill, he could achieve incredible speed, reaching supersonic levels. Not only that, but it also allowed Qian Yu to conceal his aura, preventing others from noticing him. Additionally, aside from his martial soul and soul power, Qian Yu's physical condition had greatly improved. Now, whether in speed, agility, or strength, he had seen significant enhancements. Qian Yu had also grown a head taller. He looked extremely handsome, perfectly embodying the phrases handsome and dashing. Like a jade tree in the wind, dressed in a white outfit, with flowing golden hair, a chiseled face, bright eyes, a straight nose, and blood-red lips. His tall and slender figure exuded a strong charm. He had a lean physique, resembling a graceful young master, yet his features were very three-dimensional, filled with wildness. Every movement was full of confidence, and even an unintentional display of dominance would captivate the women around him. Whenever Qian Yu stood there, all the girls couldn't help but steal glances. This was the legendary handsome youth. Qian Yu was also very popular among the girls at school. However, he was usually low-key, and his social circle consisted only of their class. Several girls in the class confessed to him, but he rejected them all. After all, with a beautiful and gentle girl like Nar by his side, everyone else seemed like mere ordinary girls. Nar had also grown a head taller and was even more beautiful now. Her silvery white hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her sparkling eyes seemed to speak. With a small, upturned nose and a slightly pouted cherry mouth, she appeared both coldly noble and playfully cute. Her snow-white, flawless skin seemed delicate, and her figure had become even more alluring. Clad in a tight blue outfit that showcased her curvaceous body, her chest stood proudly, her waist was slender and soft, her hips were rounded and pert, and her long, clean jade feet were adorned with crystal sandals. Her delicate, snow-white hands added to her youthful, vibrant, and charming look. Standing there like a princess, she attracted countless gazes. However, Nar always stayed by Qian Yu's side, remaining cold towards everyone, showing no smiles or emotional fluctuations. This disappointed many who liked her, while also evoking envy and jealousy. Because Qian Yu was indeed very lucky to be with Nar, Qian Yu approached Qian Lu. Qian Lu looked at him and smiled. "Little Yu, it's been 2 years since you came here, right?" Qian Yu nodded. "That's right, 2 years." At this moment, Qian Lu smiled slightly. "Grandpa has kept you hidden for 2 years. Do you resent me?" Qian Yu shook his head. "No, I know Grandpa has his reasons for doing this." Qian Lu then said, "You're right. After all, you have an angel martial soul. Your identity will make you the target of jealousy in our spear hall, which is why I had you hide for 2 years. During this time, I put you through devilish training to enhance your strength as much as possible so you can stand on your own. However, moving forward, you no longer need to be so low-key." Upon hearing this, Qian Yu understood. He looked at Qian Lu and asked, "Is the Spirit Hall Soul Master competition about to start?" Qian Lu laughed heartily. "Ha! Little Yu, you really are clever. You're right. In a couple of days, the Spirit Hall's Soul Master competition will be held. Your generation of Soul Masters is known as the Golden Generation of Spirit Hall, so the Hall will choose a Saint Son or Saint Daughter from this generation. The elected Saint Son and Saint Daughter will become the heirs of the next Pope." After hearing this, Qian Yu nodded. Then, Qian Lu looked at him and said, "So this time, you don't need to be low-key anymore. I hope you can defeat all your opponents in this competition and win the championship. Then, become the Saint Son of Spirit Hall." Qian Yu nodded. "I understand." Qian Lu continued, "However, this time your opponents are not weak. They're called the Golden Generation of Spirit Hall, and their strength is very formidable." Qian Yu remained calm and simply said, "No matter who they are, I will defeat them." Chapter 29. Tenderness Under the Moonlight. "Ha ha ha. You truly are the bloodline of the Qian family. Very good. Grandpa believes in you. No matter who the opponent is, you can win. This is the information sheet of your stronger opponents. You can take a look." Qian Lu handed over a sheet of information about Qian Yu's opponents. Qian Yu looked at the sheet, which contained the names of powerful figures from the Golden Generation. Name: Qian Yu. Martial Soul: Moonblade. Soul Rings: Yellow, Yellow, Purple. Soul Power: Level 37 Soul Venerable. Name: Hulayina. Martial Soul: Demon Fox. Soul Rings: Yellow, Yellow, Purple. Soul Power: Level 36 Soul Venerable. Name: Yin. Martial Soul: Flame Lord. Soul Rings: Yellow, Yellow, Purple. Soul Power: Level 36 Soul Venerable. Qian Yu looked at the sheet and then asked, "Grandpa, how old are they?" "They're all about 13 or 14 years old." Qian Yu nodded slightly and couldn't help but say, Are they all just soul venerables? What? Do you think everyone is like you? Becoming a level 32 soul venerable at the age of 8.5. Qian Daolu smiled at Qian Yu. However, don't be too careless. Since they are called the Golden Generation, there's a reason for it. You must not let your guard down, Qian Daolu continued. Qian Yu nodded in agreement. All right, I have already registered you. Prepare well. Qian Daolu continued. After saying this, Qian Daolu left the small courtyard where Qian Yu was. Qian Yu is now 8.5 years old. He remembered that in the original story, Hulaina and Yin should be about 5 or 6 years older than him. Now being 8 years old and already a soul venerable, Qian Yu recalled that in the original story, Tang San became a soul venerable at the age of 12. So, this means Qian Yu is already far ahead of Tang San. However, Qian Yu's opponent is not Tang San. His real opponent is the title Douluo Tang Hao, who is highly praised in the original story. Everything Qian Yu does today is to defeat Tang Hao. Thinking of Tang Hao, Qian Yu couldn't help but clench his fists, remembering how he slaughtered the entire Holy Soul village. If he didn't have the Angel Martial Soul and the mysterious Seed Martial Soul, he would have long since died at his hands. This kind of hatred, no matter what, Qian Yu must repay. At this moment, Na came to Qian Yu's side. Brother Qian Yu, what are you doing? Qian Yu smiled slightly and said, looking at the moon. At this moment, the two looked up and saw a full moon hanging in the sky, the bright moonlight shining down. The vast moonlight illuminated the earth, giving it a layer of silver glow, while the distant mountains, rivers, and trees were all cloaked in a layer of silver radiance. Next to the moon, bright stars twinkled, shining like the stars of the night, radiating dazzling light. Seeing this, Na smiled sweetly and said, Brother Qian Yu, I think the moon tonight is so beautiful. Qian Yu smiled gently and said, Indeed, it's beautiful, just like you. Upon hearing this, Na immediately showed a shy expression. Brother Qian Yu, how can I compare to the moon? Notre mare looked at Qian Yu. Qian Yu smiled and continued, In my heart, Na is even more beautiful than the moon. You are my moonlight. Na sweetly smiled. Brother Qian Yu, you have such sweet words. Na sat beside Qian Yu, and the two leaned against each other, gazing at the moonlight above. In the quiet night, they could still hear the sounds of cicadas and insects. The two snuggled together, quietly enjoying this rare tranquility. After a long time, Na spoke. Hey, Brother Qian Yu, if one day Na leaves you, you must take good care of yourself. Upon hearing this, Qian Yu looked at Na and said, Na, what are you talking about? I will always keep you by my side. You are not allowed to leave. Na smiled slightly and said, I mean, if one day, there is no such if. Qian Yu looked at Notre mare. If Na leaves, no matter where I have to go, I will bring you back. Qian Yu said firmly. Na looked up at the beautiful night sky and slowly said, Brother Qian Yu, we have all grown up. Some things must be given up eventually. Do you know? Every day, I hope to meet a good brother like you. But now, I've finally waited for it. Although I don't know how I can be with you until the end, I am willing to wait. Hearing this, Qian Yu looked at Na, reached out to stroke her hair, and gently said, Silly girl, we will be happy. I have awakened more memories. At this moment, Na looked at Qian Yu and said. Upon hearing this, Qian Yu was taken aback and quickly asked, Really? Na nodded. I remember a lot of memories. I remember I came from Stardew Forest. That day, I approached you not because I was passing by. It was because there was a familiar scent on you, which is why I stayed there, watching over you, Brother Qian Yu. Familiar scent? Qian Yu looked at Na, his face showing surprise. Na is the human emotional avatar of the Silver Dragon King Gu Yuna. Why would she feel that she has a familiar scent? It must be known that when she came to the Douluo Continent, she had been in a deep sleep. Could it be before she fell asleep? If it was before she fell asleep, the place she was in was the Divine Realm. If she has a familiar scent, could it be that she... Qian Yu thought of a possibility that he didn't even dare to believe. The Divine Realm? Na continued. I also remembered some bad memories. I remember that I was killed by someone, cut in half. I also remembered a fierce battle, a very tragic battle. Many people died in that battle. I also remember that I was asleep in the forest, and after waking up, I met you, Brother Qian Yu. And also, the dragon roar I heard in the Stardew Forest was also very familiar. Na sat beside Qian Yu recounting one by one. Then Naru continued, but I still can't remember who I am. And I have a feeling that when I remember who I am, it may. At this moment, Qian Yu immediately covered Naru's mouth with his hand, signaling her not to continue. At this time, Qian Yu gently hugged Naru and said, Naru, don't worry. No matter what happens in the future, I am your family. I will protect you well. Qian Yu mended. He would definitely protect Naru and would never let anyone harm her. Thank you, brother Qian Yu, Naru said. As she spoke, Naru gently leaned towards Qian Yu's lips, her delicate red lips pressed against his. Under the bright moonlight, the two kissed each other. Chapter 30, Naru's Tale. The two kissed for a long time before parting. At that moment, Qian Yu looked at the stunningly beautiful Naru, who was also gazing back at him. Their eyes met. Naru said to Qian Yu, brother Qian Yu, if only we could always be like this, always together. How wonderful that would be. Qian Yu looked into Naru's eyes, her purple irises sparkling with tenderness. He knew that perhaps Naru had truly awakened many memories, and maybe one day they would have to part ways. However, even so, Naru was still family to Qian Yu. He gently embraced Naru and said, don't worry, Naru. No matter where you are in the future, I will find you. They sat like this for a long time, watching the moonlight in the sky. While holding Naru, Qian Yu seemed to touch something soft and squishy. What is this? Qian Yu was puzzled and then pinched it. Don't. At that moment, Naru suddenly shouted, brother Qian Yu, why are you touching? There. Qian Yu quickly looked and saw that Naru had grown a tail. The tail was soft and squishy, like a kitten's paw, very pleasant to touch. Brother Qian Yu. Quickly let go, it tickles, it tickles. Naru hurriedly pushed Qian Yu away. Qian Yu was taken aback, looking at Naru in confusion, not understanding why she was so agitated just now. Naru looked at Qian Yu, her cheeks flushed, lowering her head, too shy to meet his gaze. Then Qian Yu realized that Naru's tail seemed to be very sensitive. Thinking of this, an evil thought arose in Qian Yu's mind as if controlled by a devil, and he pinched it again. Brother Qian Yu, you are so bad. Naru's pretty face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Qian Yu. Then she looked at Qian Yu and said, brother Qian Yu, I seem to not be human. Qian Yu replied, I know. You knew it long ago? Naru looked at Qian Yu in surprise. Yes. Qian Yu answered honestly. You can generate soul rings out of thin air without absorbing them. Humans can't do that, so I've always known you're a soul beast. Qian Yu responded. Then, brother Qian Yu, will you hate me because of this? Naru asked softly, lowering her head. Qian Yu patted Naru's head and smiled. Silly girl. How can I mind? No matter what you are, you're my family. Brother Qian Yu, you are so nice. Naru looked at Qian Yu and said, as she spoke. Naru's tail started to wag. All right, let us sleep. Qian Yu embraced Naru and lay down on the bed. Naru seemed very happy, snuggling in Qian Yu's arms, closing her eyes and drifting off to sleep. Looking at Naru's peaceful expression, a gentle smile appeared on Qian Yu's face. The two fell asleep. 2 days later, the Spirit Hall officially announced that the Spirit Hall Soul Master competition was about to begin. The competition would be a single elimination format, meaning that all registered Soul Masters would draw lots to compete against each other. Those who won would advance to the next round, while the losers would be eliminated directly. The champion of this Spirit Hall Soul Master competition would be rewarded with 2 soul bones and could receive special training from the Spirit Hall, gaining various cultivation resources. The runner-up would also receive a generous reward of 1 soul bone. Moreover, outstanding students could be selected to become core disciples of the Spirit Hall, representing the Spirit Hall in the Continental Soul Master competition in the future. After all, the Continental Soul Master competition would be a team event in the future. Therefore, some core disciples would be selected during this competition to form a team to represent the Spirit Hall. As for the Saint of the Spirit Hall, it was not chosen among the champions. That was entirely up to the Pope. To become the Saint or Saintess of the Spirit Hall, one must excel in all aspects, not only power and talent, but also age must not be too great. For instance, if the 15-year-old champion and the 10-year-old runner-up had similar strength, the champion's talent would certainly be less than that of the runner-up. Thus, the Saint or Saintess might not necessarily be the champion. It could also be the runner-up. Therefore, To become the saint or saintess of the Spirit Hall, one must be selected based on comprehensive performance by the Pope. Because they needed to choose a saint, this competition attracted many powerful contestants. Almost all Soul Masters from the Spirit Hall signed up, and Douluo not only registered Qian Yu but also Nar. Nar was already a 28th level Grand Soul Master, but that was just on the surface. Qian Yu had no idea what level Nar really was. However, every time they went to hunt soul beasts, Nar had tricked Douluo into thinking she had generated her own soul ring. But Douluo knew that Nar's Silver Spear martial soul was also very powerful, so he wanted to see her strength. Thus, both Nar and Qian Yu had to participate in this Soul Master competition. After the registration for the competition, the Academy was in an uproar. Our Spirit Hall Soul Master competition is about to begin. I wonder who will win the championship this time. This time's champion was not like previous ones. In the past, champions could only receive special training from the Spirit Hall, but this time, it was to select the saint or saintess of the Spirit Hall. The outstanding ones might very well become the new saint or saintess. Becoming the saint or saintess meant becoming the next Pope's heir, and the Spirit Hall would definitely provide all resources for their training. Yes, this time, many strong competitors will surely participate. Walking through the Academy, everywhere one looked, people were discussing this competition. This was a grand event for the Spirit Hall, naturally attracting a lot of attention. Who do you think has the best chance in this competition? Who else could it be but the three from the Golden Generation? Are you talking about Qian Yu, Yin, and Hulayina? Of course, those three are known as the Golden Generation, and their strength is incredibly formidable. It is said that the Pope has been paying attention to them for a long time. Along the way, people were buzzing with discussions, and almost all the students were talking about the three from the Golden Generation. Qian Yu remained calm, just attending classes quietly every day, and after school, he continued to train diligently, without slacking off. Qian Yu did not like empty flattery. After all, having lived 2 lives, he was more mature, and thus he acted very low-key. If it did not concern him, Qian Yu would never stick his neck out or seek trouble. Nearby, Nar was happily waiting for Qian Yu after school. Brother Qian Yu. Nar immediately linked her arm with his, and upon seeing Nar, Qian Yu finally smiled. Nar hugged Qian Yu and walked forward. At that moment, a few uninvited guests approached them. Leading them was a red-haired man with striking red hair, wearing blood-colored clothing. He was extremely handsome, over 2 meters tall, with slightly dark skin, giving off an aura of dominance. 2.5 years had passed, and he had grown a bit taller. However, Qian Yu seemed to have grown even faster, and he was only slightly taller than Qian Yu now. That man was none other than Yan, who had previously clashed with Qian Yu. Chapter 31. Yan's Provocation. In 2.5 years, Qian Yu and Yan had encountered each other a few times at school. However, each time, Qian Yu kept a low profile and did not provoke Yan, so they did not have any conflicts. Today's meeting seemed to be a coincidence. Yan, accompanied by a few lackeys, walked up to Qian Yu and stopped in front of him. He looked at Qian Yu and said, "By the way, kid, I remember you. You made me suffer last time." "That's right. I recall. Not only did you make me suffer, but you also upset Nana later." Yan immediately looked at Qian Yu and said, as a seasoned sycophant, in Yan's heart, Hulayina's feelings were far more important than his own. Qian Yu watched Yan and couldn't help but shake his head at the sight of him fawning over Hulayina. After all, Qian Yu had read the original work. He knew that even though Yan might fawn over the aloof goddess Hulayina for a lifetime, in the end, after being defeated by Tang San, she would start to like Tang San, and Yan could only live as a sycophant, trailing behind Hulayina for life. Qian Yu found it illogical that Hulayina, who was once the saintess of the Spirit Hall and highly valued by Bibi Dong, received so many resources for cultivation. As a result, after losing to Tang San, she would actually come to like him. Then, she began to engage in various flirtations in the city of slaughter. It was one thing that she did not know Tang Yin was Tang San. However, later, because of Tang San, she caused Bibi Dong to lose 300,000-year soul rings. Bibi Dong missed those 300,000-year soul rings because of Hulayina. Later, in the Stardow Forest, it was precisely because Hulayina couldn't distinguish between friend and foe that she let a wolf into her home. She allowed Tang Yin, Tang San, to participate in the task of hunting Xiao Wu. Although everything was Tang San's scheme, Hulayna was also deeply harmed. But fundamentally, it was Hulayna's romantic mindset that allowed Tang San to infiltrate the team so smoothly. Otherwise, how could Hulayna let an outsider participate in such an important task? In the end, the Spirit Hall missed the opportunity to capture the 100,000-year spirit beast Xiao Wu and suffered heavy losses, with many powerful experts falling at the hands of Tang San. This was the first 100,000-year soul ring lost by Bibi Dong because of Hulayna, and the other 2 soul rings were similarly affected. Hulayna said she wanted to end things with Tang San, but in reality, Hulayna was saved from the hands of the King of Slaughter by Tang San, and because she still had feelings for him, she ultimately leaked the information that Bibi Dong was hunting the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python in the Stardew forest. It was also because of Hulayna's leak that these 200,000-year soul rings, which should have been easily obtained by Bibi Dong, were ultimately intercepted by Tang San midway. It could be said that Hulayna's actions not only caused Bibi Dong to lose 200,000-year soul rings, but also helped her enemy, Tang San, acquire them. In the end, the defeat of the Spirit Hall was greatly related to these 3 soul rings. If Bibi Dong had absorbed these 3 soul rings and Tang San had not, Tang San would not have grown so quickly. Bibi Dong's strength would have been even greater. In the Battle of Jialing Pass, the outcome was uncertain. Therefore, even if such a backstabbing wolf had some looks, Qian Yu could not bring himself to like her. However, he couldn't say he hated her either. After all, she belonged to his own faction, and he had little interaction with her, so there was no reason to hate her. Moreover, since those events had not yet occurred, she could at most be considered a romantic fool. However, it was quite disgusting that while Yin was fawning over her, she would eventually go on to fawn over Tang San. As for Yin, Qian Yu liked him even less. He was nothing more than a pure sycophant, incapable of achieving anything significant. At this moment, Yin looked at Qian Yu and continued, "Kid, are you also going to participate in the Spirit Hall's Soul Master competition?" Qian Yu calmly asked, "Is there a problem?" Yin looked at Qian Yu and said, "Nana complained about you for a long time when she got back that day. She clearly helped you, yet you were so cold to her, which made Nana unhappy for a long time." Qian Yu looked at Yin and had to admit that this sycophant was really disgusting. Qian Yu replied calmly, "Her unhappiness has nothing to do with me. It's you who made her unhappy. Doesn't that concern you?" Yin glared at Qian Yu and shouted angrily, "So what? What do you want to say?" Qian Yu asked calmly, "Is that all you wanted to say?" At this moment, Yin looked at Qian Yu and said, "Then at this competition, just pray you don't run into me. If you do, I will make you pay for the humiliation you caused me before and for upsetting Nana." Qian Yu's eyes turned cold as he looked at Yin and said, "Are you done?" Yin replied, "I'm done." Then, Qian Yu left with Neru. Yin watched Qian Yu's departing figure and said, "Kid, dare to upset Nana? Just wait until the Soul Master competition. I'll show you how I deal with you." Qian Yu returned home with Neru. After dinner, Qian Yu continued his training. He had been training every day without a single day of slack. Now, aside from having a soul power of level 32, his physical skills were also very powerful. After all, Qian Yu had Douluo as his backing, who had found many martial arts manuals for Qian Yu to study. Thus, Qian Yu's physique and fighting skills were top-notch. Even without using a martial soul, Qian Yu's strength was terrifying. He could kill 1,000-year soul beasts using only his physical skills. Moreover, with 3 10,000-year soul rings, the boost he received was significant. Douluo had once evaluated Qian Yu. With the support of 3 10,000-year soul rings, even if Qian Yu was only at level 32, he could be invincible among soul masters. Indeed, even Qian Yu, who had just broken through, could achieve invincibility at the same level. Because of this, Douluo dared to set the goal of winning the championship for Qian Yu. Qian Yu understood Douluo's plan. The reason he was secretly trained by Douluo was that the current Pope of the Spirit Hall was Bibi Dong. If Bibi Dong knew that Qian Yu was Douluo's grandson, and that he was not her biological child, but rather a bastard of King Sunji, she would definitely not grant Qian Yu the position of the Holy Son. Not only that, Qian Yu could also be in danger, as King Sunji had died at Bibi Dong's hands. Thus, Douluo secretly trained Qian Yu, allowing him to compete for the position of Holy Son with his own strength. As long as Qian Yu performed brilliantly in the competition and was selected, Bibi Dong would have no reason to suppress him. On the contrary, she would value Qian Yu highly. All of this was Douluo Yu's good intentions. Qian Yu also knew that Douluo Yu genuinely wanted to cultivate him as the heir to the Spirit Hall. As for whether it would be him or Qian Rengshu who would inherit the Spirit Hall in the future, that was something to be seen later. Anyway, by cultivating Qian Yu, the Spirit Hall would gain another genius, which could only be beneficial. Having lived 2 lives, Qian Yu naturally saw through these principles. However, all of this posed no harm to Qian Yu himself. He naturally let things take their course and adapted to the development. Moreover, Qian Yu increasingly felt that his identity was not so simple, especially after hearing Neru's words. Qian Yu was more suspicious than ever about whether he had any connection with that place in the sky. Angel martial souls, mysterious seed martial souls. These martial souls could not be explained clearly in the Douluo world. Now, Qian Yu's goal was not just to defeat Tang Hao. Perhaps he had already been pulled into a much larger trouble. Therefore, he had to seize every opportunity to become stronger. A few days later, the Spirit Hall Soul Master Competition finally arrived. Chapter 32, the competition begins. The Soul Master Competition of the Spirit Hall has finally started, held at the Spirit Hall's arena. The arena is an incredibly large training ground, standing majestically in Spirit City. The arena is oval-shaped, resembling a gigantic sports stadium, covering an extensive area. Inside the arena, numerous fighting platforms have been constructed, categorized into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. The entire arena is so massive that it can accommodate up to 100,000 spectators at once. And the VIP rooms surrounding the arena also allow viewing of the matches. This venue is located at the center of Spirit City, with a huge competition stage having a diameter of at least 100 meters, entirely made of granite. A vast number of soul guidance devices have been used to reinforce this enormous stage to prevent damage. According to the information provided by the Spirit Hall, this venue can withstand any attack from soul masters below the rank of Soul Emperor without sustaining damage. Today, the arena is filled to capacity, with all spectators seated in their respective sections, eagerly awaiting the start of the competition. Such a grand soul master competition naturally attracts the attention of the entire Spirit City. Qian Yu has also arrived at the Spirit Hall's arena with Nar. They see a dense crowd surging into the arena. After all, this is a grand event of the Spirit Hall, and even though tickets are required for entry, every time the Spirit Hall holds a Soul Master competition, the arena is always full. Whether Soul Masters or common citizens, everyone is flocking into the enormous arena. As a participant, Qian Yu and Nar are walking through the contestants' passage. Upon entering the contestants' area, they find a hall where a beautiful Soul Master is there to assist them. Everyone present is a contestant for today's event. The competition rules state that Soul Masters over the age of 15 are not allowed to participate. Therefore, all participants in today's Spirit Hall Soul Master competition are under 15. Please come and collect your number tags. A Soul Master calls out. Qian Yu and Nar receive their number tags, and Qian Yu is fortunate to draw the number 9. Nar draws the single-digit number 8. At this moment, Qian Yu sees a few familiar faces. Indeed, it's Xie Yu, Yin, and Hulaina. Their number tags are also single digits, 1, 2, and 3, respectively. Now Qian Yu understands that perhaps this drawing was intentionally arranged by his grandfather, Qian Douluo. After seeing Qian Yu, Yin can't help but walk over and says, "Kid, you really came." Qian Yu calmly looks at Yin and replies, "No need for provocations. If I encounter you in the arena, rest assured, I won't hold back." After saying this, Qian Yu leaves with Nar. Yin stands there, watching Qian Yu's back, clenching his fists in anger. "Kid, you'd better not run into me." There are about 1,000 participants in the competition, so an elimination system is adopted, with 2 contestants battling at a time. Winners advance while losers are eliminated. The competition is divided into over 100 arenas, all running simultaneously. Then, Qian Yu and the others arrive at the preparation area, a designated space for contestants to rest. Qian Yu and Nader sit down here. Just then, a voice calls out from outside. Her Majesty the Pope has arrived. As the voice echoes, a group of 12 red-robed cardinals, second only to the platinum bishop, walks out from the side door of the Pope's hall. They walk up to the front of the Pope's hall and stand on either side, 6 on each side. Long live, long live, long live. The three shouts resonate throughout Spirit City like a landslide or tsunami, not only coming from the orderly knights guarding the Pope's mountain, but also from all the soul masters in Spirit City who are forbidden from approaching the Pope's mountain. For them, the Pope represents the highest belief. The enormous doors slowly open, with the emblem on each door gradually shifting from its path. Everyone's gaze instinctively gathers toward the opening doors. Dressed in a splendid golden gown from head to toe, wearing a purple gold crown and holding a scepter, Bibi Dong steps out first, her expression solemn. She emanates an ethereal presence, appearing infinitely tall. No one even pays attention to her stunning beauty. At this moment, she embodies only the majesty of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. The dazzling golden gown fits her perfectly, shimmering with brilliance, adorned with over 100 red, blue, and gold gemstones. The purple gold crown on her head radiates a myriad of lights, concentrating all brilliance on her alone at this moment. The Pope has arrived. Is that Her Majesty the Pope? So beautiful. Majesty and beauty coexist. The Soul Masters begin to discuss amongst themselves. Bibi Dong walks to her designated seat and stands there. At this moment, all those affiliated with the Spirit Hall kneel on one knee in reverence to the Pope. Qian Yu looks at Bibi Dong and cannot help but admit that she's extremely beautiful. Her fair skin seems flawless, and her delicate features appear as if crafted by a master artist. Her long black hair flows elegantly down her back, and her deep, starry eyes are filled with wisdom. With a straight nose and slightly parted rosy lips exhaling a fragrant breath, she exudes an aura of elegance and nobility. Pope Bibi Dong gently raises her hand to signal everyone to rise. Instantly, the entire venue falls silent again. The grand offering has arrived with the 6 major offerings. Another call rings out, and Qian Douluo, accompanied by 7 titled Douluos, enters the arena. They are all dressed in brilliant golden robes, exuding an imposing aura, and each one possesses a powerful presence. Especially Qian Douluo, who walks at the center. His aura surges explosively like a volcanic eruption, making it hard to breathe. After all, among the titled Douluos present, none can compare to him. What terrifying strength! Seeing Qian Douluo, both the soul masters of the Spirit Hall and the common people are stunned. As for Bibi Dong, they have only seen her occasionally. However, Qian Douluo is regarded as a legendary figure in their hearts. In past Soul Master competitions, and even throughout the continent's Soul Master competitions, the Grand Offering has never made an appearance. Why has he suddenly come today? Is that the Grand Offering? I heard he is over 100 years old. How can he look so young? You don't understand. The Grand Offering is a limit Douluo, one of the strongest beings on the continent, so he naturally appears very young. Everyone immediately bows to Qian Douluo and the others. We pay our respects to the Grand Offering. Qian Douluo slightly raises his hand, signaling them to rise. Bibi Dong also nods slightly to Qian Douluo, who ignores her and sits directly in his designated seat. The other 6 offerings also take their seats. Qian Douluo's disregard for her does not faze Bibi Dong. It seems she had anticipated it all along. She gazes ahead, her authoritative voice resounding. This Soul Master competition is held to select disciples from the younger generation. All participants are youths under the age of 15. By organizing this competition, I hope you young ones can showcase your strength and perform well, injecting fresh blood into our Spirit Hall. After hearing Bibi Dong's words, the atmosphere in the venue becomes even more enthusiastic. Now, I announce that this Soul Master competition officially begins. Bibi Dong's voice is clear, pleasant, and captivating. Chapter 33. No need to use martial soul against you. At this moment, a red-robed archbishop stepped into the center of the arena and spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, I will preside over this Soul Master competition. He then began to announce the rules of the competition. The rules were simple, a 1v1 elimination system, where the winner advances and the loser is eliminated. Injuries sustained during the competition are not the responsibility of the participants, but killing the opponent is considered a foul and will result in disqualification. Various martial souls can be used during the match, and participants can bring their own weapons. No one else is allowed to enter the arena or interfere with the results of the match. The red-robed archbishop read a lot, and Qian Yu, sitting in the preparation area, summarized the key points. After understanding the rules, the competition officially began. The opponents were drawn randomly based on the number tags, meaning that who one faced was completely random. However, there was a certain human factor involved, as seed players who were valued would not be drawn to face each other first. With over 100 arenas, the audience could choose which matches they wanted to watch. Soon, Hulaina, Yin, and Qian Yu took the stage, instantly causing a loud cheer from the crowd, as they were seed players from the Spirit Hall and naturally very popular. Many people had already heard of their reputations. Qian Yu is so handsome. Yeah, he is strong and good-looking. I really want to be his girlfriend. I think Yin is also good. Yin is indeed strong, but his temper is too volatile, which is not good. Countless people in the audience cheered for them. After Hulaina took the stage, even more cheers erupted. Go, Nana. Nana, you're the best. Keep it up. You must win. Countless admirers cheered for Hulaina, as she was a genius of the Spirit Hall. With her strong abilities and good looks, she naturally garnered a lot of audience affection. Thank you. Hulaina smiled and waved to the crowd, but her expression remained indifferent. Although she enjoyed the cheers, it was far from enough to excite her. Yin, on the other hand, wore a face full of jealousy, angrily saying, Nana is my goddess. I'm her biggest fan. Qian Yu and Nar were also called up, and they headed to their respective arenas. In contrast, Qian Yu's side had almost no audience, and no one was cheering for him. After all, Qian Yu was usually too low-key. Upon arriving at the arena, he found himself facing an older student, around 12 or 13 years old. A referee stood between Qian Yu and the older student, and then the referee announced, Qian Yu versus Wang Hu. The match begins. In front of Qian Yu stood a muscular boy of about 12 or 13, exuding explosive power. His sharp, bright eyes seemed to see through everything, imposing a sense of pressure. When he saw Qian Yu's slightly immature appearance, he couldn't help but sneer. So it's just a little kid. Looks like luck is on my side today, finally facing a weakling. Qian Yu frowned, his gaze cold, and said in a deep voice, Stop talking nonsense. Let us fight. Wang Hu snorted coldly and shouted, Martial soul possession, battle tiger. Instantly, a huge tiger phantom appeared behind Wang Hu, and his body transformed, becoming even stronger and brimming with explosive power. Huh! Wang Hu roared, then pushed off the ground with both feet, charging at Qian Yu like a cannonball. Qian Yu's expression turned serious as he spread his arms to take a defensive stance. Wang Hu threw a punch, and a gust of wind rushed past as his fist smashed towards Qian Yu. At that moment, Qian Yu simply dodged lightly, swiftly avoiding Wang Hu's attack. Wang Hu attacked again, but Qian Yu easily evaded once more. Kid, are you not going to use your martial soul? Wang Hu angrily asked as he looked at Qian Yu. I don't need to use my martial soul to deal with you. Qian Yu replied coldly. Arrogant. Wang Hu snorted and charged at Qian Yu again. Every move Wang Hu made was vicious, showing no mercy. Kid, is dodging all you can do? Wang Hu roared, unleashing terrifying power as his second yellow soul ring lit up, shouting, Furious Tiger King. Instantly, Wang Hu lunged at Qian Yu like a ferocious tiger. Wang Hu was agile and fast, moving as if he had transformed into a tiger, baring his sharp teeth and lunging at Qian Yu. This was Wang Hu's martial soul, the Furious Tiger King. After activating his martial soul, his strength, speed, and even agility would increase several times. Seeing Wang Hu charging at him, Qian Yu focused his mind. He then swiftly dodged to Wang Hu's back and kicked out. With a loud bang, Wang Hu was kicked away by Qian Yu, crashing down off the arena. Cough! Cough! Wang Hu landed, spitting out blood and struggling to lift his head to look at Qian Yu, his eyes filled with shock. He never expected that this guy was so powerful, defeating him without even activating his martial soul. As the audience witnessed Wang Hu's plight, gasps of astonishment erupted. Qian Yu is so strong. He actually knocked Wang Hu down. This Qian Yu is quite interesting. He is worth keeping an eye on. Yeah, I didn't expect this Qian Yu to be so powerful in physical combat. You, cough cough. I concede. Wang Hu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said slowly. He knew he would definitely not be Qian Yu's opponent, so he chose to back down. Upon hearing this, Qian Yu smiled, turned, and walked off the arena, returning to the preparation area. At that moment, Nar also won her match and successfully returned. Nar immediately ran over. Brother Qian Yu, I won, she exclaimed joyfully. Qian Yu looked at Nar and smiled. saying, "Well done. Brother Qian, you doesn't need to ask. You must have one too." Na continued. Qian Yu nodded slightly. At this moment, Qian Yu looked up and saw his grandfather, Qian Douluo, watching his match. Next to him, Golden Crocodile Douluo looked at Qian Douluo and asked, "Grand Elder, why did you come to watch the Spear Hall's Soul Master competition this time? I remember you never came to watch the continent-wide Soul Master competition. Only when Xiao Shui was still in the Spear Hall did you come to watch, right? Is there someone among these little ones who caught your attention?" Qian Douluo laughed heartily and said, "That's right. I wonder who that little guy is." Golden Crocodile Douluo asked Qian Douluo. Chapter 34, Evil Spirits. At this moment, Qian Douluo smiled slightly and said, "You will know when the time comes." Qian Douluo was not ready to tell the Golden Crocodile Douluo yet, and the Golden Crocodile Douluo smiled and said, "It seems that the little guy who interests the grand offering must be quite strong. I will wait and see." The Golden Crocodile Douluo smiled and continued to watch the competition. On the sidelines, Qian Yu and Na both won their first match. Since the competition format was a single elimination tournament, after the first round, more than 1,000 participants would be reduced by half. Qian Yu and Na successfully advanced to the second round. At this time, Yin, Hulaina, and Xie Yu also easily won their matches. When Yin saw that Qian Yu was also in the advancing area, he was somewhat surprised. That kid actually advanced. Yin looked in Qian Yu's direction in astonishment. Immediately, Hulaina also looked over. She had a very deep impression of Qian Yu. His attitude towards her last time left a strong mark on her. "What is his name?" Hulaina asked Yin. "His name is Qian Yu." Yin had already investigated Qian Yu's identity and replied. Hulaina nodded and turned to leave. After Qian Yu and Na rested for a few hours, the second round of the competition began again. Qian Yu returned to the arena, and, at this moment, the number of people watching Qian Yu's match seemed to have increased a bit. After all, Qian Yu had won his first match without using his martial soul against a great soul master, which piqued the curiosity of many people about him. Qian Yu arrived at the competition stage. At this moment, Qian Yu's opponent was a tall contestant. He was very tall, about 1.9 meters, wearing a blue tight-fitting outfit, with bulging muscles that displayed robust power. He stood there like a hill. It was hard to imagine that he was only 14 years old. At this moment, he stood quietly, his eyes fixed on Qian Yu, emitting a strong aura. "My name is Li Hao. Please give me your guidance," Li Hao said lightly. Hearing Li Hao's words, Qian Yu raised an eyebrow and replied, "I am Qian Yu." The match between Qian Yu and Li Hao begins. The referee announced immediately. Then, Li Hao released his martial soul, and a long spear condensed in his hand. It was clear that Li Hao's martial soul was a weapon martial soul. Li Hao held the spear and instantly lunged at Qian Yu with a fierce momentum. Facing the fierce attack, Qian Yu showed no fear and directly met it head-on. Bang! The two collided and immediately separated. Both retreated 3 steps. Seeing that he was evenly matched with Qian Yu, Li Hao's expression changed slightly. He charged towards Qian Yu again. Li Hao was burly, but his speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Qian Yu, swinging the spear horizontally at him. Seeing this, Qian Yu swiftly dodged Li Hao's attack and leaped into the air. He then struck down with a punch. With a single punch, a massive fist shadow descended from above. A mere trick. Seeing Qian Yu's move, Li Hao scoffed, and suddenly, his spear extended and swung towards Qian Yu. However, he did not expect that Qian Yu would dodge a spear, and a punch landed on his chest. Boom! The massive fist shadow struck Li Hao, exploding upon impact. Li Hao was sent flying by Qian Yu's punch. Puffed! Li Hao flew off the competition stage, staring at Qian Yu in shock. Realizing that Qian Yu had not even used his martial soul, he defeated him using only his own strength? How could this be? How could this kid be so strong? Leo exclaimed inwardly. At this moment, the audience was dumbfounded, utterly shocked. What has happened? I didn't even see clearly. And Li Hao was defeated? This Qian Yu hasn't used his martial soul, right? I heard he is only 8.5 years old. To have such strength at just 8.5. That's terrifying. At this moment, everyone showed expressions of shock, unable to believe their eyes. This Qian Yu is truly too strong. Qian Yu won another match and advanced to the next round. However, what Qian Yu did not know was that his performance in these 2 matches had already begun to spread in small circles. defeating two great soul masters without using a martial soul showcase strength sufficient to make Qian Yu famous. After Qian Yu won the match, Nader also successfully secured her victory, defeating her opponent just as decisively. Both Qian Yu and Nader advanced to the next round. After 2 matches today, the third match would take place tomorrow. These 2 matches had eliminated many participants. Originally, over 1,000 people entered the competition, but after 2 rounds, only about 200 to 300 remained. At this moment, Nader came to Qian Yu's side and immediately said, "Brother Qian Yu, I won again." "Well done, Nader," Qian Yu replied as they returned home. After dinner that evening, Qian Douluo came again. "Xiao Yu, you did well." Qian Douluo did not hesitate to praise him. "Just keep winning from here on out," Qian Douluo said while looking at Qian Yu. Qian Yu nodded. "Yes, I will keep winning." Qian Douluo looked at Qian Yu with satisfaction and smiled. "Aha, now I can rest easy. Get some good rest. There's more competition tomorrow." Qian Yu nodded. After Qian Douluo left, Nader came to Qian Yu's side. Qian Yu patted Nader's head and smiled. "All right, let us go to sleep." Nader nodded obediently. The 2 of them still slept together. At night, Qian Yu had that strange dream again. In his dream, he returned to that pitch-black place. As usual, Qian Yu continued to walk forward in this dark space. Suddenly, he saw a series of red lights appear ahead of him. "Huh, what is this?" Upon seeing the red light, Qian Yu immediately stopped in his tracks. Then, he lifted his foot and stepped forward. Qian Yu hurriedly rushed towards the front, wanting to escape this dark place. At that moment, he found himself next to the red lights. Looking at the red glow in front of him, Qian Yu was deeply shocked. Before him, countless evil spirits appeared. Those evil spirits had grotesque faces, bearing their fangs and claws, terrifying to the extreme. And those red lights were the eyes of those evil spirits. Chapter 35. The Sin of Angels. Suddenly, a group of evil spirits appeared before Qian Yu, and the feeling was incredibly eerie. Moreover, what terrified Qian Yu even more was that these evil spirits were all staring intently at him. They had grotesque faces and lunged at him. Qian Yu looked at the evil spirits with apprehension. Where exactly is this place, and why do such things appear? Qian Yu was puzzled. At that moment, the evil spirits continuously charged towards him, and of course, Qian Yu did not remain idle. He attempted to release his martial soul, and in an instant, both his angel martial soul and seed martial soul were unleashed. Utilizing the wings of the angel, Qian Yu flew up instantly. Then his seed martial soul sprouted countless tendrils, which turned black and incredibly tough, piercing through the evil spirits. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The black tendrils were extremely sharp, slicing through the bodies of the evil spirits in an instant. The power of these tendrils did not diminish as they continued to lash out at the evil spirits. Roar! Just as the tendrils were about to extract the souls of the evil spirits, a blood-red evil spirit suddenly charged out and lunged directly at Qian Yu. Oomph! Qian Yu snorted coldly, then flapped the wings behind him, instantly retreating. Bang! The spot where Qian Yu had just been was struck hard by the blood-red evil spirit, creating a massive pit in the ground. Qian Yu was secretly alarmed. Although this was a dream, he felt that it was incredibly real. He did not know whether being injured or dying in this dream would affect him in reality. However, Qian Yu knew that as long as he survived here, he would definitely not be affected in the real world. Moreover, these evil spirits were not too strong, and he could still train his combat skills. Here, no one disturbed him, and there were no restrictions or influences. He could fight freely. In an instant, 3 black soul rings appeared around Qian Yu, and the black soul bone sword fell into his hands. At that moment, with the angel martial soul behind him and the bone sword in his right hand, the ground was already covered with seeds from his seed martial soul. Boom! Qian Yu stomped his foot on the ground, and his whole body shot forward like a cheetah towards the blood-red evil spirit, appearing right in front of it in an instant. Swish! The sides slashed fiercely at the blood-red evil spirit with such speed that it was barely visible. The movements of the evil spirit were also swift, but under the attack of Qian Yu's soul bone sword, it could only barely dodge. Crack! Qian Yu did not give it a chance to breathe, wielding the bone sword and striking again. This time, the bone sword directly sliced across the neck of the blood-red evil spirit. Bang! The body of the blood-red, evil spirit instantly shattered. The blood-red, evil spirit let out a tragic cry and then disappeared. Qian Yu retracted the bone sword, his face cold. Countless evil spirits charged towards him again, and at this moment, Qian Yu shouted, "Demon Seed Parasite!" Instantly, Qian Yu's seed martial soul transformed into hard tendrils that thrust out. These tendrils, like venomous snakes, pierced into the bodies of the evil spirits. Puffed, puffed. In the blink of an eye, those evil spirits were pierced through by Qian Yu's tendrils. Subsequently, the tendrils began to writhe, instantly piercing through the evil spirits, and after their death, they turned into piles of white bones. After completing all this, Qian Yu continued to walk forward. He felt that this world was incredibly real, as if he were in the real world. Qian Yu encountered more evil spirits and, without holding back his power, slaughtered them all. Finally, Qian Yu arrived at a place that was a massive altar. Surrounding the altar were 4 enormous crosses. Qian Yu looked at the giant crosses in astonishment. His eyes filled with endless surprise. He could hardly believe his eyes, because on each of those crosses was bound a huge sculpture of an angel. Those angel statues seemed like sinners tied to the crosses. Each of those statues was bound, gazing up at the sky, as if they were accepting judgment. Seeing this, Qian Yu became even more convinced of his thoughts. Perhaps this is not a dream. This place could be connected to his angel martial soul. Perhaps this is another world where he could travel back and forth between this world and the Douluo Continent. Thinking of this, Qian Yu was even more shocked. Wasn't he someone who had crossed over to the Douluo Continent? What is this place? Why are there angel statues here? Why are these angel statues bound? Are they sinners? What crimes have they committed? And who are they being judged by? A series of questions flooded Qian Yu's mind. Just then, a violent white light surged from that world, and Qian Yu instinctively closed his eyes. When Qian Yu opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the Douluo Continent. At this time, dawn had broken. Nara had not yet woken up, her silver hair pinned beneath him. Her fair little face was filled with an alluring rosy hue as she quietly slept. Seeing Nara at this moment, a hint of tenderness flashed in Qian Yu's eyes. He gently helped her cover the quilt and then sat by the bed, waiting quietly. After a while, Nara woke up, looked at Qian Yu beside her, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and said, "Good morning, brother Qian Yu." "Good morning, Nara. Get ready. Today we're going to the Seoul Arena. There's a match today." "Okay." Nara immediately nodded. The second day's competition went very smoothly. Qian Yu achieved another 2 consecutive victories, successfully advancing. Moreover, Qian Yu still did not use his martial soul and advanced successfully. Nara, like Qian Yu, also achieved 2 consecutive victories and advanced in the 2 matches. The first one eliminated half the participants, and the second one also eliminated half. Now, only the final 64 participants remained. These 64 people had successfully entered the top 64, and those who reached here could receive some rewards, more or less. On the 3rd day, Qian Yu participated in the 64-person advancement match. Those who came here were all strong. When Qian Yu arrived on the stage, the audience watching his match was no longer just a few people as before. Qian Yu's side was already packed, and the atmosphere was heated. In fact, many people had become Qian Yu's fans, cheering him on. Chapter 36, Easy Victory. Seeing this scene, Qian Yu was somewhat surprised. Below the stage, countless people began to cheer for him. "Go Qian Yu. Qian Yu is so strong. Little brother, you are so handsome." Some of Qian Yu's fans started to cheer him on. Qian Yu was puzzled. When did he gain so many fans? At this rate, how could he remain low-key? However, it made sense. At the beginning, no one recognized Qian Yu. But after winning 4 matches without even activating his martial soul, word spread quickly, and naturally, Qian Yu's fanbase grew. Now, there were probably hundreds of people coming to watch his match. Qian Yu stepped onto the arena and saw a boy opposite him, around 14 or 15 years old, a head taller than Qian Yu. The boy's eyes were filled with an intense fighting spirit. "Brother Qian Yu, I've heard that you have made it this far without using your martial soul. I really want to see what your martial soul is," the boy said. Qian Yu calmly replied, "That depends on whether you have the strength to force out my martial soul." I hope you won't disappoint me," the boy said. Martial soul manifestation, Black Panther. In an instant, the boy shouted, and his Black Panther martial soul enveloped him. 3 soul rings appeared. Yellow, yellow, purple. At that moment, everyone was astonished. A 3-ring soul master? The 3rd soul ring was a 1,000-year one. This should be enough to force out Qian Yu's martial soul, right? Everyone was eager to see what Qian Yu's martial soul was. Boom! At that moment, the boy launched an attack first. He stomped his legs and shot towards Qian Yu like a cannonball, roaring like a beast as he swung his right fist. Bang! A terrifying gust of wind exploded towards Qian Yu. Haha, good move. Qian Yu's eyes narrowed, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Clap, clap, clap. Qian Yu's palms moved, and phantom images appeared beside him. Bang! As Qian Yu clapped his hands, palm prints shot towards the charging boy. Boom! The palm prints landed directly on the boy, sending him flying backward. He stumbled back several steps before finally stopping. Although he managed to block Qian Yu's attack this time, he was still forced back by it. Hiss! The crowd gasped in shock at this scene. The boy looked at Qian Yu with a face full of astonishment. Qian Yu's attack was too sharp. Your attack is good, but that is all there is to it. The boy charged at Qian Yu again, and in an instant, a giant Black Panther martial soul appeared behind him, its massive claws reaching out towards Qian Yu. Qian Yu chuckled lightly. He activated the power of his left leg soul bone and dodged the boy's attack in an instant. Then, he concentrated the power of the soul bone in his left leg and kicked out. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the boy was kicked in the chest by Qian Yu, sending his body flying backward. Whoosh! The boy crashed heavily onto the arena. Wow! He spat out a mouthful of blood, looking at Qian Yu in shock. Finally, he struggled to stand up and said, I lost. Qian Yu easily won another match and entered the top 32. At this time, Na's match was still ongoing. So Qian Yu went over to her. Na was holding a silver dragon spear, thrusting it towards the opposing soul master, instantly sending him flying. In just a moment, she defeated her opponent. This time, Na also emerged victorious and successfully entered the top 32. At this point, Qian Yu approached Na's side. Na, congratulations. Qian Yu smiled slightly. Thank you, brother Qian Yu. Na smiled sweetly, looking very excited. In the following time, Qian Yu continued to watch other people's battles. An hour later, it was finally Qian Yu's turn. He still did not encounter any top-ranked soul masters and easily won again. Na also won effortlessly, and both of them entered the top 16. While preparing for the next match, Yin and others were shocked to see Qian Yu in the top 16. How is that possible? That kid actually made it to the top 16? Yin exclaimed. Immediately, Hulaina and Qian turned their gazes towards Qian Yu, clearly astonished. I remember that kid should be in a lower grade. Yin exclaimed. Qian and Hulaina looked at Qian Yu seriously, feeling a bit shocked and finding it hard to believe. It seems he is indeed a tough opponent. Qian Yu said. At this moment, Yin was unusually excited. He looked in Qian Yu's direction and smiled. In that case, I might get to fight him. Yin approached Qian Yu. When he stood in front of Qian Yu casually glanced at him. Yin looked at Qian Yu and said, Kid, I didn't expect you to be so strong, actually making it to the top 16. In that case, we might have a chance to fight on the stage. Qian Yu was indifferent and casually replied, Seeing Qian Yu's attitude, Yin immediately felt anger rising. He looked at Qian Yu angrily and said, Kid, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Qian Yu calmly replied, Not at all. Then why are you so indifferent? Yin asked Qian Yu. Qian Yu remained calm and continued, Because for me, it doesn't matter who I fight. In the end, the one who will win will always be me. Qian Yu responded calmly, but as soon as he said this, Yin took it as arrogance. Arrogant kid, who do you think you are? Saying that you will win in the end? Yin exclaimed in shock. Qian Yu replied, That's right. I want to see what skills you really have. I hope when you meet me, you won't cry. After leaving those harsh words, Yin walked away. Then, the next match's opponent was finally drawn. Yin was extremely excited to see his opponent. He hoped to fight Qian Yu. However, he found that his next opponent was not Qian Yu. Qian Yu also received the draw results, and when he learned the outcome, he was shocked. His next opponent was actually Chapter 37 facing Nair. Nair. In the next match, Qian Yu faces Nair. Upon seeing this result, both Qian Yu and Nair are somewhat surprised. Nair. I didn't expect my next opponent would be you. Qian Yu looks at Nair beside him, astonished. Nair appears calm in her eyes. She looks at Qian Yu and says, Qian Yu brother, you better work hard. Nar won't hold back. Qian Yu regains his composure, looks at Nar, and smiles. What? Do you have the heart to go easy on your Qian Yu brother? If there's a chance to bully my Qian Yu brother, I won't let it go. Humph. Anyway, I will definitely give it my all. Nar says with her hands behind her back, smiling. All right, little girl. Let's see tomorrow who teaches whom a lesson. Soon, both of them feel relieved. For Nar, rankings are of no use to her. Therefore, in tomorrow's match, she will definitely let Qian Yu win. But she still wants to have a good match with Qian Yu brother in the end. Because her memories have awakened. She remembers everything. She remembers it all. She is not human. She is a fragment of the silver dragon king Gu Yu Na, who sleeps in the forest. She is an emotional incarnation of Gu Yu Na, and when her memories awaken, it means she is not far from merging with Gu Yu Na. Therefore, she feels that she and Qian Yu brother are about to part ways. On the way, Qian Yu notices that the little girl seems to have something on her mind and quietly asks, Nar, what's wrong? Nar playfully looks at Qian Yu and says, It's nothing, I'm just thinking about how to defeat Qian Yu brother tomorrow. Are you serious? Qian Yu laughs. Of course. Qian Yu brother, let's go eat ice cream. At this moment, Nar suddenly grabs Qian Yu's hand. Okay, the two of them arrive at an ice cream shop, and Qian Yu buys 2 ice creams. They sit together and start eating. Qian Yu brother, you have something on your face. Nar laughs as she looks at Qian Yu's face. Really? Where? Here. Then, Nar smears a bit of ice cream mischievously on Qian Yu's face. All right, little girl, you dare to sneak attack me. Qian Yu also smears a bit of ice cream on Nair's face. The two start to play around. As the sun sets, the boy and girl chase each other under the sunset. Later that night, the two sleep together, and Nar suddenly hugs Qian Yu from behind. What's wrong, Na? I want to feel Qian Yu brother's warmth. Nar hugs Qian Yu, pressing her face against his back. What happened to you today? Qian Yu feels that Nar is very different today. It's nothing, just sleep. Nar chase. The two fall asleep. In his dreams, Qian Yu arrives in that world again. At this moment, he comes to that huge altar, which he had not seen before waking up. At this moment, Qian Yu finally sees what is on the altar. On the altar, a pitch-black longsword is embedded. The entire sword is jet black, emitting wisps of dark energy. And from that long sword, an unmatched aura of slaughter bursts forth. What is this? Qian Yu wonders. He carefully examines it and finds that this pitch-black long sword seems to be bound by a layer of special seal. At this moment, Qian Yu's blood is boiling. Looking at the pitch-black long sword, he feels an urge to draw it out. This sword seems very powerful. Qian Yu thinks of the angelic holy sword. Realizing he is an angel martial spirit, could it be? Qian Yu instantly denies his own thought. How could this possibly be the angelic holy sword? The angelic holy sword should be golden. How could it be so pitch black? This black sword looks more like a demonic sword. Unable to control the impulse in his heart, Qian Yu reaches out to draw the demonic sword. Just then, a terrifying force suddenly erupts from the demonic sword. Boom! With a loud noise, Qian Yu is instantly blasted away. Qian Yu is sent flying, feeling a mix of emotions. After a while, he stands up. His gaze is fixed on the black sword. Just now, the power that emanated from that black sword was too terrifying. If he hadn't stopped in time, he would have likely been torn to pieces. Such a powerful sword. Could it be a divine artifact? Qian Yu murmurs. No matter what this sword is, it is definitely a treasure. Looking at the pitch-black long sword, Qian Yu's gaze is resolute. Qian Yu just tried to draw it and couldn't pull out at all. This black sword seems to be bound by some kind of power, making it impossible to draw. Qian Yu also has no impulse to draw it out, as he feels that if he does, he too would be torn to pieces by that powerful force. The next day, Qian Yu wakes up. Today, his battle with Nar is finally about to begin. The two arrive at the Spirit Hall's battle arena. Today, there are unexpectedly many spectators. After so many days of competition, both Qian Yu and Nar have gained quite a few fans. Naturally, many people want to come and watch their decisive match. I heard that Nar and Qian Yu are partners. That's right, I often see them together. So, this match is bound to be a love-hate battle. I just wonder if they will fight seriously. This is related to the saint, son, and saintess of the Spirit Hall. So, they will definitely take it seriously, right? The audience is already buzzing with discussions. On the arena, Nar stands on one side, her silver hair fluttering in the wind, her fair skin delicate, her beautiful face wearing a faint smile, looking exceptionally pretty. Nara looks at Qian Yu, smiles lightly, and says, Qian Yu brother, are you ready? Yes. Qian Yu nods. All right, since that's the case, let's begin. Now or schmoilsh? Yes. Qian Yu nods. Then, Nara waves her delicate hand, and instantly, the silver dragon spear condenses in her hand, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes, and she says, let's start. Yes. Qian Yu nods, his gaze also shining with brilliance. Whoosh whoosh. In the next moment, Notker takes the initiative to attack Qian Yu. Bang 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 bang. Notker's speed reaches its peak, and in the blink of an eye, she thrusts out dozens of spear strikes. Each thrust sends a spear shadow whistling out. Bang! Nar, holding the silver dragon spear, fiercely thrusts it toward Qian Yu's chest. Qian Yu's calm face is unperturbed. His right hand clenches into a fist, a golden light blooming at his fingertips. Qian Yu's fist collides with Notker's spear. After their clash, the two instantly separate. Notker looks at Qian Yu and says, Qian Yu brother, you really are amazing. I concede. Chapter 38. Qian Yu versus Yen. I concede. Notker immediately said. Qian Yu was not surprised. He looked at Notker and said, didn't you say you wanted to have a serious match with me? Notker playfully clasped her hands behind her back, looked at Qian Yu, and said, I thought about it, and I decided not to take it seriously with brother Qian Yu this time. Let us just call it a day. We can compete again when there's a chance in the future. Notker smiled and shook her head, then turned and walked off the stage. At this moment, the people on the platform were still a bit unsatisfied. Is that it? I was waiting for them to fight to the bitter end. Exactly. Why did it end so quickly? The discussions on the stage were filled with regret. What they most wanted to see was the two of them fighting with all their might. Qian Yu successfully advanced to the top 8, along with Yin, Shiyue, and Hulaina. And Qian Yu's next opponent was confirmed to be Yin. Yin walked over and looked at Qian Yu, saying, Heaven rewards the diligent. It's finally my turn to duel with you. Qian Yu slightly raised his eyes and looked at Yin, saying, You really want to fight me? That's right. Last time I was at a disadvantage against you. This time, no matter what, I will get my revenge. Hearing Yan's words, Qian Yu nodded and said, All right, this time. I will satisfy you. Soon, it was afternoon. The top 8 competition began. At this point, the matches were held without separating the venues because all the top 8 were students that the Spirit Hall wanted to cultivate. Therefore, the matches would take place on the main stage. In the VIP seats, Bibi Dong and Xin Daolu were present. The elders had also come to the audience. They basically hadn't appeared since the first day they arrived. However, today, for the top 8 matches, almost all the elders came to watch. For Bibi Dong, she was very optimistic about Yin, Hulaina, and Shiyue. Therefore, she naturally wanted to come and see. Xin Daolu felt the same way. He knew Qian Yu wouldn't lose in the previous matches, so there was nothing to see. But now that it was the top 8 finals, Qian Daolu also wanted to see with his own eyes how Qian Yu would become the champion of the competition. The first match was Qian Yu versus Yin. Level 32 Soul Master Qian Yu against Level 36 Soul Master Yin. As the referee's voice sounded, Qian Yu and Yin both stepped onto the stage. The moment they entered the arena, Yan's fans erupted in cheers. Yin, go for it. Smash that kid. Go. Although Qian Yu also had fans, Yin was the pride of the Spirit Hall Academy. So before the match even started, many people supported him. As for Qian Yu, although he had gained some fans on the field, it was only a few hundred, which was far less than Yin. I didn't expect Qian Yu to be a level 32 Soul Master. I didn't realize his strength was so formidable. He didn't release his martial soul and spirit rings before, so no one knew what level he was. However, a level 32 fighting against a level 36. Qian Yu is in danger. The audience began to discuss among themselves. At this moment, Yin looked at Qian Yu and sneered, Qian Yu, I didn't expect you to have already reached level 32. No wonder I was at a disadvantage last time. However, I'm lucky that I finally get to face you this time. Don't worry. I will make you repay the humiliation from that day. Qian Yu's gaze was calm as he looked at Yin and said, Let's talk. At this moment, Yin suddenly shouted, Martial Soul, Flame Lord. Instantly, terrifying flames erupted from Yan's body, and a scorching aura spread around him. At the same time, a stream of intense heat emanated from Yan's body. These flames seemed to be bursting forth from the ground, making them hard to grasp. In that moment, Yin transformed completely into a fireball, looking incredibly terrifying. This fire attribute martial soul possessed immense power. Especially when Yin activated his martial soul, a wave of intense heat filled the entire competition venue. Boom! In the next moment, the flames on Yin surged several feet high, and he stood on the stage like a fire god. A powerful aura radiated from him. At this time, 3 spirit rings on Yin lit up, yellow, yellow, purple. 3 spirit rings appeared on Yin. The audience below was already excited. Yan's martial soul is so powerful. Yes, the Flame Lord martial soul can control flames. I wonder what Qian Yu's martial soul is. At this moment, Qian Yu looked at Yin and also released his martial soul. Suddenly, numerous vines appeared in Qian Yu's hands. Is that Qian Yu's martial soul? Why are they vines? ISNT fire and natural counter to wood? Given the level and spirit power gap, Qian Yu has no chance of winning. Qian Yu is definitely going to lose. Some who had seen Qian Yu's previous matches finally saw Qian Yu's martial soul and began to discuss. At this moment, Yin looked at Qian Yu and laughed. Kid, your martial soul is just vines? Fire counters wood. It seems I am sure to win this match. Facing Yin, Qian Yu's expression showed no signs of fluctuation. At this moment, Yin instantly charged towards Qian Yu. Flames rushed towards Qian Yu. With one step, the entire stage trembled, indicating how heavy his steps were. Huh! In the next moment, Qian Yu let out a low shout, and then the vines beside him shot out in an instant. These vines whistled through the air, charging towards the flames. Swish! The flames and vines intertwined instantly. Crackle! Sparks flew as the flames encountered the vines. And in an instant, the vines were burned by Yan's flames. Yin looked at Qian Yu with a cold smile, saying, Kid, your wood-type martial soul is no match for my fire-type martial soul. However, Yin was extraordinary. He quickly reacted, snorting coldly, and a surging aura surged from his body. Then he suddenly swung his right arm. In an instant, an incredibly intense flame spread from his right hand, transforming into a fireball that rushed towards Qian Yu. Swish! Seeing this, Qian Yu gently waved his left hand. In an instant, the vines seemed to come to life, wildly dancing. In a moment, they wove countless branches to block the fireball's attack. Seeing this, Yin was unperturbed and roared angrily. Roar! In the next moment, the flames around him abruptly transformed into fire dragons, charging wildly at Qian Yu. Boom, boom! A series of rumbling sounds erupted as the fire dragons instantly burned away the vines created by Qian Yu and continued to rush towards him. Hiss! Such powerful flames. No wonder he is a genius of the Spirit Hall. His strength is indeed extraordinary. It seems that Qian Yu is definitely going to lose this match. Yes, how could the Divine Martial Soul possibly compete against flames? I thought Qian Yu's martial soul was something amazing, but it turns out to be just some vines. No wonder he didn't use it. It seems that his advancement to this point was purely due to luck. In an instant, the audience below was filled with admiration. Just then, countless vines suddenly grew around the stage, thick vines spreading rapidly. The entire arena instantly resembled a forest. Seeing the scene, the whole place fell into dead silence. Chapter 39. Fire Overcoming Wood? The densely packed vines suddenly filled the entire arena. This was Qian Yu's soul skill, Demon Seed Parasitism. When Qian Yu released this soul skill, he used the forest and firelight to obscure his soul rings, so the audience did not see that Qian Yu possessed 3 black 10,000-year soul rings. Otherwise, they would have been utterly shocked. However, even so, it still left everyone in disbelief. My goodness, what kind of martial soul does Qian Yu have? To cover the entire arena with vines, how much soul power does that require? Qian Yu's soul power is terrifying. The people on stage were discussing animatedly. And from the high platform, Qian Douluo wore a satisfied smile. Golden Crocodile Daw, sitting next to Qian Douluo, glanced down. When he saw Qian Yu's figure, he was taken aback. Could it be that the person the Grand Priest favored was Qian Yu? Bibi Dong, on the other hand, was indifferent. She felt that Qian Yu had yet to impress her. At this moment, the countless vines suddenly wrapped around Yin, completely enveloping him in the blink of an eye. Yan's eyes turned red, and he shouted angrily, "Damn brat, get away from me." Hearing Yan's voice, Qian Yu shook his head slightly, and then the countless vines instantly retracted. Poochie, poochie. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed. Hiss. Soon, Yan's body was cut by the vines, and blood flowed profusely. The spectators watching this scene were filled with shock. Although they knew that Qian Yu's strength was weak, possibly even inferior to Yan's, they still did not expect Qian Yu to injure Yan with just a few plants. It was simply beyond reason. Moreover, Yan was a soul master at level 36. How could this guy injure Yan? This was too outrageous. Damn brat. Bang. At this moment, Yan was furious. He looked at Qian Yu and roared, "Brat, even if your vine martial soul is indeed powerful, my martial soul is fire. Fire naturally overcomes wood. No matter how many vines you have, I can burn them all to ashes." Yan roared, and at that moment, flames erupted from his body as 3 soul rings appeared around him. Yan shouted angrily, "Third soul skill, Hellfire." Instantly, endless flames surged forth, enveloping the vines in an instant. At this time, the fire elements that had been nearly burned away inside him reconsolidated into fiery serpents. Who? The flames became even more ferocious. At this moment, Yan had completely gone berserk. The blazing fire instantly covered the entire arena. The onlookers stared in amazement at this scene, their faces pale and in shock. Yan's martial soul was so powerful. Fire overcomes wood. Qian Yu was still 4 levels lower in soul power. He was probably still no match for Yan. The age difference was significant. It was already impressive for Qian Yu to have such powerful strength at such a young age. The flames quickly devoured all of Qian Yu's vines. But at that moment, Qian Yu had planted a vine below him, which instantly lifted him up. Qian Yu distanced himself from the massive sea of fire, not because he feared it, but because the plants he had just created included many demon pupa trees. That's right, the demon pupa tree. The demon pupa tree has many dandelion seeds, and those seeds explode. When Qian Yu hunted the demon pupa tree, he was injured by those seeds. Now, the yin released such powerful flames. These flames ignited the dandelion seeds, creating an unimaginable scene. Therefore, Qian Yu wisely distanced himself in the sea of fire to avoid being affected. At this moment, Yin still did not realize the seriousness of the situation. Endless flames were burning the entire arena's vines. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. The seeds of the demon pupa tree exploded instantly. The sea of fire became even more intense. Bang, 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 bang. Then, more explosions followed. The entire arena began to erupt with endless explosions, terrifying pressure spreading everywhere, and endless flames surged from the arena. The scorching heat made the onlookers involuntarily retreat. Qian Yu had long anticipated this and was lifted high into the sky by a vine. However, Yin was not so fortunate. Instantly, those exploding demon pupa flower seeds fell onto Yin. Even though Yan's martial soul was fire, he was still a human body and could not withstand such explosions. Bang, bang, bang. The arena echoed with explosions. In an instant, Yin let out a blood-curdling scream. Filala. Thick smoke rose from his body. Countless sparks scattered on the ground. At this moment, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone stared intently at the match, unsure of what had happened. After a long time, when the smoke cleared, Qian Yu was seen being supported by a green vine, standing leisurely in midair. Meanwhile, Yin was in a terrible state. He was charred all over. His eyes rolled back, and he had fainted. Seeing this scene, those outside the arena were filled with horror, especially those who originally thought Qian Yu would undoubtedly lose. The entire arena was silent. No one could believe their eyes. What on earth happened? Clearly, it was Yin who released the flames. Why was it Yin who lost? Did he blow himself up? At this moment, the entire arena was silent, and not a sound could be heard. After a long time, the referee finally reacted and immediately announced, "The winner is Qian Yu." Wow! Upon hearing the referee's words, the arena finally erupted in excitement. My goodness, he actually won. Incredible! How is this possible? Isn't fire supposed to overcome wood? How did Qian Yu win? I never expected to see such an exciting match today, with a 4-level difference. Qian Yu actually won. How could he be so strong? Who exactly is this Qian Yu? Upon seeing Qian Yu's victory, the audience in the square instantly cheered. Their gazes towards Qian Yu were filled with admiration. At this moment, Yu's face was full of joy as he looked at Qian Yu and nodded in satisfaction. Next to him, Golden Crocodile Douluo smiled and said, Grand Priest, the one you favor, could it be this little guy? Douluo nodded and replied, indeed. To be able to defeat one of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall Academy in a restrained situation, this little guy is truly impressive. Golden Crocodile Douluo also praised him. Douluo smiled slightly and said, just wait and see. Perhaps you will have more surprises. On the other side, Bibi Dong also showed a hint of interest as she looked in Qian Yu's direction, her lips curling slightly. This little guy is interesting. Chapter 40. The Awakening of the Silver Dragon King. At this moment, the vines beneath Qian Yu gently set him down. Yen lay unconscious on the arena, having been thoroughly defeated. The staff quickly arrived at the arena to carry Yen away for medical attention. Meanwhile, the audience was still in shock. Qian Yu's performance was truly outstanding. How strong he is! Who would have thought he was a dark horse? How could such a powerful person have been previously unknown? Moreover, at such a young age, this indicates his great talent. Could this Qian Yu become a holy son? The audience began to discuss among themselves. Next to Bibi Dong, several Douluo elders sat beside her, whispering, where did this little guy come from? I don't know, but he's definitely a talent worth paying attention to. How could such a talent only reveal himself today? If we had discovered him earlier, he could have been part of the golden generation. The title Douluo looked at Qian Yu's figure with satisfaction. In the audience, Qian Yu and Hulaina looked at Qian Yu in astonishment. They knew that although Yan's strength was slightly inferior to theirs, it was still comparable. For Qian Yu to defeat Yan, Hulaina couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. She glanced at Qian Yu and murmured, what kind of monster is he? Qian Yu looked at Hulaina and comforted her. This Qian Yu is indeed strong and worth noticing, but he's only at level 32 soul power now. We still have the advantage over him. Hulaina nodded slightly. Qian Yu stepped down from the arena, and at that moment, Nar immediately ran over. Hee, I knew, Brother Qian, you would definitely win. Nar looked at Qian Yu excitedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Hee, thank you, Nar. Qian Yu smiled and gently patted her head, speaking softly to her. Qian Yu successfully secured a spot in the top 8 and advanced to the top 4. The competition continued, and Hulaina and Qian Yu both went on stage for their matches, successfully entering the top 4 as well. Thus, the top 4 spots were filled. Qian Yu, Hulaina, Qian Yu, and another lucky soul master. The matches in the top 4 were drawn, and soon the opponents were assigned. Qian Yu's opponent was Hulaina, while Qian Yu's opponent was the lucky soul master. Upon learning the results, Qian Yu wasn't particularly surprised. This meant Qian Yu would definitely win against that lucky soul master, and he would also win against Hulaina. This way, Qian Yu could challenge all the experts of the golden generation. At this moment, Hulaina and Qian Yu walked towards Qian Yu. Hulaina looked at Qian Yu and said, Qian Yu, wait a moment. Qian Yu turned to Hulaina and asked, is there something you need? Qian Yu, this is just a competition. Why did you go so hard on Yan? Hulaina immediately asked. Upon hearing this, Qian Yu was speechless. He looked at Hulaina and said, you saw it too. It was his own flames that injured him. I couldn't control that. Besides, even if I'd hurt him, did I violate any competition rules? You. Hulaina looked at Qian Yu, furious, stamping her feet. However, she couldn't find any reason to blame Qian Yu. Qian Yu shrugged and said, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving now. At this moment, Qian Yu looked at Qian Yu and said, wait, is there anything else? Qian Yu asked Qian Yu, I want to know how you defeated Yin. Qian Yu asked. Qian Yu calmly replied, it's fine to tell you. My martial soul, the vines, can grow seeds that can explode. Yan's powerful flames roasted my seeds. Do you think you would be in danger? Upon hearing this, both Qian Yu and Hulaina were shocked. They hadn't expected Yin to be defeated in such a way. This meant that from the very beginning, Qian Yu had a plan to deal with Yin, using Yan's flames to trigger the explosion of the seeds on his martial soul vines. Could such a strategy really have been devised by a child of 8 or 9 years? Qian Yu looked at Qian Yu in disbelief. Meanwhile, Hulaina clenched her fists and said to Qian Yu, in the next match, I will definitely defeat you and avenge Yin. Qian Yu calmly looked at Hulaina and said, oh really? I hope you are challenging me for Yin and not just because of your desire to win. Qian Yu didn't believe Hulaina cared about Yin. Although Yin was her companion, in the original story, Hulaina had barely acknowledged Yin. If she truly cared for Yin, he wouldn't have been her loyal follower all this time. Upon hearing this, Hulaina became even angrier. She looked at Qian Yu and shouted, "What do you mean by that?" Qian Yu replied calmly, "It means nothing. If you want to challenge me, I'll be waiting." After saying that, he turned and walked away. The others looked at Qian Yu's retreating figure with complex expressions. This guy is really arrogant. Qian Yu glanced at Qian Yu and then said. Hulaina looked at the direction where Qian Yu had disappeared, her face filled with anger. "Qian Yu, Hulaina, will definitely surpass you." In the Douluo forest, a massive dark palace stood. A colossal dark dragon circled around the palace, guarding the pitch-black structure. "Has the master still not awakened after 2.5 years?" The dark dragon asked, looking at the dark palace. Suddenly, the enormous dark door slowly opened. As the door swung open, a terrifying pressure filled the dark space, causing a sense of heart-pounding fear. At that moment, a stunning girl dressed in white with long silver hair flowing down appeared from within the dark palace. The beautiful girl had a curvaceous figure and exuded a chilling aura. Her exquisite face bore a commanding presence. At this moment, the girl stood in the palace with her eyes closed, as if in a deep slumber. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and gazed into the void. A terrifying pressure immediately spread outwards. Instantly, the horrifying pressure enveloped the entire Douluo forest. All soul beasts within the forest knelt down in submission. It was a suppression of bloodline. Under that pressure, no soul beast could resist. Tian also immediately knelt before the dark door, exclaiming, "Master, has awakened?" At this moment, the silver-haired girl slowly walked out of the palace, and the black dragon immediately bowed, saying, "Greetings, Master." Chapter 41. It's time for humanity to feel fear. The next day, the match between Qian Yu and Hulaina officially began. The audience was packed, with countless people coming to watch this match. The Grand Priest Qian Douluo and Pope Bibi Dong were also present to observe the contest. The crowd was in an uproar, with voices echoing everywhere. Qian Yu and Hulaina stood on the stage, and the excitement below was palpable. Finally, the long-awaited showdown had arrived. "Laina is so beautiful. She must win this match. Go, Laina!" At that moment, countless soul masters in the audience shouted and cheered for Hulaina, their voices reaching the sky. They all hoped Hulaina would defeat Qian Yu. After all, Hulaina was extremely famous among the newcomers, undoubtedly a goddess-level genius. Yin was strong, but Hulaina was different. She was both strong and beautiful. Thus, there were many supporters for Hulaina. At the same time, Qian Yu had some supporters as well. After all, Qian Yu had achieved a series of victories to reach this point, and just yesterday, he had defeated Yin from the Golden Generation. Therefore, Qian Yu had also gained many fans. However, the number of people supporting Qian Yu was far fewer compared to those cheering for Hulaina. Who knows who will win today? I favor Qian Yu. His performance yesterday was truly outstanding. But Hulaina is also a genius. Her overall evaluation even surpasses Yin. It seems that only through the match will we know who will win. In the VIP section, Bibi Dong looked at Qian Yu on the stage and asked, "Have you found out Qian Yu's identity?" At this moment, Ghost Douluo quickly replied, "Reporting to your holiness, Qian Yu is an orphan brought back by the Grand Priest. And along with him came Laina." "Oh, so the Grand Priest took him in? No wonder he has such strength." With the Grand Priest's insight, "Qian Yu must not be an ordinary person," Bibi Dong calmly responded, showing no signs of disturbance. Although Qian Yu had defeated Yin in the last match, he had ultimately relied on a clever tactic. Yin had accidentally triggered Qian Yu's explosive seeds, which led to Yan's defeat. However, Qian Yu was just over 8 years old and possessed such intellect and strength, indicating he was a talent worth cultivating. Bibi Dong looked at Qian Yu with a complex expression. No one knew what the Pope was truly thinking. On the stage, Qian Yu and Hulaina faced each other. Hulaina looked at Qian Yu and said, "Qian Yu, I've finally come up against you. I will definitely win against you, along with Yin." Hearing Hulaina's words, Qian Yu remained calm, his pair of dark eyes showing no ripples of emotion. Qian Yu replied calmly, "Then let's begin. I admit your talent is impressive, but you are a bit too unfeeling." Hulaina said, looking at Qian Yu, "We have no personal feelings to discuss." Qian Yu responded. Then I can only crush you, Hulayina declared. As she spoke, a purple light radiated from Hulayina. She shouted, Martial spirit, demon fox, possession. In an instant, an enormous figure of a demon fox appeared behind Hulayina. At that moment, an enchanting aura emanated from Hulayina. She was already very beautiful, and now, with her martial spirit's possession, she appeared even more seductive. Her light golden short hair danced in the wind, her eyes shimmering with charm, her delicate cherry lips luscious and inviting. Her high nose bridge and exquisite features complemented her snow-white skin and curvaceous figure, combined with her extraordinary beauty and endless allure. At that moment, Hulayina looked like a fairy descending from the heavens, breathtaking and stunning. Gasp! Upon seeing Hulayina's appearance, everyone couldn't help but gasp in awe, especially the male soul masters who stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded, mesmerized, with drool dripping from their mouths, completely entranced. Qian Yu's pupils slightly contracted but remained calm. Seeing that Qian Yu was unaffected by her fox charm, Hulayina felt a bit surprised. "Huh, interesting," Hulayina lightly chuckled. After transforming, her demeanor and voice became even more alluring. However, Qian Yu's eyes were as calm as a still pond, showing no signs of being swayed by Hulayina's temptation. Seeing Qian Yu's state, Hulayina couldn't help but feel a bit of anger, and she then said, "Little brother, you are the first person to see me transform and not be moved. Since that's the case, I will defeat you until you submit." At that moment, the giant demon fox martial spirit leaped forward, lunging at Qian Yu. Its massive claws aimed to strike Qian Yu, intending to injure him severely. Qian Yu's left leg soul bone instantly activated, allowing him to easily evade Hulayina's attack. Then, a large vine shot from Qian Yu's hand toward Hulayina. Hulayina effortlessly dodged Qian Yu's attack. Qian Yu unleashed more vines, and they surged toward Hulayina, who weaved gracefully among them. Qian Yu was unable to touch Hulayina at all. At this moment, Hulayina stood in front of Qian Yu, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Qian Yu, are you still not going to reveal your true strength? Otherwise, you won't be able to touch me." Qian Yu withdrew all the vines and stood before Hulayina. She then said, "Having watched your matches for so long, I've never seen your soul rings. Are you not planning to release your soul skills?" Indeed, Qian Yu hadn't released his martial spirit or soul rings in previous matches. When he fought against Yen, he had kept a low profile, releasing his soul rings and soul skills while wrapped in those vine forests, unseen by anyone. Qian Yu looked at Hulayina and calmly said, "In that case, let me show you my true strength." As he spoke, black light surged around Qian Yu. In the Stardow Forest, the silver-haired girl walked up to Tian. A hint of brilliance radiated from her eyes as she looked at Tian and said, "Get up." At this moment, Tian looked at the silver-haired girl and asked, "Master, have you fully awakened?" The silver-haired girl nodded slightly. "Yes, I have awakened, but my strength has not fully recovered. The previous fluctuations caused me to separate an emotional avatar, and now I can only regain my strength by merging with that emotional avatar. Master, then we." Tian hesitated as he looked at the silver-haired girl. The silver-haired girl gazed ahead and said calmly, "It's time to bring back my avatar." At this moment, Tian spoke. "Last time, I discovered your avatar, but it seems there is a very powerful human expert beside it. Later, I learned from soul beasts about the organization where your avatar is located. That organization is called the Spirit Hall, the strongest organization among humans to date. So, if you want to bring back your avatar..." Before Tian could finish, the silver-haired girl coldly said, "Then let the beast tide commence. My soul beast clan has been silent for too long, long enough for humans to slaughter us at will. Now that I have awakened, it is time for humanity to feel fear." Brothers, the new book in Douluo, Wuhuan 7 Deadly Sins Angel has been released. If you like it, come and take a look. Chapter 42, The True Power of Qian Yu. At this moment, Qian Yu was releasing waves of black light. A terrifying pressure instantly emanated from Qian Yu, causing the entire air to seem to solidify. Seeing Qian Yu unleash such a formidable pressure, Hulayina's expression changed slightly. At this moment, everyone was left speechless. Countless streams of dark light continuously radiated from Qian Yu. "What is that?" How could Qian Yu emit such overwhelming pressure? What does this kid intend to do? In the audience, numerous people were utterly shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Suddenly, an even more astonishing event occurred. A black spirit ring rapidly expanded outward from Qian Yu's body. Oh my God, it can't be true. That is the first spirit ring, and it's black. So, is Qian Yu's first spirit ring a 10,000-year one? The first spirit ring is a 10,000-year one. At this moment, no one could imagine it. However, their shock was not over yet. Another black spirit ring expanded outward. Following that, another black spirit ring appeared. 3 black spirit rings floated around Qian Yu. At this moment, whether it was Ulaina on the stage or the audience below, everyone was extremely shocked. 3 10,000-year spirit rings. What does that represent? If it were a title Douluo or a soul Douluo, having the last 3 spirit rings as 10,000-year ones wouldn't be that exaggerated. But Qian Yu actually has the first 3 spirit rings as 10,000-year ones. Such an existence has never appeared, even in the history of the Wuhuan Hall, or throughout the entire continent. At this moment, the audience was completely stunned. They were utterly bewildered. The talent displayed by Qian Yu was simply terrifying. How is this possible? In the VIP section, the Pope Bibi Dong suddenly stood up, staring in shock at the place where Qian Yu stood. 3 10,000-year spirit rings. How did he achieve this? How could his body withstand the impact of 3 10,000-year spirit rings? Bibi Dong stood up, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Initially, she thought Qian Yu was just an ordinary genius, but now she realized she was wrong. This Qian Yu is absolutely a genius among geniuses, surpassing even their Wuhuan Hall's golden generation. No, surpassing all the geniuses in the history of the Douluo Continent. Even her daughter, Qian Yu's talent cannot compare to this kid's. How did he manage to have the first 3 spirit rings be 10,000-year ones? Beside the Pope, the titled Douluo elders and the cardinals were all wearing expressions of shock. This kid is simply too defying. Qian Daolu, sitting nearby, had a satisfied smile on his face. The golden crocodile, Douluo, beside him said, "Now I finally understand why the grand offering came specifically to watch the match and why he values that little guy so much." With the first 3 spirit rings being 10,000-year ones, this talent means this little guy is definitely the #1 genius on the continent. Grand offering, could this little guy be your disciple? Qian Daolu looked at Qian Yu and smiled kindly, saying, it wouldn't be wrong to say he is a disciple. On the stage, Hulaina was staring at Qian Yu in disbelief, her eyes filled with terror. 3 10,000-year spirit rings were simply impossible in her understanding. Qian Yu calmly looked at Hulaina and said, "Do you see? This is my true power." As he spoke, Qian Yu's second martial spirit instantaneously radiated light, and he calmly declared, "Second spirit ability, Demon Seed Parasitism." Instantly, countless demon seeds began to parasitize on the stage. Hulaina looked at Qian Yu, and she knew very well that she had to quickly resolve Qian Yu, or she would definitely lose. The higher the age of the spirit rings, the more soul power they stored, allowing for more uses of spirit abilities and greater power. Although Qian Yu was only at level 32, the existence of 3 10,000-year spirit rings meant that in every aspect, Qian Yu was not inferior to her. Thinking of this, Hulaina immediately activated her charm ability. She released a red glow from her eyes, intending to control Qian Yu with her charm and end the match in one blow. The glow from Hulaina's eyes directed towards Qian Yu. However, Qian Yu's seed martial spirit was not an ordinary seed martial spirit. It had the ability to change into countless forms. Thus, Qian Yu could turn his seed martial spirit into anything. Since there was a healing divine tree, there was also a purification divine tree. Instantly, the purification divine tree radiated light, and the charm was instantly dispelled. At this moment, Hulaina had already rushed towards Qian Yu, soaring into the air. Qian Yu stood still, simply raising his right hand towards Hulaina and gently pinching, all-encompassing. Instantly, countless seeds began to grow on the stage, transforming into huge trees and thick vines. The vines quickly wrapped around Hulaina's limbs, binding her tightly in midair. In an instant, Hulaina was firmly trapped by Qian Yu, and countless vines transformed into sharp swords, rushing towards Hulaina. Now, Hulaina was bound by the vines and could not move. If those vines struck down, she would undoubtedly die. As she watched the countless vines approaching, Hulaina's heart filled with despair. It was the first time she felt such an emotion. Despair. It felt as if she was engulfed by an endless abyss, with no room for resistance. Hulaina closed her eyes, and the sharp vines approached her, stopping just a few centimeters away. After a long time, Hulaina slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that she was still alive, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked towards Qian Yu. At this moment, Qian Yu's figure appeared incredibly tall in her eyes. Before Qian Yu, she felt no inclination to resist at all. She knew that she had lost this match. However, Qian Yu still showed mercy. Otherwise, she would not only be dead, but likely also severely injured. I admit, just as Hulaina was about to concede, suddenly, the vines surged, throwing Hulaina away. Her body was instantly flung out, crashing hard to the ground outside the stage. Dust flew everywhere. Hulaina was thrown into disarray. However, all this happened in the blink of an eye. The audience saw Qian Yu trap Hulaina in one move and then throw her out. It was essentially a one-hit kill. At this moment, everyone was utterly shocked, and the entire Seoul arena fell into silence. Chapter 43, I give you time to catch up until you can no longer see. At this moment, the entire audience was in shock, even dazed. Just a moment ago, the battle was evenly matched. In an instant, Hulaina was actually defeated in seconds. Qian Yu released his soul rings and soul skills, then defeated Hulaina in less than a minute. This caused such a huge stir. At this moment, the entire soul fighting arena fell into silence. No one could believe that Qian Yu would possess 3 10,000-year soul rings. They also couldn't believe that Qian Yu's attacks could be so powerful. All right, Qian Yu won. He emerged victorious. After a long while, cheers erupted. At this moment, everyone finally reacted. They stared blankly at Qian Yu on the stage. The whole arena erupted. Qian Yu's overwhelming defeat of Hulaina shocked everyone, excited them, and stirred their emotions. A newly emerged star who had just broken through managed to consecutively defeat the Golden Generations, Yin and Hulaina. This was incredible. Moreover, Qian Yu's performance could no longer be described as stunning. It was simply against the heavens. 3 10,000-year soul rings, along with a terrifying martial soul and soul skills. And let's not forget, Qian Yu is only 8.5 years old. So impressive, so powerful. Who exactly is Qian Yu? Why had no one ever heard of him before? 8.5 years old, 3 10,000-year soul rings, 32 level soul sovereign. Qian Yu is truly too strong. Looking at Qian Yu, the entire training ground erupted with shouts like a tsunami. At this moment, the fans who had previously supported Hulaina felt a huge psychological gap. They found it hard to believe that the goddess they supported had actually lost. And she lost so miserably. That detestable Qian Yu. Where did he come from? He actually defeated our Nana. Unforgivable. Clearly, he had already won. Yet he still wanted to throw Nana away. Does he not understand the meaning of cherishing the weak? At this moment, those people were furious, staring at Qian Yu, wishing they could tear him apart. As for Pope Bibi Dong, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in her eyes. She looked at Qian Yu and said, "This little guy truly amazed me." On the other side, Qian Daolu was extremely satisfied and burst into laughter. "Ha ha, little Yu, you did well." Seeing the grand offerings so pleased, the other offerings couldn't help but glance at Qian Yu a few more times. Not to mention anything else. Just those 3 10,000-year soul rings had already made them regard Qian Yu highly. At this moment, Hulaina stood up covered in dirt. She knew she had lost, and lost thoroughly. In Qian Yu's hands, she had no means of resistance at all. Qian Yu was simply too strong. If previously against Yin, Qian Yu had some luck. This time, it was truly Qian Yu's strength. She was simply not on the same level as Qian Yu. She walked towards Qian Yu and said, "I lost. But next time, I will definitely defeat you." Although Hulaina didn't want to admit her defeat, this had already become an established fact. Qian Yu looked at Hulaina and said, "That's right, you lost." She looked at Qian Yu with firm eyes and said, "Qian Yu, I will remember this feeling of losing today next time." Before she could finish, Qian Yu directly interrupted her, saying, "You don't need to treat me as your goal. Your efforts shouldn't be just to surpass me. However, how can I forget the humiliation you gave me?" Hulaina looked at Qian Yu firmly. Qian Yu remembered that Hulaina's character was like this. She couldn't forget her defeat, nor dare to admit it. Even because of her defeat, she would twist her own character. In the original story, she fell for Tang San, who defeated her. But Qian Yu wouldn't indulge her. Qian Yu coldly said, "Since you want to defeat me so much, fine, I give you time to catch up until you can no longer see." After saying that, Qian Yu turned and left. Hulaina clenched her fists, standing there, filled with immense anger. "Qian Yu, one day, I will definitely win against you." Hulaina silently vowed in her heart. Tears gradually flowed down her face. Qian Yu walked off the stage, and with these words, he successfully advanced to the final match. Nader immediately came to Qian Yu's side. "Brother Qian Yu, I knew you wouldn't lose." Nader smiled sweetly, showing her adorable tiger teeth. Looking at Nader, Qian Yu gently ruffled her smooth hair and said, "Yeah, next, as long as I win the last match, I will be the champion. Then I must witness Brother Qian Yu win the championship." Nader looked at Qian Yu with admiration. "Okay," Qian Yu smiled gently. "I will cheer for you, Brother Qian Yu." Nader continued. Qian Yu nodded, took Nader's hand, and went to the preparation area. At this moment, a tall man approached Qian Yu. The man was none other than Hulaina's brother, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu looked at Qian Yu and said, "I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable." Qian Yu looked at Xiaoyu calmly and said, "What do you want to say?" Xiaoyu glared at Qian Yu angrily. "You brat, my sister cried." "She cried? What does it have to do with me?" Qian Yu coldly responded. "You made her cry." Xiaoyu looked at Qian Yu with even more anger. Qian Yu looked at Xiaoyu calmly and said, "That was a competition. I didn't injure her too badly, and that was already showing mercy. What? Should I admit defeat just because she cried?" "You." Xiaoyu suppressed his anger, then looked at Qian Yu and said, "Very well, then we will meet in the finals. In the finals, I will definitely defeat you." Qian Yu looked at Xiaoyu calmly and said, "Is that so? Then I will wait for you." Qian Yu walked away. The next match was between Xiaoyu and that lucky soul master. Because Qian Yu had angered Xiaoyu, that lucky soul master became an unlucky soul master. And facing the furious Xiaoyu, he could not withstand it at all. After a few moves, he was beaten to a pulp by the furious Xiaoyu and directly admitted defeat. Xiaoyu also successfully advanced to the final match. The next day, Qian Yu arrived at the Soul Hall's Soul Fighting Arena. At this time, the entire Soul Fighting Arena was already filled with people. Everyone was screaming and cheering. Upon seeing Qian Yu, countless people shouted his name. "Qian Yu, Qian Yu." Qian Yu's performance was simply too eye-catching, so today, he garnered countless fans. Now, those who supported Qian Yu probably made up a large part of the entire Soul Fighting Arena. However, while some supported Qian Yu, there were also fans of Hulaina from yesterday who gritted their teeth at Qian Yu. "Xiaoyu, go for it. You must defeat this brat and avenge Nader. Xiaoyu, you are the strongest in the golden generation. You must teach that brat a good lesson." Xiaoyu beat him up. Because Qian Yu had defeated Hulaina yesterday and even made her cry, those fans were extremely angry at Qian Yu. Many wished they could tear Qian Yu apart. Naturally, Qian Yu didn't care about any of this. For him, it didn't matter whether he had supporters or not. If no one supported him, he would find it even quieter. When he arrived on the stage, Xiaoyu looked at Qian Yu with a cold gaze and said, "Qian Yu, in this match, I will give my all. I must defeat you." Chapter 44 Final Match, Qian Yu versus Xiaoyu. At this moment, the entire Soul Fighting Arena was filled with deafening cheers and shouts, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. However, Qian Yu appeared calm, seemingly unaffected by the external excitement. Qian Yu looked at Xiaoyu and said, "Hee. Let's cut to the chase. Let's start." Upon hearing this, a cold light flickered in Xiaoyu's eyes. He took a deep breath and slowly raised his right arm, preparing to unleash his most powerful attack. Qian Yu was also ready to spring into action. At that moment, Xiaoyu released his martial soul, and two crescent blades appeared in his hands. The crescent blades resembled the crescent moon in the sky, emanating a faint moonlight, appearing mysterious and unpredictable. Xiaoyu's martial soul was the moon blade. At this time, 3 soul rings appeared around Xiaoyu. Yellow, yellow, purple. Although not as imposing as Qian Yu's 10,000-year soul rings, Xiaoyu was still a level 37 soul master, and his strength should not be underestimated. The moon blade was a very powerful weapon martial soul, said to be indestructible. Qian Yu's vine martial soul would likely struggle to withstand Xiaoyu's moon blade. Gripping the moon blade, Qian rapidly charged toward Qian Yu, swinging the blades that transformed into countless phantoms. Aiming directly at Qian Yu moved his feet, using agile movements to dodge Qian's attacks. Qian snorted coldly, intensifying the release of his martial soul. A massive surge of moon-white soul power erupted, and his moon blade, carrying terrifying pressure, swung down toward Qian Yu. This strike seemed intent on obliterating everything in the world. The blade cut through the air, extending 100 meters, aimed directly at Qian Yu's chest. However, how could Qian Yu be so easily hit? Qian Yu had long been prepared. So when the moon blade was only 20 centimeters away, he abruptly disappeared from his spot. Boom! The moon blade struck the ground fiercely. Instantly, a powerful gust of wind erupted, kicking up dust from where Qian Yu had been standing, and the ground cracked all over. At this moment, Qian Yu reappeared in the distance, holding a vibrant green vine in his hand. Seeing his moon blade miss, Qian's pupils contracted, shocked. He hadn't expected Qian Yu to be so fast, able to evade even his martial soul. At this point, countless vines released from Qian Yu. Those vines were adorned with sharp external soul bones, instantly radiating a sharp light as they unhesitatingly lunged toward Qian. Sensing danger, Qian hurriedly raised the moon blade to shield his chest. Second soul skill, Moon Round Defense. Instantly, a full moon appeared in front of Qian. The sharp vines crashed heavily against Qian's moon shield. First soul skill, Moon Blade Slash. In an instant, the moon blade swung toward Qian Yu's vines, and Qian Yu's released vines were continuously severed by Qian. Your martial soul is vines, mine is the moon blade. So no matter how many vines you release, I can cut them all. Qian Yu smiled slightly and said, "Oh, is that so?" As he spoke, Qian Yu activated the forest of all things. Instantly, plants sprouted on the arena, with vines rushing toward Qian. At the same time, Qian Yu controlled these plants to entwine around the moonblade. In no time, Qian was trapped, and those plants tightly bound him. At this moment, Qian, like Hulaina, was controlled by Qian Yu's vines. But Qian was not Hulaina. A white light shone from Qian's body, and the moon ring within him rose. He then extended his palm, grasped the vines, and suddenly yanked. Instantly, the vines binding Qian snapped apart. Seeing Qian Yu's attack, Qian's lips curled into a sneer. "Trivial tricks. How could your vines possibly stop me?" With that, Qian swung his moonblade again. Whoosh! In an instant, Qian's moonblade cut through all the vines in the arena. The moon blade pierced through the gaps between the vines, charging toward Qian Yu. At this moment, Qian Yu still wore a smile, showing no fear as he stood there, allowing Qian to attack. At that moment, the moon blade was only 5 centimeters away from Qian Yu. However, it suddenly stopped. A bone sword coalesced in Qian Yu's hand, blocking Qian's moonblade. Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Qian Yu. The audience in the stands was equally shocked. Oh my God, is Qian Yu a twin martial soul? How did he summon a new weapon? Wasn't his martial soul vines? The audience erupted into a flurry of discussion. At this moment, Bibi Dong's eyes also revealed a look of surprise. She slowly spoke. That is not a martial soul, it's a soul bone. Upon hearing this, the crowd was even more astonished. Soul bone? Bibi Dong's eyes shone brightly as she continued. I didn't expect this little guy to have obtained the legendary external soul bone. External soul bones are even rarer than normal soul bones and have the potential for growth. I never expected that little guy to have acquired an external soul bone. At that moment, the audience was in an uproar. Everyone looked shocked. Even the elders felt a sense of consternation. They never imagined that Qian Yu had such a powerful soul bone. At this time, Qian Yu had already retracted his martial soul, holding the bone sword, looking at Qian and saying, "Since your martial soul is ineffective against me, let us use this external soul bone to defeat you." With that, Qian Yu instantly charged forward, wielding the bone sword toward Qian. At that moment, Qian's moon blade again swung toward Qian Yu. Moon wheel slash. The moon wheel spun and slashed toward Qian Yu, while at the same time, a crescent-shaped air current carrying a devastating force tore through the void and slashed toward Qian Yu. The two attacks arrived before Qian Yu almost simultaneously, And at that moment, Qian Yu suddenly raised the bone sword and struck down fiercely. Sizzle. Qian Yu's sword struck hard against the moon wheel. In an instant, the air in front of Qian Yu was shattered. The moon wheel was also forcefully sent flying. However, Qian Yu did not pursue the moon wheel. Instead, he lightly waved his left hand, and the surrounding vines immediately surrounded Shi Yue. Shi Yue's face changed dramatically. As he prepared to escape, the vines, like giant pythons, blocked his retreat. At this moment, Shi Yue was completely panicked, realizing he could no longer escape. Seeing this, Shi Yue gritted his teeth, stomped his right foot heavily, and the moon ring's light surrounding his body suddenly surged, instantly breaking the vines. Just then, a strong sense of crisis enveloped him, and his expression changed drastically. Chapter 45, Qian Yu wins. Shi Yue instantly felt a crisis approaching. He subconsciously hurriedly dodged to the side, and just as he moved, a bone sword lunged directly at him. Boom! With a loud explosion, Shi Yue was sent flying. At that moment, the entire arena fell silent. Shi Yue was almost defeated in an instant. At this moment, Shi Yue was filled with shock. He didn't expect that the young man named Qian Yu in front of him would possess such terrifying strength. What shocked him the most was that the opponent had clearly just been far away, yet suddenly appeared right in front of him. How could his speed be so fast? Qian Yu was clearly only a 32-level Soul Master, while he was a 37-level Soul Master. Moreover, his Moon Blade Martial Spirit was supposed to restrain Qian Yu's Vine Martial Spirit. Yet even so, he found himself unable to contend with Qian Yu. What kind of monster was this kid? At this time, Shi Yue stood up, his determined gaze fixed on Qian Yu, and in an instant his purple soul ring lit up. A red light burst forth from Shi Yue's body. Then, he looked at Qian Yu and said, "Third soul skill, Moon Shadow breaks the demon." In an instant, the moon blade in front of Shi Yue radiated a crimson glow. The intense red light spread rapidly, and the aura around Shi Yue deepened. The third soul skill, Moon Shadow breaks the demon, concentrated the power of the moon blade into a single point, maximizing speed and power for an explosive release. As the words fell, his speed suddenly increased several times, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Qian Yu, simultaneously thrusting the moon blade towards Qian Yu's chest. Qian Yu's expression changed slightly. This guy could teleport? Moreover, he teleported right in front of him. This was too strange. However, despite his surprise, Qian Yu reacted extremely quickly. He immediately activated his leg bone soul skill. Shadow Stealth. Shadow Stealth allowed him to become invisible and merge into the void, making him untargetable while active. In an instant, the crimson light swept past a red shadow, and at that moment, Shi Yue's moon blade struck fiercely against his chest. At this moment, the audience below became excited. This strike, Qian Yu surely couldn't dodge. Yes, although Qian Yu's strength was formidable, Shi Yue's martial spirit was very much a restraint against him. It was feared that Qian Yu would lose this match. This was Shi Yue's third soul skill, incredibly powerful, and with such speed, Qian Yu couldn't possibly evade. It seemed Qian Yu was about to be defeated. At this moment, everyone in the arena doubted Qian Yu, except for Qian Douluo, who sat there with a smile, calm and composed. Just as the crimson light reached Qian Yu, he suddenly vanished from the arena, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Seeing Qian Yu disappear in an instant, the audience was dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Where did Qian Yu go? Did he use teleportation? Shi Yue's pupils contracted, filled with intense fear, and he hurriedly turned his head, searching for Qian Yu's figure. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound came from behind Shi Yue. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain from behind, and his entire body flew out. Puff! In midair, Shi Yue spat out blood. At this moment, Qian Yu's figure revealed itself, coldly staring at Shi Yue as he turned into an afterimage, rushing directly to Shi Yue's side. Swish! The bone sword in Qian Yu's hand moved like a phantom, stabbing towards Shi Yue's body in an instant. Just as Shi Yue realized what was happening, Qian Yu's bone sword was already pointed at his throat, resting against his neck. If he made any slight movement, his head would likely roll. At this moment, both of them paused. Qian Yu's long sword was already aimed at Shi Yue's neck. The outcome was clear. Shi Yue had lost. At this moment, the audience was utterly shocked. Each face was filled with disbelief, unable to believe what they were seeing. No one expected that the strongest member of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Shiyue, would be defeated so thoroughly, and even more so, that Shiyue had not been able to retaliate at all in this battle. Was Qian Yu really just a freshman? Was he really only 8.5 years old? At such a young age, still a freshman, how could he possibly defeat Shiyue? Everyone felt a bit dizzy. Shiyue looked at Qian Yu with a face full of unwillingness. At this moment, his heart was undoubtedly complex. He couldn't comprehend how, despite unleashing Moon's shadow breaks the demon, he still couldn't defeat Qian Yu. All of this felt like a dream. I lost. Shiyue admitted defeat. Losing was losing. It was just that he was not as strong as Qian Yu. Nothing more to say. Although Qian Yu was young, he had to admit that in every aspect, Qian Yu was far superior to him. Even though he had given it his all, he still wasn't Qian Yu's opponent. At that moment, the audience suddenly erupted in cheers. Good. Beautiful. This Qian Yu is amazing. So strong. Having consecutively defeated 3 members of the Spirit Hall's golden generation, truly a prodigy. Qian Yu is so powerful, so young, with such great talent. It seems our Spirit Hall's saint must be him. Indeed, only a genius like Qian Yu deserves to be our Spirit Hall's saint. Seeing Shiyue admit defeat, the students on and off the stage cheered. However, some of the fans of the golden generation were still in a daze, unwilling to believe. How could it be that the entire golden generation was defeated by Qian Yu? How did Qian Yu win? So unwilling. How could Qian Yu be so strong? At this moment, Bibi Dong sat in the main seat, looking at Qian Yu with a satisfied smile. This little guy is not bad. The elders beside her were also shocked. Such a talent. It wouldn't be long before he surpassed us. One elder looked at Qian Yu and sighed. Another elder immediately spoke. With such powerful talent and only 8.5 years old, even if he loses, the chance of being chosen as the saint is still very high. But I didn't expect his strength to be so formidable. Not bad, not bad. This little guy will surely be a pillar of our Spirit Hall in the future. The elders couldn't help but praise Qian Yu. Ha ha! At this moment, Qian Daolu suddenly burst into laughter. As expected of my grandson, Xiao Yu, Grandpa knew you could win the championship. The nearby worshippers quickly said, "Congratulations, great worshipper." At this moment, the referee came to the stage and announced loudly, "Qian Yu wins. The champion of this Spirit Master competition is Qian Yu." At this moment, the entire arena erupted in loud applause. Chapter 46, The Holy Sun, champion of the tournament. At this moment, the entire venue erupted in excitement. Some were happy, some were puzzled, and some were unwilling. However, this had nothing to do with Qian Yu. What he wanted was simply the identity of the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, and then to gradually become stronger to seek revenge on Tang San and his father in the future. No matter if it was Tang San or Tang Hao, Qian Yu would not let them go. At this moment, a little girl came up to the arena. "Great job, Brother Qian Yu." Na-Er ran up from the audience and embraced Qian Yu. For Qian Yu, Na-Er was his only light of hope. Qian Yu was not a righteous messenger, but he was someone who was extremely protective of those he cared about. He would return kindness doublefold. At the same time, he would repay his enemies 100-fold. Brother Qian Yu, you finally won the championship. You've taken another step closer to your goal. Looking at Na-Er, Qian Yu smiled slightly. Soon, the spectators in the arena began to shout Qian Yu's name continuously. Bai Dong sat in the distance, watching Qian Yu, and had already made up her mind. Although Qian Yu was said to be a child adopted by Qian Daolu, his talent left her with no room for criticism. Everyone has a love for talent. How could she possibly prevent Qian Yu from becoming the Holy Son just to oppose Qian Daolu? Although Hulaina was the one Bai Dong had always wanted to choose as the Holy Maiden, compared to Qian Yu, Hulaina was nothing at all. Moreover, Qian Yu's performance in the tournament was so outstanding. He had defeated 3 members of the Spirit Hall's golden generation by himself. This was witnessed by countless people in the Spirit Hall, and Qian Yu was still so young, 5 years younger than Hulaina. If she didn't choose Qian Yu as the Holy Son, it would be hard to convince the public. At this moment, Bai Dong gently waved her hand. The red-robed presider immediately called out loudly, "Everyone, please stop. His Majesty has something to say." At this moment, the audience of hundreds of thousands fell silent. The Pope had something to say. How could they dare not listen? At this moment, everyone quieted down, waiting for the Pope to speak. A beautiful woman slowly stood up from the VIP seat. Her dazzling golden dress fit her perfectly, shimmering with brilliance, adorned with over 100 red, blue, and gold gemstones. The exquisite and luxurious gown perfectly outlined her graceful figure. As soon as she appeared, it was as if the entire square had transformed into a starry sky. The 9-curved purple-gold crown on her head radiated countless rays of light, and she held a scepter about 2 meters long, encrusted with numerous gemstones. Her face was extraordinarily beautiful, with snow-white and delicate skin that seemed as if it could be broken with a touch, and her lips were vibrant and dripping. Her fair skin and nearly perfect features made her look so unique, especially the invisible nobility and sanctity radiating from her made one feel an urge to worship her. At this moment, all eyes were focused on her, filled with awe. Pope Bai Dong looked at Qian Yu and then spoke. "Your name is Qian Yu, right?" Facing Bai Dong's gaze, Qian Yu showed no signs of fear and calmly replied, "That's right. Qian Yu, you have the surname Qian?" Bai Dong looked at Qian Yu and continued to ask. Qian Yu looked at Bai Dong, saying half-truths. "Grandpa Qian Douluo took me in back then, so I took my grandfather's surname." Bai Dong did not doubt Qian Yu's words. After all, Qian Yu had not released his angel martial soul, only his seed martial soul. Bai Dong did not know that Qian Yu possessed an angel martial soul, so she would not suspect that Qian Yu was of the Qian family bloodline. Bai Dong looked at Qian Yu, nodded slightly, and continued, "You're quite good." Qian Yu looked at Bai Dong and calmly responded, "Thank you for your praise, Your Holiness." Bai Dong smiled faintly, revealing a captivating smile, and continued, "It seems you are not very happy to receive my praise." Qian Yu calmly replied, "For me, no one's praise matters, because I will only be myself, and I will not change because of others' praise or blame." Upon hearing this, Bai Dong burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Kid, your personality is to my liking, not afraid of the world's gaze, unshaken by everything around you, just insisting on being yourself. Not bad. To be able to say such words, I even doubt that you are just an 8-year-old child." Bai Dong laughed heartily. Qian Yu remained calm and said, "Perhaps it's because I'm more mature." Then Bai Dong looked at Qian Yu and asked, "Very well, I like you. Since you have won the championship and gained my recognition, from now on, you shall be the holy son of our spirit hall." Bai Dong said it calmly, but it shocked the tens of thousands in the square. Although it was inevitable for Qian Yu to become the holy son, hearing Bai Dong say it in person still stunned them. Many people glared at Qian Yu with jealousy. With such an identity, Qian Yu's future was bound to be limitless. However, some jealous gazes were fixated on Qian Yu, wishing they could devour him. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Qian Yu said. Bai Dong nodded and said, "Of course, don't think that being a holy son is easy. Once you become the holy son, you will be one of the successors to the next pope of our spirit hall. Your every word and action will represent our spirit hall. So are you ready to fulfill your duties?" Qian Yu nodded and replied, "Always ready." "Very well, the enthronement ceremony will be held tomorrow. After tomorrow, you will be the holy son of our spirit hall." Bai Dong continued. Qian Yu nodded. Then Bai Dong looked at everyone below and said, "Well, since the holy son and champion have been decided, the Spirit Hall's Soul Master Tournament is now concluded." After Bai Dong finished her closing remarks, the tournament was completely over. Qian Yu successfully claimed the championship and became the Holy Son. At this moment, the crowd was even more excited. "Qian Yu! Qian Yu!" Countless people shouted Qian Yu's name, and he became famous overnight, recognized as the top genius of the Spirit Hall. After the tournament concluded, Qian Yu and Nara returned to their small courtyard. At this moment, Qian Douluo also arrived. He looked at Qian Yu with a kind smile and said, "Little Yu, you did well." After discussing some matters about the Holy Son, Qian Douluo left. Nara came to Qian Yu's side. "Congratulations, brother Qian Yu. Now are schmoiled." Qian Yu smiled back. "Haven't you already congratulated me?" Nara giggled, looking at Qian Yu, and said affectionately, "I want to congratulate you again. Perhaps soon I will have to part ways with you, brother Qian Yu." Chapter 47. The Coronation Ceremony. Listening to Nara, Qian Yu hugged her tightly and whispered, "Nara, can you stay for me?" At this moment, Nara looked firmly at Qian Yu and said, "Brother Qian Yu, I." Seeing this, Qian Yu quickly interrupted Nar and asked again, Nar, you really don't want to stay? Hearing Qian Yu's question, Nar pondered for a long time before slowly saying, but at this moment, Qian Yu looked at Nar and said, I don't want to hear any buts. I just want to be with you. Upon hearing Qian Yu's words, mist appeared in Nar's beautiful eyes. The two locked eyes, and Qian Yu took the initiative to embrace Nar and slowly kissed her. That night, Qian Yu had that strange dream again. In the dream, he was still on the ground where the altar was located, and on the altar lay a pitch-black long sword, radiating endless killing intent. Qian Yu could clearly feel that if he approached it, he would die. Moreover, he didn't dare to get close. He was terrified of that feeling, as if he might disappear at any moment. Suddenly, at that moment, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and countless lightning bolts struck the location of the altar. Boom! The deafening thunder echoed in the void. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The pressure made it hard to breathe, as if his body would be crushed at any moment. The pitch-black long sword contained terrifying power. Just then, Qian Yu suddenly heard a voice coming from that long sword. You have finally come, my master. The voice was extremely cold, yet carried a respectful tone. Upon hearing this voice, Qian Yu was stunned. It felt extremely familiar. Then, the lightning instantly struck the location of the altar. Bang! An explosion sounded, and dazzling light illuminated the entire hall. Ah! The blinding white light made Qian Yu involuntarily close his eyes. When he opened them again, he gasped and his heart raced. He had returned to the world of the Douluo Continent. He looked at the familiar scenery in front of him, and at that moment, Nar was still sleeping on his body. Her silver-white hair draped over Qian Yu's neck. Her exquisite little face had delicate pink lips slightly pursed. At this moment, she lay peacefully in Qian Yu's arms, like a piece of art, so perfect that she seemed not to exist in reality. Her delicate features wore a gentle smile, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing two cute little tiger teeth. At that moment, she was so quiet, just like a sleeping beauty. Seeing the scene, a touch of tenderness swept through Qian Yu's heart, and he reached out to stroke Nar's head. At that moment, Nar woke up. She looked at Qian Yu beside her and revealed a sweet smile, saying, Brother Qian Yu, what's wrong? Qian Yu, hearing this, said indulgently, Nothing. I just saw you sleeping so soundly that I was reluctant to wake you. Upon hearing Qian Yu's words, Nar nodded slightly and continued, Brother Qian Yu, get up. Today is your coronation ceremony. Qian Yu nodded slightly. Soon, both of them got dressed and walked out of their room. The coronation ceremony was held in front of the Pope's hall. After the coronation ceremony, Qian Yu would officially become the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Just as they stepped out the door, they saw a carriage waiting outside Qian Yu's door. It made sense. Qian Yu was now considered a semi-holy son. And how could the Spirit Hall let Qian Yu walk there? Qian Yu and Nar got into the carriage, and soon they arrived at the Spirit Hall. After arriving at the Spirit Hall, someone came to change Qian Yu's clothes and teach him some etiquette. Nar stayed by Qian Yu's side, waiting for him. Before long, it was noon. The coronation ceremony for the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall officially began. At this moment, down below the high platform, the crowd was already packed with people, all appearing very excited. They knew that Qian Yu had officially become the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. After a moment, an old man slowly walked down from the high platform. The old man appeared to be around 60 years old, emanating a strong sense of authority. He wore red robes and was a cardinal of the Spirit Hall. The cardinal scanned the surrounding crowd and then said loudly, Welcome everyone to the coronation ceremony. First, on behalf of the Spirit Hall, I welcome everyone's presence. Next, let's invite His Holiness the Pope. A stunningly beautiful woman walked out, dressed in a golden ceremonial gown, her fair skin glowing. She had a voluptuous figure, with a proud chest, slim waist, and long legs. Although she was older, she remained extraordinarily beautiful. Her stunning face could captivate any nation, and combined with her noble and cold aura, she appeared even more pure and noble. Long live our emperor! Upon seeing this woman, both the ordinary citizens and the personnel of the Spirit Hall knelt down. Rise! The woman's indifferent voice echoed throughout the square. Thank you for your grace, your majesty. The crowd slowly stood up. At this moment, the old man continued. Next, let us invite the prospective Holy Son, Qian Yu. Qian Yu also wore a golden robe, looking extremely handsome, as he stepped up the steps to the high platform. Is that the Holy Son, Qian Yu? He looks so handsome. Not just handsome. His talent is likely the best in the history of the Spirit Hall. Really? At just over 8 years old, he defeated the golden generation of the Spirit Academy. That's incredible. As Qian Yu stepped onto the high platform, the crowd below began to discuss him. At this moment, the cardinal continued to preside. Next, let us invite the Pope to conduct the coronation ceremony for the Holy Son. A maid immediately brought up a holy crown. Bibi Dong took the crown in both hands and approached Qian Yu. Then, she gently placed the crown on Qian Yu's head. From today on, Qian Yu, you are the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong said softly. Qian Yu nodded. At this moment, the cardinal shouted again, bow. The crowd immediately bowed to Qian Yu, saying, we pay our respects to the Holy Son. The voices of the crowd echoed through the heavens and the earth. Qian Douluo stood in the distance, revealing a satisfied smile. No matter what, his purpose had been achieved. Nader stood beside him, genuinely happy for her brother Qian Yu. Just as everyone was gathered in celebration, the entire spirit city suddenly shook. Suddenly, a guard dragged his broken body, blood flowing from him, and shouted loudly below the high platform, Your Holiness the Pope. It's bad. The Beast-Tide is coming. Chapter 48, Beast-Tide. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Bibi Dong looked up and saw that the dark clouds were spreading from the south, and the oppressive force coming from the sky made it difficult to breathe. A terrifying pressure emanated from the dark clouds, sweeping across this realm. It was as if some kind of monster was hidden within the clouds, instilling fear in people's hearts. Rumbling. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky were gathering more and more. Moreover, there was a faint sound of thunder within, and the momentum was simply horrifying. Not far away, thick smoke was rolling, with dark clouds obscuring the smoke above, as if something was rushing towards this side. Furthermore, the suffocating sensation coming from that smoke was overwhelming. At this time, Bibi Dong immediately commanded, all titled Douluos, follow me. In an instant, Bibi Dong stepped out and flew to the top of the Soul Master City wall. Immediately, those titled Douluos also flew out, following Bibi Dong to the top of the wall. At this moment, Qian Yu frowned. He could clearly sense the aura that could destroy everything. Who? Just then, the gigantic dark cloud in the sky finally broke through the mist and arrived here. At this moment, a gasp of cold air rose among the observing citizens. They looked at the swirling shadow in the sky, their hearts shaken. At this time, Qian Daolu saw something was wrong and immediately said, we should go too. In an instant, Qian Daolu, along with countless titled Douluos, also arrived on the city tower. The Spirit Hall, all titled Douluos, Soul Douluos, as well as some Soul Saints and Soul Emperors, all came to the top of the Soul Master City. Qian Yu also brought Nar to the city tower. At this moment, they could see everything clearly in front of them. They saw thick smoke rolling. Countless soul beasts were running wildly in that thick smoke, densely packed. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and lightning flashed. Roar. The roars, accompanied by the wild cries of those soul beasts, continuously surged towards the Spirit Hall. In the distance, various soul beasts, dark and heavy, were slowly approaching the Soul Master City. Their speed was not fast, but it was very organized. They advanced in a fan shape, almost synchronizing with the dark clouds in the sky, looking at the soul beasts that rushed towards them like waves. Everyone's expression became extremely serious, especially those soul masters. Their faces turned even paler. How could this happen? Are these soul beasts from the Stardow Great Forest? How could they come to our human world? Countless soul masters were shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Those are soul beasts. The soul beasts that are usually hunted and turned into soul rings. Now they are organized and attacking the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong looked at the overwhelming soul beasts. Biting her lip, her expression serious. Without the slightest hesitation, she directly commanded, attack. Immediately, there was a loud boom. A massive wave of energy burst forth from the spatial crack above the Spirit Hall, violently crashing into the horde of beasts. Oh, in an instant, the entire world seemed to be stained with ink, and the screams made the entire spirit hall feel like it had fallen into the apocalypse, instilling fear in everyone. At this time, Bibi Dong spoke again. All titled Douluos, join forces to kill those beasts. Remember, do it in the shortest time possible. After Bibi Dong's words fell, figures leaped from the city wall. Each person's face revealed a determined expression, and then they transformed into streaks of light, disappearing from a spot. Roar! Roar! A series of angry roars echoed throughout the Soul Master city. One by one, Soul Masters flew out, weapons in hand. Although these Soul Masters were weak, they did not retreat in the face of the beast tide that was like a tsunami. Whoosh! 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 Figures streaked across the sky. Bibi Dong's eyes were deep, and her body radiated dazzling brilliance. In that brilliance, countless runes could be seen dancing. With a wave of her arm, she instantly transformed into a gigantic spider queen. Whoosh! In an instant, she turned into a stream of light, disappearing from the spot and charging towards the dense horde of beasts below. Swish, swish, swish. Countless spider legs danced in the air, slicing through the surrounding beasts, the terrifying black light cutting through the void like a meteor. Slash! In an instant, Bibi Dong's spider legs sliced open a huge hole. Waves of aura surged down towards the dark abyss, striking the bodies of those soul beasts. Bang! In an instant, blood splattered, and countless beasts were torn in half by Bibi Dong. Roar! At this time, the other titled Douluos also unleashed powerful soul skills, plunging into the battlefield. Just then, amidst the beast tide, a green light appeared. A turquoise figure appeared before Bibi Dong, challenging her. As the turquoise figure became clearer in the air, it turned out to be a beautiful woman with a human appearance. With long turquoise hair cascading down her back and turquoise eyes, she had an exquisite figure. And her water-green dress perfectly outlined her slender body, with arms as white as tender lotus exposed. Most notably, she had a pair of wings on her back, seemingly carved from gemstones. These wings were turquoise, with each feather dazzling and vibrant. The bright green filled with the breath of life made her look like a captivating nature goddess. The turquoise woman, like a swan, battled fiercely against Bibi Dong. Emerald Swan? Bibi Dong had seen records of this soul beast in books, and upon recognizing the true form of this turquoise woman, she displayed a look of surprise. Bang, bang, bang. Bibi Dong and the Emerald Swan fought continuously. Bibi Dong's spider spear thrust out repeatedly, and the Emerald Swan was equally fierce, engaging in a fierce battle. Just then, suddenly, a colossal black dragon appeared in the sky before everyone. The black dragon was enormous. Its wings spread wide, blocking out the sun. Its scales were dark, shimmering with a metallic cold light, and its sharp claws and fangs looked exceptionally ferocious under the sunlight. At this moment, its body hovered in the sky, coldly looking down at the densely packed humans below, its eyes revealing a sense of pride and ferocity. The black dragon appeared and let out a long roar. The sharp dragons cried deafening. Roar! The next moment, the aura from the black dragon suddenly erupted, terrifying black flames rising in an instant, making the entire sky feel as if it were about to collapse, as if the whole world was about to be destroyed by its fury. The newcomer was the beast god, Emperor Tian. Chapter 49. Angels vs. Black Dragon. A massive black dragon appeared before everyone, its gigantic body suffocating. The appearance of the black dragon exuded an imposing presence akin to a mountain, as if it blocked out the sky itself. In that moment, the entire venue fell silent. A wave of fear instantly spread throughout the Spear Hall, causing everyone to gasp in horror. Roar! The black dragon suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a terrifying black flame with a destructive force, sweeping directly towards the direction of Spirit City. Boom! Wherever the black flame passed, trees exploded and dust filled the air. Not good. Get out of the way. Some title Douluo shouted in panic, hurriedly fleeing to the side. The enormous black dragon, Emperor Tian, circled in the sky, its cold eyes fixed on the humans below, exuding an air of superiority. Its icy gaze looked down upon the Spirit Hall as its mouth slightly opened, gathering a swirling mass of pitch-black flames. This black flame was not hot. Instead, It emanated an endless chill, instilling a sense of impending death. This black flame contained various negative emotions, such as darkness, decay, and bloodlust. At this moment, these negative emotions merged, creating an indescribable, terrifying power that sent shivers down one's spine. Tendrils of black mist poured from its body, forming a dark cloud that enveloped the dragon's head. The black clouds grew thicker, the dense darkness obscuring the sky. Buzz! In the next moment, a terrifying pressure emerged from the cloud layer. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning split the sky. This thunder was incredibly fearsome, as thick as a barrel, glowing a purplish red, exuding a powerful deterrent and a sense of destruction. At this moment, Qian Douluo stood atop the city tower, staring in astonishment at the black dragon, slowly saying, "Beast God Emperor Tian." After Qian Douluo returned last time, he investigated the identity of the black dragon and found in ancient texts that there was a beast god in the Douluo forest that had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. This beast god was a black dragon named Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, usually hidden in the Douluo forest, rarely appearing. And when it did, it was always alone. At this moment, the black dragon had solidified into a tangible dragon armor. Its eyes radiated a cold light. Soon after, its massive tail swung downwards with great force. Bang! The terrifying impact made the entire ground tremble. Under the power of its tail, a chasm 10 meters deep appeared in the ground. The attack from its tail completely destroyed a building below, causing heavy casualties among those inside in an instant. Roar! Emperor Tian roared once more. Whoosh! Then it swayed its body and instantly appeared on the other side. Its speed was incredibly swift like a ghost. As it lunged toward the title Douluo, hiss! Seeing this scene, the title Douluo's face changed dramatically. He had no time to react at all. At this moment, Qian Douluo rushed out, golden light radiating from him. The angel spirit was unleashed, and the golden glow enveloped Qian Douluo, adding a touch of divinity to him. As the black dragon Emperor Tian approached, the golden light suddenly soared into the sky, transforming into a golden longsword. Boom! The golden longsword, carrying a terrifying might, slashed towards Emperor Tian, colliding with the dragon's attack, producing a violent roar. The golden longsword and Emperor Tian's attack were evenly matched. Emperor Tian's brows furrowed slightly. He did not expect Qian Daolu's defense to be so solid. At the same time, Qian Douluo was also taken aback. He did not expect the strength of the black dragon Emperor Tian to be so formidable. Qian Douluo instantly transformed into a giant angel, spiraling in the sky and radiating a terrifying golden glow. Whoosh! Then, Qian Douluo flew towards the black dragon Emperor Tian, launching golden long swords continuously at the dragon. The golden long swords moved at incredible speed, tracing brilliant arcs in the air. Moreover, the power contained within them was heart-stopping. Emperor Tian also did not expect Qian Douluo to dare attack him. But after all, he was an ancient being who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. His strength was extraordinarily powerful. He opened his massive mouth and suddenly spat out a pitch-black energy ball, charging directly towards the golden longsword. Sizzle! The moment the pitch-black energy ball collided with the golden longsword shot by Qian Douluo, it instantly devoured it. At the same time, the golden longsword pierced through the energy ball and stabbed fiercely into Emperor Tian's chest. Clang! Golden light scattered down. After all, the attack power of the golden angel was incredibly terrifying. Roar! In the next moment, Emperor Tian let out another furious roar, and then his body twisted, transforming into a black dragon hundreds of feet long. This black dragon exuded dense black mist, causing the surrounding temperature to drop by dozens of degrees in an instant. Along with the rolling black mist came a foul odor. Roar! Emperor Tian roared, his figure flashing, and he directly appeared above Qian Douluo. Boom! His massive claw came crashing down. Surrounding Qian Douluo, golden light swirled, and the golden light surged in his hands, instantly grasping onto the black dragon's claw. The two were instantly entangled. Roar! Just then, a loud dragon roar echoed through the sky. The black mist surged around Emperor Tian, and his body continued to expand. Ultimately, he transformed into a giant of 100 meters. The massive body shimmered with a cold light from its scales. At the same time, a powerful pressure spread outwards, creating a suffocating feeling. The black dragon opened its gaping maw, aiming to bite down on Qian Douluo. Qian Douluo's golden light also surged, and the pressure of a 99th level ultimate Douluo instantly spread out, enveloping the void with a terrifying aura. Qian Douluo moved his body, dodging the black dragon's attack, and then shot out a burst of golden light directly towards the dragon's head. The black dragon reacted quickly, instantly raising a sharp claw to block its head. Bang! The golden light collided with the claw. A deep, muffled sound echoed. Terrifying energy ripples instantly spread out. A terrifying pressure radiated outwards, causing energy to burst forth from the two at the center, shaking the ground apart. We meet again. Emperor Tian looked at Qian Douluo, speaking coldly. Qian Douluo calmly replied, "Beast God Emperor Tian, what exactly does your spirit beast clan want?" At this moment, Emperor Tian looked at Qian Douluo calmly and said, "Very simple. Our spirit beast clan is here to bring back our master." Chapter 50, Guyu. Below, Bibi Dong and the Emerald Swan are engaged in a fierce battle. Bibi Dong transforms into a demon spider, her body engulfed in green flames, with sharp spikes growing from her back. Each of those sharp spikes exudes a terrifying aura. The Emerald Swan also has a green shield on her body. Each of her wings shines like sharp blades, radiating dazzling light. Clang, clang, clang. Bibi Dong swings her spider silk, colliding with the Emerald Swan, sending waves of terrifying winds sweeping through the area. A green glow appears around Bibi Dong, and a thin layer of green light film blocks the Emerald Swan's attacks. The web-like threads wrap around her. However, she shows no sign of fear, her figure flashing as she directly charges towards the Emerald Swan. The Emerald Swan also moves to attack Bibi Dong. Boom! The two women's bodies instantly intertwine, wildly swinging their fists and feet. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, a series of crisp collision sounds erupt. Although their strengths are similar, the Emerald Swan is not her match and is currently at a disadvantage. Although the Emerald Swan is a 100,000-year soul beast, Bibi Dong possesses twin martial souls and is incredibly powerful, so the Emerald Swan cannot gain the upper hand in a short time. At this moment, a black light gathers around Bibi Dong, and the domain of the god of slaughter instantly spreads out. This is an extremely strange domain, killing, slaughtering, destruction, and annihilation. At this time, the killing intent emanating from the Emerald Swan also weakens significantly. She feels an inexplicable sense of dread. Kill! Then Bibi Dong's cold voice rings out as she swings her arms and charges at the Emerald Swan. At this moment, she has completely entered a frenzied state. Devoid of reason, she appears like a peerless beast of slaughter emerging from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Her entire being is filled with boundless malice, giving off a terrifying aura. So strong, Bibi Dong instantly manifests her martial soul true form, and a gigantic demon spider appears before the Emerald Swan, charging at her in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Endless spider silk drifts in the air, exuding a chilling aura. At this moment, Bibi Dong has transformed into a bloodthirsty demon, wielding her sharp claws as she lunges at the Emerald Swan. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the Emerald Swan's face shows fear, and she hurriedly tries to evade. Just then, a fierce shout rings out. The dark demon spider lunges at the Emerald Swan in a flash of black light. The dark poison is instantly released. Sizzle! The Emerald Swan's body emits a hissing sound as it is corroded by the dark poison. At the same time, a tragic scream echoes. The dark demon spider's toxin is too domineering. The Emerald Swan is instantly injured. However, her main abilities are purification and healing. So even when facing Bibi Dong's poison, she can still purify and dispel it. Yet the dark poison makes her feel extremely uncomfortable, causing her to want to retreat. But her speed slows down. Whoosh! Just then, the dark demon spider's tail swings like a whip, striking the Emerald Swan. Crack! The intense pain causes the Emerald Swan to cry out in agony. Crack! Following that, A sound of bone shattering is heard as her shoulder blade is pierced by one of the demon spider's tail spikes. Splash! Bright red blood splatters, making the Emerald Swan's face turn extremely pale. At this moment, BB Dawn charges again. Her speed is incredibly fast, and she slaps her palm towards the Emerald Swan, carrying a powerful wave. Boom! The palm, infused with terrifying power, violently crashes into the Emerald Swan's body. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Emerald Swan is sent flying. Roar! But at that moment, a sudden roar erupts. Just then, several soul beasts rush towards BB Dawn. She looks at these soul beasts with cold eyes, a terrifying pressure radiating from her. Kill! BB Dawn coldly shouts and directly confronts the soul beasts. Her eyes are blood red, and she is enveloped in black mist, appearing fierce and terrifying as she swings her spider silk. Wherever she passes, the bodies of the soul beasts are cut and fall to the ground. Her battle is extremely intense, and the entire space is shrouded in a thick smell of blood. The tidal Douluos from the Spirit Hall also charge into the beast horde, engaging in a fierce struggle, creating a scene of extreme bloodshed and brutality. On the battlefield, everyone is in a great battle. At this moment, a crack suddenly opens in the dark clouds, and a beam of light shoots down. Beneath that light, a figure in white slowly emerges from the sky, revealing a woman in white armor, tall and elegant. Her exquisite face glimmers with cold light in the sunlight, causing people to tremble. Her silver hair dances in the air, and her silver eyes emit a detached brilliance, giving off an aura of keeping others at arm's length. She stands above the dark clouds, quietly observing the battle below. At this moment, the woman looks towards the direction of Qian Yu and Nar, and speaks to Nar. Why not come and merge with me? Qian Yu looks at the silver-haired woman, astonished. He instantly understands her identity. She is one of the Silver Dragon King's avatars, Gu Yu. The Silver Dragon King has two avatars, one named Nar, who is the emotional avatar of the Silver Dragon King and is currently beside Qian Yu. The other is named Gu Yu, the avatar that the Silver Dragon King retains for power. Gu Yu stands in the void, her figure much larger than Nar. Her long silver hair flows down her back to her ankles, smooth and possessing a quality akin to silver crystal. She has a beauty that words cannot describe, and all depictions fall short of her stunning visage. Her skin is slightly pale and fair. Her long, curled eyelashes frame her clear and transparent silver eyes, especially when her gaze carries a hint of confusion, making one feel an irresistible sense of pity. Nara looks at Gu Yu and says, "I will merge with you, but now is not the time." Gu Yu's gaze is icy as she looks at Nara and says, "Why?" "Because of that. Human beside you." Chapter 51. Qian Yu versus Gu Yu. At this moment, Gu Yu's gaze was cold as she looked down at Qian Yu, and then she charged down towards him. Facing the descending Gu Yu in the sky, Qian Yu shouted loudly, "All things in the universe." Instantly, endless trees sprouted, blocking out the sunlight. Dense branches wrapped around the silver-haired woman. Boom! The next moment, Gu Yu's attack arrived, and the powerful energy shattered the surrounding trees in an instant, while the vines were also destroyed. However, Gu Yu did not stop and continued to rush towards Qian Yu, her speed increasing. Finally, when she was close to Qian Yu, a brilliant light burst forth from her body. At that moment, Neru stood in front of Qian Yu, and Gu Yu stopped before Neru. "What do you want?" Neru glared at Gu Yu and questioned sharply. Gu Yu looked down on her, her indifferent gaze excluding anyone from her eyes, and she coldly said, "Since you stayed because of this human, then I will kill him, and you can come with me." Upon hearing this, Neru immediately showed a panicked expression and said to Gu Yu, "You must not kill him." Gu Yu, however, said nothing more and suddenly disappeared. Swish! A pitch-black dagger appeared in her hand, aimed straight at Qian Yu's chest. At that moment, countless plants grew around Qian Yu, trying to block Gu Yu. However, how could Gu Yu's strength be something Qian Yu could withstand? In an instant, Gu Yu's body pierced through the layers of leaves and appeared beside Qian Yu. Swish! The dagger in her hand stabbed directly towards Qian Yu. This was a fatal attack. If it truly pierced Qian Yu's body, it would undoubtedly take his life in an instant. At this moment, Qian Yu's external soul bone instantly condensed in front of him. Clang! A loud sound erupted as the dagger collided with the soul bone, sparks flying, and the terrifying force even sent Qian Yu flying backward. Thud! At that moment, Qian Yu's body heavily fell to the ground. Guiyue had two avatars. This avatar was led by Guiyue herself, devoid of emotions and retaining most of Guiyue's power. Guiyue's strength was incredibly powerful, equivalent to a demigod. So Qian Yu was absolutely no match for her. The other avatar was Neru, the emotional avatar of Guiyue, who also possessed many emotions. Don't hurt my brother Qian Yu. Seeing Qian Yu injured, Neru was filled with rage and directly charged towards Guiyue. Whoosh! A silver dragon spear appeared in her hand. Bang! With one thrust, it collided with Guiyue, producing a dull sound. Who? Neru retreated, but Guiyue remained motionless, her gaze still cold and ruthless. If you bully my brother Qian Yu again, I will never merge with you. Neru glared at Guiyue and shouted. Guiyue glanced at Qian Yu and then at Neru, before grabbing Neru and ascending into the sky. Neru! Qian Yu immediately shouted, but at that moment, Neru had already been taken to the sky by Guiyue. Meanwhile, the battlefield was still raging, and the tidal Douluos had plunged into the soul beast horde. Fierce and unmatched. However, those soul beasts were also fearless of death. Although their levels were far inferior to the tidal Douluos, they compensated with their reckless bravery, charging in again and again. A giant soul beast pounced at a tidal Douluo, opening its massive mouth to reveal sharp teeth. Roar! The soul beast roared, filled with immense power, and lunged at the tidal Douluo. Looking for death, the tidal Douluo shouted, gripping his palm, and a battle knife instantly appeared in his hand. Then, a dazzling blade of light cut through the air, striking fiercely at the soul beast's head. Bang! With a loud boom, the soul beast's head was severed, its body falling toward the ground. Another tidal Douluo revealed a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. With a clap of his hands, a terrifying wind swept out, instantly landing on the soul beast. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed, and the giant soul beast was instantly reduced to a shower of blood. However, even so, the sacrifice of this soul beast led to a more frenzied attack from the other soul beasts. In the sky, Qian Daolu and Ditian were still locked in battle. Qian Daolu emanated intense golden light, his entire body seeming as if it were forged from gold. An overwhelming aura was released from his body. At that moment, Qian Daolu swung his fists like raindrops on banana leaves. Boom! With every swing of his arms, a soul beast fell. Roar! Ditian roared, his eyes turning crimson, his form instantly transforming into a mass of dense red mist, enveloping Qian Daolu. Swish! Ditian's wings shimmered with red light, like blades tearing through the air. In an instant, he appeared before Qian Daolu, an icy aura bursting forth and covering Qian Daolu. Get lost! Qian Daolu roared, his fist striking forward, the powerful intent exploding in the air. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Qian Yu watched Guiyue in the sky and shouted loudly, "Return Neru." As he spoke, a terrifying pressure spread from Qian Yu, and countless vines erupted, rushing towards Guiyue. However, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Guiyue's mouth. She stepped forward, her figure flickering, and bizarrely evaded those vines. Whoosh! Then, she pointed out, a sharp aura manifested in the air, fiercely striking at the vines, causing them to crumble bit by bit. Immediately after, Guiyue launched another attack towards Qian Yu, the incredibly sharp energy carrying terrifying fluctuations, rapidly approaching Qian Yu. Whoosh! Qian Yu's pupils contracted, his body swift as lightning, narrowly dodging the attack. However, the sharp energy still grazed Qian Yu's shoulder, drawing blood, and a horrific wound appeared on his shoulder. Guiyue's eyes were cold as she charged towards Qian Yu again. Bang! A slight explosion sounded, and a silver long spear shot towards Qian Yu with a piercing aura. The spear was incredibly fast, seemingly traversing space, and appeared right before Qian Yu's eyes in an instant. Qian Yu was horrified. He reached out his hand to defend, but it was too late, and he was knocked back several meters by the spear. The spear did not stop and continued its assault. reaching Qian Yu's chest in the blink of an eye. Puffed. The spear instantly pierced Qian Yu's chest, crimson blood staining his white clothes. Pain showed on Qian Yu's face as a wave of weakness surged over him. Chapter 52. The Demon Sword. At this moment, Qian Yu's heart was pierced through, and he felt his consciousness gradually becoming blurred. The Holy Sun. At this time, several titled Douluo immediately came to Qian Yu's side. Sensing Qian Yu's condition, Bibi Dong also rushed back. Then, Bibi Dong looked up at the Silver Dragon King in the sky, and instantly, Spider Silk shot towards the Silver Dragon King. Roar! A deafening dragon roar echoed, and the space around the Silver Dragon King twisted in an instant. The spider web just touched the Silver Dragon King and was shredded by the distorted space. Guyu showed no fear, casually slashing, and a terrifying force shot out, instantly shattering that spider web. Oomph! Seeing this scene, a hint of seriousness appeared in Bibidong's eyes. Then, her delicate body moved, attacking Guyu. Every move contained an inexplicable profundity that shook the space. Swish! Guyu also met the challenge, her claws glinting with cold light, and in an instant, she was engaged in battle with her opponent. The duel of two stunning beauties immediately attracted everyone's attention. Qian Daolu was fully focused on resisting Di Tian, completely oblivious to everything else. Nara looked at Qian Yu below, filled with worry. After all, Qian Yu's heart had already been pierced. For an ordinary person, survival was impossible. Qian Yu lay on the ground, blood gushing from his heart. He felt as if he was about to die, and his consciousness was becoming increasingly blurred. His body felt like it was falling into an endless abyss, continuously descending without end. Just as he felt he was about to fall into the abyss, suddenly, a warm soul energy appeared in his mind. The moment that energy emerged, it wrapped around his injured heart, slowly healing his wound. At this moment, a small green tree suddenly grew from Qian Yu's chest, the tree shimmering emerald green. Under the sunlight, it reflected dazzling light, making one feel enchanted. Rustle! Moreover, at this moment, the small tree swayed, unexpectedly growing countless fine branches and leaves, weaving green fluorescence over Qian Yu's chest, covering the heavily injured area. At this time, Qian Yu's consciousness arrived in another world. He stood once again in front of the altar. Around the altar, for angels were bound to crosses. In the center of that altar, a pitch-black long sword was fiercely stabbed into the altar. The long sword emanated a black glow, clearly a demonic weapon. However, when he saw the four angels, the determination in his eyes grew stronger, and finally, gritting his teeth, he walked towards the demonic sword. Whoosh! Just as he took a step forward, the originally calm, long sword suddenly trembled. The next moment, a vast force of dark laws erupted from the demonic sword, instantly engulfing him. The power of that law was terrifying. Master, you have finally come. Come, pull me out, and you will gain the power you desire. At this moment, a voice from within the demonic sword began to tempt Qian Yu continuously. Qian Yu had arrived in front of the black long sword, which contained terrifying demonic energy. He looked at the demonic sword and asked, "Who are you? Why do you call me master?" The demonic sword exuded demonic might and, upon hearing Qian Yu's words, replied indifferently, "Pull me out, and you will know. Come on." Qian Yu looked at the demonic sword and spoke again. "Pulling you out can enhance my power?" Of course. Just as the voice of the demonic sword fell, the entire sky seemed to be turned upside down, and a violent storm ravaged around. At this moment, Qian Yu's eyes turned blood red, and his body leaped, instantly landing on the altar. His hand pressed down on the long sword. Buzz! With his movement, a sound of metal clashing echoed. Immediately, that terrifying power surged into Qian Yu's body like a tidal wave. Qian Yu grasped the black, long sword, tried to pull it out with all his strength, and suddenly, the terrifying energy pressure spread out. In the sky, Nathu stood in front of Guyu, immediately calling out, "Brother Qian Yu." Guyu looked at Naur and said, "Hurry and merge with me." I said, "I will not merge with you." Naur shouted immediately. Guyu's gaze was calm as she looked at Naur, confused. Why? Just because I killed that human? You must know, he is a human. You cannot be together. Naur's eyes were filled with tears as she shook her head. No matter who he is my brother Qian Yu. with tears in her eyes. Nader firmly looked at Gu Yu and said, "You killed my brother Qian Yu, so I will not merge with you." At this moment, a hint of determination appeared in Gu Yu's eyes as she looked at Nader and said, "This is not up to you. Although you are unwilling, forcibly merging will indeed be a bit difficult, but it's only a bit difficult." As she spoke, threads of light appeared around Gu Yu, forcibly connecting her with Nader, and the two stood in the void, beginning to merge. At this moment, both soul beasts and humans below were astonished at everything happening before them. At this moment, Qian Douluo also understood that the only one these soul beasts were looking for was Nader. Qian Douluo had previously underestimated Nader, but he did not expect her to have such an identity. Bibi Dong's eyes also sparkled with brilliance, somewhat incredulous. Were these soul beasts launching a beast tide because of the little girl beside Qian Yu? At this moment, as Gu Yu and Nate merged in the sky, a strong fluctuation instantly spread out. Moreover, around the two, beams of white light overflowed, radiating overwhelming energy. Yet at this moment, no one noticed Qian Yu below. Qian Yu's injuries were gradually being healed by the light of the healing divine tree, but no one noticed that black gas began to swirl around Qian Yu. In that space, Qian Yu gripped the pitch-black long sword and pulled it outward with all his strength. Now, as long as he could gain power, no matter what it was, Qian Yu was willing. He grasped the pitch-black demonic sword and pulled upward with all his might, and the terrifying power emanating from the sword surrounded him. It felt as if endless power was tearing at Qian Yu. Boom! Cold sweat dripped from Qian Yu's forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably. At the same time, he couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. Sizzle! As the terrifying pulling force emerged, the pitch-black long sword was finally pulled out from the altar by Qian Yu. Bang! Sizzle! The moment the demonic sword left Qian Yu's body, a light sound echoed. Rumble! Then a thunderous explosion rang out, dark clouds gathered, and bolts of lightning continuously struck down from the void. As the sword blade detached, the pitch-black demonic energy instantly spread out in all directions. This black mist was not pure. It contained overwhelming malice and resentment. At this moment, it enveloped the entire altar. Chapter 53. The Pitch-Black Angel. The malevolent and demonic energy surged into Qian Yu's body in an instant, making him feel as if he had fallen into hell. Pain, anger, despair, various negative emotions flooded his mind. Thud! Finally, he could no longer withstand this force and knelt on the ground. At that moment, his eyes felt like they were about to burst. In his mind, images began to surface. There was a golden angelic figure being pursued by countless people. He wielded a golden holy sword, continuously fighting and spilling blood, staining his clothes red. Yet he still fought bravely ahead, slaying enemies for those behind him. Boom! At this moment, countless bolts of lightning descended from the void, and the golden figure was instantly engulfed. However, Qian Yu seemed to recall the battles where the golden figure fought to the death. Each charge came at a great cost. Yet in the end, he still could not prevail, bleeding to death in the sky. Qian Yu's heart was filled with some indescribable emotion, and suddenly he howled to the sky, tears streaming down his cheeks. In an instant, Qian Yu's eyes turned blood red, and the angelic wings behind him unfurled. Qian Yu transformed into a six-winged angel. With a flap of his golden wings, a wave of terrifying energy spread outwards. He looked up and saw strands of demonic energy slowly entering his body from the pitch-black long sword. As the dark demonic energy entered his body, it instantly transformed into countless tiny runes, entering his mind. At this moment, in Qian Yu's sea of consciousness, a blurry figure sat cross-legged, surrounded by endless swirling demonic energy. Suddenly, the figure opened its eyes and gazed into the distance. At that moment, endless black demonic energy erupted from Qian Yu's body. The pitch-black demonic energy instantly coiled around the angel behind Qian Yu, dyeing his six wings black. In the world of Douluo Continent, Qian Yu underwent the same transformation, turning into a pitch-black angel, enveloped in demonic energy. Qian Yu slowly stood up, his eyes blood red. At this moment, he had lost consciousness, yet he could still move. Qian Yu extended his hand, and a pitch-black demon sword appeared in an instant. Qian Yu looked at Gu Huwei in the sky, transforming into a shadow that instantly appeared in front of Gu Huwei. Gu Huwei saw the pitch-black figure and showed a look of surprise. "So it's you, it's been a long time." Gu Huwei seemed to recognize Qian Yu, but at this moment, Qian Yu's eyes were filled with bloodlust. He swung the pitch-black demon sword toward Gu Huwei. A fierce black light tore through space, instantly severing the connection between Gu Huwei and Nar. Immediately, he transformed into a shadow and charged at Gu Huwei. Gu Huwei showed no fear. She extended her hand, and in an instant, a silver dragon spear coalesced. Silver light gathered around Gu Huwei, and the spear in her hand emitted dazzling white light. Whoosh! A sharp whistle echoed as a white cold light shot toward Qian Yu. Clang! The silver dragon spear collided with the pitch-black demon sword, producing a piercing sound. Moreover, at the moment of collision, a layer of frost rapidly spread, covering Qian Yu's entire body in the blink of an eye, causing him to become instantly rigid. However, Qian Yu showed no reaction at all, his crimson eyes becoming even more ferocious. Just as the words fell, endless malevolent energy instantly wrapped around Qian Yu. The accumulated malevolent energy of millions of years surged wildly into his body, making Qian Yu's form even taller, his body standing like a mountain. At this moment, his eyes were blood red as he looked at Gu Huwei, revealing a fierce expression. Boom! In the next moment, endless malevolent energy gathered towards his body again. Gu Huwei emitted a sacred white light, and the silver dragon spear in her hand radiated immense pressure. The two faced each other, neither yielding. At this moment, Qian Yu's eyes were fixed firmly on the woman before him, his arms raised, and he struck down fiercely. Whoosh! Endless malevolent energy flowed around him, making him appear exceedingly ferocious, like a demon ready to devour. Boom! The pitch-black sword in his hand, engulfed in rolling magical flames, struck fiercely against the white light emitted by Gu Huwei. Boom! A violent explosion sounded instantly. Unmatched gales ravaged the surroundings. Crack! Crack! The ground shattered, and debris flew everywhere. At this moment, everyone below stood in utter shock. They had stopped fighting, stunned by what was happening before them. Whether it was Qian Daolu, Bibi Dong, or Emperor Tian, each person stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The titled Douluo and the Soul Masters were even more shocked. Qian Daolu looked at the pitch-black angel in the sky, his eyes filled with astonishment, and then spoke. "Before, I thought Qian Yu might be the illegitimate son of Sun Ji, but now it seems I was wrong, terribly wrong. So, excluding that possibility, Qian Yu's identity can only be one thing," Qian Daolu said, his eyes looking to the sky. Bibi Dong also looked at Qian Yu in shock, exclaiming, "Is this kid a twin martial soul? And what about this pitch-black angel? Why has his power surged so much? Who exactly is he?" Bibi Dong looked at Qian Yu in the sky, her eyes filled with confusion, unable to believe her own eyes. In the sky, Gu Huwei, holding the dragon spear, calmly looked at Qian Yu and said, "Oh, it seems you have also fallen." Qian Yu's eyes were blood red, showing no response, only holding the demon's sword. His face twisted with ferocity as he continued to slash at Gu Huwei. At this moment, Qian Yu was completely immersed in slaughter. His attacks became increasingly fierce and terrifying. Clang! 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 The sound of weapons clashing echoed continuously in the sky, endless sparks flying. Powerful attacks instantly radiated outwards, tearing apart the space. "It seems you have yet to truly awaken." Gu Huwei's eyes showed a resolute expression. At this moment, Qian Yu had completely lost control. A glimmer sparkled in her eyes, and in her right hand, the silver dragon spear emitted a dazzling white light. Bang! In the next moment, a massive white beam of light suddenly crashed against the pitch-black long sword in Qian Yu's hand. The two forces erupted in space, terrifying pressure spreading in all directions. Energy ripples scattering throughout the space. Chapter 54: The greatest spectacle in the world is the fall of a god. At this moment in the sky, two figures, one black and one white, collided with each other in an instant. Terrifying energy spread out, and some soul masters with weaker cultivation were directly blown away by this overwhelming pressure. The sky seemed to have been divided into two halves. One side was filled with rolling black clouds, while the other was illuminated by soaring white light. Endless energy continuously emanated from the two individuals. Staggering back, both took several steps away. Qian Yu's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent as he looked at Gu Yu. With a slight movement of his mind, he swung the pitch-black magic sword in his hand again. Whoosh! Endless black light appeared on the dark magic sword, fiercely slashing towards Gu Yu. At this moment, Gu Yu's face was extremely cold, and the platinum light around her surged up, blocking the endless black light. Bang! Bang! However, just as the endless black light was about to approach, Gu Yu's silver dragon spear swiftly pierced towards Qian Yu's chest like a bolt of lightning. In the sky, the two figures of black and white were locked in a fierce battle, each move containing endless destructive power, making one feel an immense heart palpitation. Roar! Finally, Qian Yu let out an angry roar, and the pitch-black magic sword in his hand erupted with endless killing intent, instantly enveloping him. A strange dark rune appeared around him. Buzz! The magic wings beneath his feet suddenly spread open, releasing a vast and terrifying aura from his body. Immediately after, he threw a punch straight at Gu Yu. Clash! In an instant, the two weapons collided violently, producing a sound like metal clashing. Puffed. The next moment, a mouthful of blood was spat out from Qian Yu's mouth. However, a faint smile still hung on his lips, giving him a sinister appearance. Oof! Gu Yu let out a disdainful cold snort. The next moment, a pure white jade palm was thrust out, fiercely slapping towards Qian Yu. Qian Yu's eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. He did not dodge, but chose to take it head-on. Infinite force shattered the space. Roar! The black light and white light collided in the void, creating a roar. And the next moment, both of their bodies were shot back simultaneously. Zzz. Qian Yu's clothes were torn apart, revealing his muscular physique and determined face. His gaze was icy, and the magic sword in his hand trembled continuously, appearing extremely ferocious. Gu Yu's pretty face was incredibly pale. She did not expect this guy to be so terrifying. He clearly had not awakened yet, but I also have not fused completely and cannot unleash all my strength. I did not expect that I could only fight him to a standstill. Gu Yu looked at Qian Yu, her heart filled with shock. However, what shocked me even more was, he actually fell as well, becoming a fallen angel. Gu Yu looked at Qian Yu and quietly said. Then, she smiled again, but what can those hypocritical gods not do? The greatest spectacle in the world is the fall of a god. It seems that you and I are both like this. Saying this, Gu Yu transformed into a beam of white light once more and charged towards Qian Yu. Qian Yu also wielded his magic sword, and the two collided again. Below, everyone showed shocked expressions. What on earth is happening? How did the Holy Sun become like this? The Dark Angel. Is the Holy Sun an angel martial soul? But if it's an angel martial soul, why are his wings black? Could it be a mutation of the martial soul? And who is that woman? How could she be so powerful? The soul masters below did not recognize Gu Yu and were unaware of the matters of the divine realm, so they naturally did not understand these things. Bibi Dong had guessed some clues. At this moment, her gaze revealed a hint of excitement. Bibi Dong whispered a word that only she could hear, God. Immediately, a crazed expression appeared on Bibidong's face. Ha ha! A mad smile broke out on Bibidong's face. Today's events proved one thing to her. That is, there truly are gods in this world, and the so-called Rakshasa God exam must also be real. As long as she passes the Rakshasa God exam, she can become a god. Qian Douluo's brows furrowed as he looked at the sky and said, Xiao Yu, I should have guessed it long ago. With your powerful talent, a seed martial soul that cannot be found in the world, and that angel martial soul even purer than my bloodline. There's no way you could be the illegitimate child of Sun Ji. I just didn't want to admit it. Qian Daolu looked at the sky and murmured, No matter what your identity is, I just hope you don't get into trouble. Now stood behind him, clenching her small hands, her heart anxious, shouting, Brother Qian Yu. At this moment, in the sky, Qian Yu and Gu Yu were still locked in battle. Qian Yu was surrounded by demonic energy, with billowing black mist emerging, and 6 black wings behind him radiated light. Each flap stirred up a vast energy storm. Gu Yu, on the other hand, had her eyes glowing with intense white light, her movements as agile as a swimming fish, extremely fast, with sharp and cunning attacks. Boom! Columns of pure white light erupted like a torrent. Two terrifying beams of light exploded simultaneously. At this moment, Nar made up her mind and suddenly shouted, "Stop! Stop! Brother Qian Yu!" At this moment, Qian Yu's pair of crimson eyes hesitated for a second as he looked at Nar. Yu also immediately disengaged and took a few steps back. Qian Yu's eyes were blood red. He was already controlled by the killing and demonic energy, with no trace of his own thoughts, like an empty shell, a puppet. But Nar's shout awakened a glimmer of consciousness within him. "Not there," Qian Yu murmured. Nar immediately ran from afar and threw herself into Qian Yu's arms. Tears streamed down her face as she held Qian Yu and cried out, "Brother Qian Yu, I don't want to see you like this." Now her shulbit in Qian Yu's embrace. At this moment, a trace of clarity returned to Qian Yu's gaze, and the demonic energy around him gradually diminished. His consciousness began to recover. Feeling the warmth in his arms, Qian Yu's eyes gradually returned to their normal color. He held Nar and descended from the sky, standing atop the city wall. The black wings behind him retracted into his body. The demonic energy gradually disappeared, and the black magic sword vanished as well. His gaze returned to calm as he looked at Nar and softly said, "Nar." Nar looked at Qian Yu and immediately hugged him tightly. "Brother Qian Yu." Tears flowed down as Qian Yu gently reached out to wipe Nar's tears and said, "Nar, don't cry." Chapter 55, The Hell Demon Sword. Nar held on to Qian Yu, and Qian Yu's gaze gradually returned to normal. He gently wiped away Nar's tears, but at that moment, his body could no longer hold on. When he lost consciousness, he bore such a heavy load of power that if it weren't for Qian Yu possessing that magical seed, martial soul, he would have likely exploded and died by now. After wiping Nar's tears, Qian Yu fell into her embrace and then fainted. At this moment, Yu also descended beside Nar and Qian Yu. Seeing Yu come down, Nar immediately stood in front of Qian Yu. Yu looked at Nar calmly and said, "Don't worry, I won't harm him." Yu then said to Nar, "Let's go." Nar reluctantly glanced at Qian Yu, and in the end, she still followed Yu away. Because she knew that if she didn't leave, the soul beast army wouldn't leave either. She didn't care about humans or soul beasts. All she cared about was her brother Qian Yu. As long as her brother Qian Yu was safe, there was nothing worth missing in this place. She remembered everything, and she understood her responsibilities and mission. She looked at Yu and nodded. Yu looked at the soul beast army below and then said, "Retreat." With Yu's order, the densely packed soul beast army began to retreat, like a tide pulling back. Seeing this, the people from the spirit hall did not obstruct them, as they were very clear that if they intervened, it would turn into a real war between humans and soul beasts. If this war broke out, both humans and soul beasts would suffer heavy casualties. Bibi Dong watched the retreating figures of the soul beasts with a calm expression, even revealing a hint of a crazy smile. It was becoming more interesting. Qian Douluo couldn't smile, though. He hurriedly flew to the city wall and began to check Qian Yu's injuries. He found that Qian Yu was unharmed, only unconscious. At this moment, Qian Douluo finally felt relieved. Although it was confirmed that Qian Yu was not the illegitimate child of Xuanji, nor was he his biological grandson, in his heart, he still regarded Qian Yu as his grandson. Qian Douluo picked up Qian Yu and left this place. The great battle came to an end. In his unconscious state, Qian Yu once again found himself in that strange space. In this space, Qian Yu awakened, and before him floated a demon sword, the very sword he had just drawn. Looking at the demon sword before him, Qian Yu felt that even though he had just been unconscious, he could still sense the demonic energy emanating from the sword, flooding into his body and taking control of him. "Who are you?" Qian Yu asked the demon sword. At this moment, the demon sword looked at Qian Yu and said, "Master, how could you not recognize me? I am your divine artifact, the Hell Demon Sword." "Hell Demon Sword?" Qian Yu was utterly confused and asked the demon sword, "My martial soul is an angel. Shouldn't the divine artifact of the angel lineage be the angelic holy sword?" The Hell Demon Sword floated beside Qian Yu and replied, "Angelic holy sword? What a piece of trash. Even a dog wouldn't use it. That angelic holy sword isn't even worthy to lick my hilt." You are a sword. How can you talk? Have you gained intelligence? Qian Yu continued to ask. The hell demon sword responded. If it were a divine artifact, it certainly wouldn't have gained intelligence. However, you sealed me within this hell demon sword, allowing me to become a sword spirit, so I gained intelligence. Then what was your original form? Qian Yu asked the hell demon sword. The hell demon sword looked at Qian Yu and replied, It seems you really have been reborn foolishly. Well, you seem not to have inherited the memories of your former self. My original form was the hell demon dragon. After you defeated me, I was sealed in this hell demon sword in the form of a soul spirit, becoming the sword spirit of this sword. Upon hearing this, Qian Yu was shocked beyond belief. Hell demon dragon. Rebirth. Qian Yu thought of a possibility. Could it be that his previous life was some kind of god? Then, after reincarnating, he arrived in the real world and then crossed over to the Douluo Continent? Or did he happen to cross over into the body of a person who had reincarnated from a god? Regardless of the possibility, it left Qian Yu in shock. So, who was he in his previous life? Qian Yu immediately looked at the hell demon sword and asked, Then who am I? The hell demon sword immediately replied, Of course, you are. Before it could finish speaking, a red seal suddenly appeared on the sword's body, and the hell demon sword trembled violently. It quickly said, I have a seal on this matter, so I cannot answer you. Why is there a seal? Qian Yu looked at the hell demon sword, puzzled. The hell demon sword promptly replied, This is a seal you imposed on yourself in your previous life. How would I know? Perhaps your previous self wanted you to seek the answer yourself. However, your previous life instructed that as long as you pull me out, I will assist and protect you. Then what is this place? Is this my dream? Was it a real world? Qian Yu continued to ask the hell demon sword. The hell demon sword looked at Qian Yu calmly and said, This is a real world. Perhaps you can call this place hell. Hell? Upon hearing this word, Qian Yu's heart shook even more. Hell demon sword. Hell. These terms and places do not exist in the original Douluo Continent. Everything was too bizarre. What was going on? Why did I come here? Qian Yu looked at the hell demon sword and continued to ask. The hell demon sword shook its body and said, I don't know. Perhaps it was your previous life that brought you here. My previous life? Of course, your previous life was a master here. The hell demon sword continued. The master here? Meaning the Lord of Hell? Qian Yu was shocked in his heart, but he forced himself to calm down and analyze. His previous life should have been a deity, or perhaps a demon. Regardless of what his previous life was, it was a very powerful being, and to become the Lord of Hell was certainly not something an ordinary person could achieve. However, it was possible that for some reason, his previous life was reincarnated. Then, he either soul transmitted or had someone else's reincarnation occur to him before crossing over, ultimately arriving in the world of Douluo Continent, coupled with his angel martial soul. Could it be that he was an angel god? What about that seed martial soul? Why would an angel god also be the Lord of Hell? Some doubts were clarified, but other questions resurfaced in Qian Yu's mind. Chapter 56, The Hell Trial Tower. However, one thing is certain. His previous life was very strong. In this life, although he does not have memories of his past, it seems that his previous life left him with many things. Therefore, he will use these things to become stronger. If in the past, Qian Yu had a question mark about personally killing Tang Hao, now he is very clear in his heart that if he continues to cultivate like this, killing Tang Hao is just a matter of time. No matter how mysterious his identity is, Qian Yu's only goal now is revenge. Revenge against Tang Hao. As for other matters, it is too early to discuss now. As time passes, Qian Yu believes that everything will become clear. At this moment, the hell demon sword looked at Qian Yu and said, By the way, your previous life left me a message. What? The hell demon sword continued. He said that he sealed all his inheritance here, and to obtain his inheritance, you need to undergo an assessment. What assessment? Qian Yu looked at the hell demon sword and asked again. The hell demon sword then said, There are a total of 3 assessments, but you can only know about the other assessments after passing one. The first assessment is actually simple, which is to pass through this hell trial tower. The hell trial tower? Qian Yu was shocked and looked at the hell demon sword. Then, a red light emitted from the hell demon sword, and a huge tower appeared in front of Qian Yu. The tower contained demonic power. and terrifying demonic energy lingered within the giant tower. The giant tower has a total of 9 levels, each emanating a terrifying pressure. The Hell Demon's Sword explained. In this hell, there are many evil spirits, and these evil spirits are very powerful. They're divided into Ghost Masters, Great Ghost Masters, Ghost Sovereigns, Ghost Douluo, and Ghost Title Douluo, corresponding to your Soul Master levels. This Hell Trial Tower has a total of 9 levels. The first level corresponds to your Soul Master level. The second level is Great Soul Master. The 9th level is Title Douluo. As long as you pass the assessments of these 9 levels, you will have completed the first assessment. After hearing the guidance of the Hell Demon's Sword, Qian Yu understood. The first assessment is to defeat an evil spirit with Title Douluo strength. It sounds very difficult, but it could also be considered a divine assessment, which seems reasonable. However, to pass this assessment, it seems he would need to become a Title Douluo himself. The Hell Demon's Sword continued. By the way, there are corresponding rewards for passing each level, and sometimes you may even trigger a lucky grand prize. Qian Yu nodded. All right, are you ready to start the assessment now? The Hell Demon's Sword asked. Qian Yu shook his head and said, How long have I been unconscious? The Hell Demon's Sword replied, According to real time, you should have been unconscious for 3 days. 3 days? Qian Yu felt like he had just taken a nap, not expecting it to be 3 days. Qian Yu shook his head and said, I want to go out and take a look first. Then, Qian Yu disappeared from the world called Hell and returned to the real world. At this moment, Qian Yu was lying on the bed. He slightly opened his eyes, and at that moment, a maid exclaimed, The Holy Sun is awake. Qian Yu looked around. The familiar figure he saw when he first woke up was not here today. Now, Qian Yu shouted, and immediately sat up, only to see that there were only some maids in the room, with no trace of Nar. At this moment, Qian Yu realized something and felt a bit lonely. Xiaoyu, you finally woke up? At this time, a figure walked in from outside the door. It was Qian Yu's grandfather, Qian Douluo. Qian Douluo smiled and quickly approached Qian Yu. Ha ha, I told you Xiaoyu would be fine. How are you? Have you recovered? Qian Douluo asked kindly as he looked at Qian Yu. Qian Yu looked at Qian Douluo and then asked, Grandpa, did Nar leave? Qian Douluo's expression became a bit lonely as he nodded. She has left. After hearing this, Qian Yu's expression became even more melancholic. Qian Douluo looked at Qian Yu and said, Child, if you want to cry, just cry. Qian Yu shook his head. Although he felt sad, he would not cry. He looked at Qian Douluo and said, It's okay, Grandpa, I won't cry. She had to leave eventually, and I couldn't keep her. However, just because I couldn't keep her this time doesn't mean I won't be able to in the future. I will bring her back. Seeing Qian Yu so calm, a hint of surprise appeared in Qian Douluo's eyes. He originally thought Qian Yu would cry, but unexpectedly, Qian Yu was so determined. Good. With Xiao Yu's talent and strength, it won't be long before you can personally bring her back. Qian Douluo nodded. Previously, Nar had told Qian Yu many times that she would leave, so Qian Yu was already prepared. In this world, the strong are revered, and strength speaks. He was too weak, which is why he couldn't protect Nar. Therefore, there's only one thing he needs to do, become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can he take revenge and protect what he wants to safeguard. Crying and wailing is not a behavior that a man should have. Qian Yu then stood up and looked at Qian Douluo and said, Grandpa, starting today, I will continue the devil training. Qian Douluo immediately nodded. Good. Wait until your body recovers. Qian Yu directly interrupted. My body is already fine. I can start now. Qian Douluo looked at Qian Yu and then agreed to his request. Qian Yu began the devil training again. Since Qian Yu was already well known as the Holy Sun, Qian Douluo arranged for the other 6 offerings to help him train. During the day, Qian Yu followed the 6 offerings to learn and undergo physical training. At night, Qian Yu entered the world called Hell to begin the assessment. Qian Yu first challenged the assessment for Soul Masters. He saw that all the evil spirits were of Soul Master strength. However, what shocked Qian Yu was that there was not just one evil spirit. Entering the first level, countless Soul Master evil spirits appeared before Qian Yu. There were about 1,000 evil spirits, but no matter what, the strength of a Soul Master is ultimately the strength of a Soul Master, and could not stop Qian Yu. Qian Yu showed no mercy and brutally fought his way through. Qian Yu's speed increased, and those Soul Master evil spirits couldn't even touch the edge of his clothes. In just a few seconds, Qian Yu burst out of the sea of evil spirits. By his side, the ground was already piled with the corpses of evil spirits. He passed the first level. At this moment, in the center of the tower, a crystal-clear head soul bone appeared before Qian Yu. Qian Yu looked at the soul bone and then said, "This should be the so-called reward." Chapter 57. Practicing for 2.5 years. Qian Yu looked at the soul bone in front of him, which emitted a shimmering light. It was a skull, and as Qian Yu grasped the soul bone, he felt a warm and refreshing sensation in his hand. He sat down cross-legged to absorb the skull. This skull was a 100,000-year-old soul bone. With the assistance of the healing divine tree, Qian Yu was not worried about absorbing the soul bone. As Qian Yu sat down and began to absorb the soul bone, he watched as the precious essence of the soul bone continuously flowed into his head, transforming into tiny specks of light. Those specks gradually merged into Qian Yu's skull, and with the influx of light, an illusory sphere of light appeared above his head, slowly merging into his mind. Although the absorption process was very difficult, with the support of his martial soul, Qian Yu eventually absorbed the power of the soul bone. At this moment, Qian Yu checked his skull soul bone ability. He instantly discovered that when using the skull soul bone ability, he could create a field. Within this field, Qian Yu's mind would be incredibly focused, and his reaction speed would increase dozens of times. The result was that everything within this field would appear to move slowly. The actions and attacks of his opponents, which seemed normal to others, would appear extremely slow to Qian Yu, allowing him to react quickly and respond. This field is quite suitable for me to cultivate my mental strength, Qian Yu thought. With a thought, the field instantly covered a radius of 100 meters. Within the field, Qian Yu could clearly see everything around him and could manipulate the space. Not bad. A hint of joy appeared on Qian Yu's face, and at that moment, his confidence increased significantly. During the day, Qian Yu continued to participate in the training of various offerings. In addition to training, the elders of the Spirit Hall would also train Qian Yu. As the son of the Spirit Hall, Qian Yu was also required to undertake tasks for the Spirit Hall. Being the son of the Spirit Hall naturally meant he had to execute certain tasks, and Bibi Dong would occasionally guide Qian Yu. For Bibi Dong, Qian Yu's obsession and madness were very similar to her own, which made her increasingly fond of him. Even though she knew Qian Yu was the grandson of Qian Daolu, so what? She, Bibi Dong, could not concern herself with her past. What she needed to focus on in this life was how to become a god. As for who would inherit the Spirit Hall in the future, or what would happen to it, it was none of her business. Moreover, Qian Yu's personality was indeed to her liking, so she became more and more satisfied with this little guy. Furthermore, Bibi Dong often sent Qian Yu to undertake life and death missions, believing that only by experiencing life and death could one become stronger. Qian Yu completed each mission brilliantly, without any hint of dragging his feet. The people of the Spirit Hall held nothing but respect for Qian Yu. Some feared his identity, with Qian Daolu and Bibi Dong as his two major backing forces. No one dared to provoke him. Others feared his strength. The scene of Qian Yu's dark transformation was witnessed by nearly everyone in the Spirit City. And how could they not be afraid of someone who could battle the Lord of Soul Beasts? The power Qian Yu unleashed after his dark transformation was enough to rival a title Douluo. As for that day's events, almost no one dared to mention them in front of Qian Yu. Qian Yu then absorbed the 2 soul bones he obtained from winning the Soul Master competition. These 2 soul bones were arm bones. After absorbing them, Qian Yu gained enhanced power. The abilities of both soul bones were enhancements. The left arm bone's ability enhanced the left arm, while the right arm bone's ability enhanced the right arm. After the enhancements, Qian Yu could gain a power increase of 200%. After absorbing the 2 soul bones, Qian Yu continued to the Hell to challenge the tasks on that level for great soul masters. He arrived at the 2nd level of the Hell Trial Tower, where countless evil spirits at the great soul master level appeared before him. Here, Qian Yu could use his Hell Demon Sword, his Angel Martial Soul, and his Seed Martial Soul, without any restrictions. All he had to do was defeat them. The evil spirits, with their terrifying appearances, seemed extremely fearsome. Qian Yu looked at them with a hint of coldness and softly said, "Shadow Spike." In an instant, terrifying spikes shot up from the ground, densely covering the area around him. In the blink of an eye, the entire ground was covered with endless spikes. Seeing the evil spirits, Qian Yu's eyes turned cold, and he shouted, "Kill!" In that moment, the entire world was filled with the sound of countless tearing noises, and a strong scent of blood wafted through the air. With the sound of tearing, those evil spirits hit by the spikes turned into fragments and disappeared. At this moment, the power within Qian Yu surged again. When this power emerged, Qian Yu's speed and agility skyrocketed, moving through the evil spirits like lightning. A great soul master attempted to attack Qian Yu, but as soon as he raised his hand, Qian Yu decapitated him. Qian Yu's feet moved continuously, and every time he moved, an evil spirit or a corpse would fall from the sky. This process lasted not too long. In just 5 minutes, a row of evil spirits lay before Qian Yu. The evil spirits on the second level had been cleared. Qian Yu obtained another soul bone, the right leg bone. After absorbing the right leg bone, he gained a soul bone ability called Swift Wind Lightning, which made his speed incredibly fast when activated. Following this, Qian Yu continued to challenge the evil spirits at the Great Soul Master level. Although it was not as easy as before, he still achieved victory with relative ease. After winning, Qian Yu obtained another soul bone, this time a torso soul bone. Upon absorbing this torso soul bone, he was astonished to find that it was also an external soul bone. This torso bone could attach to Qian Yu's exterior, and upon activation, the soul bone would expand, forming a suit of armor. In essence, it was like a Kamen Rider transformation, creating a set of armor that covered Qian Yu's body. Qian Yu continued his training, and 2.5 years passed quietly. Qian Yu's soul power reached level 40, and he prepared to challenge the 4th level of the Hell Trial Tower. Chapter 58, 4th Soul Ring, 100,000 Years. Qian Yu arrived at the 4th level, where the trial ground was filled with evil spirits, all of which were soul sect level powerhouses. In the 4th level trial ground, there were tens of thousands of evil spirits. Although these evil spirits were powerful, they still couldn't withstand Qian Yu. "Kill!" Qian Yu roared, then swung the Hell Demon sword down fiercely. With a whoosh, as the Hell Demon sword fell, those evil spirits instantly turned into a puff of green smoke and vanished. Qian Yu released his Angel Martial Soul, which regained its golden color. Only when Qian Yu darkened would his Angel Martial Soul completely turn black. Otherwise, his Angel Martial Soul was always golden, although it gradually turned black at the base of the wings, and the area of black had increased compared to before. Qian Yu understood that if his angel wings completely turned black, it would mean he had fully darkened as well. Holding the Hell Demon sword, Qian Yu charged towards the evil spirits. The seed martial souls on the ground continuously pierced out, each thrust containing immense power, piercing through the heads of several evil spirits, causing them to fall dead. Whoosh! Qian Yu moved swiftly, charging at one of the evil spirits. Swish! Qian Yu leaped up, raising the Hell Demon sword high and slashing down. The terrifying power surged forth, and the evil spirit was sent flying, exploding before it could even stop. Qian Yu kept killing the evil spirits, and with each step, another evil spirit died under his sword. He continued to kill, consumed by the desire to wipe out all the evil spirits in this trial ground. His eyes revealed madness. He had forgotten the pain, even the passage of time, and his own existence. The only thing in Qian Yu's mind was slaughter, slaughter. After an unknown period, Qian Yu finally felt exhausted, stopping to look at the evil spirits lying on the ground. At this moment, Qian Yu was covered in blood, his clothes tattered, and his exposed skin was riddled with wounds. Bleeding profusely, looking quite horrific, Qian Yu seemed to be utterly drained, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. At this point, all the evil spirits on the 4th level had been killed by Qian Yu, leaving only a crimson soul ring before him. Qian Yu's heart raced as he looked at the crimson soul ring. This is a 100,000-year soul ring. The Hell Demon sword floated beside Qian Yu and spoke. "Good job, kid. You're really lucky to have obtained a divine soul ring." Divine soul ring? Qian Yu asked in confusion upon hearing the Hell Demon sword's words. "Yes. This soul ring was probably left to you by your previous life," it replied. Qian Yu nodded slightly and began to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring. Since it was his first time absorbing a soul ring over 100,000 years, Qian Yu had prepared early. He released the forest of healing, and instantly, the entire space was filled with healing divine trees, which would provide him with healing whenever he absorbed the soul ring. Qian Yu sat down cross-legged and started to absorb the 100,000-year soul ring. As the soul ring entered Qian Yu's body, a warm power surged within him. Qian Yu slowly closed his eyes, beginning to refine the 100,000-year soul ring. At this moment, Qian Yu's body was in extreme pain, as if it were being torn apart. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Qian Yu gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain, refining the 100,000-year soul ring bit by bit. The surrounding healing divine trees continuously helped Qian Yu heal his physical injuries. The wounds on Qian Yu's body began to heal, and the damaged organs inside him gradually recovered. With the healing from the healing divine trees and the refinement of the 100,000-year soul ring, Qian Yu's spiritual power was visibly increasing. Time passed, and before long, a night had gone by. Qian Yu's injuries had healed. This round of cultivation took a full night. Phew! Qian Yu opened his eyes, stood up, took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with joy. At this moment, Qian Yu felt that the power within him was significantly stronger than before. He clenched his fist, feeling the immense power in his punch, a smile on his face as he muttered, "I didn't expect this trial ground to reward me so greatly. Truly worthy of a 100,000-year soul ring." At this point, Qian Yu's strength had reached level 43, having absorbed the 100,000-year soul ring and upgraded his soul power by 3 levels. Qian Yu continued to check his soul skills. The 4th soul ring had 2 soul skills, one of which was a passive soul skill, immunity. The plants grown from Qian Yu's seed martial soul gain immunity, regardless of water, fire, ice. Various elements, Qian Yu's seed martial soul could be immune to them. This meant that against opponents like Yin, Qian Yu didn't even need to use a seed explosion. He could directly become immune to fire. In addition to immunity, resilience was also greatly enhanced. Even the sharp moon blade of Qian Yu would find it difficult to cut through the plants created by Qian Yu. Of course, this was also related to soul power. If he encountered a tidal Douluo or a soul Douluo with a significantly higher level, Qian Yu's seed martial soul would not be able to achieve immunity. They could easily sever Qian Yu's seed vines. Everything is relative. The other soul skill was an active soul skill, but it was extraordinarily overpowered. This soul skill was called time control of plants. The most outrageous aspect of this soul skill was that Qian Yu could control the time of all plants, including those not created by him. What does this mean? In short, Qian Yu could manipulate a plant, allowing it to grow instantly or causing it to age and wither instantly. Of course, this soul skill could also be used in reverse. For instance, for a towering tree, Qian Yu could instantly shrink it down to the size of a seed. Moreover, the most overpowered aspect was that this soul skill could also be used on humans and soul beasts. However, for humans, soul beasts, or other objects, the effect lasted only within 1 minute. After a minute, they would automatically return to normal. Only for plants was it a permanent control. Why only within 1 minute? Because the effect varies depending on the cultivation level of the person. For opponents weaker than himself, he could completely control their time for a minute. However, for stronger opponents, the effect would be lesser. When encountering even stronger foes, such as tidal Douluos, controlling their time would be minimal. Yet, even so, it was still incredibly overpowered. In a battle against an opponent, he could turn them into an old man or a baby within that minute. Not even needing a minute, just 10 seconds would be enough to slay them. Of course, even if subjected to time control, it wouldn't affect the opponent's cultivation level. A tidal Douluo turned into a baby would still be a tidal Douluo. However, during the time they were a baby, they would possess only the body of a baby. In other words, Qian Yu's soul skill could affect the opponent's body, but not their strength. Nonetheless, even with this limitation, this soul skill was still immensely overpowered. Chapter 59. Leaving the Spirit Hall. More than a year has passed. At this moment, Qian Yu has grown significantly taller. The 12-year-old Qian Yu is already over 1.70 meters, and although he is only 12, he looks like a young man. His temperament has also become increasingly indifferent, as if a king has descended, overlooking the heavens. Dressed in white, with a handsome face, his eyes are as black as ink, deep as a chasm, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exceptionally handsome. Qian Yu's gaze is incredibly cold, as if it could freeze everything. He emanates an endless sharpness like a supreme treasure sword, making people hesitate to approach. He stands there, giving off an air of superiority over all beings, as if he is the ruler of the world, looking down at the sky. Qian Yu's strength has successfully reached level 47. He is now a level 47 Soul Master and is ready to go out for training. Although the Spirit Hall has excellent teachers and resources, Qian Yu still lacks a lot of practical experience. He wants to become stronger, and besides cultivation, it is also necessary to venture out to various places in the Douluo Continent for training. Thus, Qian Yu is preparing to leave. Before parting, Daolu looks at Qian Yu and asks, "Little Yu, are you leaving?" Qian Yu nods and replies, "Grandpa, I've been cultivating in the Spirit Hall for so many years. It's time for me to go out for training. Where are you planning to go?" Daolu asks. Qian Yu, calm as ever, gazes ahead and then speaks, "Revenge." Upon hearing this, Daolu is extremely shocked and looks at Qian Yu, saying, "Little Yu, are you going to seek revenge on Tang Hao? Although you have made good progress over the years, you are still far from being able to take revenge on him." At this moment, Qian Yu's gaze is cold as he calmly replies, "Who says that revenge must involve killing him?" Qian Yu looks at Daolu and explains, "Grandpa, I know my own strength. If I go to seek revenge on Tang Hao now, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Therefore, I won't act rashly. However, I want Tang Hao to pay a price that is not merely his death. I will crush Tang Hao psychologically and spiritually in every possible way." Daolu looks at Qian Yu and breathes a sigh of relief, asking, "Then where do you plan to start?" Qian Yu calmly states, from his son, Tang San, "Grandpa, I remember that the Spirit Hall discovered a body in Holy Soul Village. That body was injured by a hidden weapon, right?" Qian Yu looks at Daolu and asks. Daolu nods, saying, "That's right. It was an old man who was killed by a hidden weapon. The Spirit Hall later sent people to Holy Soul Village to properly bury the villagers, and then they found Old Jack's body on a small path. However, Old Jack was not killed by Tang Hao, but by a hidden weapon." After receiving this news, Qian Yu immediately understands. The one who killed Old Jack is Tang San. Therefore, Qian Yu will not let either Tang Hao or Tang San off the hook. Qian Yu plans to start with Tang San, step by step, making Tang Hao lose something, then fall into the abyss. Tang Hao is not easy to deal with. If you accept his son's words, and he discovers it, you will be in danger. Daolu immediately reminds him. Qian Yu, with a calm gaze, looks at Daolu and says, "I know, I will disguise myself well and won't let Tang Hao find out." After hearing this, Daolu slightly nods and says, "Even if you don't take action, I will find Tang Hao and deal with him. However, since you want to take revenge yourself, I won't stop you. If you really can kill Tang Hao, then you will be capable of standing on your own. All right, go ahead and do it. No matter what difficulties you face, you have Grandpa as your support." Daolu looks at Qian Yu and smiles. Upon hearing this, Qian Yu shows a faint smile and nods earnestly. Qian Yu arrives at the Spirit Hall. In a huge hall, a stunningly beautiful figure sits on the main seat. She is extraordinarily beautiful, wrapped in a dazzling golden dress that outlines her exquisite figure, with skin as white as jade and a hint of rosy blush, and her purple hair cascading over her shoulders. Her exquisite face carries a gentle and pure smile, making her look soft as water and captivating, simply breathtaking. This beautiful figure is Bibi Dong. Qian Yu slightly bows to Bibi Dong and calls out, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Bibi Dong, sitting on the main seat, gazes calmly ahead. She looks at Qian Yu and speaks, "Ah, holy son, I heard that you are preparing to go out for training?" Qian Yu nods, "Yes." Bibi Dong examines Qian Yu from head to toe. Qian Yu has grown into a handsome young man, his eyes firm due to long-term training. Even at 12, he does not have a juvenile look. "How long do you plan to go for?" Qian Yu shakes his head, saying, "I don't know." "And where are you planning to go?" Bibi Dong continues to ask. Qian Yu responds again, "I don't know." Bibi Dong looks at Qian Yu and then says, "I know of a place that is very suitable for you, but you are still very young. Wait a few more years." Qian Yu looks at Bibi Dong and questions, "The City of Slaughter?" Bibi Dong suddenly shows a hint of surprise and looks at Qian Yu, asking, "Oh, you actually know about the City of Slaughter?" Qian Yu calmly replies, "I have heard of it and seen it in books. How did you know that I was thinking of this place?" Bibi Dong examines Qian Yu with great interest. Qian Yu naturally does not mention that he has read the original work. He calmly responds, because I also know that place is very suitable for me. But I don't want to go there right now. Bibi Dong nods. All right, I respect your choice. Do you need me to send someone to protect you secretly? Bibi Dong continues to look at Qian Yu and asks. Qian Yu shakes his head. No need. Very good. If I were to send someone to protect you, it wouldn't be considered training. Bibi Dong then looks at Qian Yu and says, whatever you do, just go ahead. No matter how reckless you are, I won't interfere. Even if you cause a huge disaster, the Spirit Hall will cover for you. However, you need to remember one thing. What is that? Qian Yu looks at Bibi Dong and asks, you are the holy son of the Spirit Hall, so I won't allow you to die, to lose, or to tarnish the reputation of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong states calmly. Qian Yu looks at Bibi Dong and nods. Qian Yu remembers. All right, you may go. Qian Yu nods and leaves the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong watches Qian Yu's back and reveals a hint of playful interest, saying, little guy, let me see how far you can grow. Chapter 60. The Unreasonable Xiao Wu. Soto City. A huge city stands on the land of the Barak Kingdom. Although this city cannot compare to the larger cities like Spirit City, it is still considered prosperous, with crowds bustling daily. Qian Yu arrived in Soto City, knowing very well that he and Tang San were about the same age, and at this time, Tang San should choose to come to Shrek Academy. Therefore, to find Tang San, Qian Yu came to Shrek Academy to wait for him, and he would naturally be able to find him. Qian Yu entered Soto City, which was lively with people coming and going. Various shops lined the streets, selling all kinds of goods, a dazzling array. Qian Yu was very low-key, quietly entering the city without causing much of a stir. That little girl is so pretty. That little boy is also very handsome. They really look like a perfect match. At this moment, voices came from the crowd, and Qian Yu looked in the direction of the sound. The boy was dressed simply, appearing to be around 12 or 13 years old, about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a light blue outfit, looking very neat. A belt embedded with 24 jade stones was wrapped around his waist, and his black medium-length hair barely reached his shoulders. Although he was not particularly handsome, he gave off a very approachable vibe, with a faint smile always on his lips. If the boy looked peaceful and ordinary, then the girl beside him did not seem so ordinary. Her silky black long hair was neatly braided into a scorpion braid, which even hung past her calves. She was half a head taller than the boy, wearing a pink top that tightly wrapped her developing figure. If her chest was not yet ample, her slender waist would make countless women envious. Her long, toned legs were wrapped in white pants, exhibiting a perfect golden ratio. Despite her youthful appearance and a slightly childish face, her round little but already had a bit of allure. Her naturally shaped arched eyebrows and a pair of big, watery eyes complemented her slightly round, rosy face, making her not only beautiful but also giving off a charming vibe. The word cute seemed tailor-made for her. The boy standing beside her was already overshadowed by her invisible brilliance. The girl raised her hand to swipe at her slightly damp forehead, complaining, we finally arrived at this Soto City. I really don't know what Master was thinking. Clearly, several intermediate Soul Master Academies expressed their unconditional willingness to recruit us, yet he insisted we come to this broken academy that hasn't even been classified. The boy smiled slightly and said, the teacher asked me to take the exam, not to bring you along. Who told you to insist on coming? Fortunately, Barak Kingdom borders Fastner Province. Otherwise, wouldn't that be even more to complain about? The girl rolled her eyes at the boy, feeling unappreciated, thinking to herself, I sent tea at all for. Who told me he asked my brother? Anyway, the exam is the day after tomorrow. Regardless, you have to accompany me to play for 2 days in Soto City to make up for the harm done to my young heart. The boy chuckled. The illustrious head of Nodding Academy for 6 years, and yet you say you have a young heart? If those little brothers saw this, I wonder if they would jump into the river immediately. This boy and girl were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had come from Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. Qian Yu's gaze shifted towards them, and he felt a surge of excitement. After 6 years, he finally saw Tang San again. The little girl beside Tang San should be Xiao Wu. Qian Yu's purpose for this trip was quite simple: to get close to Tang San and then torment him. Qian Yu wouldn't kill Tang San so early. Even if he wanted to kill him, he would do it in front of Tang Hao, making sure Tang Hao would feel the pain of losing a loved one. Revenge is easy. Killing Tang San is something Qian Yu could do anytime. However, Qian Yu wanted Tang San to die in agony. Only by making Tang Hao suffer would Qian Yu feel satisfied. This is the purpose of Qian Yu's revenge on Tang Hao. Tang San and Xiao Wu wandered around Soto City. Third brother, I want to drink that. Xiao Wu instantly pointed to the distance, where someone in Soto City was selling milk tea. Tang San bought a cup of milk tea for Xiao Wu. It was very crowded and bustling. At this moment, Xiao Wu squeezed out of the crowd, stumbled, and fell directly into Qian Yu's arms. The milk tea immediately spilled all over Qian Yu. Qian Yu looked at Xiao Wu, his expression cold. Xiao Wu looked at Qian Yu and immediately shouted angrily, "Why did you bump into me and spill my milk tea? You owe me a milk tea." Qian Yu looked at Xiao Wu, coldly replying, "You clearly bumped into me, and now you're blaming me?" Xiao Wu pointed at Qian Yu, suddenly furious. "Didn't you see me coming out? I was already walking over, and you wouldn't let me pass, so I bumped into you. Therefore, you have to pay for my milk tea." After hearing this, Qian Yu understood he couldn't reason with Xiao Wu. She bumped into him, and she still thought she was right. Qian Yu looked at Xiao Wu coldly. "Get lost." Xiao Wu looked at Qian Yu and immediately shouted angrily, "All right, you little brat. I, Xiao Wu, have never been told to get lost before. You are the first." At this moment, Tang San also walked out and came to Xiao Wu's side. "Xiao Wu, what happened?" At this time, Xiao Wu immediately pointed at Qian Yu and said, "Third brother, it's this guy who knocked over the milk tea you bought for me, and didn't he apologize?" Tang San raised his eyes slightly and looked at Qian Yu. Qian Yu's gaze also turned to Tang San. After 6 years, they met again, but in such a situation. Tang San's eyes first showed a moment of surprise. But he didn't recognize Qian Yu, as it had been 6 years, and Qian Yu had grown taller, with his appearance having changed significantly. So he couldn't recognize him. However, Qian Yu knew this guy was definitely Tang San. Tang San looked at Qian Yu, smiling. "Brother, you knocked over Xiao Wu's milk tea. Why don't you apologize to her?" Qian Yu looked at Tang San, calmly saying, "She clearly bumped into me first. Why should I apologize?" Xiao Wu immediately pouted. "Third brother, he clearly bumped into me. You little brat, you knocked into me and are still so arrogant. Do you really think I, Xiao Wu, am easy to bully?" Saying this, Xiao Wu was about to make a move. Qian Yu looked at the two of them and then said, "You want to fight?" Xiao Wu immediately shouted angrily, "If you want to fight, then come. Who's afraid of who? Let me show you how I can beat you until your mother doesn't recognize you." Hearing this, Qian Yu's eyes instantly turned cold. Chapter 61, Blue Silvergrass Entangle. Having grown accustomed to being the leader at Notting Academy, Xiao Wu couldn't stand the arrogant gaze of the other party and immediately wanted to charge forward to fight. Tang San grabbed Xiao Wu's shoulder and said, "Let me handle this." Xiao Wu, dissatisfied, replied, "Why? I can handle it myself. I want to beat him up so badly that even his mother won't recognize him." Tang San frowned and said, "As a girl, you should speak more respectfully. Have you forgotten what I said before? I will always protect you. This is a matter between men." Tang San wanted to show off in front of Xiao Wu, so he stepped forward to take the lead. However, this was just what Qian Yu wanted. After all, it had been 6 years since they last met, and Qian Yu wanted to see Tang San's strength. Tang San looked at Qian Yu and said, "No matter what, she is a girl. As a boy, why bother with her?" Qian Yu looked at Tang San and replied, "You don't mind her because you like her. To me, she is just a stranger. Moreover, it was clearly her who bumped into me, and she is being unreasonable. Why should I give in to someone like her?" Upon hearing this, Tang San looked at Qian Yu and calmly said, "In that case, there is no need for more words. We can only fight." With that, Tang San threw a punch at Qian Yu. This punch was straightforward, aimed directly at Qian Yu's chest. Tang San knew that he had practiced the Shintian Kung Fu, so even a regular punch from him was much stronger than an ordinary person's. However, what Tang San didn't expect was that the person he encountered was Qian Yu. As Tang San's punch flew out, Qian Yu remained motionless, showing no intention of blocking. He simply stood there indifferently. When Tang San's punch came, Qian Yu lightly extended his hand and directly blocked Tang San's punch. Tang San's expression changed slightly. He had used 80% of his strength in that punch, and even a piece of steel would likely have been dented. Yet, that punch was firmly withstood by Qian Yu. Tang San sighed inwardly. Indeed, he was powerful. Although surprised by Qian Yu's strength, he did not stop his attack. He kicked out with his right leg, targeting Qian Yu's waist. Qian Yu remained still. Just as Tang San's toe was about to touch Qian Yu's waist, Qian Yu suddenly extended a finger and lightly flicked it against Tang San's foot. In an instant, Tang San was sent flying by Qian Yu's single finger and crashed heavily to the side. Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected that her idol for 6 years, third brother, would be defeated in an instant by someone. More and more people gathered around, most of them observing. As the previous situation had unfolded too quickly, Tang San struggled to get up, his gaze towards Qian Yu filled with shock. At this moment, Tang San was very clear that he could only use his martial soul. A faint purple hue covered Tang San's eyes as he slowly raised his right hand. Suddenly, a deep blue light surged, and a cluster of deep blue grass sprouted from his palm. Each blade of grass appeared delicate but was covered in snake-like patterns. The grass was no longer flat, but had transformed into a cylindrical shape. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the blades were covered in tiny thorns. A milky white light emanated from Tang San, and the deep blue grass suddenly expanded as if stimulated, quickly growing to the thickness of a human arm, resembling vines. Black snake patterns shimmered with a faint light, swirling around Tang San's body like dozens of large snakes. 2 circles of yellow spirit rings rose from under Tang San's feet, swirling around him. Tang San, Martial Soul, Blue Silver Grass, Level 29 Weapon Soul Master. Please advise. Xiao Wu stood by and immediately shouted, "Third brother, go for it." Qian Yu looked at Tang San calmly and said, "Make your move." Tang San looked at Qian Yu in surprise and immediately asked, "Aren't you going to release your martial soul?" Qian Yu, with calm eyes, looked back at Tang San and replied, "No need." At this moment, Tang San decided to be more assertive and shouted, "Blue Silver Grass, entangle." In an instant, the blue silver grass surged towards Qian Yu, wrapping around him in circles of green vines. The speed of these vines was incredibly fast, rapidly spreading through the air around Qian Yu, completely covering him. The blue-silver grass grew wildly, seemingly wanting to wrap Qian Yu up entirely. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Qian Yu's mouth as he waved his right hand, and a gentle green light spread from his palm. Wherever that gentle green light reached, the originally fierce and overbearing blue-silver grass seemed to see its master and instantly turned to nothingness. Seeing his blue-silver grass vanish without a trace, Tang San gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? He knew that Qian Yu was definitely not simple, but he never expected Qian Yu to be this powerful. This was not Qian Yu's soul skill. Rather, it was the suppression ability of his martial soul, akin to bloodline suppression. Qian Yu had been experimenting with this since the past, and his seed martial soul seemed to be the king of all plants. His seed martial soul could grow into various plants, and its bloodline could suppress various kinds of plants. Thus, Tang San's blue-silver grass had no effect whatsoever in front of Qian Yu. Tang San was utterly shocked by this scene. At this moment, he gritted his teeth, and instantly a faint blue light appeared around him as his second soul ring surged, filling the area with blue-silver grass seeds. Parasitism. In an instant, the surrounding seeds rapidly grew, transforming into countless blue-silver grasses that rushed towards Qian Yu. Countless blue-silver grasses charged at Qian Yu, their spiny vines shooting through the air and reaching Qian Yu in an instant. At this moment, Tang San felt secretly pleased. Parasitism was his second soul skill that allowed him to plant blue-silver grass everywhere, making it grow unexpectedly with extraordinary power. Tang San believed that by using this skill, he could definitely subdue the young man before him. However, the next moment, he realized he was wrong. He was truly mistaken. When his blue-silver grass was only about 3 inches away from Qian Yu, it suddenly froze. No matter how he urged it, it could not advance an inch closer to Qian Yu. Qian Yu looked at Tang San calmly and said, "It seems your blue-silver grass is ineffective." As he spoke, a green light instantly spread from Qian Yu, enveloping the entire space. He looked at Tang San softly and said, "Entangle." In an instant, the blue-silver grass that Tang San had released was suddenly controlled by Qian Yu. That's right, It was the blue-silver grass released by Tang San. Those blue-silver grasses were instantly controlled by Qian Yu and surged towards Tang San. At this moment, Tang San was dumbfounded, unable to believe what he was seeing. Chapter 62. Defeating Xiao Wu. In an instant, the blue-silver grass released by Tang San suddenly turned against him. The blue-silver grass stretched out rapidly, attacking Tang San. His expression darkened as he couldn't believe his eyes. The blue-silver grass he had released was now attacking him? How could this be possible? Who are you? How can you control my blue-silver grass? Tang San was shocked, staring blankly at Qian Yu. Qian Yu's gaze was calm, and he did not answer. At this moment, the blue-silver grass had reached Tang San's side. With a thought, he coldly shouted, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. In an instant, Tang San grasped his own blue-silver grass and hurriedly released his blue-silver grass martial soul, barely avoiding defeat by his own grass. Qian Yu looked at Tang San and calmly replied, "Because my martial soul is the king of your martial soul." Qian Yu continued, "Since that's the case, let us defeat you with the blue-silver grass." He softly said, "All things in nature." Instantly, an incredibly thick blue-silver grass grew from the ground, its terrifying power surging throughout the area. Tang San hurriedly urged his blue-silver grass to defend. However, he was astonished to find that his blue-silver grass was as weak as tofu in front of the blue-silver emperor, unable to block even a fraction. With a loud bang, Qian Yu's blue-silver emperor came crashing down, smashing Tang San's blue-silver grass to pieces. Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with horror. Although he had been prepared, he never expected Qian Yu to be so powerful. His most prized blue-silver grass was so weak in the opponent's hands that it couldn't even touch the other's body. As the blue-silver grass was shattered, Tang San felt dizzy, and when his vision cleared, he found himself flying backward, spitting out blood. "Sangge!" Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock, rushing to Tang San's side. Tang San, barely holding himself up, looked up at Qian Yu. At this moment, Qian Yu still appeared calm and indifferent. "Sangge!" Xiao Wu lifted Tang San. Her eyes filled with worry, tears streaming down her cheeks. Tang San weakly said, "Xiao Wu, I'm fine. We lost." "Who says you're fine? You spat blood. How can you be fine?" Xiao Wu was furious, standing up and pointing at Qian Yu. "Why did you hurt my Sangge?" Qian Yu looked at Xiao Wu calmly and said, "You came to trouble me, asking for a match. Isn't it normal for someone to get hurt during a match? But you clearly were just sparring. Why did you use such heavy hands?" Xiao Wu continued to scold Qian Yu. Qian Yu said lightly, "Should I be blamed for any accidents during the match? Besides, before you started, you didn't say not to hurt each other, did you? Furthermore, if it were me who got hurt instead of your Sangge, would you speak up for me?" Xiao Wu was left speechless. Qian Yu looked at her calmly and said, "A bet is a bet. You lost." Unable to win against Qian Yu in argument, Xiao Wu decided not to reason with him anymore. She glared at Qian Yu. "No matter what, you've hurt my Sangge, and you have to pay the price." Enraged, Xiao Wu scolded Qian Yu. Qian Yu remained calm, knowing that reasoning with Xiao Wu was futile. In the original story, she was a person who didn't understand reason. In a fit of rage, Xiao Wu shouted at Qian Yu, "You hurt my Sangge, and I want you to pay back double." With that, she charged at Qian Yu. In an instant, rabbit ears sprouted from her head, and her speed was incredibly fast. Xiao Wu's figure vanished, reappearing right next to Qian Yu. Qian Yu's eyes flashed with coldness as he opened his arms and shouted, "Blue-Silver Emperor." A wave rippled from behind him. In the next moment, the wave rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, countless blue-silver grass burst forth from the ground. Soon, the area around Qian Yu was covered in endless blue-silver grass, and the massive blue-silver grass struck Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was sent flying by the enormous blue-silver emperor created from Qian Yu's martial soul. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Wu fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Tang San was completely dumbfounded. He never expected Qian Yu to be so ruthless that Xiao Wu was also injured by him. At that moment, Tang San placed his hand on his 24-bridge Minjiwai, ready to release a hidden weapon and ambush Qian Yu. Qian Yu looked calmly at Tang San and Xiao Wu, speaking calmly, "This time, I'll let you off. If you dare to provoke me again next time, it won't be so simple." After saying this, Qian Yu turned and left. Although Qian Yu could directly kill Tang San for revenge, he believed that would be too cheap for him. Therefore, Qian Yu planned to slowly torment Tang San, causing him to break down step by step, and he also wanted to torment Tang Hao, making both Tang San and Tang Hao die in anguish. Tang San watched Qian Yu's departing figure, feeling an overwhelming shock. He never expected that the outside world would have so many experts. They had just left Nodding Academy when they encountered such a powerful opponent. It seemed that the outside world was indeed not simple. He silently noted Qian Yu's figure in his heart, clenched his fists, and shouted, "Wait." Qian Yu turned back and looked at Tang San, asking, "What is it? Do you want to fight again?" Tang San glared at Qian Yu and angrily asked, "What is your name?" Qian Yu looked at Tang San and said calmly, "What? Are you planning to remember my name and come back for revenge later when you get stronger?" Tang San was speechless. But that was indeed what he was thinking. Since coming to this world, he and T faced much hardship, and he had a titled Douluo father who would secretly protect him no matter what happened. However, he never expected to be defeated today by a child of similar age. He originally wanted to remember the name of the young man in front of him and have a chance to get back at him in the future. But he didn't expect that all his thoughts had been guessed by the young man before him. Qian Yu looked at Tang San calmly and continued, "It's fine to tell you. My name is Gu Yu. If you want to come for revenge, I'm always ready." Chapter 63. First Encounter with Dai Mubai. After Qian Yu finished speaking, he left the place, leaving Tang San and Xiao Wu in disarray among the crowd. Tang San helped Xiao Wu up. They weren't seriously injured. If Qian Yu had severely hurt Xiao Wu, he would have had to use hidden weapons. However, he didn't want to expose his hidden weapons unless absolutely necessary. "Xiao Wu, are you okay?" Tang San asked as he helped her up. At that moment, Xiao Wu immediately hugged Tang San and started crying. "Wu, Sange, I've always bullied others as I grew up, and this is the first time I've been bullied." Xiao Wu cried to Tang San. Tang San gently patted Xiao Wu's shoulder to comfort her. All right, don't cry. Sange knows you're the most capable. Don't worry, I'll protect you from now on. No one can bully you." Wu. Xiao Wu cried even harder. All right, stop crying." Tang San continued to soothe her. "Once we get stronger, we'll get revenge on that Gu Yu. I'll definitely teach him a good lesson." Tang San comforted Xiao Wu as he looked at her. Xiao Wu stood up indignant. "That despicable Gu Yu. Next time, I will definitely teach him a lesson." Qian Yu continued walking forward and soon saw a hotel named Rose Hotel. The hotel was 3 stories high. Though it wasn't very large, its exterior was entirely decorated in rose red. The architectural style of the hotel resembled a giant rose, instantly capturing people's attention. Seeing this hotel, Qian Yu smiled and said, "Rose Hotel, huh?" He then walked into the hotel and booked a room, planning to rest there for the night. Qian Yu's goal was revenge, so he wouldn't let Tang San off so easily. The lesson just now was only the beginning. He had been brought back by Old Jack and had always lived in Old Jack's home, with his meals and clothes provided by Old Jack. Thus, Old Jack was the first person who treated him well after arriving in this other world. When he learned that Old Jack had been killed by Tang San's hidden weapon, Qian Yu sentenced Tang San to death. Arriving at the Rose Hotel, Qian Yu settled in. He knew that, barring any accidents, Tang San would soon have a conflict with Dai Mubai at the Rose Hotel. After resting for a while, he soon heard a commotion outside. "This room was booked by us first. Why should we give it to you?" Qian Yu heard Xiao Wu's voice coming from the lobby. At this moment, Qian Yu shook his head. Tang San and Xiao Wu still hadn't learned their lesson and remained so high profile, always provoking others. Qian Yu was on the 2nd floor, so he stood there watching what was happening below. He saw Tang San and Dai Mubai already in a standoff. Xiao Wu arrogantly spoke up. "We won't let you have it. What are you going to do about it? Just because you're looking down on us. Don't think we're easy to bully just because we're younger." Dai Mubai snorted coldly. "What did you say? Are you calling me a dog? Do you really think I'm that easy to deal with? Very well. Even if you want to give in, it won't be that easy. You insulted me. You can't just leave. Dai Xiao, please." The manager beside him looked anxious with a pleading expression. A sharp light flickered in Dai Mubai's eyes. "Less nonsense. All losses will be counted as mine." At this moment, Xiao Wu rolled up her sleeves and looked at Dai Mubai. "I'll take back the frustration I just endured from that kid out on you." Dai Mubai looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu calmly. "You can come at me together." Immediately, Tang San and Dai Mubai started fighting. Qian Yu, standing on the second floor, watched the tiger fight from a distance with some interest. White tiger, manifest! A strong, pale white light suddenly erupted from him. Dai Mubai stretched his arms to the sides, puffed out his chest, and his entire body made cracking sounds as his muscles bulged, stretching his clothes. Each muscle became extremely prominent under his clothing, and even the air around him seemed to become agitated. 3 shining rings of light rose beneath him, quietly ascending, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the soul rings revolved, a surging pressure of soul power surged forth. 1,000-year soul ring. Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes suddenly filled with panic. She wanted to rush forward to fight alongside Tang San, but was stopped by him. Dai Mubai, martial soul. White tiger, level 37 soul sovereign. Please give me your guidance. In the face of the immense pressure, Tang San also released his martial soul. Tang San, martial soul. Blue silver grass, level 29 weapon soul master. Please give me your guidance. Dai Mubai's eyebrows, which were the same color as his hair, twitched. Your martial soul is just blue silver grass? Tang San said something pretentious. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle. The entire hotel was significantly damaged by their fight. At this moment, blue-silver grasses from Tang San's body wrapped around Dai Mubai. White tiger, Vajra transformation. Dai Mubai attacked with the ferocity of a white tiger. His claws aimed at Tang San. As he swiped his claws, a massive force erupted from his palms, instantly reducing the blue-silver grasses that had wrapped around him to ashes. Tang San's face changed slightly. Dai Mubai was stronger than he had imagined. Dai Mubai's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Tang San, sweeping his right leg out. Tang San hurriedly used his left hand to defend. Boom! The powerful force exploded. Dai Mubai remained motionless, while Tang San's body flew out like a cannonball. Due to the difference in soul power, Tang San ultimately lost to Dai Mubai. At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu's faces turned pale. They had just lost to Qian Yu and now to Dai Mubai. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Qian Yu watched the battle conclude. According to the original storyline, Dai Mubai would forgive Tang San and they would become friends after a fight. However, since Qian Yu's purpose was revenge, he naturally wouldn't let Tang San off easily. Just as Dai Mubai was about to speak, Qian Yu's voice from upstairs suddenly came down. You guys are so noisy. Are you letting anyone rest? Everyone looked up and saw Qian Yu slowly walking down the stairs. Upon seeing Qian Yu, Tang San and Xiao Wu were both taken aback. They had just been beaten by Qian Yu and never expected to encounter him again here. The two stared at Qian Yu in surprise, muttering, "It's actually him?" Chapter 64. Instant Kill of Dai Mubai. At this moment, everyone looked up and saw a young man with black hair stepping down the stairs, one step at a time. He wore a black tight-fitting outfit made of a very special material that looked incredibly soft, yet was extremely tough, tightly hugging his physique. His facial features were exceptionally handsome, with a bronze complexion and a tall, well-proportioned figure. He slowly descended the steps, his piercing gaze fixed on Tang San, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly to reveal a charmingly sinister smile, exuding a dangerous aura. His deep-set eyes sparkled like vast stars, seemingly able to draw people into them. His perfectly arranged features adorned a sharply defined face, radiating a combination of masculinity and charm. His messy short hair added to his mischievous demeanor, making his aura even more captivating. Dai Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flickering in them. Although Qian Yu looked very ordinary, his eyes gave off an extremely dangerous feeling, like a sharp blade. Who are you? Why are you meddling in my business? Dai Mubai asked Qian Yu. At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Qian Yu in shock. Their first reaction upon seeing him was one of astonishment and fear. It's him. Qian Yu remained calm, looking at Dai Mubai. In the original story, Dai Mubai was not a good person. He had a marriage engagement with Zhu Zhuqing, but after coming to Soto City, he was extremely flirtatious, visiting brothels daily. He was notorious for being a womanizer and self-righteous. When hunting soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, he even claimed that those who didn't dare to provoke others were mediocre and actively sought to challenge others. Therefore, Qian Yu felt very disgusted with Dai Mubai. Qian Yu calmly looked at Dai Mubai and said, I don't want to meddle in your affairs. I just find you too noisy, which disturb my rest. Dai Mubai sized up Qian Yu and sneered. Oh, and what if I do? Qian Yu replied calmly, if you apologize to me, I will let this matter go. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai laughed coldly. Apologize. Ha ha ha, kid, you want me to apologize to you? Tang San and Xiao Wu looked at Qian Yu in astonishment, not understanding why he was here. Xiao Wu exclaimed at Qian Yu, how did you end up here? Qian Yu replied with a blank expression, this is a hotel. Since you can stay here, why can't I? Xiao Wu was left speechless. However, the conversation between Qian Yu and Xiao Wu led to a misunderstanding for Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai looked at Qian Yu and said, so, you know each other? Qian Yu did not deny it. He indeed recognized Tang San. As for Tang San, he had just asked for his name, so it could be considered that he knew him. Dai Mubai pointed at Tang San and continued to look at Qian Yu. So, do you want to take revenge for him? Qian Yu calmly looked at Dai Mubai and said, I don't want to take revenge for anyone. I just think you were too noisy, which affected my rest. Dai Mubai looked at Qian Yu and sneered, kid, it seems you are quite arrogant. You're the first one to be so arrogant in front of me, Dai. Qian Yu remained calm. Under normal circumstances, he would not actively provoke anyone and would choose to keep a low profile. However, now, he had to make use of Dai Mubai for his revenge. In fact, Qian Yu's goal was simple. By stepping forward, Dai Mubai had already assumed that he knew Tang San and Xiao Wu. If in this situation, Qian Yu severely taught Dai Mubai a lesson, then his attitude towards Tang San and Xiao Wu would definitely not be as reconciliatory as in the original story. Moreover, he also disliked Dai Mubai. By stepping forward, he could not only teach Dai Mubai a lesson, but also create a rift between Dai Mubai and Tang San. This was killing two birds with one stone. Even if it was somewhat inconsistent with his usual way of doing things, why not? Taking revenge on Tang San was not just about killing him. Qian Yu wanted him to be abandoned by all. Qian Yu calmly looked at Dai Mubai and asked, is there a problem? Dai Mubai's lips curled into a cold smile as he looked at Qian Yu. The problem is, you will cry very badly later. Qian Yu stared at Dai Mubai with deep, unfathomable eyes, calm and undisturbed. Oh really? Kid, do you dare to accept my challenge? Dai Mubai shouted at Qian Yu. Why wouldn't I dare? Qian Yu replied calmly. Dai Mubai looked at Qian Yu, his powerful aura bursting forth. His sinister eyes filled with coldness as they fixed on Qian Yu. Kid, let me see what gives you the confidence to be so arrogant. As he spoke, Dai Mubai suddenly threw a punch at Qian Yu. At this moment, Dai Mubai's white tiger transformation had not yet dissipated, so this punch was very strong. As Dai Mubai's punch surged forward, it carried a fierce wind and a chilling force aimed directly at Qian Yu's face. Facing this powerful strike, Qian Yu remained calm. Bang! Just as Dai Mubai's punch was about to hit Qian Yu chose to confront Dai Mubai head-on. In an instant, Qian Yu used his right arm soul bone to enhance his right hand, and then threw a punch back. This punch also carried fierce wind and force, colliding with Dai Mubai's fist. In that moment, a loud bang echoed throughout the venue. At this moment, Dai Mubai's arm bent as if he heard the sound of bones fracturing, and his tall body was instantly sent flying like a deflated ball. Meanwhile, Qian Yu stood still, unmoving. At this moment, the pair of twins next to Dai Mubai looked at this scene in disbelief, unable to comprehend it. They knew that Dai Mubai's strength was very formidable, but now, he was actually defeated in one move by the young man in front of them. How? Is this possible? The hotel manager and Tang San and Xiao Wu were also extremely surprised, especially Tang San, who had fought against Dai Mubai and knew his strength. But such a powerful Dai Mubai was actually defeated in an instant by this guy named Qian Yu. This meant that he had held back when dealing with him earlier. Otherwise, he might have been even more seriously injured. Dai Mubai fell to the ground, his right hand already twisted and bent, meaning his right hand was broken by the punch from the young man in front of him. He looked at Qian Yu with terror in his eyes. Qian Yu coldly glanced at Dai Mubai and then shouted, "Get lost!" Dai Mubai looked at Qian Yu, knowing that even with his white tiger transformation soul skill, he had been knocked down by the young man in front of him. This was enough to demonstrate how powerful this young man was. If he were to get serious, he would probably end up dead here today. A wise man does not suffer losses at present. Dai Mubai looked at Qian Yu, forcing himself to stand up, and hurriedly fled the scene. Chapter 65. The Black-Clad Girl, Zhu Zhuqing. After Dai Mubai escaped, Qian Yu calmly glanced at Tang San and Xiao Wu beside him. Tang San and Xiao Wu's hearts sank. A sense of fear arose within them. Immediately, Tang San glanced at Qian Yu, knowing that he could not provoke the man in front of him. This was Tang San's character. From the original work, one could see his attitude toward the Haoyan sect. During his first return to Haoyan sect, when he couldn't stand up to them, he was willing to help his father admit his mistakes, kneeling before anyone. By the second return, having gained strength, he asserted that neither he nor his father was wrong. And when he became even stronger afterward, his attitude toward the Haoyan sect was that it was all their fault. Thus, when faced with a powerful enemy, Tang San would choose to endure, which was also the reason why he didn't dare to act when Xiao Wu was struck by Qian Yu. When he had endured until his strength was sufficient, that was when he would declare that it was all your fault. Tang San looked at Qian Yu and quietly said to Xiao Wu, "Xiao Wu, let's go." He knew he couldn't provoke Qian Yu, so he had to leave first. Xiao nodded and followed Tang San out of the place. Qian Yu did not stop Tang San and Xiao Wu from leaving. His goal had already been achieved. He had interrupted Dai Mubai's hand. Dai Mubai thought that Qian Yu and Tang San knew each other, which led him to have a poor impression of Tang San from the start. Even if they would later become part of the Shrek Seven Devils, there would still be a rift between them because of this incident. Qian Yu's goal had been achieved, and next he would slowly torment Tang San, and then through Tang San. Domen Tang Hao. He wanted both father and son to pay a painful price. Moreover, Qian Yu also knew that shortly after Tang San entered Shrek Academy, Tang Hao would follow. This indicated that Tang Hao might have been following Tang San all along. Therefore, Qian Yu did not dare to be too ostentatious right now. If he were to confront Tang Hao head-on, it would be impossible. Thus, even if Qian Yu wanted to deal with Tang San, he had to be cautious for the time being. Otherwise, he would easily expose himself, leading to the failure of his revenge plan. As for tomorrow, Qian Yu planned to head to Shrek Academy to see what it was like. He did not intend to join Shrek Academy, but as a well-known academy in the original work. I would not go take a look. Just as Qian Yu was preparing to return to the hotel, he suddenly saw a figure walking in. "Excuse me, is there still room available in this hotel?" At that moment, Qian Yu heard a voice and immediately turned his gaze in that direction. He saw a black-clad woman walking in front of the lobby manager. The woman was dressed in black, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders, fair skin, and an extremely voluptuous figure that belied her age. Her expression was very cold, emanating a genuine and pure coldness. Her black eyes showed no hint of anger, which contrasted sharply with her originally beautiful face. Her limbs were proportionate and long, radiating an unsettlingly dead-like coldness. Qian Yu's aura was extremely chilly, and this girl's aura was also remarkably cold. Qian Yu's gaze moved slightly upward, and he noticed the girl's ample bosom heaving with her breath. At that moment, a phrase crossed Qian Yu's mind: childlike face with huge breasts. Paired with her icy demeanor, Qian Yu guessed that she was Zhu Zhuqing. However, he wasn't certain since Tang San and Dai Mubai had already left, and the remaining room had become vacant. Therefore, the black-clad girl quickly completed her check-in. Qian Yu didn't pay much attention and prepared to return to his room. At that moment, the black-clad girl also walked towards Qian Yu. Qian Yu walked in front, and the black-clad girl followed behind, both silent. Upon reaching the door, Qian Yu was about to open it when he blocked the black-clad girl. The black-clad girl said softly, "Excuse me." Qian Yu nodded, making way for her. The black-clad girl walked into the room next to Qian Yu's. Qian Yu was somewhat surprised that this black-clad girl was staying right next to him. A quiet night passed. The next morning, Qian Yu got up, preparing to head to Shrek Academy. As he stepped out of his room, the black-clad girl happened to open her door and walk out at the same time. The two collided inadvertently. "Sorry." They both apologized in unison. Then, Qian Yu, being a gentleman, let the black-clad girl go first. The black-clad girl nodded slightly and walked ahead, with Qian Yu following behind as they left the Rose Hotel. After eating something, Qian Yu headed toward the direction of Shrek Academy. He walked calmly. Shrek Academy was located in a village in the countryside, so he had to travel through many small paths. After a short while, Qian Yu noticed the black-clad girl in front of him, also heading in the same direction. Previously, he might have been uncertain, but now he was 90% sure that the black-clad girl was indeed Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, the girl seemed to notice Qian Yu as well. However, she did not say anything, merely glancing at him before continuing to walk ahead. Both of their personalities were rather proud, so neither spoke to the other. One walked in front while the other followed behind, heading toward Shrek Academy. After walking for a long distance, passing through a forest, suddenly, a figure rushed out from the woods, attacking Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was startled and instantly released her martial soul. She transformed into a nimble little cat, evading the attack in the nick of time. Zhu Zhuqing warily observed the person who had suddenly appeared, a lecherous middle-aged man. I didn't expect this little girl to be so agile, managing to dodge. The middle-aged man chuckled. Zhu Zhuqing glared at him and immediately questioned, "What do you want?" The middle-aged man wore a lewd grin, looking at Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Nothing much. Uncle just wants to take you to do something fun. How about it?" As he spoke, his lewd gaze lingered on Zhu Zhuqing's ample bosom. At that moment, a terrifying pressure emanated from the middle-aged man. 4 soul rings appeared around him. Yellow, 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 purple. A total of 4 soul rings indicated the man's strength. Soul ancestor. Little girl, you can't escape this. You're so beautiful, yet you don't know how to find someone to accompany you. Don't you know that walking alone on such a small path is dangerous? The middle-aged man leered. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned serious. This middle-aged man was powerful. As he lunged toward Zhu Zhuqing, the next second, he halted in his tracks, unable to advance any further. He lowered his head slightly to look at his chest, where a vine had pierced through, delivering a chilling blow. Blood began to drip from his chest. In that moment, both the lecherous middle-aged man and Zhu Zhuqing displayed expressions of utter shock, unable to believe what had just happened. Chapter 66, Shrek Academy. The lewd man looked down at his chest, only to see a huge bloody hole there. His eyes were vacant, unable to believe what he saw. How? Is this possible? Bang! The lewd man fell down. His eyes widened, dying an untimely death. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, extremely shocked, raised her head and saw not far away a man in black releasing vines from his hand, killing the lewd man. The man wore a black trench coat, with handsome features and sharp angles, especially those deep-set eyes. Upon seeing him, Zhu Zhuqing was stunned. She recognized this man as the one she had encountered coincidentally several times. However, Zhu Zhuqing never expected that he would be the one to save her. At this moment, Qian Yu had already put away the vines in his hand and walked step by step to Zhu Zhuqing's side. Qian Yu looked at Zhu Zhuqing and gently asked, "Are you okay?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded, then with a somewhat complex expression, looked up at Qian Yu and said, "Thank you." Qian Yu calmly replied, "You're welcome." Qian Yu continued to ask, "Are you heading to Shrek Academy?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded and looked at Qian Yu, continuing, "Are you also?" Qian Yu nodded. Zhu Zhuqing sized up Qian Yu and finally spoke. "Thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, I would have been in danger just now. What is your name?" Zhu Zhuqing immediately asked. Qian Yu calmly responded, Guyu. Guyu, my name is Zhu Zhuqing. Please take care of me." Zhu Zhuqing immediately said. Although Zhu Zhuqing wasn't good at socializing after all, he had saved her, so she felt she should express her gratitude. Zhu Zhuqing looked into Qian Yu's eyes, gathering her courage to continue. "You saved me, and I don't know how to repay you. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them. If I can do it, I will definitely do it." At this moment, Qian Yu looked at Zhu Zhuqing and calmly replied, "No need. It was just a small effort." "Then thank you very much. If you need my help in the future, just let me know." Zhu Zhuqing tried her best to show her sincerity, hoping to repay Qian Yu. Qian Yu didn't seem to be overly sentimental and nodded. Then, the two walked side by side toward Shrek Academy. Soon, they arrived at Shrek Academy. At the entrance of the academy, there was a table behind which sat an old man in his 60s. Above the wooden archway at the entrance, there hung a somewhat tattered sign with the words Shrek Academy carved on it. In front of these 5 words, there was a green avatar that looked like a humanoid monster's head. The old man at the table also wore a similar green circular badge on his chest. which should be the emblem of Shrek Academy. Is this really Shrek Academy? Qian Yu silently sighed. It must be said that Shrek Academy was on a completely different level compared to their Wuhuan Temple Academy. In the original work, Shrek Academy was also built up. If it weren't for Tang San being the main character, Shrek Academy would fall short in any aspect compared to Wuhuan Temple Academy. Without Tang San, Dai Mubai should be the strongest in Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai, a level 37 Soul Master, had already surpassed Hulaina, Qian Yu, and Yin 3 years ago in their Wuhuan Temple Academy. The teachers at Wuhuan Temple Academy were at least Soul Saints, with many Soul Douluos and several titled Douluo elders working as teachers, so there was no comparison in terms of faculty strength. Shrek Academy couldn't even be called an academy. As for the claim that graduating from Shrek Academy could make one a Viscount of the Empire, that was just a gimmick. Most people at Shrek Academy couldn't even graduate. Therefore, Shrek Academy was quite disgusting. Qian Yu arrived at Shrek Academy, where a long line extended out. Qian Yu followed behind. At this moment, a boy came to the table to register. The old man lazily said, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Just put it in that box." The boy's father hurriedly took out 10 gold soul coins and placed them in the box made of several nailed wooden boards. The boy then extended his hand as instructed. The old man pinched the boy's hand a couple of times, shook his head, and said, "Your age doesn't meet the criteria. You can leave." The boy was stunned and turned to look at his father. The father quickly smiled and said, "Teacher, my son just turned 13. Could you please make an exception?" The old man said impatiently, "Don't disturb the people behind. Don't you know the Academy's rules? We only accept children under 13. Anyone over 13 will not be accepted. You may leave." The boy's father said, "What about our registration fee?" The old man replied without hesitation, "Once registered, it is non-refundable." Hearing this, Qian Yu felt even more disgusted by Shrek Academy. They took the money but didn't accept the students. What was the difference from robbery? Just after arriving in this world, Qian Yu learned that the ordinary villagers in Holy Soul Village earned less than a gold soul coin in a year. 10 gold soul coins was a huge amount of wealth for ordinary people. Many people saved up money for their children's education, but when they arrived at the school, not only were their children not accepted as students, but the tuition they had saved up was also not refunded. If it were a wealthy family, it wouldn't matter much. However, for an ordinary family, such actions could ruin the child's life. The boy's father couldn't help but angrily say, "You are clearly scamming money. Refund our registration fee." The old man glanced at him and said blandly, "Mubai, someone wants to get their registration fee back. Handle it." A figure suddenly sprang up from the ground, saying that if they wanted a refund, they had to fight him first. Dai Mubai didn't waste words and directly activated his soul power, releasing all 3 soul rings, 200-year rings and 1,000-year ring. The surging soul power created an invisible pressure in the air, and his cold eyes flashed as he looked at the father and son. At this time, Dai Mubai's arm had nearly healed, although it was still wrapped in bandages. He had already regained his vitality. In the end, the father and son could only yield to the tyranny of Shrek Academy and had to accept their fate. Watching this scene made Qian Yu feel disgusted. However, Qian Yu still wanted to see just how disgusting Shrek Academy could be. He did not intervene. While this situation was indeed unfair, he was not a righteous messenger and would not meddle in others' affairs. Beside him, Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat disappointed in Dai Mubai upon witnessing this. After waiting for one soul master after another to finish their tests, it was now the turn of a girl in a white dress. Chapter 67. Support-type soul master. Before them stood a little girl around 11 or 12 years old, dressed in a white dress, her shoulder-length hair flowing gracefully. Her face was exquisitely carved, resembling a porcelain doll, and she was very beautiful. However, her eyes revealed a tenacity and stubbornness that contrasted with her delicate appearance. When she stood before the old man, he looked up and glanced at her. Just this one glance caused his expression to suddenly freeze, and his eyes widened slightly. "May I take the preliminary test?" The girl's voice was melodious and enchanting, lacking a bit of heroism, but it sounded soft and tender, evoking a sense of warmth. The old man's surprise gradually faded as he furrowed his brow and asked, "Do your family members know you are here?" The girl did not answer his question directly, only smiling as she said, "It is said that there are no classes in teaching. as long as I meet the Academy's requirements. You have no reason not to accept me, right? The old man seemed to hesitate for a moment before waving his hand to Dai Mubai. Take her inside. Next, it was Tang San and Xiao Wu's turn. The two released their martial souls, and Tang San's blue silvergrass surprised the old man. The old man merely glanced at Xiao Wu before his gaze fell back on Tang San. So it's blue silvergrass. Can it really be cultivated this quickly? Tang San smiled slightly and said, Teacher, isn't it said that this place only accepts monsters? Would I count as a monster? The old man looked at Tang San and smiled with evident satisfaction. A rare smile appeared on his face. Indeed, he was a little monster. Soon, it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing, a complicated expression appeared in Dai Mubai's eyes. He had expected Zhu Zhuqing to come to Shrek Academy for him. Zhu Zhuqing then released her martial soul, the dark cat, successfully passing the assessment. Next was Qian Yu. When Tang San and Xiao Wu saw Qian Yu, both were taken aback. Gu Yu, I didn't expect you would also come to Shrek Academy. At that moment, Dai Mubai happened to return and saw Qian Yu, who had broken his arm. He was shocked to the core. The humiliation of that day was still vivid in his mind, and at this moment, his face felt flushed with pain. The person in front of him was the one who had insulted him in the city that day. Dai Mubai's expression darkened. He hadn't expected this guy to come to Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Qian Yu, her eyes revealing a hint of interest. She was eager to know what Qian Yu's martial soul was, as Qian Yu could instantaneously defeat a soul master. His strength must be immense. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, Dai Mubai became even angrier. Why was Zhu Qing so concerned about him? Could it be? At that moment, Dai Mubai's hatred for Qian Yu deepened. Qian Yu approached the old man, who looked surprised at Qian Yu's height and build. Although Dai Mubai felt some fear and dissatisfaction toward Qian Yu, he didn't dare to say much openly. He then lowered his head and whispered a few words to the old man. The old man looked at Qian Yu and asked, Young man, you look like you should be over 12 years old, right? This young man was nearly as tall as Dai Mubai and appeared to be at least 15. I've developed well. I just turned 12 this year, Qian Yu replied. He thought to himself that Zhu Zhuqing didn't look like she was 12 either. All right, extend your hand, the old man gestured. Qian Yu stepped forward and extended his hand. The old man squeezed it slightly, and his expression changed. Your muscles and bones. How is that possible? The old man frowned, seemingly sensing something he couldn't quite determine. He moved closer to Qian Yu, just like he had with Tang San, and felt Qian Yu's calves and arms. The more he touched, the more shocked he became. This kid's bones are solid as fine iron. It can't be real. His muscles are incredibly dense. Can this really be developed? But his age is indeed only 12. Forget it. Show me your martial soul, the old man said, feeling slightly puzzled but continued nonetheless. Qian Yu hesitated for a moment, then extended his palm, and a small green tree appeared in the center of his hand. The emerald green tree emitted a green light, shining brightly before the old man. Your martial soul is. The old man looked at the green tree in astonishment. He had never seen such a martial soul before. Qian Yu calmly said, Healing tree. You're a support-type soul master? The old man looked at Qian Yu in surprise. Qian Yu replied calmly, I suppose so. It seems your martial soul has healing abilities. The old man murmured, looking at Qian Yu. Correct. Qian Yu affirmed. My martial soul has healing properties. It's quite remarkable. The old man looked at Qian Yu with some satisfaction. Support-type soul masters were extremely rare and very important in the Douluo Continent. Sometimes, the presence of a support soul master could change the tide of battle. Thus, when the old man learned that Qian Yu was a support-type soul master, he was naturally quite pleased. However, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu were utterly shocked, staring at Qian Yu in disbelief. A support-type soul master? One who could overpower them? This was too unbelievable. It should be noted that neither Tang San nor Dai Mubai could withstand even one move against Qian Yu. But now, Qian Yu claimed to be a support-type soul master? How could they accept that? Zhu Zhuqing was also greatly shocked. A support-type soul master? What kind of support-type soul master could defeat a soul master in an instant? At this moment, all the people's eyes were filled with astonishment, unable to believe it. What about your spirit rings? Without spirit rings, I cannot judge your level. Just show me 2 spirit rings, regardless of their age, and you will pass." The old man continued looking at Qian Yu. Qian Yu calmly looked at the old man and asked, "Do I have to release my spirit rings?" The old man replied, "Of course. If you don't show your spirit rings, how would I know your soul power?" Qian Yu nodded slightly. Since the old man required 2 spirit rings, Qian Yu prepared to release 2. The old man looked at Qian Yu a few more times, picked up a cup of water from the table, seemingly feeling a bit thirsty, and drank it all in one go. At that moment, Qian Yu's soul power slightly stirred. 2 spirit rings slowly appeared from beneath Qian Yu's feet. The instant they emerged, it felt as if the air trembled. The 2 spirit rings emitted terrifying black light. A monstrous pressure instantly radiated from the rings. At that moment, the old man widened his eyes, and a mouthful of water was instantly sprayed out. 2. Black Spirit Rings. Chapter 68. 2 10,000-year soul rings. As 2 soul rings rose under Qian Yu's feet, the surroundings became exceptionally quiet. The expressions on the faces of the few remaining people present were quite varied. First was the old man, who had just taken a sip of water and immediately spat it out, turning into a mist in the air. His murky eyes now filled with shock as he looked at Qian Yu. The others were equally astonished. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who usually wore a calm expression, was now staring at Qian Yu in disbelief. At the village entrance, Tang San and Xiao Wu watched from a distance, their eyes wide open. The girl in white was also incredibly shocked, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes reflecting an unbelievable expression. As the favored daughter of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she had never seen a first or second soul ring be 10,000 years. 2 10,000-year soul rings? Dai Mubai felt his mind slightly short-circuit. How could the first and second soul rings both be 10,000 years? How is that possible? This short-circuiting was entirely because it exceeded his understanding. Dai Mubai had never seen a first soul ring of 1,000 years, let alone 10,000 years. Generally, 100 years is already quite rare, and even the distinction of 100 years has its differences. Not to mention 1,000 years, he had hardly ever seen soul rings around 500 years. 2 10,000-year soul rings. A 10,000-year soul ring could only be absorbed as the 5th soul ring, right? Dai Mubai looked at Qian Yu, his eyes filled with deep astonishment. As a student of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai knew that the absorption of soul rings was closely related to one's physical quality and martial soul. But even with the strongest physical quality, there's a limit to absorption, unless one surpasses their physical limits. However, recalling the punch from yesterday, Dai Mubai began to vaguely understand. He understood why Qian Yu did not use his martial soul. With just one punch, he had broken his arm. At this moment, the old man who was spraying water stared at Qian Yu in horror. He looked at Qian Yu's martial soul as if he were looking at a monster. If the students of Shrek Academy were all called monsters, then Qian Yu in front of him was the monster among monsters. 12 years old, with 2 10,000-year soul rings. How is this even possible? The old man stood frozen in place, unable to respond for a long time. After a while, the old man finally changed his expression, immediately looking at Qian Yu with flattery, saying gently, "Not bad. Little monster, congratulations, you have passed the assessment." Looking at the old man's enthusiastic expression, one could hardly imagine that just a moment ago he had a look of disdain and wanted to chase him away. Monster? Qian Yu remained outwardly calm, but inside he felt even more disgust. Monster? He didn't like being called a monster. Who would be a fool and not be a decent person, but instead want to be an ugly monster? Does he think I don't know how ugly Shrek is? Arriving at an open area, it was indeed the square of Shrek Academy, surrounded by wooden houses. Selling sausages, come and take a look. Don't miss it as you walk by. Oscar's sausages, delicious and sweet, reasonably priced, and generous in quantity. Only 5 copper coins each. Eat Oscar's sausages, and you'll surely find it easier to pass the entrance exam. Oscar appeared with his sausages. Upon observing, one had to admit that Oscar was indeed handsome. Dressed simply in gray, with neat short hair and a full beard, but he had a pair of large peach blossom eyes. He would look even more handsome without the beard. Tang San said to Xiao Wu, "There are still a few people in front, and we didn't eat much for breakfast. Do you want to try sausage?" Xiao Wu tilted her head and said, "It smells good." Let's give it a try. Tang San nodded, letting Xiao Wu cue here while he walked towards the cart. As he got closer, he could see that the sausage vendor was about the same height as him, and there was a wooden board nailed to the cart with the word sausage specialty store carved on it. The vendor, seeing someone approach, immediately greeted enthusiastically. Want a sausage? Oscar's sausages, no cheating. Taste guaranteed. Tang San smiled and said, Uncle, please give me 2. Dai Mubai immediately warned, Don't eat. Tang San asked in confusion. Why? Dai Mubai's expression turned slightly strange. Little Oscar, get new sausage out. Oscar's face instantly became awkward. Boss Dai, no need for that. At this moment, Dai Mubai looked at Oscar with a threatening gaze. Oscar clearly couldn't afford to offend Dai Mubai, and reluctantly extended his right hand, using his soft voice to call out, I have a big sausage. Yellow light suddenly gathered in his palm, and 2 yellow rings rose from beneath Oscar's feet, followed by a sausage identical to the one in Tang San's hand appearing in his palm. When Tang San heard Oscar's, I have a big sausage, he froze for a moment. Forget it, you can have it back, Tang San said, returning the sausage he had picked up to Oscar. Xiao Wu made a disgusted face and immediately said, Poo poo poo. Xiao Wu's face instantly turned bright red. You boys are really terrible. How can there be such a strange, martial soul? Seeing this scene, Qian Yu felt disgusted again. However, Qian Yu was not disgusted by Oscar's sausage, but by Tang San and Xiao Wu. Isn't this just a food, martial soul? Is it really necessary to be so pretentious? Besides, isn't Xiao Wu a 100,000-year-old rabbit? Is this trying to act young and innocent? This kind of pretentiousness is nauseating. Qian Yu walked over and said to Oscar, Give me one. At this moment, Oscar looked at Qian Yu in astonishment, shocked. You saw the process of my martial soul producing it, and you still want to eat the sausage I transformed? It's just food. As long as it's non-toxic, harmless, and tasty, I don't care how it's made, Qian Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Oscar's face showed a grateful expression. After Qian Yu ate it, an instant burst of fragrance spread in his mouth. Delicious, Qian Yu praised. At this moment, Oscar's expression was even more grateful. Next came the testing. Dai Mubai took out a white crystal ball and said, You all come over and display your soul power. This testing crystal was specifically for measuring soul power below 30 levels. If exceeded, it would explode. The second test was naturally to test the specific soul power. Tang San nodded, directly walking over and inputting his Xiantian skills' internal energy. In an instant, a brilliant white light erupted, shining like dazzling gemstones. Seeing this scene, the boy was instantly stunned. This kind of light was clearly a sign that he was about to reach level 30. That is to say, this person was at least level 29, 12 years old, level 29. The teacher responsible for testing was also amazed, clicking his tongue in wonder. Next, Xiao Wu stepped forward to test, smiling as she input her soul power, seeming to particularly enjoy this scene. The brilliant light continued to shine. Another level 29. Ning Rongrong smiled gently and walked over to take the crystal ball. A clear light appeared, although it was not as high as Tang San and Xiao Wu's. It was definitely not low, at least around level 26. Zhu Zhuqing also tested her soul power around level 27. The testing teacher was very satisfied upon seeing this. At this moment, everyone looked at Qian Yu. Qian Yu calmly said, If I don't test, will that be fine? Dai Mubai wanted to know how much soul power Qian Yu had with 2 10,000-year soul rings. The testing teacher looked at Qian Yu with interest. Young man, don't worry. Testing 1T take away your soul power. Moreover, this crystal ball can withstand soul power up to level 30, including level 30. So feel free to test it. All right then. Qian Yu, feeling helpless, knew that the test would expose himself. But now he had no choice but to do his best to suppress his soul power for the test. Qian Yu suppressed his soul power and slowly inputted the minimum soul power he could control into the white crystal ball. However, almost in an instant, crack, 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 the crisp sound of breaking echoed. Chapter 69, Zhao Wujia. The crisp sound of shattering stimulated everyone's eardrums. Boom! In the next moment, the crystal ball suddenly shattered completely, turning into a pile of white crystal particles. Everyone looked at this scene, dumbfounded and speechless. Even the testing teacher looked bewildered. At this moment, everyone was astonished as they looked at Qian Yu. The crystal ball had exploded, which meant Qian Yu's level had surpassed 30. At just 12 years old, he had already exceeded level 30. Is this really 12 years old? Although Dai Mubai was also a level 37 Soul Master, he was already 15 years old. To explode a level 30 crystal ball at 12 years old was simply unheard of. Damn! At this moment, Dai Mubai couldn't help but curse, staring blankly at Qian Yu. Level 30? Do you really have level 30? The testing teacher also reacted, asking in shock. The testing teacher looked at Qian Yu in disbelief. If Qian Yu was really only 12 years old, it meant his talent was absolutely the best among everyone present. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing looked at Qian Yu in amazement, their eyes filled with astonishment. This is terrifying. At this moment, Dai Mubai finally understood why he had lost to Qian Yu. With such a terrifying existence, it was no wonder he lost. After a long time, the testing teacher finally regained his composure. All right, you can go directly to the final test. The testing teacher said, Mubai, take them there. Dai Mubai nodded and led Tang San and the others to the final test. As they walked, Dai Mubai said, so the fourth test is a comprehensive one. To be precise, it tests your practical combat abilities and whether you have combat experience. Can you withstand the damage caused by battle? In the ever-changing chaos of combat, how should you use the power of your martial soul? Sometimes, battle is the best opportunity to train us soul masters. This point applies universally to any type of soul master. Assault, support, control, all are the same. As they walked, Dai Mubai gradually infused the five with the Academy's basic philosophy. Qian Yu nodded slightly. Dai Mubai's words and the concept of Shrek Academy were relatively advanced and scientific in the current Douluo world. With such high requirements, how many students does your academy have in a year? Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask. Dai Mubai coughed twice, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. But he quickly composed himself and said, you are right. Our academy doesn't have many students each year. In the 20 years since the academy was established, we have only recruited 42 students in total. So on average, there are just over 2 students a year. This year, having so many at once is considered a record. Moreover, among these students, only 14 have graduated. Hearing this, the others were stunned. So few? Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Is the graduation requirement very high? Of course. Dai Mubai's tone was very serious. The graduation requirement for the academy is to reach at least level 40 before the age of 20, excluding many who died during cultivation or withdrew early after hunting soul beasts. There have only been 14 over the years. But don't underestimate these 14. After they graduate from Shrek Academy, they all become prominent figures renowned far and wide. Among them, the most powerful one has already become the youngest elder in the Spirit Hall, second only to the Pope in authority. This graduation requirement is quite high. Xiao Wu gasped in surprise. Qian Yu, however, shook his head. Even for an academy that only accepts monsters, the graduation rate is only 30%. That's too low. At this point, Dai Mubai suddenly smiled bitterly. It's precisely because of this that the academy lacks funding. The Ballot Kingdom originally wanted to sponsor our academy, but because it required the academy to pledge loyalty to the kingdom, it was rejected by the principal. If it weren't for my family sponsoring some funds this year, the academy might have gone bankrupt. But even so, the principal has always said, better to have fewer than to have poor quality. Dai Mubai spoke with a hint of reverence. The academy recommended by the teacher is indeed extraordinary. I'm very glad to have come to Shrek Academy. Tang San smiled. The others felt somewhat emotional as well, not expecting that Shrek Academy would be in such a situation and have such a background. Upon hearing this, Qian Yu scoffed. Shrek Academy really knows how to create hype. Recruiting 42 students and graduating only 14. That's why the students of Shrek Academy become barons after graduation. In other words, this Shrek Academy originally had little capability, relying on hype to recruit some top students. Then, among those top students, the less capable ones are eliminated, leaving only the outstanding ones. Who wouldn't be able to operate like this? In contrast, their Spirit Hall Academy is different. The Spirit Hall Academy does not eliminate anyone. They have a vast teaching staff and resources. As long as you are willing to work hard, even if you are a waste, you can become an excellent soul master. Ultimately, in the Spirit Hall Academy, the only one who can eliminate you is yourself. Just ahead, Dai Mubai led the five to an open area, pointing ahead. Qian Yu's gaze sharpened as he looked ahead. An open space roughly the size of 2 football fields. On one side of the open area, a rugged middle-aged man in his 50s was dozing off in a rocking chair. Zhao Wujie. Qian Yu frowned. A soul sage over 70 levels. Very difficult to deal with. At this moment, Dai Mubai walked over and whispered a few words to the middle-aged man. After listening, Zhao Wujie's eyes lit up, and he stood up from the chair. His stature was not tall, and his appearance was quite ordinary, but he looked extremely sturdy. His broad shoulders resembled city walls, and his coat could hardly conceal his muscular physique, which looked as if it were forged from steel. Although his expression was friendly, his massive build gave off a strong sense of pressure. So many people this year, not bad, not bad. It seems there are quite a few little monsters this year. This is my final test. If you pass my assessment, you will officially become a member of Shrek Academy. However, my test is not so easy to pass. Practical combat experience is something every soul master must possess. What I will assess is your ability in this regard. His smiling gaze swept over Tang San and the others. Looking gently at the four, I am Zhao Wujie. Since you four have all passed the second and third tests without assessment, I will personally join you for a little fun. Now, I will give you an incense stick time to get to know each other and discuss. After 1 incense stick, the test will begin. The content of the test is for you to jointly withstand my attacks for 1 incense sticks time. As long as one person can hold out until the end, you all pass. At the same time, I can also remind you that it is impossible to withstand my attacks relying solely on your individual strength. Coordinating and cooperating with each other is your only chance of success. Chapter 70. I am truly an auxiliary soul master. At this moment, Dai Mubai quickly walked over and said, Teacher Zhao, isn't this inappropriate? Zhao Wujie replied without any wavering in his tone. What's wrong? Do you have a problem with it? The dean is not here now. I am the boss, and I make the decisions. No, that's not what I meant. Dai Mubai said as he walked closer to Zhao Wujie, lowering his voice. What I mean is, 1 incense stick is too short. Why not extend it to 2? I think that would be more appropriate. After saying that, Dai Mubai secretly glanced at Qian Yu, a smirk playing on his lips. He had long held a grudge against Qian Yu, and now that he had such a good opportunity, how could he not take advantage of it? Zhao Wujie just happened to become his free thug, ready to teach the arrogant Qian Yu a lesson. Zhao Wujie looked at Dai Mubai, and a question mark slowly emerged in his mind. Do you think I, Teacher Zhao, am too old to wield a blade? 2 incense sticks? Is that necessary to deal with a mere 5 kids who haven't even shed their baby fat? His tone remained firm, even with a hint of coldness. At this moment, Dai Mubai smiled and said, Teacher Zhao, among this year's freshmen, there's a monster among monsters. Have you ever seen a soul master with both their first and second soul rings being 10,000 years old? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie displayed an expression of immense shock. What did you say? Both the first and second soul rings are 10,000 years old? Zhao Wujie looked at Dai Mubai in disbelief, his face showing astonishment. Quickly tell me, who is it? Dai Mubai then looked at Qian Yu and said, It's him, Gu Yu. Zhao Wujie looked at Qian Yu with great interest, smiling slightly. Kid, your first 2 soul rings are 10,000 years old? Qian Yu calmly replied, Yes. But I'm just an auxiliary soul master. An auxiliary soul master? Ha ha ha. Interesting. Zhao Wujie burst into laughter. At this moment, Dai Mubai smiled and continued to look at Qian Yu. An auxiliary soul master, but one who broke my hand, Teacher Zhao. Do you believe it? Zhao Wujie looked at Qian Yu and then laughed heartily. No matter what kind of soul master you are, as long as you can satisfy me, that's enough. I, Zhao Wujie, keep my word. 1 incense stick means 1 incense stick. Zhao Wujie declared loudly. Dai Mubai said with a serious expression, This time, I can't help you guys anymore. I didn't expect Teacher Zhao to take action personally. Xiao Wu laughed and said, This Teacher Zhao won't be like the teacher at the entrance, a soul emperor-level powerhouse, right? Dai Mubai shook his head and said no. Xiao Wu smiled and said, Then there's nothing to fear. After all, the 5 of us are all close to level 30. With 5 against 1, as long as the strength difference isn't too great, we should be able to hold out for an incense sticks time. right? Dai Mubai looked at her, his gaze somewhat akin to looking at a fool. If you think Teacher Zhao's attacks are that easy to withstand, then you're gravely mistaken. Indeed, Teacher Zhao was not a Soul Emperor at the 60th level. He was a Soul Sage at the 76th level, with a Beast Martial Soul, a Battle Soul Sage. He was the Vice President of the Academy, with overall strength second only to the Dean. Tang San and the others' pupils nearly constricted at the same time. 76th level? In their impression, not to mention their own levels being below 30, even facing an army of 10,000, a Soul Sage could move freely. Xiao Wu said in disbelief. Yes, at 76, but he looks much younger than the teacher at the entrance. At this moment, everyone looked at Zhao Wujia in shock. While Qian Yu had already known about Zhao Wujia's strength. However, Qian Yu was not afraid. Tang San smiled and said, "All right, Brother Dai has already told us a lot of useful information. Let's introduce ourselves to each other. I am Tang San, with a blue-silver grass martial soul, a level 29 control-type battle soul master. Xiao Wu, with the rabbit martial soul, a level 29 assault-type battle soul master. Ning Rongrong, with the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul, a level 26 auxiliary-type weapon soul master. Zhu Zhuqing, with the nether cat martial soul, a level 27 agility-type battle soul master." After the four introduced themselves, their gazes fell on Ning Rongrong simultaneously. "Are you from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect?" Tang San looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise. The 7 treasure glazed tile tower is known as the most powerful auxiliary weapon soul master on the continent. I didn't expect to have a combat partner from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. After knowing that Ning Rongrong was from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Tang San's attitude changed significantly. After all, he knew that the 7 treasure glazed tile sect was a terrifying force on this continent. Ning Rongrong chuckled and said, "I sneaked out too. My auxiliary ability can provide you with a 30% increase in power and speed for an incense sticks time. Absolutely no problem. But I don't have any offensive capabilities." After saying this, Ning Rongrong looked at the others. A 30% increase in battles among soul masters. If they were of the same level, it would be a critical and lethal advantage. If they were of different levels, it meant the possibility of challenging higher levels. Moreover, as levels increased, the enhancement grew even larger. For many battle soul masters, such an ally was highly desirable. As expected, after Ning Rongrong finished speaking, Tang San and the others were all amazed. Hee, then our odds of winning are even greater, Xiao Wu said happily. Tang San also nodded, a smile on his face, clearly pleased to have an auxiliary soul master with a power enhancement as a partner. "Guyu, what about you?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at the silent Qian Yu and couldn't help but ask. Ning Rongrong's words instantly drew everyone's gaze to Qian Yu. Before Qian Yu could answer, Dai Mubai spoke up. "He should be the strongest among you, so I think he should take the lead." Dai Mubai felt that he would probably never forget the punch from the Rose Hotel, so he wanted to take revenge on Qian Yu. Dai Mubai's goal was simple. If Qian Yu was not the main attacker, then how could Zhao Wujia help him teach Qian Yu a lesson? At this moment, Qian Yu took a step back and calmly said, "I'm not interested in such a competition. Besides, I really am an auxiliary soul master. If it really comes to a competition, I can assist you in healing." Qian Yu did not want to reveal his true strength, nor did he want to join Shrek Academy. Therefore, whether they could hold on or enter Shrek Academy was of no concern to him. Moreover, Qian Yu was aware of the subsequent plot. Tang San was going to challenge Zhao Wujia alone, and he could not steal Tang San's spotlight. He wanted to see Zhao Wujia teach Tang San a lesson. At this moment, Tang San looked at Qian Yu and asked, "Guyu, are you really an auxiliary soul master? If you don't believe it, look." Qian Yu said calmly. And then the healing holy tree instantly appeared in his hands, radiating a brilliant green light. Within that green light was a powerful life force. But you previously, Tang San remembered that Qian Yu had used blue silvergrass to defeat him. How could a soul master like that be an auxiliary soul master? Qian Yu calmly continued. "That was a vine that grew from my healing holy tree. While it has some control ability, it is very limited. My main ability is still healing." Finally, Tang San nodded and looked at everyone. "In that case, it seems that only Xiao Wu and I will be the main attackers." Chapter 71, Edge of the Battle. Ready to ignite. Before long, Tang San formulated a battle plan. Xiao Wu would lead the attack. He would control the situation. Zhu Zhuqing would assist and contain the enemy, while Ning Rongrong and Qian Yu would provide support from back. Simple and direct, but the specifics would depend on the actual execution. All right, kids, prepare to embrace the baptism of battle. Zhao Wujing's loud voice rang out. After speaking, he took out a scented candle and directly inserted it into the ground. It was at this moment that Ning Rongrong quietly began to turn, her gentle and beautiful voice, accompanied by the swaying of her white dress, slowly sounded. 7 treasures turn out with glazed light. As her words fell, a colorful glow radiated from Ning Rongrong, making her appear like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. At the center of her palm, a resplendent 7-colored treasure pagoda suddenly emerged, and at the same time, 2 yellow soul rings slowly rose from beneath Ning Rongrong's feet, spiraling and emitting a faint glow. The 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength, Ning Rongrong Tantet Likichtli, and the first soul ring's light burst forth. She then lightly tapped the pagoda with her fingertip, and 3 beams of light directly fell upon Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is speed. Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong unleashed the second soul ring's light, and once again, 3 beams of light floated out from the pagoda, landing on the 3 of them. In an instant, they felt as if their bodies were filled with power, feeling lighter by several degrees. That sensation was like eating ice cream on a scorching summer day, an indescribable feeling of comfort and pleasure. Go for it, Ning Rongrong said one last time. On the other side, Zhao Wujing looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise. Wow, I didn't expect to see people from the 7 treasure glazed tile school this year. Interesting. I wonder how happy old Flander will be when he sees this. Come on. Just as his words fell, Zhao Wujing did not give the 3 an opportunity to attack first and directly charged toward Ning Rongrong. Seeing the scene, Tang San felt something was off. Fortunately, Zhao Wujing's speed was not fast. Just as he was about to reach Ning Rongrong, his blue-silver grass instantly activated, and black long vines sprouted from the ground beneath Ning Rongrong's feet, locking her in place and swiftly pulling her in another direction. Haha, gotcha. Seeing this, Zhao Wujing was not surprised, but rather pleased. He turned his steps and charged directly toward Qian Yu, thinking to himself, this kid is definitely up to something. I must resolve him first to avoid more trouble later. Zhao Wujing, a soul saint over level 70, had a battlefield-honed instinct, and with Dai Mubai's previous advice, he was extremely alert. Little did he know that Zhao Wujing was actually feigning an attack on Ning Rongrong and slyly shifting his target to Qian Yu. At this moment, Zhao Wujing instantly charged toward Qian Yu. Qian Yu understood in his heart that Dai Mubai's words had taken effect. Zhao Wujing's target was himself. However, Qian Yu did not want to fight. Therefore, Qian Yu activated the power of his right leg soul bone. In the blink of an eye, Qian Yu's figure flickered, and he vanished from the spot, reappearing 5 meters away. What? This kid's speed is actually that much faster than mine? Zhao Wujing frowned slightly. Zhao Wujing charged toward Qian Yu once more. At the same time, Qian Yu's figure flickered again and left the original spot. Damn, how slippery is this kid? Zhao Wujing was astonished to see Qian Yu escape. Qian Yu retreated behind the others, wanting only to evade, not to attack or retaliate. As for the others, it was none of his business. At this moment, Tang San seized the opportunity. He immediately shouted, Xiao Wu attack. As the main attacker, Xiao Wu rushed toward Zhao Wujing first. She lightly tapped the ground with her feet and leaped into the air. At the same time, a vine perfectly appeared at Xiao Wu's landing point, providing her with leverage. Naturally, it was Tang San's blue-silver grass, in perfect coordination with Xiao Wu. Stepping on the vine, Xiao Wu compressed it like a fully drawn longbow and shot toward Zhao Wujing. Having perfectly avoided Zhao Wujing, Qian Yu came back to his senses, and they naturally had to attack with all their might. However, when Zhao Wujing saw Xiao Wu charging at him, he merely wore a faint smile, neither dodging nor dispersing. Xiao Wu felt a bit strange, but she did not miss the opportunity. Having mastered her martial spirit, she positioned her feet in a scissor shape and completed her martial spirit possession in mid-air, attacking Zhao Wujing's neck. Bang! Bang! Two deep sounds echoed. Xiao Wu's fear strike, with enough power to snap a small tree, landed on Zhao Wujing's shoulder but failed to inflict any harm whatsoever. In fact, it didn't even cause him to budge an inch. Good coordination. Using the resilience of the blue-silver grass to bounce down from the air has greatly increased your power. But little girl, you're a girl. Your strength is inherently too small, Zhao Wujing said with a calm smile. Xiao Wu said nothing, only furrowed her brow. At that moment, vines sprouted from beneath Zhao Wujing's feet, pulling him upward. The toxins in the vines instantly caused Zhao Wujing's feet to feel numb. Then, the vines disappeared in an instant. Without the support of the vines, Zhao Wujing found himself in midair, and even if he weighed 1,000 pounds, he would have no way to use it. However, Xiao Wu's feet remained firmly clamped on Zhao Wujing's shoulder. Arch your back. Just then, Xiao Wu slightly spread her arms, and two vines appeared, grabbing her hands and bending her body into an extreme arc get down. Xiao Wu twisted her feet, seizing the moment Zhao Wujing was in midair, using the power of her legs along with the assistance of the vines to throw Zhao Wujing down. Spinning around is quite fun. Zhao Wujing's voice rang out in the air. Xiao Wu suddenly felt her rapidly spinning body come to a halt. Her feet could no longer move the opponent beneath her, and a powerful force surged, abruptly pulling her back. With a bang, the vines surrounding Zhao Wujing simultaneously shattered and scattered, and his feet landed steadily on the ground. At that moment, Zhao Wujing's expression suddenly changed slightly, and he let out a low growl as his body abruptly swelled. The originally terrifying muscles of his body expanded nearly twice as much, and even his height shot up by a meter in an instant, making him appear extremely robust. 7 dazzling soul rings simultaneously rose around him. Just as Dai Mubai said, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. 7 terrifying soul rings attached to him. Zhao Wujing looked at the group of kids and smiled. You are quite good, but now I will get serious. Seeing this scene, Qian Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart. If Zhao Wujing got serious, Tang San and Xiao would be in trouble. Perhaps he could add fuel to the fire. Chapter 72. The True Strength of Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia was covered in a thick layer of brown fur, standing over 5 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body. His brown-yellow eyes exuded a domineering aura, and 7 soul rings continuously circled around him in rhythm. As the 7 soul rings lit up, Zhao Wujia's physique became even more imposing, still over 5 meters tall, and covered in a layer of brown bear fur. From a distance, his explosive muscles resembled a powerful golden bear, exuding a tangible sense of oppression that hit you like a wave. This is bad. Teacher Zhao is about to use his soul power. Dai Mubai thought to himself, sensing the danger. Just now, it was merely because Teacher Zhao had been careless. Combined with the seamless cooperation of Tang San and Xiao Wu, along with Ning Rongrong's attribute enhancement, that the 3 had managed to gain an advantage over Teacher Zhao. However, even so, it was impossible to cause any real damage to Zhao Wujia. On the contrary, at this moment, Zhao Wujia's soul power surged, radiating an intimidating aura, clearly indicating that he was about to take things a bit more seriously in playing with Tang San and the others. Xiao Wu, meteor hammer! Tang San shouted softly. Xiao Wu sprang off Tang San's shoulder and leaped forward, this time using her feet to kick directly at Zhao Wujia's head. At the same time, dozens of blue-silver grasses erupted from around Tang San's body, entangling Zhao Wujia from different directions. Zhao Wujia raised his hand to swat at Xiao Wu, but unexpectedly, before Xiao Wu reached him, she suddenly changed direction, causing his hand to swipe at empty air. Xiao Wu darted past him, landing a kick on Zhao Wujia's shoulder. It turned out that the so-called meteor hammer was a variation of the hidden weapon, using the entanglement of blue-silver grass to allow Tang San to control Xiao Wu's movements in midair to launch an attack. Unfortunately, facing Zhao Wujia, whose defense was incredibly strong, despite his lack of agility, it was not easy to affect his body. Zhao Wujia was momentarily stunned by the kick, and a hint of seriousness finally appeared in his brown-yellow eyes. These kids would become his students in the future, If they continued to perform like this, he would lose face, and how could he teach them later? Zhu Zhuqing wasn't idle either. Seeing Zhao Wujie charging towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, the two yellow soul rings on her body lit up simultaneously. With one blue and one green eye, her pupils suddenly turned vertical, and she accelerated silently, leaping into the air and curling her body under the enveloping soul power, rapidly spinning toward Zhao Wujie. Within her curled-up figure, claw shadows flickered, revealing her second soul skill, Phantom Claws. With her rapid spinning body and the sharp, penetrating attack power of her cat claws, she unleashed over 100 attacks on the enemy in a very short time, all targeting the same spot with astonishing power. Just as Zhao Wujie was kicked by Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Claws struck him from behind. The Phantom Claws were like a rapidly spinning serrated gear, quickly slicing into Zhao Wujie's back. A roar erupted suddenly, and Zhao Wujie's eyes glinted coldly as his fists clenched tightly. Among the 7 soul rings on his body, the first yellow soul ring lit up in an instant. A strong golden light exploded almost instantly, sending Zhu Zhuqing, who had used Phantom Claws, flying backward, letting out a cry of pain in the air. At that moment, Qian Yu happened to be in that position and released some vines to catch the flying Zhu Zhuqing. Although Qian Yu was in a precarious situation, he still had to act a bit. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Qian Yu and thanked him. "Thank you." Qian Yu nodded slightly. He looked at Zhao Wujie. Perhaps it was time to add some fuel to the fire. In an instant, Qian Yu flashed to Zhao Wujie's blind spot, and then seeds emerged in his hands. These were the seeds of the stinging nettle, which contained a toxin that could amplify the sensitivity of the poisoned person. In other words, once someone was infected with this poison, their body would become more sensitive. This kind of seed would increase the pain perception of the poisoned individual, making their control over their body inaccurate. In other words, they would lose control. Qian Yu's enemy was never Zhao Wujie. Therefore, Qian Yu didn't need to deal with Zhao Wujie. He quickly shot the seeds out, sticking them into Zhao Wujie's fur. Of course, no one noticed Qian Yu's actions. At this moment, Tang San's endless blue-silver grass began to grow from the ground. Instantly, the blue-silver grass bound Zhao Wujie, and at that moment Qian Yu whispered, "Parasitize." In an instant, the stinging nettle seeds rapidly grew into poisonous thorns, piercing into Zhao Wujie's body. Zhao Wujie shouted in agony as the countless thorns pierced his body, an overwhelming pain instantly enveloping him. At this moment, Zhao Wujie felt unprecedented suffering. However, no one knew that it was Qian Yu's doing. In their eyes, it was all due to Tang San's blue-silver grass causing Zhao Wujie's pain, and even Zhao Wujie thought so. Qian Yu felt no guilt. He was neither a saint nor a gentleman. As long as he could achieve his goal, means were merely means. At this moment, Xiao Wu happened to be beside Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie instantly exploded in anger. At this moment, he could not control his own power. He had lost control. Zhao Wujie roared, and a violent energy erupted. Xiao Wu was knocked back by the roar, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her consciousness fading. Just a moment ago, she had kicked Zhao Wujie. The recoil force made her spit blood instantly. The vines binding Zhao Wujie also snapped apart in an instant. Even Tang San, who was far away, felt the blood and energy surging within him due to the shattered vines, feeling extremely uncomfortable. But he quickly used blue-silver grass again to catch Xiao Wu, cradling her in his arms. Although it was only Zhao Wujie's first soul skill, this soul skill instantly dismantled the offensive momentum of Tang San and Xiao Wu. This was the true strength of a level 76 soul sage. Immediately after, Zhao Wujie let out a cold snort and swung his palm like a fan towards Tang San in the distance. At this moment, Zhao Wujie had lost control. Therefore, he could not control his own strength at all. Before he swung his palm, he had no idea how much strength he was about to use. It was merely an instinctive reaction to the pain that caused him to swing his palm. At that moment, Tang San had nowhere to dodge. That terrifying palm struck him squarely in the face. Tang San flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spraying from his mouth, splattering into the air. Chapter 73. Tang San falls into a coma, Zhao Wujia's challenge to Qian Yu. Tang San was heavily slammed to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood. This was a full-force strike from a soul sage, and Tang San was merely a level 29 Great Soul Master. How could he possibly withstand such a blow? Tang San was ruthlessly thrown to the ground by Zhao Wujia, blood spraying from his mouth. This was the reality of strength, the true power of a soul sage. Ning Rongrong was also deeply anxious. At this moment, the incense had just burned past halfway. But her 7-treasure glazed tile was equipped with various support attributes, none of which included healing. She only had 2 soul rings, and the effects she could add were limited. No matter how anxious she was, it wouldn't help. Now, only Qian Yu and Ning Rongrong remained on the field. Zhu Zhuqing had lost her fighting ability, and both Tang San and Xiao Wu had fainted. It was just Qian Yu and Ning Rongrong, both support-type soul masters. How could they fight? At this time, Zhao Wujia looked at Tang San, somewhat anxious. He hurried to Tang San's side, and after confirming that Tang San was not in any life-threatening danger, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, out of pride, he still maintained a tough demeanor, looking ahead and saying, "Now, it's just you 2 little support masters left. Qian Yu, I heard you broke Mubai's hand. No one can stop me now. Let me see your true strength." Seeing Tang San being beaten, Qian Yu naturally felt very pleased. And his opponent had never been Zhao Wujia. His objective had already been achieved, so he had no reason to continue fighting. Qian Yu shook his head and said, "I am truly a support-type soul master. How can we 2 support-type soul masters fight you? We concede." At this moment, Zhao Wujia glared at Qian Yu and immediately shouted in anger, "No way. The incense hasn't finished burning. The battle has already started. How can you concede?" As Zhao Wujia spoke, his soul power surged, and a terrifying pressure instantly swept towards Qian Yu. Feeling this overwhelming pressure, Qian Yu's heart tightened. Zhao Wujia was indeed a soul sage. If it were just a matter of cultivation level, he was still a soul master, and the gap between them was too vast, almost like heaven and earth. Qian Yu quickly stepped back and continued, "How can I concede? What kind of reasoning is that?" Zhao Wujia looked at Qian Yu and said, "If you concede, you will forever lose the qualification to join Shrek Academy. Even if that's the case, do you still want to concede?" At this moment, Qian Yu sneered, "It doesn't matter. Besides, I don't want to join your Shrek Academy at all." Qian Yu voiced his thoughts. As soon as he said this, Zhao Wujia became even more furious, looking at Qian Yu and asking, "If you don't want to join Shrek Academy, why did you come to take the assessment?" Qian Yu remained calm, continuing to look ahead, and coldly asked Zhao Wujia, "What, if you go to the market, do you have to buy something?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia was stunned, speechless. Qian Yu continued, "Choosing a certain academy is my freedom. Joining a certain academy is also my freedom. If I choose not to join, can you force me to? Moreover, joining an academy requires significant consideration. If I come to assess and I'm not satisfied with the results, am I not allowed to choose not to join?" Qian Yu's gaze was calm, his tone indifferent. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhao Wujia's face darkened, but he couldn't find a rebuttal. However, Zhao Wujia was not someone who reasoned with others. In fact, Shrek Academy itself was unreasonable. Their school motto, rules, and culture were all flawed. Just like that time in the Stardow Forest when Dai Mubai took the initiative to provoke, it was originally Dai Mubai's fault. And the fat man Ma Hongjun also commented on the girls from the academy. No matter how you put it, it was Shrek Academy's fault. Yet Zhao Wujia, who was present, not only did nothing but also condoned it. With such an academy, Qian Yu was even less likely to join. Zhao Wujia coldly looked at Qian Yu and continued, "Kid, you're not wrong, but you haven't gone out to inquire if I've ever reasoned with anyone in the martial world. Since you stepped onto this battlefield, you must stick it out to the end. You can't opt out of fighting." Zhao Wujia instantly became furious, his aura bursting forth. And a terrifying presence suddenly enveloped Qian Yu. His eyes shone brightly, the yellow light surrounding his body shimmering, and powerful pressure instantly covered Qian Yu. Qian Yu understood that Zhao Wujia seemed determined to force him to fight. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing immediately spoke up to help Qian Yu. "Teacher Zhao, isn't this a bit of bullying?" Zhao Wujia calmly looked at Zhu Zhuqing and continued, "I am indeed bullying him. What's wrong with that?" He turned to Qian Yu and said, Anyway, whether you want to fight or not today, you have to fight. Don't worry, even if you don't join our Shrek Academy. You're just a child. I won't kill you. At this moment, a slight cold smile appeared on Dai Mubai's face when Qian Yu broke his hand at Rose Academy. Perhaps today he could take revenge with Teacher Zhao's help. Thinking of this, Dai Mubai felt extremely satisfied. Zhu Zhuqing noticed Dai Mubai's smile and felt even more disappointed. Qian Yu had saved her life. How could she allow him to fight alone? Teacher, can I go with him? Zhu Zhuqing said after a moment of silence. You little kitty, how can you exchange a few moves with me? Stay aside. At this moment, Zhao Wujia seemed like a powder keg ready to explode. It was evident how frustrated he had been from the earlier battle. He needed someone to vent his anger on, otherwise it would be hard for him to calm down. Everyone was anxious, rushing around. At this time, Qian Yu looked at Zhu Zhuqing and then said, "Thank you, but against a soul sage, even with you joining, the effect would be minimal. Let me handle this alone." To be honest, Qian Yu himself didn't know how strong his abilities were. After all, during his time in the Spear Hall, no one the same rank was his opponent. Since Zhao Wujia wanted to challenge him, Qian Yu decided to stop hiding. He also wanted to see how strong his own abilities had reached through this encounter with the immovable Ming Wang, Zhao Wujia. Moreover, Qian Yu was not afraid of Zhao Wujia. He still had many trump cards: Angel Spirit, Health Demon Sword, and the terrifying power that emerged after darkening. Although he had lost consciousness during that darkening incident, he was very clear that there was an extremely terrifying power within his body. If Zhao Wujia could force that power out, it would only mean bad luck for Zhao Wujia. Then, Qian Yu coldly looked at Zhao Wujia and said, "All right, since you insist on fighting me, I will graciously satisfy your wish." As soon as he said this, everyone present was immediately stunned. Chapter 74. Qian Yu versus Zhao Wuji. At this moment, Zhao Wuji looked coldly at Qian Yu and said, "Kid, let me see your strength." As he spoke, Zhao Wuji struck down with a punch. The earthy yellow soul power surged, roaring like a collapsing mountain, causing the entire space to tremble, with sonic booms echoing through the air. Qian Yu took a deep breath, crossed his arms over his chest, crouched slightly, and coiled his right leg, taking a defensive stance. In an instant, Qian Yu dodged Zhao Wuji's attack. "Oof, kid, you sure know how to dodge." Zhao Wuji snorted coldly, stamping his left foot down, and a thick yellow light burst forth from his body, quickly enveloping him in a yellow shield. "Don't run, kid." With Zhao Wuji's roar, two massive fists descended towards Qian Yu with a piercing wind. Qian Yu's figure shifted rapidly, evading Zhao Wuji's attacks in an instant. Qian Yu's speed was extremely fast, although not as ferocious as Zhao Wuji's attacks. Each step he took seemed remarkably precise. He kept moving, always maintaining a safe distance, never engaging Zhao Wuji in close combat. This was a very clever strategy. His movements were like an elusive phantom, and every punch Zhao Wuji threw met only air. His anger grew with each miss. Qian Yu's steps were profoundly mysterious, and his speed was astonishing. However, he always seemed to anticipate Zhao Wuji's attacks in advance. Zhao Wuji's fists couldn't touch Qian Yu at all. "Increase gravity!" Zhao Wuji suddenly shouted, and the third Millennium Soul ring glowed brightly. The air around them became incredibly dense. That kid was too fast. Zhao Wuji couldn't even see his figure. If he didn't slow him down, he'd never find an opportunity to attack. As this soul skill activated, Qian Yu's figure indeed slowed down a bit. Tracking lock on. That kid's speed was too abnormal. Opportunities were fleeting. If he continued to be pressured like this, he wouldn't have a chance to react. The tracking ability of the fourth soul skill instantly locked onto Qian Yu's figure. Gravity compression. Seizing this brief opportunity, Zhao Wuji roared furiously. Instantly, the air within 100 meters around him seemed to be crushed by a terrifying force centered on Zhao Wuji. Qian Yu was also instantly compressed towards him. After being tracked, Zhao Wuji could follow him, greatly reducing Qian Yu's speed advantage. Moreover, this gravity compression left him with no chance to escape. This is a continuous combo. Zhao Wuji truly is Zhao Wuji, Qian Yu thought, slightly astonished. However, Qian Yu instantly activated his soul bone skill, evading the attack. At this moment, Qian Yu had no choice but to counterattack. Suddenly, two black soul rings appeared on his body. Following that, the two soul rings glowed, and a strange energy surged from the black rings, instantly enveloping Qian Yu's body. The black soul rings flickered with eerie and mysterious black light, and in the next moment, Qian Yu's aura suddenly soared, and his speed increased several times again. He really has two 10,000-year soul rings. Upon feeling Qian Yu's aura soar, Zhao Wuji's pupils constricted sharply, his face filled with shock. Damn it! At this moment, Qian Yu coldly shouted, "Demonic seed parasitism! All things in nature!" Qian Yu launched two soul skills simultaneously, and in an instant, countless trees grew in that space. In the blink of an eye, the originally empty space was filled with dense greenery. These vines crazily entwined around Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji attempted to break free, but the plant's vines were as solid as steel, making it impossible for him to escape. Even more terrifying was that once the branches wrapped around Zhao Wuji, they transformed into sharp arrows, piercing brutally into his flesh. Blood flowed freely. This was extreme pain. "Get off me!" Zhao Wuji struggled wildly, unleashing terrifying soul skills, but it was of no use. Those vines held him tightly in place. In the end, Zhao Wuji could only watch helplessly as more and more wounds appeared on his body, blood dripping continuously and staining the ground red. Zhao Wuji was extremely shocked because he was astonished to find that although these vines were plants, they were incredibly sturdy. Despite unleashing such terrifying soul power, he couldn't break free. This was nature. After Qian Yu fused with his fourth soul ring, the plants he created received a terrifying enhancement. His plants gained immunity and extreme resilience. This situation was simply terrifying. Qian Yu stood indifferently in place, quietly watching the blood-soaked Zhao Wuji. At that moment, everyone's eyes were filled with horror. Whether it was Dai Mubai, Ning Rongrong, or Zhu Zhuqing, they were all deeply shocked. Zhao Wuji was a soul sage, a formidable powerhouse. But now, he couldn't break free from Qian Yu's spirit binding. How strong must that control be? Dai Mubai understood very well that if one day Qian Yu went all out, it would definitely be him who would die. Is this an auxiliary soul master? Ning Rongrong looked at Qian Yu in disbelief, unable to believe what was happening in front of her. She couldn't believe that an auxiliary soul master could possess such powerful spirit abilities. Zhu Zhuqing was equally astonished. She stared at Qian Yu with wide eyes, feeling an overwhelming shock in her heart. Zhao Wuji, bound by the vines, raised his head to look at Qian Yu, his eyes filled with resentment. "Damn little brat, today I will fight you to the death." After saying this, Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth and formed hand seals. Seventh soul skill, Martial Soul, True Body. Suddenly, heavy metal armor appeared on Zhao Wuji's body, and golden light flickered on his skin. Rumble. A terrifying force continuously erupted from Zhao Wuji's body, shattering the surrounding plants into pieces that vanished into thin air. Zhao Wuji's body instantly grew larger, transforming into a massive bear over 10 meters tall, covered in light yellow soul power armor, exuding a sharp radiance, resembling a human-shaped diamond. Zhao Wuji's eyes turned crimson, killing intent soaring, staring fiercely at Qian Yu, exuding an incredibly powerful pressure. Qian Yu squinted his eyes. He knew he was facing a tough opponent. "Kid, today, I will teach you a good lesson." Zhao Wuji roared, his body swaying, and in an instant, he was in front of Qian Yu. He threw a punch, and a golden fist shadow shot towards Qian Yu with a whistling sound. Qian Yu's gaze was indifferent, and in an instant, endless vines enveloped him. Chapter 75, Fourth Soul Skill, Shadow Technique. At this moment, countless vines instantly enveloped Qian Yu. The entire arena transformed into Qian Yu's forest, with vines intertwining and blocking all lines of sight, making it impossible for Zhao Wuji to see Qian Yu at all. Sure enough, the next moment, a thick vine swept directly from beside him. Bang! The vine collided with Zhao Wuji's metallic armor, producing a muffled sound. Hee. At this time, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Zhao Wuji's mouth, and his figure suddenly became blurry. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Qian Yu, raising his right fist and smashing down hard. Boom! A huge explosion echoed out, and that massive vine collapsed under this terrifying blow. At this moment, Qian Yu smiled lightly, showing no fear. After the vines shattered, Qian Yu lightly pointed again. Instantly, countless plants grew around him, forming an even larger cage of all-encompassing nature, trapping Zhao Wujie inside. Under Qian Yu's control, those plants began to strangle Zhao Wujie. Moreover, under Qian Yu's command, the vine seemed to possess some kind of attractive effect, continuously adhering to Zhao Wujie's body, rendering him immobile. Qian Yu's offensive grew increasingly fierce, and he was completely caught up in a frenzied state. Although Zhao Wujie struggled desperately, he could not move at all under the endless entanglement of the plants. Oof, kid, you're still too green. Zhao Wujie snorted coldly. He said, break for me. Zhao Wujie threw another punch. Another explosive sound echoed as the vine was completely destroyed, revealing Qian Yu's figure. So strong. Qian Yu raised an eyebrow. Zhao Wujie's strength indeed exceeded his expectations. Kid, you're dead today. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily. His body expanded again, his surface shining like gold, as if he were made of molten gold. He exuded a strong wave of earth element energy, as if he had the entire world beneath his feet. Mighty Vajra Palm. Zhao Wujie shouted, and the golden light on his body instantly converged, transforming into a gigantic golden hand that carried a terrifying gust of wind, slamming down towards Qian Yu. This blow contained extremely terrifying energy. Qian Yu remained calm and lightly waved his hand. Instantly, countless green beams shot up from the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Vines quickly sprang up from the ground, wrapping around the golden giant hand. Although Qian Yu could not defeat Zhao Wujie could not get close to Qian Yu either. Qian Yu's martial soul formed a massive forest. Within that forest, all the trees were under Qian Yu's control, so no matter how Zhao Wujie attempted to attack Qian Yu, he would be blocked by the vines. At this moment, Dai Mubai and the others looked on in shock, unable to believe their eyes. They never expected that Qian Yu's strength would be so formidable. Although Zhao Wujie was a soul sage, he was completely powerless in the face of Qian Yu's martial soul control. He couldn't even get close to Qian Yu. Zhao Wujie was helpless. He had already activated his martial soul true body. Although he could break free from those annoying vines, they continued to grow infinitely. This martial soul was far stronger than that Tang San kid's. Tang San's blue-silver grass vines would break at a touch, but his kids were so resilient that they wouldn't snap at all. Zhao Wujie was filled with rage. As a dignified soul sage, he couldn't even handle a 12-year-old child. This was an absolute disgrace. At this moment, Zhao Wujie instantly shattered all the vines blocking his path and appeared in front of Qian Yu. He extended his left hand, clenched into a fist, and suddenly struck towards Qian Yu's chest. This punch from Zhao Wujie was incredibly fierce, with a terrifying force that was shocking. If this punch hit an ordinary person, it would probably shatter their bones instantly. The attack range of this punch was extremely wide. If Qian Yu couldn't evade it, he would likely be pierced through. However, Qian Yu had no intention of dodging at all. At this moment, Qian Yu's gaze was calm as he looked ahead and said, "It seems I must show some strength." As he spoke, dark light enveloped his body, and two soul rings emerged. One was black, and the other was red. Upon seeing this scene, everyone displayed expressions of extreme shock. Red. This guy's fourth soul ring is a 100,000-year soul ring. How is this possible? How could the fourth soul ring be a 100,000-year soul ring? Dai Mubai was immensely shocked, frozen in place. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were also incredibly astonished, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. The approaching Zhao Wujie was dumbfounded upon seeing this, his face filled with disbelief. What kind of monster is this? How old is he? And yet he's already a soul zone powerhouse. How could he possess a 100,000-year soul ring? Moreover, most importantly, this kid's soul master level is only soul zone. A soul zone's fourth soul ring is actually a 100,000-year soul ring. This completely overturned his understanding. At this moment, Zhao Wujie realized that this Qian Yu before him was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses with terrifying strength. If such a person could join their Shrek Academy, He would definitely be an unprecedented genius in their academy. Zhao Wujia looked at Qian Yu and said, "Kid, with your talent, not joining our Shrek Academy would be a waste. I'll give you another chance to think it over." Zhao Wujia continued to look at Qian Yu. Qian Yu calmly looked at Zhao Wujia and replied, "I'm not interested in your Shrek Academy. Furthermore, if your Shrek Academy's teachers can't even defeat a student, then there's no need for me to join." "Oomph, arrogant little brat. Let's see how long you can keep up that tough talk," Zhao Wujia said, as his body swelled again, instantly growing to nearly 2 meters tall. His muscles bulged like steel, exuding a terrifying aura. Zhao Wujia clenched his fist tightly and smashed it fiercely towards Qian Yu's head. This punch was as fast as lightning. Meanwhile, Qian Yu stood there, coldly staring at Zhao Wujia. Qian Yu calmly looked at Zhao Wujia and softly said, "Fourth soul skill, shadow technique." At this moment, an incredibly powerful light burst forth from Qian Yu's hand. Chapter 76, Time Reversal, Zhao Wujia's transformation into a child. In an instant, a powerful green light enveloped Zhao Wujia, a green aura spreading above his head. "What is this?" Zhao Wujia was utterly confused. The light and shadow technique, once activated, could control the time of plants, allowing them to grow, wither, or perhaps shrink or expand instantly. It also had corresponding effects on humans, but the effects on plants were permanent, while those on humans had time limits. The terrifying green light quickly enveloped Zhao Wujia, and he felt his time instantly reverse. His massive frame gradually shrank, and his face started to look younger. Zhao Wujia was astonished by the changes before him, unable to believe it. This kid's soul technique actually made him younger? Realizing this, Zhao Wujia felt a hint of joy and looked at Qian Yu, saying, "You made me younger because I didn't hit you hard enough?" However, as soon as Zhao Wujia finished speaking, a terrifying event occurred. His body continued to shrink, smaller and smaller. His age gradually decreased to 30, 2010. Eventually, Zhao Wujia transformed into a 3-year-old child, small and standing in place, looking extremely cute with his chubby little hands and face. Just as he attempted to walk, he stumbled and fell to the ground. The sudden change left everyone stunned. "Teacher, Zhao Wujia," Dai Mubai exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Teacher, what happened to you? How could this be?" At this moment, he was completely baffled. What kind of method is this?" Even Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing gasped in surprise, having never heard of such an outrageous ability. This boy must be a freak. This is too terrifying. At that moment, fear appeared on Zhao Wujia's face as well. He never expected that this boy could turn him into a baby. In an instant, Qian Yu released his vines again, and the vines flew toward the little Zhao Wujia, wrapping around him and pulling him to Qian Yu's side. This scene terrified everyone. Qian Yu actually pulled Zhao Wujia right in front of him. "Isn't this too scary?" At this moment, Qian Yu chuckled lightly, and then raised his foot to kick Zhao Wujia's bottom. Bang! Ah! That hurts so much. Zhao Wujia cried out in pain as his body flew out and slammed heavily against the wall. Now, lying on the ground, he looked bewildered, completely unable to understand what was happening. "You, what did you do? Why did I end up like this?" Zhao Wujia shouted in shock and anger. He was truly frightened. He was clearly over 50 years old, yet he had instantly become a 3-year-old child. Suddenly, Qian Yu's vines transformed into external soul bones, and the sharp spikes shot toward the little Zhao Wujia. Poochie, Poochie! The external soul bones pierced into Zhao Wujia's body. A tearing pain spread throughout every part of his body. Blood holes appeared on Zhao Wujia's body, and bright red liquid continuously oozed out. Help! Little Zhao Wujia screamed in anguish. His legs were pierced by the vines, and he struggled, but it was all in vain. Zhao Wujia couldn't help but scream. What did you do? Zhao Wujia roared in madness, feeling as if he were sinking into a quagmire. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. He wanted to resist, but his body wouldn't budge at all. What kind of method is this? Fear was evident on Zhao Wujia's face as he finally became afraid and started to plead for mercy. "I give up. Spare my life. Please spare me." He now understood what kind of monster he was dealing with. Qian Yu sensed that his light and shadow technique would soon be lifted. If the technique was lifted, Zhao Wujia would likely attack him frantically. Therefore, Qian Yu couldn't expose that his technique had a time limit. As long as he didn't reveal it, Zhao Wujia wouldn't dare to act against him. Moreover, if he killed Zhao Wujia here, there were several Soul Emperors, Soul Saints, and that old monster Flanders in Shrek Academy. If he killed Zhao Wujia, he probably wouldn't be able to leave Shrek Academy. At present, Qian Yu only had Tang San as an enemy, and he didn't want to create more enemies. Furthermore, Qian Yu knew that guy Tang Hao seemed to be following Tang San, and if he drew too much attention, he could easily attract Tang Hao's attention. That would not be good news. Besides, Tang San was the one who knocked Zhao Wujia out. So if Zhao Wujia needed to be taught a lesson, let Tang Hao handle it. No matter how they fought, he could stay out of it, reaping the benefits while remaining uninvolved. Wasn't that a good plan? Qian Yu looked coldly at Zhao Wujia and then gently waved his hand, causing the vines to retract instantly. At this moment, the effect of the light and shadow technique on Zhao Wujia was also lifted and his body returned to normal. Although the technique's effect ended due to the time limit, in Zhao Wujia's and everyone else's eyes, it appeared as if Qian Yu had shown great mercy and spared Zhao Wujia. Though Zhao Wujia had returned to his original form, he was still covered in wounds, bloodied and looking pitiful. Zhao Wujia looked at Qian Yu with a gaze full of fear and shock. At that moment, his heart was filled with fear. This boy was much more powerful than he had imagined. He couldn't believe that an 11 or 12-year-old child could be so formidable, something he had never heard of before. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he would never have believed that such bizarre things existed in the world. His cultivation level was that of a level 76 Soul Saint, yet he had been defeated by a boy. How could he believe that? At this point, Zhao Wujia looked at Qian Yu in terror, and his attitude towards Qian Yu became increasingly respectful. "I lost. Thank you for your mercy, young master." Zhao Wujia immediately bowed to Qian Yu. Qian Yu calmly looked at Zhao Wujia and said coldly, "Now, can I leave?" Zhao Wujia hurriedly replied, "With such a wonderful talent, if you join our Shrek Academy, we will spare no effort to cultivate you." At this moment, Qian Yu's gaze turned cold as he looked at Zhao Wujia and said, "Do you think what I said went in one ear and out the other?" Zhao Wujia quickly apologized. I dare not. Please go ahead." Chapter 77. Lesson for Dai Mu Bai. At this moment, all the people present looked at Qian Yu with immense fear, unable to believe their eyes. Oh my God, this boy actually defeated Teacher Zhao. Defeated a soul sage? How is this possible? It's too terrifying. At this moment, everyone was in a daze, with expressions of disbelief as they looked at everything before them. This boy is so powerful. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, the two girls, had shock in their beautiful eyes. Qian Yu's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. This is Zhao Wujia, a dominant mentor. Moreover, he is a super powerhouse at the Soul Sage level. However, he lost to a boy and even admitted defeat. It's simply unimaginable. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Qian Yu slowly walked toward Zhao Wujia. Qian Yu still had a calm expression, but his ice blue eyes were filled with a chilling light. At this moment, he resembled a ferocious beast, making people feel intimidated. Zhao Wujia no longer had the previous arrogant demeanor. He trembled as he looked at Qian Yu, with deep fear flickering in his eyes, as if facing a great flood or beast. Dai Mu Bai also looked at Qian Yu in shock. At this moment, Qian Yu slightly raised his eyes to look at Dai Mu Bai. Instantly, Dai Mu Bai felt an overwhelming pressure, his hair standing on end, and his back was soaked with sweat. He felt his breathing become rapid. Qian Yu's eyes emitted a cold light, and his lips slightly moved. Dai Mu Bai. Hearing Qian Yu's voice, Dai Mu Bai's body trembled. At this moment, he forcibly suppressed his trembling body, looked at Qian Yu, and forced a smile. Yu, congratulations." Dai Mu Bai chuckled awkwardly. He tried hard to keep himself calm, but he was trembling all over. From Qian Yu's gaze, he felt an incredibly terrifying killing intent. "Congratulations to me? If you truly wanted to congratulate me, why would you provoke your academy's mentor to deal with me?" Qian Yu said coldly upon hearing Dai Mu Bai's words. Dai Mu Bai's forehead was covered in sweat. "Classmate Yu, this incident was actually a misunderstanding." Dai Mu Bai hurriedly explained. "Huh, a misunderstanding? Tell me, what exactly is a misunderstanding?" Qian Yu replied coldly. Dai Mubai immediately said, I have no ill intentions towards you. I just wanted teacher Zhao to know your strength I didn't expect. Didn't he expect I would win, right? Qian Yu's gaze grew even colder. Dai Mubai looked at Qian Yu's gloomy eyes and couldn't help but shiver, quickly nodding. Yes, yes. I really didn't expect it. I didn't think your combat power would be so terrifying. At this moment, Dai Mubai felt bitter inside. He was doomed. He looked at Qian Yu, who was immensely terrifying, especially with Qian Yu's terrifying divine technique, which filled him with fear. Qian, you could turn people into children, and he didn't know if it was temporary, permanent, or if only Qian Yu could undo the technique. If Qian Yu used that soul skill on him, he would be completely at Qian Yu's mercy. Qian Yu looked at Dai Mubai, and a hint of coldness appeared in Dai Mubai's heart. I was wrong, I admit it. I indeed held a grudge against you, which is why I provoked teacher Zhao to deal with you. Everything is my fault. I don't know how you can let me go. Dai Mubai looked at Qian Yu, his eyes filled with pleading. The only thing he could do now was bow his head. You want me to forgive you? Qian Yu asked. Yes. Dai Mubai nodded heavily. How about this? You slap yourself 10 times, and I'll let you go. Qian Yu said coldly. If he could kill Dai Mubai, Qian Yu would never hold back. But his target was Tang Hao. Qian Yu had come for training and did not bring people from the Spear Hall. Therefore, he had to consider his own safety. If he killed Dai Mubai, those soul emperors and soul sages from Shrek Academy would come out, and he wouldn't be able to handle them. This would put him in a dangerous position, so Qian Yu could only temporarily endure. Moreover, although his shadow technique was powerful, it was merely a bluff. If they found out that his shadow technique had limitations, they wouldn't be so afraid of him. Thus, when dealing with Dai Mubai, Qian Yu decided to stop at an appropriate point. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Right now, Qian Yu's goal was still singular, Tang San and his father. Dai Mubai looked at Qian Yu, knowing that Qian Yu would not easily let him go. After weighing the situation, he could only comply. With a loud slap, Dai Mubai harshly slapped himself. Slap! Another slap, and Dai Mubai's face turned red, looking extremely ghastly. But he didn't stop and continued to swing his arm. Slap! Blood spattered from Dai Mubai's mouth. At this moment, Dai Mubai's face was already bruised and swollen, looking like a pig's head. Qian Yu saw this scene and nodded in satisfaction. Big brother Dai, what are you? At this moment, Oscar appeared here, not knowing when he had arrived. Xiao Ao, why did you come here by yourself? Dai Mubai looked at Oscar in surprise. Hurry, no time to waste. Bring me some sausages and grilled sausages. The food system Martial Soul's greatest feature, aside from adding various statuses, was that it could fill the stomach. Dai Mubai, with his swollen face, urgently needed Oscar's sausages to recover. Oscar looked at the tired expressions of the group and immediately rejoiced. Hey, I came at the right time. I just heard Teacher Zhao's powerful golden roar, so I knew you must have had a fierce battle. Don't worry, I prepared grilled sausages and sausages. Saying this, Oscar took out the grilled sausages and sausages from his bag and placed them in front of everyone. 5 copper coins each. Don't forget to pay after eating. At this time, Oscar came to Qian Yu and said, You are the first person to praise my martial soul. If you eat, it's free, it's my treat. Qian Yu looked at Oscar and nodded slightly. Thank you. Then, Qian Yu ate a few, and his consumed soul power instantly recovered. Dai Mubai also quickly ate a few, recovering some, making his face look less swollen. Oscar, come here, give me one of each, sausage and grilled sausage. Zhao Wujia's voice was somewhat muffled. At this moment, Zhao Wujia was covered in blood, with blood holes all over. Oscar blinked his peach blossom eyes. Who is it? How did they come to our Shrek Academy and even know my name? Bastard, do you want to be punished? I am Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia was furious, almost choking on his breath, nearly spitting out blood. Chapter 78. Tang Hao's shock. Today he suffered a huge loss, and he just wanted to quickly treat his injuries and then threaten the few kids in front of him not to spread the word. Otherwise, he would have a hard time making a living as the unmoved king in the future. Oscar really wanted to ask Zhao Wujia why he had become like this. He was very clear about Zhao Wujia's strength, but he quickly saw Dai Mubai's expression, which was ashen, as if he had eaten something unpleasant. Oscar was very clever and immediately understood that some questions should not be asked. He quickly withdrew the surprise from his face, as if nothing had happened, and trotted over to Zhao Wujia. Handing over the sausage he had just made while reciting a soul chant that left everyone present both amused and exasperated. I have a little sausage. Even though Oscar himself did not look lewd, when he uttered this soul chant, he became as lewd as one could be. A sausage, only as thick as a pinky finger, appeared in his hand and was quickly handed to Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie was not polite and ate both the sausage and the little sausage in succession. His expression immediately became much better. At this time, Qian Yu's goal had been achieved, and he left the place. Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujie, wrapped in bandages, limped across the playground. Zhao Wujie. A sudden voice caused the smile on his face to freeze instantly. A cold voice came. Who? Zhao Wujie suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming with cold light. He had a bad reputation in the Soul Master world and had many enemies. These years, hiding in Shrek Academy had been peaceful, but unexpectedly, a powerful opponent suddenly appeared at this time. Come out. A faint aura locked onto Zhao Wujie. Without hesitation, Zhao Wujie leaped out of the window and went outside. His soul power surged to its peak, carefully on guard while also searching for movements around him. Come out. I know you're here, Zhao Wujie said in a deep voice. At the same time, he immediately completed his martial soul possession, with 7 soul rings swirling around his body, flashing with brilliant light. Especially the 3 black 10,000-year soul rings, which looked incredibly profound. A black figure slowly walked out from behind a large tree. The person was completely shrouded in black clothing, even wearing a black hood, and from the appearance, it could only be seen that he was a tall man. Who are you? Zhao Wujie immediately looked in the direction of the voice. The man in black did not directly answer, but said indifferently, to see the unmoved king in this small place. I just want to spar a bit. It has been a long time since I moved my muscles. As he spoke, the man in black slowly raised his right hand, and suddenly, a black light gathered in his palm, transforming into a huge object. At the same time, 9 soul rings quietly appeared around him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The 9 soul rings emerged, completely enveloping his body. Seeing the black-clothed person release 9 soul rings, Zhao Wujie felt a chill wash over him, causing him to shiver all over. Title Douluo. He managed to spit out these 4 words with great difficulty. Zhao Wujie's unmoved king body trembled slightly. If he was a high-level existence among soul masters, then Title Douluo was the pinnacle among soul masters. The previous domineering aura disappeared, and Zhao Wujie hurriedly bowed and said, May I ask which senior has come? Don't joke with me, the man in black said indifferently. How can I be worthy to spar with you? The man in black said lightly, What does it matter? During the day, didn't you bully those kids quite well? I found that bullying others seems to feel good. Let me bully you a bit too. Of course, you can think of me as taking advantage of my strength. Without any strong aura emanating, the man in black, holding the huge object, walked step by step toward Zhao Wujie. Suddenly, the man in black stopped 10 meters away from Zhao Wujie. Since you're here, come out. What difference does 1 or 2 make? As his figure flickered, another person appeared beside Zhao Wujie. Flender instantly flew to Zhao Wujie's side. Seeing Flender, Zhao Wujie immediately asked, Boss, this senior. I met Lord Haoyan. Flender immediately replied. Zhao Wujie gasped in shock. Hearing his companion's words, he finally realized who this person was. His heart contracted. Oh no, when did he offend this terrifying guy? The man in black said coldly, No need for too many formalities. I'm here to cause trouble. Cat Eagle Martial Soul, level 78. No wonder he was the main combatant in the original Golden Iron Triangle. This Shrek Academy is yours, right? Flender nodded and said, Yes. My lord, I don't know what grievance Zhao Wujie has caused you, but could you please show me some leniency? The man in black said indifferently, Less nonsense, stand aside. Otherwise, I'll beat you both. Zhao Wujie, I'll give you a chance. I won't use my martial soul. If you can last for the duration of a stick of incense in my hands, I'll leave without a word. Otherwise, you must do something for me. Zhao Wujie smiled bitterly and said, Lord Haoyan, I really don't understand where I offended you. Could you clarify first? The man in black snorted coldly. Do I need to say it? If you bully the young ones, the old ones will naturally come out to seek justice. This is only right. Let's get started. The huge object in the man's hand and the 9 soul rings on his body disappeared simultaneously, But the next moment, he was already in front of Zhao Wujie. Bang bang, zumba, ah. The sounds of collisions, the surging sound of energy, groans, and screams echoed through the woods. At this time, Zhao Wujie's injuries from the day had not healed, and now, under the stimulation of the Hao Yin Dao, they instantly reopened. In an instant, Zhao Wujie was drenched in blood. Zhao Wujie, do you now know what you did wrong? The man in black calmly looked at Zhao Wujie and asked. Zhao Wujie, with a bruised face, looked at Hao Yin Dao and realized that Hao Yin Dao was named Tang Hao, and the kid who enrolled today was named Tang San. That means Zhao Wujie immediately understood and knelt down towards Tang Hao, saying, I understand, Lord Hao Yin. At this time, Tang Hao looked at Zhao Wujie and said, It seems that before I arrived, someone had already taught you a lesson. I wonder who injured you? Zhao Wujie hesitated and stammered. Tang Hao said coldly, Speak. Zhao Wujie finally opened his mouth. There was a little guy named Qian Yu. His strength is very powerful. At just 12 years old, he is a soul zone, with 3 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul ring. As soon as these words came out, Tang Hao's face also revealed an expression of immense shock. Chapter 79, 1 Arrow, 3 Hawks. As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Hao's face immediately showed a shocked expression. He looked at Zhao Wujie in surprise and asked, What did you say? Zhao Wujie replied again. He reached the soul sect level at the age of 12. Tang Hao was immensely shocked. To become a soul sect at 12, what kind of talent was that? His son, Tang San, was a twin martial soul, and he was only a 29th level great soul master. How could anyone become a soul sect at 12? What else? Tang Hao continued to ask. Zhao Wujie answered. He possesses 3 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul ring. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao immediately exclaimed, Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a mere soul sect withstand the pressure of 10,000-year and 100,000-year soul rings? Tang Hao continued. Flanders, who was beside them, spoke up at first. I thought it was impossible too, but the fact is that kid's talent is truly against the heavens. Then Tang Hao asked, What about that kid? Zhao Wujie sighed. He has already left our academy. Left? Why? Tang Hao still couldn't understand. Flanders slowly spoke. He found our academy too weak, so he left. Tang Hao slightly calmed his shocked heart and then said, If he hadn't left, I would really like to meet that kid. However, Tang Hao didn't pay too much attention. He still had many things to do, and he didn't have time to specifically check on a child. Then, Tang Hao went to the academy to check on Tang San's injuries. Tang San and Xiao Wu were still unconscious, so they were unaware of Tang Hao's arrival. After Tang Hao saw that Tang San was not seriously injured, he turned and left. At this moment, Qian Yu was staying in a hotel in Soto City. He was very satisfied with this trip. This time, he achieved 3 things with 1 arrow. First, he used Zhao Wujie's hand to teach Tang San and Xiao Wu a lesson. Second, he punished Zhao Wujie and Dai Mu Bai, showcasing his strength to instill a sense of fear in them. Third, he took the opportunity to teach Zhao Wujie a lesson through Tang Hao. Although they weren't seriously injured, just some superficial wounds, revenge must be taken slowly. He would torment them time and time again. When the time came to kill them, he would tell them that everything was orchestrated by him for revenge. He believed their expressions would be very interesting at that time. Of course, Qian Yu had many methods of revenge. He understood the plot of Douluo Continent and could arrange for the Spirit Hall to intercept Tang Hao. Then he could kill both Tang Hao and Tang San. But what would he gain from that? If he didn't take revenge with his own hands, what would be the point? Qian Yu wanted both the process and the outcome of revenge. As for his own safety, although Qian Yu didn't bring anyone with him this time, he possessed the healing divine tree, which allowed him to regenerate infinitely, equivalent to having an immortal body. Additionally, Qian Yu's power after darkening could match Qian Yu in a few rounds, even if things got exposed and Tang Hao wanted to kill him. Once he unleashed his dark power, it would be uncertain who would kill whom. Therefore, Qian Yu was almost foolproof. Next, he would deal with Shrek Academy step by step. Then Tang San, and finally Tang Hao. Qian Yu intended to repay the hatred and pain from that year doubly. In the following time, Qian Yu rented a house in Soto City and settled down. He then continued to train every day. Although he had left the Spirit Hall, Qian Yu still chose to exercise his body daily. Aside from meditation, He knew that physical fitness was also very important. Only by having a sufficiently strong body could his upper limits be higher. After fighting with Zhao Wujia, Qian Yu gained a lot. After all, challenging such a strong opponent was very useful for him. Qian Yu summarized his combat experience and then went to the hell to hone his combat skills. Now, Qian Yu had challenged the 4th level of the Trial Tower and arrived at the 5th level, where all the enemies were Soul King level evil spirits. Those evil spirits were densely packed and countless. If Qian Yu were at the Soul King level, he might easily use soul skills to hunt these evil spirits. But now Qian Yu was only at level 47, so it was still somewhat difficult to challenge them. However, Qian Yu did not intend to succeed in this challenge. He came here purely to hone his combat skills. If he failed the challenge, he could withdraw directly and continue challenging next time until he passed. It would affect anything. One by one, the Soul King level evil spirits rushed toward Qian Yu. These evil spirits were tall and covered in black mist, wielding various weapons and attacking Qian Yu frantically. Qian Yu's hands flew, and their strength was very strong, with speed that was fast. Qian Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he swung his fists, sending several approaching evil spirits flying. At the same time, a vine spike shot out from his fingertips. Puchi! The spike pierced through the head of an evil spirit, causing it to fall to the ground dead. Qian Yu's body was instantly covered in vines, which stabbed fiercely towards the remaining evil spirits like tentacles. The piercing screams echoed. Within moments, more than 10 evil spirits had met their demise. Such a strong defense. Seeing this scene, Qian Yu's eyes narrowed. These evil spirits truly possessed the power of the Soul King, and their strength was noticeably different. Compared to the evil spirits Qian Yu had previously challenged on the 4th level, they were much stronger. However, Qian Yu felt no fear. At this moment, he summoned the Hell Demon Sword and Angel Martial Soul, and instantly, 6 golden wings appeared on his back. Holding the Hell Demon Sword, he charged at the evil spirits. As the Hell Demon Sword slashed, brilliant light flashed, and within moments, 2 or 3 evil spirits fell. Hell descends, Qian Yu shouted angrily, and a thick aura of death immediately enveloped the entire space. Bang, bang, bang. Following that, explosions echoed from within the hell, and one by one, evil spirits met their end. Boom! As the two sides clashed, an astonishing sound erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The collision between the two unleashed terrifying energy fluctuations, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Whoosh! Qian Yu moved like lightning, weaving between the evil spirits. Every time he killed an evil spirit, new ones rushed in to attack. These evil spirits seemed endless. In the end, Qian Yu still did not succeed in the challenge. After all, these evil spirits were all Soul King level, and there were thousands of them. Qian Yu, being merely a soul sect, managing to kill a few hundred was already considered very powerful. Exhausted of soul power, Qian Yu finally withdrew and returned to the real world. Chapter 80. Young Lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Soto City. A little girl was skipping around the city. The girl wore a simple white long dress that gave a clean feeling, with neat short hair that reached her ears. Her skin was as tender as a lychee. Her features delicate, standing about 1.65 meters tall, with a very harmonious figure, giving off an ethereal aura. The girl looked like a well-educated noble lady, as if she were a warm spring breeze. This Shrek Academy is really boring. I'm glad I escaped, the girl muttered to herself. Upon arriving in Soto City, she activated her favorite shopping mode: clothes, bags, and shoes. She was the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. She would never lack money. Her father provided her with ample living expenses, allowing her to buy whatever she wanted. Shopping was the greatest hobby for women. This girl was none other than Ning Rongrong, the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. After wandering around the commercial street for a while, Ning Rongrong grew tired and sat down to rest. At that moment, 3 extremely lewd young men suddenly approached her. The leader wore luxurious clothing and had a very sleazy face, while the other 2 were his lackeys. Little sister, why are you here all alone? The young man asked Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong coldly stared at the young man. She was used to encountering such people, but usually she was not alone, so someone would chase them away for her. However, today she had sneaked out by herself, and no one knew she was here. Get lost. Ningronggrong replied coldly. She had no intention of saying another word to such people. Oh, little lady, you're so fierce. I wonder if you're this fierce in bed? The young man leered. Let me tell you, I'm the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. If you dare to harass me again, I will annihilate your entire family. Ningronggrong sighed coldly. Ha ha! The three young men burst into laughter. Did you hear that? She said what? She claims to be the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. It really makes me laugh out loud. How could the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect come to a place like this? Besides, the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect must have countless experts around her when she goes out. Yet you have no one by your side? The young man reasoned. The young man's reasoning was not wrong. Wouldn't the young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect be accompanied by a bodyguard when going out? But he didn't know that Ningronggrong had sneaked out. Little lady, I see you're lonely all by yourself. Why not come and play with us? I'll tell you, my skills are top-notch. I'll definitely make you feel like a goddess, he said, looking at Ningronggrong with a predatory gaze. Like a wolf eyeing its prey, drooling. What do you want? If you keep this up, I'll call for help. I'm currently studying at Shrek Academy. If you harm me, Shrek Academy will never let you off. Ningronggrong panicked. She was just a support-type soul master with no offensive power, and being alone. How could she possibly escape from these three? Do you think I would believe that? Go ahead and shout. I'd like to see who dares to interfere with my business here. The young man shouted loudly. Do you know who our boss is? He is a noble from the Balak Kingdom. Who in this area doesn't he know how powerful young Master Yang is? One of the lackeys immediately added. Shout all you want. No one will come to your aid. At this moment, it wasn't that no one saw what was happening. It was just that they all took a quick glance and hurried away. They all knew that Yang Meng was a noble, and they couldn't afford to provoke him. Those who had previously offended Yang Meng ended up being sold to brothels, having their families destroyed, or even being exterminated. Who would dare to provoke such a troublemaker? Help! Help! Ningronggrong had no choice but to scream. But the passers-by merely glanced quickly and hurried away, not daring to meddle. Tears streamed down Ningronggrong's face. She felt desperate and hated herself for sneaking out. At that moment, Yang Meng grabbed Ningronggrong's hand and lewdly said, Little lady, come with me, and I'll make you feel like heaven. Just then, Ningronggrong suddenly spotted a familiar figure by the street. Upon seeing him, she felt as if she had found a lifeline. Yes, the person Ningronggrong saw was Qian Yu. At that moment, Qian Yu had come to Soto City to buy some daily necessities. He happened to pass by this spot, and Ningronggrong, as if she had grasped a lifeline, shouted loudly, Guyu, help me. Hearing Ningronggrong's call, Qian Yu frowned slightly and turned to look. He saw Ningronggrong surrounded by a few thugs. Qian Yu felt no impulse to intervene. After all, he didn't like Ningronggrong, and they had no relationship, so why should he help? Qian Yu preferred to keep a low profile. It was better to avoid trouble. Seeing Qian Yu turn to leave, Ningronggrong's eyes filled with despair. Guyu, please, I beg you, save me. If you save me, I'll agree to any condition. I come from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. If you save me, we will owe you a favor. I will make sure the Seven Treasures Glazed sect repays you. Ningronggrong screamed in desperation. Upon hearing this, Qian Yu stopped in his tracks. Ningronggrong was right. Although he didn't like her, he could utilize the relationship with the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. In the original story, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was on the path of helping Tang San and the Heaven Do Empire. If Qian Yu could change the direction of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, it would benefit him. Although he might not be able to change it for sure, it was worth a try. Qian Yu then turned around and walked towards Ningronggrong. Seeing Qian Yu approach, Yang Meng instantly became furious. He looked at Qian Yu and coldly said, Kid, who the hell are you to meddle in my affairs? Qian Yu calmly stared at Yang Meng and replied, What is there to be afraid of? Are you looking for death? Yang Meng was instantly enraged and shouted, Kill him. The thugs beside Yang Meng immediately jumped out and coldly shouted at Qian Yu, Kid, do you know who you've offended? Young Master Yang is the grandson of the elder of the Soul Fighting Arena in Soto City. If you offend him, you won't be able to stand in Soto City. If you kneel down now, maybe young Master Yang will spare your life. Qian Yu's gaze turned icy. emanating a terrifying chill as he walked step by step towards Yang Ming. Seeing Qian Yu's eyes, Yang Ming stood there arrogantly, pointing at Qian Yu and saying haughtily, "You all go, break his hands and feet, and then drag him off to feed the dogs." The thugs immediately charged at Qian Yu. Qian Yu watched as they rushed towards him, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Then, sharp vines suddenly erupted from his body. Tapter kahek sakumendux, ningrongrongs, arrokanse. The thugs rushed towards Qian Yu. Qian Yu's gaze turned cold as terrifying vines instantly transformed into sharp spikes, stabbing towards the thugs. One by one, the thugs were pierced by these spikes, falling to the ground dead. In that moment, all the thugs were struck through, blood gushing forth and staining the entire ground red. At this moment, Yang Ming, who remained, was utterly shocked, his eyes filled with terror. He never expected his thugs would die so quickly. It should be noted that many of his thugs were great soul masters, and one was even a soul sovereign. Yet, just like this, they were killed by this kid in front of him? How is that possible? However, just as he was astonished, another vine came stabbing towards him, a sharp glint flashing on its surface. Yang Ming widened his eyes, staring at the vine, his pupils gradually contracting, filled with unwillingness. But reality was cruel. The moment he closed his eyes, the vine sliced through his neck, severing his head. Bang! Yang Ming's corpse crashed to the ground, blood flowing from where his head had been. At this moment, Ning Rongrong finally let out a sigh of relief. But at the same time, she was still incredibly shocked. She never expected that Qian Yu would kill all these people. However, she somewhat knew Qian Yu. Ning Rongrong looked at Qian Yu and complained, "Why did you take so long to come? I almost got assaulted by them." Qian Yu looked at Ning Rongrong, surprised that this spoiled young lady's first words were not of gratitude, but of complaint. Did she really want to blame him after he saved her? Qian Yu frowned slightly. Ning Rongrong had been pampered since childhood, likely viewing everyone as her subordinates. Thus, she showed no gratitude towards him. Also, how could you kill them all? That's too cruel. Ning Rongrong continued. As soon as she said this, Qian Yu's cold eyes turned to her. A trace of killing intent emerged in his icy gaze. Ning Rongrong was frightened, her face turning pale under that cold stare. "Why, you?" Ning Rongrong stepped back 2 paces in fear. "I saved you, and this is your attitude?" Qian Yu asked calmly, looking at Ning Rongrong. At this moment, Ning Rongrong looked at Qian Yu with immense trepidation, her voice trembling as she said, "Teach." "Thank you." Qian Yu's gaze remained calm as he continued, "No need. Just remember that you and your 7-treasure glazed tile school owe me a favor." After saying this, Qian Yu turned and left. Ning Rongrong watched Qian Yu walk away, suddenly feeling a bit wronged. She had been the jewel of her family since childhood. Although her parents spoiled her, she had never experienced such a feeling of being taken care of. Thus, when she saw Qian Yu looking at her with such a cold gaze, she felt somewhat unaccustomed. She even felt like crying. Wah! Ultimately, Ning Rongrong couldn't hold back any longer and buried her face in her knees, crying bitterly. Qian Yu paid no attention to Ning Rongrong's crying and simply walked away. After that, Qian Yu wandered around the city of Seoul, preparing to buy some items. At this time, Qian Yu heard countless calls from both sides of the street. "Hey, come play. The girls here are beautiful. Handsome guy, come here. I guarantee you'll have a great time. Come on, handsome." Various tempting words echoed. At this moment, Qian Yu had arrived at the entrance of a brothel, where the women were exceptionally alluring, making one want to pounce on them. However, Qian Yu didn't even glance at them. He simply went to the side and purchased some necessities for his life. When Qian Yu was about to leave, he saw a chubby kid walking out from the nearby brothel. The kid had fiery red hair, a stout figure, and a round face covered in fat, looking quite lewd. At this time, the kid hugged a beautiful woman, looking eager, while the woman smiled, seemingly very much enjoying it. Seeing this scene, Qian Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at the chubby kid. If nothing unexpected happened, this kid was likely Ma Hongjun. After all, such lewdness was not something ordinary people could possess. "Hey, come again next time," the woman said seductively, smiling at the chubby kid. The chubby kid was drunk and swaying on the street, leaving the brothel and staggering as if he might fall at any moment. At this time, Qian Yu was buying some fruit nearby. The chubby kid came over to Qian Yu's side and said, "Boss, I want to buy some apples." Suddenly, The chubby kid stumbled and leaned towards Qian Yu. Seeing the chubby kid leaning towards him, Qian Yu quickly sidestepped and avoided him. Bang! With a loud crash, the chubby kid fell to the ground. At this moment, the chubby kid suddenly vomited, polluting the ground. Ugh! 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 The chubby kid rolled around on the ground. Qian Yu frowned at this scene because the vomit splattered onto his shoes. At this moment, Qian Yu's brow furrowed in anger, and he kicked the disgusting chubby kid, sending him crashing against the wall. Bang! With a loud crash, the chubby kid slammed against the wall. At this time, the chubby kid's face turned pale, his lips trembling as he continuously vomited. He had already passed out, and upon waking, his first reaction was to violently vomit, hoping to expel the food from his stomach. The kick had sobered the chubby kid up quite a bit. After another round of vomiting, he slowly stood up and looked in Qian Yu's direction, suddenly shouting in anger. Who dares to kick me? Qian Yu stood calmly in place. At this moment, the chubby kid looked at Qian Yu, pointing at him and asking you. You kicked me, right? Qian Yu looked at the chubby kid, and as expected, this chubby kid was indeed Ma Hongjun. Qian Yu was also aware of Ma Hongjun's personality. He always liked to stir up trouble and specifically sought out others' issues. During their encounter in the Stardow Forest with Sanghui Academy, Ma Hongjun had verbally harassed a female student simply because she was dressed more elegantly than them. Also, there was that time when Ma Hongjun got into a fight with Douluo over a PC issue, and he couldn't even defeat Douluo. It seemed that this time, Ma Hongjun was also planning to trouble Qian Yu. However, Qian Yu was least afraid of trouble. Qian Yu calmly looked at Ma Hongjun and said, It was me. Chapter 82. Teaching Ma Hongjun a lesson. You little brat, how dare you kick me? At this moment, Ma Hongjun was furious. He immediately charged towards Qian Yu, throwing a punch at him. Seeing Ma Hongjun's attack, Qian Yu remained motionless, merely observing Ma Hongjun's every move, as if the attacker were not him at all. His speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Qian Yu. However, at that moment, a crisp slap echoed through the air. The crowd then saw Qian Yu's right hand clenched into a fist, suddenly smashing into Ma Hongjun's face. With a loud thud, Ma Hongjun was sent flying. Boom! He crashed hard into a distant wall. Wow! The onlookers were all stunned, gazing at the scene before them. They looked at Qian Yu's figure and gasped in amazement. Gulp! The fruit stall owner swallowed hard. Damn it! Ma Hongjun struggled to stand up and shouted, Phoenix possession. A purple-red light surged from the chubby boy's body. His short hair suddenly growing long and gathering at the center, forming a mohawk hairstyle. While wings did not appear, the purple-red light released a strong heat as it emanated from his body. 2 circles of yellow soul rings rose up from beneath him, extending long feathers from his exposed muscular arms. His hands transformed into claw shapes. Roar! At this moment, Ma Hongjun let out a loud roar towards the sky. A powerful aura erupted from within him. Whoosh! At that instant, Ma Hongjun transformed into a streak of light, instantly dashing to Qian Yu's side, his claws piercing the air as they aimed directly for Qian Yu's throat. Qian Yu's expression remained unchanged as he slightly tilted his body, effortlessly dodging the attack. The sharp claws scraped against the ground, leaving deep marks. Such agility to dodge my attack. Ma Hongjun's eyes narrowed in surprise, but he did not panic. In the next moment, Ma Hongjun lunged at Qian Yu again. This time, he fully unleashed the power of his phoenix bloodline. Ma Hongjun let out a low shout, and suddenly, endless flames erupted from his mouth. The massive flames surged towards Qian Yu as Ma Hongjun charged forward. Qian Yu's body still didn't move an inch, his eyes filled with disdain. Just as the flames were less than 3 meters away from him, Qian Yu finally moved. He slightly raised his head to look at Ma Hongjun, his eyes deep and profound, emanating an imposing aura that seemed to overlook the world. Qian Yu raised his palm and casually threw a punch. Crack! In the next moment, the fist shattered, followed by the sound of bones breaking. Ma Hongjun's right arm was instantly rendered useless. Qian Yu's hand did not retract, but continued to swing. In the next instant, several cracking sounds echoed, and many parts of Ma Hongjun's body instantly broke. All of this happened too quickly. Thud! In the next moment, the chubby boy directly fainted. After finishing all of this, Qian Yu left the scene. He looked up and saw that not far away was the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. This Soto City Grand Soul Arena was much smaller compared to their Spirit Hall's arena. However, even if it was smaller, it was still a massive structure in Soto City. Looking at the arena, Qian Yu spoke. "It seems I have to check out this arena." Qian Yu recalled that in the original story, the Shrek's 7 monsters would train in this arena, so he wouldn't miss such an opportunity. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Conference Hall. In the northern side of the hall, there was a large chair carved from sour branch wood, facing south, with a huge piece of jade embedded in the backrest. A man with a refined and gentle appearance, dressed in a spotless white robe, sat on the chair. He looked to be in his 40s, with soft eyes and sapphire blue eyes like Ning Rongrong's. His smooth black hair flowed down his back, all appearing so casual and unpretentious. At this moment, he was looking at a young man in white tight-fitting clothing kneeling on the ground. Reporting to the sect master, "The young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy and has successfully enrolled," the young man said respectfully. The middle-aged man nodded, a hint of helplessness appearing on his face. "Sigh, this little ancestor actually sneaked out, but it's good for her to go out and train, otherwise the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would be turned upside down by her. What is the situation at Shrek Academy? Please forgive me, Sect Master. There is at least 1 Soul Sage and several Soul Emperor-level powerhouses in Shrek Academy. I am incompetent and unable to gather intelligence. However, I have delivered the letter you instructed to the teachers at Shrek Academy, and it will definitely reach their principal." A smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. "Flander, oh Flander, you really are an idealistic person. I want to see how you can educate my daughter. Perhaps only by leaving home will that little which become more sensible. All right, you may leave now. But, Sect Master," the young man continued. "What is it? Speak." The young lady sneaked out of Shrek Academy and was almost insulted by several people. The young man said, trembling, "What did you say? What are you all doing?" At that moment, Ning Fengji was furious as he looked at the young man and immediately scolded him. The young man quickly replied, "The young lady sneaked out of Shrek Academy. At that time, our people were all monitoring Shrek Academy, but we were unaware of the situation inside, which is why we were negligent. I did not notice when the young lady ran out. This is all my fault. Please punish me, Sect Master." The young man immediately knelt at Ning Fengji's feet. Upon hearing this, Ning Fengji's eyes turned cold as he immediately asked, "And then? What happened to Rongrong? What? You bunch of useless fools. You can't even protect your young lady. What are you doing?" At that moment, a powerful voice echoed through the hall, shaking it. "Fengji, I told you the outside world is dangerous, but you didn't believe me. Can what Shrek Academy teaches be better than what we teach? You see, something has happened now. No, I must go and bring Rongrong back. I can't be at ease with her outside." As the voice sounded, an old man with white hair and a face as tender as a baby's walked out from the back hall. The visitor was none other than the sword Douluo Continent. Ning Fengji showed a helpless expression and immediately bowed. "Sword uncle." Sword Douluo looked at the young man with dissatisfaction and asked, "Where is Rongrong? How is she now?" The young man hurriedly replied, "The young lady is fine. After we discovered that she had disappeared from Shrek Academy, we immediately followed her. However, when we found her, she had already been saved by a young man." Upon hearing this, both Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Rongrong is safe and sound. If otherwise, 10 of your heads wouldn't be enough to exchange for her. Sword Douluo coldly snorted. "Now, tell me, who attacked Rongrong, and who saved her?" Sword Douluo's icy gaze fell on the young man. The young man felt a chill as he sensed the gaze of the Sword Douluo upon him. He immediately said, "The one who wants to harm the young lady is Yang Li's grandson from the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. The young man who saved her is named Guyu, but that Yang Li's grandson has already been killed by Guyu." At this moment, the Sword Douluo's face turned icy as he spoke. "Anyone who dares to harm the little princess of my 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School will pay the price, no matter who they are." At this time, a cold expression also appeared on Ning Fengji's face as he said in a chilling tone, "The Soto City has quite a bit of audacity. It seems we need to give them a warning." After saying this, the Sword Douluo transformed into a streak of light and flew directly out of the hall. Chapter 83. Participating in the Soul Arena, Ma Hongjun wed himself. More than 10 days later, Qian Yu was preparing to head to the Soul Arena in Soto City. He walked step by step towards the arena, and in front of him was a vast expanse of tall buildings from their angle. They could only see that the buildings were nearly 100 meters high. Immense and profound, they appeared especially deep in the night. From those gigantic structures, faint glimmers of light flickered. At this moment, a beautiful young lady approached Qian Yu and immediately asked, "Sir, are you here to participate in the Soul Arena?" Qian Yu was tall and looked quite mature, so the young lady didn't doubt his age. Qian Yu nodded and replied, "Yes. This way, please." The beautiful young lady immediately gestured. Qian Yu slightly nodded. At this time, the beautiful young lady asked, "Sir, may I introduce the rules of the Soul Arena to you?" Qian Yu nodded again. As they walked, the young lady explained, "The Soto City Soul Arena has 3 types of battles. One is the friendly match, which is for mutual sparring, and lethal force is prohibited." Qian Yu entered the Soto City Soul Arena. The second type is the death match, used to resolve irreconcilable disputes. The last type is the gambling match. The Soul Arena acts as the referee, and both sides of the bet send an equal number of Soul Masters to compete, with the final winner taking everything from the wager. The gambling match is essentially a death match. Many nobles and clans often use this method when there are significant conflicts between them. The formats of the matches are also threefold: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. For team battles, the number of participants is negotiated, and according to the rules of the Soul Arena, it is generally limited to between 7 to 10 people. Upon entering the Soul Arena, the first thing that caught Qian Yu's eye was a massive stone tablet, covered with countless names. These names belonged to those who had died in soul battles. Qian Yu calmly looked at it, showing no interest in the deceased. Soon after, Qian Yu followed the customer service lady to the registration area. Registering for the Soul Arena was quite simple. One only needed to fill out a form including name, age, birthplace, and martial soul to receive the initial Iron Soul badge. Of course, registration also required each person to pay a fee of 10 gold coins. Qian Yu nodded, but only registered as a Great Soul Master. After all, if he were at the Soul Sect level, he wouldn't be able to teach Tang San a lesson. Naturally, registering this way came at a cost, but it was merely paying a little extra money. Qian Yu gave a lot of money to the guiding young lady, and she naturally turned a blind eye, allowing him to register as a Great Soul Master. Moreover, Qian Yu did not release his martial soul or soul rings. Next, Qian Yu learned more about the Soul Arena. The entire Soul Arena gave him a dazzling feeling. Here, various arrangements were extremely detailed, with 24 sub-arena areas, each further divided into different zones. This included 2 major categories: the friendly match area and the death match area, each of which was subdivided into 3 formats: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. Thus, each sub-arena had 6 separated platforms. Qian Yu arrived at the waiting area, where he spotted the Shrek 7 monsters among the crowd. The Shrek 7 monsters were seated in the waiting area, each displaying an expression of anticipation as they awaited their turn. On the battle platform, a middle-aged man in a tailcoat stood at the center. He cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Next, we will have the first 1-on-1 battle in our 14 soul arenas, featuring 2 great soul masters, the Battle Soul Master Xiao Wu, who possesses the Beast Martial Soul Jade Rabbit, and her opponent, the Battle Soul Master Qing Bao, who has the Beast Martial Soul Iron Horn Bull and has won 2 consecutive matches." The match quickly ended, with Xiao Wu easily defeating Qing Bao. Qian Yu calmly observed, unsure when it would be his turn. However, he was not anxious, waiting for his moment. On the battle platform, the middle-aged man in a tailcoat stood at the center again and announced, "Next, we will have another 1-on-1 battle in our 14 soul arenas, featuring 2 Battle Soul Masters, the Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun, with a record of 3 wins and 1 loss, and the other being the newcomer support type Soul Master Gu Yu, with 0 matches, 0 wins, and 0 losses." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the stage. Qian Yu stepped down. However, he did not expect to be matched against Ma Hongjun. As he heard the announcement, he walked down step by step. At this moment, everyone looked at Qian Yu in astonishment. Did you hear that? That Gu Yu is actually a support-type Soul Master. Support-type Soul Masters don't participate in team battles. Yet he's here for a 1-on-1 challenge. What's he thinking? Ha ha! and he's facing the evil Fire Phoenix. Ma Hongjun is sure to win. The audience began to murmur among themselves. I'll bet 100,000 on Ma Hongjun to win. I'll bet 200,000. The discussions on the platform became lively. Hearing Gu Yu's name, the members of Shrek, who were preparing nearby, showed expressions of horror. At this moment, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai had all regained their composure. Fear was evident on everyone's faces. How is this possible? Isn't Gu Yu at the Soul Sect level? How could he participate in a great Soul Masters match? Xiao Wu exclaimed in shock. Tang San nodded, saying, Indeed, Gu Yu is definitely a Soul Sect. There's no doubt about it. His participation in the Great Soul Master match must be due to some falsification during registration. Should we report him? Xiao Wu immediately suggested. At this time, Tang San looked at Ma Hongjun and said, Ma Hongjun, this Gu Yu is very strong. I think you should forfeit this match. Although Ma Hongjun had been beaten by Qian Yu once, he did not know that the person who had beaten him was Qian Yu. Furthermore, when Qian Yu arrived at Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun had not seen him. Thus, Ma Hongjun was unaware of the danger. Ma Hongjun laughed. What is there to be afraid of? There are regulations in the Soul Arena. If data is falsified, there will be penalties from the arena. So he wouldn't dare to show strength beyond that of a Great Soul Master. As long as we fight within the Great Soul Master level, I am invincible, let alone facing a support-type Soul Master. Fatty, that Gu Yu is really formidable. You must not take this lightly. Dai Mubai immediately warned. Don't worry. Ma Hongjun was very confident as he went onto the platform, waiting for Qian Yu's arrival. At this moment, Qian Yu stepped onto the platform step by step. However, when Ma Hongjun saw Qian Yu, his heart suddenly sank. This Gu Yu was actually the person who had beaten him that day. In that instant, an overwhelming fear surged in Ma Hongjun's heart. He stared blankly at Qian Yu, and his pants suddenly became a bit damp. He had wet himself. Chapter 84. Battle Soul Arena. Can hidden weapons be used? At this moment, Ma Hongjun stood on the stage, his pants wet, his eyes filled with horror, unable to believe what he was seeing. How could it be you? Ma Hongjun looked at Qian Yu in terror, disbelief written all over his face. Qian Yu calmly looked at Ma Hongjun, observing his disheveled appearance, and then coldly said, What? Are you surprised that I came to participate in this Battle Soul Arena competition? Ma Hongjun's face turned pale. He vividly remembered the day he was defeated by Qian Yu. He had several ribs broken by Qian Yu, and it was only after eating a lot of sausages from Oscar that he recovered. But now, thinking back, it still hurt. Seeing Qian Yu now, he felt like a rat encountering a cat, his heart shocked, and his body involuntarily trembled. Coupled with Ma Hongjun's naturally timid personality, he felt even more frightened looking at Qian Yu approaching him. At this moment, as Qian Yu walked closer, Ma Hongjun immediately shouted, Referee, I admit defeat. He knew there was no possibility of fighting back against Qian Yu, so he could only concede. Upon seeing this scene, the audience on the stage was dumbfounded. Ma Hongjun, scared to the point of wetting himself? This Gu Yu doesn't look strong at all. How could he scare him so badly? Not even going to fight? The 200,000 gold soul coins I just bet are lost just like that? How could this happen? Suddenly, the people on the stage began to discuss animatedly. More people were indignant because they knew Gu Yu was a newcomer, while Ma Hongjun had a record of 3 wins and 1 loss. So, they all bet on Ma Hongjun to win. But now, Ma Hongjun directly conceded. How could they not be angry? Coward, what are you afraid of? Get up and fight. You little brat, did you make my money a waste? Get up and fight. You coward, you clown. Damn it, why are you so spineless? The audience began to rage. And upon seeing this, Ma Hongjun quickly fled the stage. Qian Yu stood on the platform, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. Ma Hongjun really was a buzzkill. He conceded before they even fought. Wasn't he just wasting his time coming up? He was still thinking about giving the Shrek 7 monsters a good lesson this time. However, at this moment, besides the audience on the stage, in the VIP seats above, an old man also noticed Qian Yu. In front of the old man was a subordinate, who knelt on the ground and pointed at Gu Yu, saying, That's him. That's the Gu Yu who killed young Master Yongmeng. At this moment, a hint of coldness appeared in the old man's eyes. Is that the kid? Then, his gaze gradually turned icy as he spoke again. You truly chose the path to hell when there was a road to heaven. At this moment, An old man slowly arrived in Soto City. The old man wore a spotless white robe, with white hair and a neat silver mane comb behind him. His appearance was ancient, with a face as tender as a baby's ass, showing a very indifferent expression, his eyes seemingly unable to see anything around him, just quietly standing there without speaking. Yet, just standing there gave off a sense of being unrivaled in the world. He was seen carrying a long sword, appearing in Soto City, then raised his eyes to glance at the Soto City Battle Soul Arena. He then walked step by step towards the Battle Soul Arena. Qian Yu successfully won the match against Ma Hongjun. However, he wasn't pleased at all. Ma Hongjun conceded without even fighting, which was too disappointing. Qian Yu signed up for another two-person competition. Although he was alone, his strength was enough for a two-person match. Qian Yu sat in the waiting area, calmly watching the matches. He saw a match between Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing. As the match began, Zhu Zhuqing's first soul ring almost lit up simultaneously with Tang San's first soul ring. The shadow spike activated, and in mid-air, Zhu Zhuqing's claws suddenly extended, her body quickly changing direction. Her speed doubling in an instant as she dashed towards Tang San at an angle. Seeing her approach, Tang San simply made a small movement. He sidestepped. The blue-silver grass first soul ring skill, bind, activated. A large amount of blue-silver grass tightly bound Zhu Zhuqing's body. I lost. She dropped those simple 3 words and immediately turned to leave the stage as quickly as she had come. After winning, Tang San felt even more confident. At this time, Shrek Academy also began to form their team. Tang San and Xiao Wu formed the 3-5 combination, and now, the two-person competition was about to begin. Qian Yu continued to wait, hoping to encounter the likes of Shrek Academy. At this moment, the host on the stage was announcing the Soul Master combinations. The 5th match of the 2-on-2. The 3-5 combination against. Just as the words fell, Xiao Wu immediately became excited, pulling Tang San and saying, "Xiao San, it's finally our turn. This time, we must show our strength." Tang San nodded slightly. However, when they heard the next name, they were instantly stunned. Opponent, Gu Yu. As soon as this was said, both Tang San and Xiao Wu froze in place. Tang San and Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. How can this be? How can he participate in a 2-on-2 match alone? Yes, isn't he violating the rules? Tang San exclaimed. At this moment, Flender shook his head and said, "The rules of the Soto City Battle Soul Arena are relatively lenient, but rules are relative. A 2-on-2 match does require 2 people to form a team, but if 3 people participate in the match, that indeed violates fairness and the rules. However, if he chooses to participate alone, he is voluntarily reducing his team's strength. Therefore, for him, this unfairness is self-imposed and is disadvantageous to him, hence it is allowed." Upon hearing Flender's explanation, Tang San nodded. At this moment, Xiao Wu looked at Tang San and said, "Brother San, what should we do?" Flender looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu and said, "You don't need to compete. Gu Yu must have bribed someone in the Battle Soul Arena to participate in this match. I can report Gu Yu to the staff and have his qualification canceled." But at this moment, a hint of killing intent appeared in Tang San's eyes. His hand unconsciously rested on his 24 bridge Minji Y. "Principal, may I ask, can hidden weapons be used in this Battle Soul Arena?" Tang San asked, his eyes revealing a cold glint. Chapter 85. The 3-5 combination versus Gu Yu. As soon as these words were spoken, Flander immediately looked at Tang San and asked, "Little San, what do you want to do?" Tang San glanced at Gu Yu, trying hard to keep calm. He took a deep breath and then said, "Principal, let's not report this Gu Yu for now. I believe this might be an opportunity for our Shrek Academy to clear our shame." Upon hearing this, Flander looked at Tang San and said, "Please elaborate." Tang San nodded slightly and asked, "Principal, can we use hidden weapons in this soul fighting arena?" Flander nodded slightly and replied, "This soul fighting is based on martial combat. So many weapons are allowed. For example, some auxiliary soul masters are equipped with soul guide devices to participate in battles. Therefore, hidden weapons count as a type of weapon and should also be allowed." Tang San nodded and said, "If that's the case, then it will be easier." At this moment, within his 24 bridges under the bright moon, there was a very powerful hidden weapon that he had not yet used. Indeed, it was the Dragon Whisker Needle, a hidden weapon of the Tang sect ranked 8th, which Tang San had forged not long ago. During his battle against Zhao Wujia, he had fainted and was unable to use it. This dragon whisker needle is extremely vicious. Once it enters the human body, it curls up and distorts the muscles. Moreover, as long as it doesn't hit a critical area, it won't be life-threatening. Even Gu Yu, Tang San believed, would find the dragon whisker needle enough to make him suffer. Therefore, after a calm consideration, Tang San devised this plan. I have a plan. Tang San immediately spoke up. Upon hearing this, Flander, Xiao Wu Dai, Mubai, and others looked at Tang San in surprise and asked, "What plan?" Tang San calmly said, "This Gu Yu's arrogance is indeed overwhelming. Most of our Shrek Academy members have suffered losses at his hands. I believe everyone wants to teach this Gu Yu a lesson." At this moment, Dai Mubai's eyes lit up as he looked at Tang San and said, "Little San, please elaborate." Tang San continued, "Although Gu Yu is strong, he is currently lowering his status and strength. He wants to fight us, and he will suppress his realm to the Great Soul Master level to battle with us. Therefore, I believe this is an opportunity we can exploit." Looking at everyone, Tang San revealed a confident smile and continued, "First, Gu Yu must suppress his strength at the Great Soul Master level. Xiao Wu and I are both 29th level Great Soul Masters. So with the two of us against him, we have an absolute advantage. Second, Gu Yu has already defeated Xiao Wu and me once, so this time, he will definitely underestimate us, and we can use that to our advantage. Third, I have a secret weapon that Gu Yu doesn't know about. Yes, it's the hidden weapon. Gu Yu is unaware that I possess hidden weapons, and I can use them to catch him off guard. Fourth, we have a final insurance. We all know that Gu Yu faked his way to becoming a Great Soul Master, so if I exhaust all means and still can't defeat him, I can directly report that Gu Yu is not a Great Soul Master. In that case, the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena will naturally help us deal with Gu Yu." After finishing, Tang San continued with a confident smile. "So, this is a battle that we absolutely cannot lose. And perhaps we can also avenge the grievances that Gu Yu has caused us at Shrek. With such a match, do we have any reason not to participate?" Hearing Tang San's analysis, both Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Zhao Wujia showed expressions of shock. They did not expect little San to be so clever. Dai Mubai admired Tang San a bit more. Zhao Wujia nodded and said, "Little San, good, good. This plan is very feasible." Xiao Wu immediately added, "Humph. The last time I lost to him was because I was careless. This time, I will take it seriously. I must teach this Gu Yu a good lesson with little San." At this moment, Tang San also nodded and said, "That's right. We are so well prepared this time that we won't necessarily lose to Gu Yu. Little San, be more confident." "What do you mean by not necessarily?" "We will definitely not lose to Gu Yu." Xiao Wu immediately replied. Tang San slightly nodded and said, "All right, we will definitely not lose to him." The two of them said this as they walked towards the arena. At this moment on the arena, Qian Yu had already arrived early. Since Tang San and the others were discussing tactics, Qian Yu was waiting for them. At this time, the audience on the platform looked at Qian Yu and discussed among themselves. "Who exactly is this Gu Yu? I don't know, just an auxiliary soul master. Yet he scared Ma Hongjun so badly. He probably isn't an ordinary person. That's right, and he even dares to sign up for a doubles match all by himself. I've seen many people like this. One to show off by taking on two opponents usually ends up getting beaten badly. This Gu Yu was able to scare Ma Hongjun like that. He shouldn't lose too badly, right? I don't know, let's wait and see." At this moment, many soul masters in the audience had noticed Qian Yu and were discussing him. Just then, Tang San and Xiao Wu stepped onto the arena one by one. Tang San saw Qian Yu and said, "Gu Yu, we meet again." Qian Yu smiled and replied, "Indeed, we meet again." Tang San continued, "Gu Yu, I don't understand why. Despite already being at the Soul Zone level, you still pretend to be a Great Soul Master to participate in our Great Soul Master competition?" Qian Yu crossed his arms and looked at Tang San, saying, "That's my freedom. It seems to have nothing to do with you." Tang San nodded and replied, "It indeed has nothing to do with me. To be precise, I should thank you." "Thank me for what?" Qian Yu smiled slightly and asked Tang San. Tang San's face was filled with a confident smile as he looked at Qian Yu and continued, "To be honest, I am very envious of you, envious of your talent. I rarely fail, but ever since I lost to you, I have never been able to let it go. Therefore, I have always wanted to surpass you and defeat you. I originally thought I wouldn't have such an opportunity until later, but I didn't expect this opportunity to come so soon. It seems you are confident that you can defeat me? Qian Yu remained calm, seeing Tang San harbor such hatred towards him and wanting to defeat him. Qian Yu knew that his goal had already been achieved. Next, he only needed to give Tang San opportunities time and again, then crush his confidence, and finally reveal his true identity to him. By that time, he could already imagine Tang San's expression. Tang San looked at Qian Yu and continued, "Since you choose to disguise as a great soul master, you will not use powers beyond that level under the watchful eyes of so many people in this arena. Moreover, we are in a 2-on-1 situation, so I naturally have confidence in defeating you." After hearing this, Qian Yu sneered and said, "Oh, is that so? Then let's wait and see." Chapter 86. Complete defeat of Tang San and Xiao Wu. Have you heard? That Gu Yu is a support-type soul master. How can a support-type soul master fight? And it's 1 against 2. There's no doubt that Gu Yu will lose. The audience in the stands murmured. Tang San and Xiao Wu faced Qian Yu, and at this moment, Tang San's face revealed a confident expression. After all, this was his best opportunity to deal with Qian Yu. This time, Qian Yu couldn't exert his full strength, and Tang San had the advantage in all aspects. So, he believed that this time, he would definitely be able to defeat Qian Yu. Xiao Wu lightly tapped the ground with her toes. Her body floated up, and Tang San lifted her with his right hand at her toe, while Xiao Wu balanced on Tang San's right shoulder, performing a golden rooster stands on one leg pose. Having been together for many years, they had an extremely tacit cooperation. At the same time that Xiao Wu mounted Tang San's shoulder, she had already completed her rabbit martial spirit possession, her keen eyes focusing on the rapidly approaching opponent. Once the opponent showed a flaw, it would be her moment to swoop down and unleash her soft skills. The blue-silver grass surged forth, transforming into countless vines that were released towards Qian Yu. Tang San narrowed his eyes, his spirit and energy reaching their peak state, and with a wave of his right hand, a large area of blue-silver grass, infused with a strong sharpness, surged towards Qian Yu from all directions. Humph! Qian Yu snorted coldly, a layer of icy cold light flashing in his eyes as he suddenly stepped forward. Immediately, the air around him vibrated violently with his step, and the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop a few degrees. The blue-silver grass wrapped around Qian Yu's waist, but could only slightly slow him down. Restraining him was not easy. At this moment, Qian Yu's gaze was calm, and with a swift movement, he dodged Tang San's blue-silver grass. At this moment, Xiao Wu, who was on Tang San's shoulder, suddenly charged down, just like they had cooperated against Zhao Wuji, rushing towards Qian Yu. Meteor hammer. In an instant, Tang San's blue-silver grass bound Xiao Wu, sending her next to Qian Yu. Xiao Wu looked down at Qian Yu, arriving in front of him, and shouted, "Soft skill." Waist bow, accompanied by her delicate shout. Her body suddenly bent, her already small figure becoming even smaller at that moment, as 2 long white hairs like snow extended from her back, opening like wings. Then, under Qian Yu's astonished gaze, her body suddenly shortened in diameter, transforming into a slender white ribbon, quickly wrapping around Qian Yu's neck, while her whole person turned into a giant hammer. Qian Yu smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, Xiao Wu's movements seemed incredibly slow. He gently grabbed Xiao Wu's foot and then turned, delivering a powerful kick to her abdomen. Xiao Wu immediately screamed and flew out, crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this scene, the audience below widened their eyes in shock. Xiao Wu was instantly taken down by Qian Yu. Is this really a support-type soul master? Moreover, Qian Yu hasn't even unleashed his martial spirit. The entire audience was dumbfounded, staring in amazement at what was happening. At this moment, Tang San was greatly shocked, staring in disbelief at Qian Yu, and his blue-silver grass surged wildly towards Qian Yu. The sky full of blue-silver grass danced, transforming into sharp vines that charged towards Qian Yu. Although the blue-silver grass posed a significant threat, it was clear that it couldn't lock onto Qian Yu's position. Qian Yu's figure flashed continuously, easily dodging Tang San's attack, and charged again towards Tang San. Just as Tang San's blue-silver grass was about to strike, a bone sword suddenly condensed in Qian Yu's hand, and he easily severed Tang San's blue-silver grass with it. At this moment, Tang San looked at the bone sword in Qian Yu's hand in astonishment. When did this bone sword appear? Why had he never seen it before? Could it be that Yu, like him, also had twin martial spirits? At this moment, Qian Yu seemed to see through Tang San's thoughts, smiled slightly, and said to him, "This is not a twin martial spirit. This is a soul bone." "A soul bone? How is that possible?" "The teacher said that soul bones would be absorbed in a body, but why can you take the soul bone out?" Tang San asked Qian Yu in shock. Qian Yu calmly looked at Tang San and said, "Did your teacher never teach you what an external soul bone is?" After saying this, Qian Yu had already arrived in front of Tang San, and with a swing of his bone sword, he slashed at Tang San. Tang San hurriedly activated Ghost Shadow, Mysterious Steps, stepping back. However, he was still injured by Qian Yu, and a bloodstain appeared on his chest. Tang San's heart sank. Qian Yu's strength far exceeded his expectations. Although his own strength had increased significantly, he still couldn't compete with Qian Yu. At this moment, Xiao Wu struggled to stand up, looking at Tang San's injury, and was instantly enraged. "Yu, you're looking for death," Xiao Wu shouted, raising her right hand, and the sleeve arrow that Tang San had given her instantly pointed at Qian Yu from behind. Xiao Wu aimed at Qian Yu's head and instantly fired the sleeve arrow. At this moment, Qian Yu had his back to Xiao Wu, and the sleeve arrow shot towards his head in an instant. It seemed that Qian Yu sensed the danger from behind. As the sleeve arrow approached his head, he slightly tilted his head and effortlessly dodged it. Xiao Wu was shocked. Qian Yu immediately surged forward. His target was not Xiao Wu, but Tang San. Qian Yu's fist struck Tang San's chest, and in an instant, Tang San was sent flying again, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Tang San was extremely shocked. He hadn't expected Qian Yu's speed to be so fast. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu took the opportunity to quickly get up, shaking her wrist, and shot another 2 sleeve arrows at Qian Yu. Qian Yu nimbly jumped aside, dodging the 2 sleeve arrows, and then countered with a slap that unleashed a burst of dark energy, causing Xiao Wu to groan and fall to the ground. Xiao Wu also spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, Tang San waved both hands, and a circle of blue-silver grass vines shot out, binding towards Qian Yu like ropes. More blue-silver grass? Qian Yu stepped forward, and immediately, terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from his body, creating an unparalleled shockwave that shattered Tang San's blue-silver grass. Qian Yu then instantly appeared in front of Tang San, delivering a punch. Tang San was blasted backward, crashing heavily against the railing at the edge of the arena, bright red blood spraying from his mouth. "Wow!" Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, all the spectators in the audience displayed shocked expressions. So strong. Is Yu really a support-type soul master? He hasn't even released his martial spirit. So impressive. Everyone in the audience looked astonished. At this time, in the VIP area, an elder from the Yang family squinted his eyes slightly and murmured, "Oh, it seems this kid has some strength. However, anyone who kills my grandson must pay with their life, no matter who they are." Chapter 87. The hidden arrow hurts. Failing to steal a chicken costs a grain. At this moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu were both injured. Xiao Wu looked at Qian Yu, raised the concealed arrow in her hand, and once again sent a hidden weapon towards Qian Yu. However, Qian Yu's speed was faster than Xiao Wu's. Qian Yu's figure was elusive, easily dodging Xiao Wu's concealed arrow, while simultaneously closing in on her. Bang, bang, bang. Qian Yu unleashed several punches on Xiao Wu's chest, and in an instant, Xiao Wu's body flew backward, continuously spitting out blood. Qian Yu looked coldly at Xiao Wu, his icy gaze making her tremble uncontrollably. Tang San saw Qian Yu with his back to him, attacking Xiao Wu, and he knew he had found an opportunity. At this moment, Tang San's hand rested on his 24 bridge Mingwen Knight. He instantly took out the dragon whisker needle, knowing that if he released it while Qian Yu was unprepared, Qian Yu would undoubtedly lose. Just as Qian Yu had just knocked Xiao Wu down, it was the perfect moment for Tang San to strike. The dragon whisker needle shot towards Qian Yu in an instant, and a triumphant smile appeared on Tang San's face. However, Qian Yu sensed the dangerous aura coming from behind him. But Qian Yu already knew that Tang San possessed hidden weapons and was a despicable person who often resorted to treachery, so he had prepared for this. At this moment, Xiao Wu was right in front of Qian Yu, watching as Tang San's dragon whisker needle shot towards them. Qian Yu smiled slightly and suddenly pulled Xiao Wu towards him. The dragon whisker needle tore through the air with a terrifying whistle, aiming for Qian Yu's back. But in the next moment, Tang San immediately understood what Qian Yu was trying to do. He saw Qian Yu pull Xiao Wu closer, and with a flash of his body, Qian Yu and Xiao Wu switched positions. Since Tang San aimed at Qian Yu, now was Xiao Wu in that position. At that moment, terror appeared on Tang San's face as he exclaimed, "No, don't, please," Tang San shouted, but it was already too late. The dragon whisker needle flew straight toward Xiao Wu. Despair engulfed Tang San. He never expected that Qian Yu would be so sinister, using Xiao Wu as a meat shield behind him. As the dragon whisker needle was about to strike Xiao Wu, she looked utterly stunned, still trying to comprehend why the needle was targeting her. Meanwhile, Tang San was in despair, closing his eyes in fear. He couldn't bear to see Xiao Wu get hit. He would rather suffer severe injuries than see her die. Suddenly, Tang San heard Xiao Wu scream in his own frantic voice, "Xiao Wu." The dragon whisker needle instantly pierced into Xiao Wu's body. At that moment, despair filled Tang San's face. As a successor of the Tang sect, he knew the power of the dragon whisker needle. The dragon whisker needle was about 3 inches long, as thin as a hair, usually rolled up to the size of a yellow bean, and when released with internal energy, it transformed into fine threads penetrating the body, difficult to resist by any internal martial arts. Once it entered the human body, it would drill along the meridians towards the internal organs, then retract inward, with a strange poison on the needle spreading throughout the body with the blood. It felt like thousands of insects gnawing, causing the muscles and bones to contract slowly. This pain was even worse than death by 1,000 cuts. It would continue until the entire body shrank by 1/3, all microvessels ruptured, and the heart stopped beating. A torture even a strong man forged of iron and copper could not endure. At that moment, the dragon whisker needle had embedded itself in Xiao Wu's body, and she instantly screamed in agony. The sound of pain echoed, and Xiao Wu's clothes were soaked with sweat. Xiao Wu twisted in place from the pain, her once beautiful face completely distorted, looking extremely tragic and eliciting sympathy. Her lovely face became grotesque. Seeing this scene, tears streamed down Tang San's face as he looked at Xiao Wu in utter despair. He couldn't believe that Qian Yu had used Xiao Wu's life as a bargaining chip to save himself, and at this moment, Tang San was filled with regret. Looking at Xiao Wu's horrific appearance, he felt a sharp pain in his heart, and tears flowed instantly. His figure swayed as he struck towards Qian Yu. Although Qian Yu did not expect Tang San to suddenly launch a sneak attack, he reacted swiftly, turning around and kicking out, sending Tang San flying far away. In an instant, Tang San was kicked out of the arena. Xiao Wu also fainted from the pain, and both Tang San and Xiao Wu were defeated. At this moment, Tang San rushed towards Xiao Wu frantically, reaching her side. Xiao Wu's face was pale, and even in unconsciousness, her body trembled. To take revenge on Qian Yu, Tang San had coated his dragon whisker needle with deadly poison. But he never expected that his hidden weapon would fail to harm Qian Yu and instead would be used against his beloved Xiao Wu. "No, Xiao Wu, no!" Tang San shouted as he held Xiao Wu tightly, screaming on the stage. He quickly took out the antidote and administered it to her. However, even if the poison he applied was neutralized, removing the dragon whisker needle embedded in Xiao Wu's body would bring her immense pain. At this moment, the audience on the stage looked shocked. They never expected that Qian Yu would win so decisively, and the outcome for Xiao Wu left them stunned. Qian Yu had clearly fought against two, yet he won without even unleashing his martial spirit. This result astonished everyone. "Gu Yu, you bastard, I will kill you." Tang San, filled with rage, stood up while holding Xiao Wu, glaring at Qian Yu on the stage with hatred. Qian Yu, however, wore a faint smile and slowly said, "What's wrong? Isn't this a competition? Besides, this isn't a life-and-death struggle. Why do you want to kill me?" Tang San glared at Qian Yu angrily and said, "You despicable." Upon hearing that word, Qian Yu laughed. "Me, despicable? That's too funny." He looked at Tang San and laughed heartily. "I'm despicable? Pray tell, where have I been despicable? You used Xiao Wu's body to block my hidden weapon. If that's not despicable, Then who is? Tang San stood up, filled with righteous indignation. Meanwhile, the audience looked bewildered. The dragon whisker needle was as thin as a hair, so they couldn't see what had just happened. What is a hidden weapon? Someone asked in confusion. It should be something akin to a sneak attack, right? Did Guyu sneak attack Xiao Wu? It seems so. The audience began to discuss among themselves. Many of them began to side with Tang San, but Qian Yu, with a confident smile, said, "This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. I am despicable. Then may I ask, whose hidden weapon is this? Who was it aimed at? And who is the one firing the hidden weapon?" Qian Yu laughed instead of getting angry, looking at Tang San as he asked. Chapter 88. How to keep a low profile after such a report. Qian Yu raised these 3 questions, and Tang San looked at him, utterly shocked and momentarily speechless. Tang San continued angrily, "No matter what, she is just a little girl. How can you bear to let her take the hit from this dragon beard needle for you? A little girl?" Hearing these words, Qian Yu couldn't help but laugh. Who has seen a little girl who is 100,000 years old? Qian Yu, unfazed, looked at Tang San and asked, "So, just because she is a girl, I must protect her? Just because she is a girl, I must yield to her? Just because she is a girl, I must personally take your hidden weapon, right? Oomph. What kind of twisted logic is that? Where in the world is there such reasoning? Tang San, I am not you, and I am not familiar with your companions. So why should I protect her?" Qian Yu looked at Tang San, enunciating each word. Then, he took another step forward and continued to question Tang San. "Moreover, this Xiao Wu is your companion, right? Shouldn't it be your responsibility to protect her? Also, this hidden weapon belongs to you, right? You intended to use this hidden weapon against me, didn't you? The one who shot the hidden weapon was you, right? You wanted to injure me with a hidden weapon, but instead, you hurt your own companion, and now you blame me? Ha ha. As expected of you, Tang San." Upon hearing this, Tang San froze in place, unable to refute Qian Yu. He looked at Qian Yu, his eyes filled with nothing but anger. However, at this moment, everyone on the stage already understood what was going on. So that's it. It wasn't Guyu's fault. Yes, this Tang San is really despicable. Clearly, he couldn't win and prepared to attack from the shadows. But unexpectedly, he ended up injuring his own companion. Indeed, not only did he injure his own companion, but he also continued to bark like a dog, blaming Guyu. This Tang San is truly shameless. Stop embarrassing yourself up there and get off stage. Exactly. Losing is losing. I've seen many people like you. Get lost. You can't match others and still blame others. Hurry up and get down. At this point, the audience below began to jeer at Tang San. They pointed at him and started cursing. Tang San, holding Xiao Wu in his arms, clenched his fists as he looked at the people below. What he didn't understand was why they were cursing him when they were clearly the victims. He tightened his fists, and in his eyes, there was nothing but hatred for Qian Yu. Why does Qian Yu even exist? Why did he have to appear in front of him? Why did he have to defeat him time and again and thwart him? He had clearly come to this world, and everything was developing positively. But why did Qian Yu have to appear in front of him? Seeing Tang San's expression filled with hatred, Qian Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. His purpose was once again exceeded. The more Tang San hated him, the more pain he would feel when he learns of his true identity in the future. His revenge would be all the more successful. At this moment, Qian Yu added fuel to the fire and said, "So you hate me? But that makes sense. Weaklings never look for reasons within themselves. Everything is blamed on external factors. Ultimately, all unfavorable factors in the world are due to the incompetence of the individuals involved." At this point, Tang San's hatred grew even more intense. His face darkened, and he was filled with black lines. He coldly looked at Qian Yu and said, "Guyu, don't think you've won." At this moment, Tang San suddenly shouted, "Referee, I want to report. Guyu cheated. He is not a great soul master. His true power is a soul zone." Upon hearing this, the audience on stage was dumbfounded. What? Soul zone? Oh my god, is this true? This Guyu is a soul zone? No wonder Guyu's strength is so powerful that he could defeat Tang San in an instant. At this time, the referee came to Tang San and immediately asked, "What did you say?" "I want to report that Guyu is cheating. He is clearly a soul zone, but participated in a battle for great soul masters. This is cheating." Tang San immediately pointed at Qian Yu. When Qian Yu heard Tang San's words, there was no change in his expression. He simply looked at Tang San calmly. The referee then looked at Tang San and said, Tang San, you need to provide solid evidence for your accusation. We have confirmed Qian Yu's age. He is only 12 years old. How could he possibly be a soul zone? Tang San replied to the referee, that's right, he is indeed only 12 years old, but he is also a soul zone. Our Shrek Academy's teacher, Zhao Wujin, can testify. At this moment, the audience below erupted in chaos. What? Is what Tang San said true? A 12-year-old soul zone? What kind of monstrous being is this? Everyone's gaze turned to Qian Yu, their eyes filled with disbelief. At this time, Zhao Wujin stood up and said, I can confirm that he is a soul zone. He possesses 4 soul rings. The first 3 are 10,000-year soul rings, and the last one is a 100,000-year soul ring. Upon hearing Zhao Wujin's words, the audience on stage was even more shocked. They all gaped, wide-eyed in astonishment. 4-ring soul zone, 3, 10,000 years, and the 4th is 100,000 years? Oh my God, what a heaven-defying combination is this? Could it be that this Gu Yu is some kind of prodigy? The audience was even more astonished. Even the referee was shocked, unable to believe it. A soul sage like Zhao Wujin, this is a big deal. You must be responsible for what you say. The referee looked at Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin sighed and said, I take responsibility because I have fought against him, and I lost to him. At this moment, everyone on the stage was once again stunned. A soul sage lost to a soul zone? Lost to a 12-year-old soul zone? Oh my God, everything about this utterly shattered their worldview. Everyone looked at Qian Yu in shock. Most were shocked, and more were confused, unable to believe it. Qian Yu looked at Zhao Wujin and Tang San's actions and felt a bit dazed. Their actions were no different from when someone in a school broke a basketball hoop by dunking and a school-wide announcement was made. It seemed to be reporting him, but wasn't it just increasing his notoriety? Qian Yu frowned slightly. He just wanted to take revenge on Tang San and initially thought to keep a low profile, not to draw too much attention. But with them reporting him like this, how could he keep a low profile in the future? At this moment, in the Soto City Soul Fighting Arena, a man in white clothes and white hair appeared. He was extremely low-key, standing among the crowd, watching everything unfold. Then, with a smile on his face, he said, I originally wanted to come and warn this Soto City Soul Fighting Arena, but unexpectedly, I encountered such an interesting little guy. Not bad, not bad, this trip is worth it. Chapter 89. Release of Martial Soul, shocking everyone. In Soto City, at the Soul Arena. Inside the grandest hall, everything was resplendent and magnificent, but the highest seat, there sat a man dressed in luxurious clothing, holding a string of prayer beads. The man had a stern expression, a robust figure, and exuded an imperial aura between his brows. Beside him, several maids sat close, dressed in revealing outfits, their bosoms towering, waist slim, and long legs exposed. Incredibly alluring. One of the women lifted a plate of grapes, sitting on the man's lap, her seductive voice calling out, Master, have a grape. Saying this, she pinched a grape with her fingers and fed it to the man's mouth, then flirtatiously asked, Is it tasty? The man looked at her, a lewd smile suddenly appearing on his face as he grabbed her arm, wickedly saying, Hee, my dear, stay with me tonight. Upon hearing this, the woman instantly blushed, her pretty face turning red. At this moment, a few other beautiful girls also began to flatter. Master, I want to join too. Looking at the group of flirtatious women surrounding him, the man felt elated. Outside, a guard knelt before the man and immediately shouted, Master, someone requests an audience. A flicker of anger crossed the man's face as he replied, Who is it? Can't you see I'm busy? Denied. Just then, a terrifying voice came from outside. What great airs you have at Soto City's Soul Arena. As the voice echoed, an old man in a red clerical robe stepped into the hall. The old man wore a wide red robe, a red hat atop his head, with his hands clasped behind his back, emanating a strong aura of killing intent. As soon as the old man entered the hall, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and a fierce pressure instantly enveloped the entire hall, sweeping over everyone. In an instant, the hall fell into an eerie silence, all the spectators holding their breath, nervously staring at the old man by the entrance. Upon seeing the old man in red, the middle-aged man eating grapes was taken aback. He trembled all over, sitting there shaking uncontrollably. Why you are the cardinal? The middle-aged man looked at the newcomer, whose red robe bore the emblem of the Spirit Hall. Such attire could only mean one thing. This old man was a cardinal from the Spirit Hall, the most powerful soul master organization on the continent. Although there was a Spirit Hall branch in Soto City, how could a cardinal appear? The cardinal coldly asked the middle-aged man, "What do you think?" At this moment, the middle-aged man immediately knelt and said, "I greet the cardinal. I did not know why the esteemed cardinal has come to our small Soto City. I need you to help us with something at the Soul Arena." At this time, everyone was shocked, staring at Qian Yu with expressions of astonishment. 12 years old, Soul Master, 4 soul rings over 10,000 years, defeating a soul sage. If all this were true, how strong was Qian Yu? They began to find it hard to imagine. Was this Qian Yu really that strong? Or was it all just a self-directed play? Tang San immediately pointed at Qian Yu and said, "Referee, please disqualify Gu Yu from the competition." The referee then pointed at Qian Yu and asked, "Gu Yu, is what Tang San said true?" Qian Yu looked calmly at the referee and replied, "I suppose it's true." Upon hearing this, the entire audience erupted. Qian Yu admitted it. His acknowledgement instantly ignited the entire audience, all of them staring at Qian Yu in disbelief. How is that possible? This Gu Yu is only 12 years old. How could he be a soul master? I don't believe it. A 12-year-old soul master. What kind of heaven-defying existence could achieve this? Gu Yu must show his martial soul and soul rings. The referee looked at Gu Yu and said, "Please display your martial soul and soul rings." Gu Yu calmly gazed at the referee, and then black light enveloped him, a green light appearing on his right hand. A sapling appeared in Qian Yu's hand, radiating powerful life energy. Such strong life force? Could it be that Gu Yu is indeed an auxiliary soul master? Oh my, this is outrageous. An auxiliary soul master is so powerful? But in the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded as one soul ring after another began to manifest around Qian Yu. Waves of black light gradually spread from his body. The first black light appeared, a black soul ring. The second black light appeared, still a black soul ring. Then the third, still a black soul ring. Finally, the fourth light appeared, revealing a crimson soul ring in front of everyone. Red, 100,000 years. At this moment, everyone was captivated by this radiance, staring in shock at the light around Qian Yu, their eyes filled with horror. How is this possible? What they said is all true. This Gu Yu is actually this heaven-defying. At this time, Tang San's expression improved somewhat, and he immediately pointed at Qian Yu, saying, "Referee, see, I told you it was true." This Gu Yu concealed his cultivation to compete. At that moment, before the referee could speak, Qian Yu spoke first. With a light smile, Qian Yu said, "Tang San, you are right. It's all true. However, when I fought you, I only used the power of a great soul master. I think that shouldn't be considered foul, right? And you should have known my identity by now. You didn't report me at the start, but waited until you lost to report me. You sought out this humiliation yourself. Why shouldn't I satisfy you?" Tang San looked at Qian Yu and said, "Gu Yu, you don't need to say anything more. You committed a foul. And I believe the Soto City Soul Arena will penalize you for fairness." Then, Tang San turned to the referee. "Referee, if someone like Gu Yu is not expelled from the Soto City Soul Arena, he will continue to disrupt the order of the arena. So please disqualify Gu Yu." Disqualifying him isn't enough. At this moment, a voice rang out, and everyone turned to see an old man descending from above the Soul Arena. This old man was none other than Elder Yang, the grandfather of Yang Meng, who had been killed by Qian Yu. Elder Yang stepped down, saying, "For someone who deceives so shamelessly, merely disqualifying him isn't enough. In my opinion, he must be thoroughly punished to serve as a warning to others." Chapter 90. Elder Yang seeks to kill Qian Yu. The master of the soul fighting arena in Douluo City arrives. At this moment, the old man could be seen walking down step by step. He was wearing a gray robe, his white hair flowing down, but his face showed a resolute expression. The whole person looked emaciated, with waxy yellow skin, appearing malnourished. He walked onto the arena, looked at Qian Yu, and said coldly, "People who engage in such deception will surely disrupt the order of our soul fighting arena, so they must be severely punished." Upon seeing the old man, the referee immediately shouted, "Elder Yang, At this moment, Flander also came out with a smile and approached the old man, saying, Elder Yang. Elder Yang looked at Flander and said, Principal Flander, have you brought your students to participate in the soul fighting? Flander smiled and replied, Yes, but I didn't expect to encounter such a situation. At this point, the old man continued to smile and said, Don't worry. We have been friends for so many years. I will handle this matter fairly. At that moment, Elder Yang's icy gaze turned to Qian Yu, and he sneered, Kid, your name is Gu Yu, right? Qian Yu calmly responded, That's right. Good. Do you know what mistake you have made? Elder Yang asked coldly, staring at Qian Yu. Qian Yu looked up at Elder Yang. It seemed that he was not here just because of the identity deception, but for other reasons as well. Qian Yu calmly replied, Oh, may I ask what wrong I have done? Elder Yang looked at Qian Yu, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, and then spoke, I will set aside your deception for today. What I want to know is something else. What is it? Qian Yu asked coldly. I want to know if you kill my grandson, Yang Meng. The old man's face suddenly turned frantic, his cold expression directed at Qian Yu, his hands clenched tightly, seemingly suppressing his anger. Qian Yu remained calm and asked the old man, I have killed many people. I don't know who your grandson is. Upon hearing this, Elder Yang's face instantly turned ferocious. Little beast, I want you dead. Before he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure radiated from Elder Yang, and powerful soul power surged toward Qian Yu. This time, Qian Yu did not use any techniques. He simply dodged lightly, but Elder Yang's power was still terrifying. Qian Yu easily evaded, and a loud bang echoed in the arena as the strong aftermath spread out. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Gu Yu killed Elder Yang's grandson? My God, what great courage Gu Yu has. He even dared to touch Elder Yang's grandson. Does he not want to live anymore? At this moment, Elder Yang looked at Qian Yu and said, You killed my grandson and deceived in this Suatua city soul fighting arena. So I have only one punishment for you. You must die to avenge my grandson. At this time, many people on the stage had already begun to worry for Qian Yu. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the stage. It seemed that the situation was developing uncontrollably. Upon hearing this, a hint of coldness appeared on Qian Yu's face. He would not let anyone who showed murderous intent toward him live, and this old man seemed to have considerable strength. So he feared he would have to pay some price to kill this old man. Qian Yu calmly looked at the old man and asked, So, you want to kill me? That's right, prepare to die, kid. The old man roared, and suddenly a punch was hurled toward Qian Yu. The speed of this punch was incredibly fast, tearing through the air with a thunderous sound. Moreover, this punch was filled with endless might. Whoosh! The punch's wind wreaked havoc, causing Qian Yu's clothes to billow. Seeing this, Qian Yu remained unperturbed. He stomped his right foot hard on the ground and slightly shifted to the side, seeking death. The old man saw this scene, and a smirk appeared on his face. He did not believe Qian Yu could evade this punch. However, in the next second, Qian Yu's figure suddenly vanished before him, easily dodging his attack. Damn kid, martial soul manifest. At this moment, the old man began to manifest his martial soul, and an enormous image of a savage ram appeared behind him. Martial soul, savage ram, extremely strong defense, and incredible speed. Then, the old man transformed into his true form, becoming a savage ram about 5 meters tall, with a layer of earthy yellow light enveloping him, causing his entire body to glow yellow. Horns also sprouted from his head. The old man let out a low roar. Boom! A rumble sounded, and a terrifying aura emanated from the old man. At this moment, the audience was stunned. Elder Yang is serious. Elder Yang is a level 77 soul saint. This time, Gu Yu is in trouble. Did you all forget? This Gu Yu has defeated Zhao Wujia. At this moment, a white-haired man in white robes in the audience looked coldly, gripping his sword tightly, ready to intervene if Qian Yu was in danger. After all, reports had come that Rongrong was almost born because of this Gu Yu's intervention. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School could not be ungrateful. Stop! Just then, a voice rang out from the high platform. A middle-aged man appeared on the high platform, and the crowd was astonished, looking at him. The man was dressed in luxurious clothing, with short golden hair and eyes as bright as stars. He was followed by several guards, exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing this man, All the staff and subordinates of the Sotawa City Soul Fighting Arena respectfully said, "We bow to the master." Indeed, that man was the master of the Sotawa City Soul Fighting Arena, the one with the greatest power here. He stepped forward and looked at Elder Yang, saying, "Elder Yang, why haven't you stopped yet?" Elder Yang looked at the man and immediately said, "Master, this kid killed my precious grandson. I don't know why you want to protect him, but he must die today." The master looked at Elder Yang, his face revealing a cold expression, and angrily said, "Did you not hear me telling you to stop?" Elder Yang clearly ignored the master's words, gathering his fist and charging at Qian Yu again. At this moment, a powerful light suddenly radiated from the master's body, and he instantly descended from above, delivering a punch. The two instantly clashed. Bang! With a loud crash. Elder Yang was sent flying. Elder Yang looked at the scene before him in shock, unable to believe it. "Master, why are you protecting this kid? He's just a mere soul master. Does he deserve your protection?" The master coldly looked at Elder Yang and said, "Guyu is my guest. If you want to kill him, you are making an enemy of the Sotawa City Soul Fighting Arena." At this moment, the situation took another turn. All the spectators were utterly shocked.